And Ali. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi, Lulu. I apologize, Lulu. At the top, we did not get all of that audio, but obviously, lovely to have you here. Bit of a misstep off at the top. My apologies. That was the one responsibility I had, was to get us all on air with the mics, and I've already slipped up. But it'll be smooth sailing from here. We promise you that. Bring us in.
Yeah, so we are here in the brand new Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel. It's a brand new hotel, as you know, because you guys were here 2 months ago for the Cyprus Special Edition. So compared to last time, what's the difference for you to feel this time?
Well, this is my first time here. I wasn't able to make it to Cyprus, but I can tell you, every time I come to one of the Triton venues, it's always like spectacular marvel, right? This one is a huge venue. We've got more room. We put the double feature table behind us. We'll talk about that, touch up on that later. This venue is just super nice, and there's so many different buildings, lots of people, easy access. I love it already.
Yeah, I mean, the first time that we were here was at one of the older properties that they have. Where we are now, which is the Marriott Royal Diamonds property, is brand new. They haven't even completed all of the rooms over here. Not enough space to accommodate all of the players. The demand for this specific event, a full-fledged Triton Festival, is just something that I haven't had the opportunity to see before. Coming off of Madrid, which was a wonderful stop. I know, Lulu, you weren't able to make it, lockdown in Shanghai. We missed you. But really, you're seeing sort of the full might and the weight of the Triton operation on display here. And I think word is out, and no longer is it kind of this little secret, which I think is a bit bittersweet for a lot of the people who have been a part of the Triton festivals from the very onset, in terms of nobody really knows about what we're doing. We just got our own quiet thing. Now, there's a lot of folks out there who understand if you want to be treated better than you are anywhere else in the world in terms of a participant in a poker tournament, then you come to a Triton Festival. We've got buy-ins ranging anywhere from $20K, even a $10K, I believe, at one point, all the way up through, the $200K Coin Rivet Invitational, which we're reprising a concept of the businessmen and the pros. We'll get to that a little bit later. But short story long, this is the place to be on Earth right now if you want to be playing poker.
Yes. So since you mentioned this is a third time for Triton to host an event in Cyprus, but first time. Last time was in Madrid. And so what happened in Madrid?
Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Madrid, right? There was some pretty interesting storylines. We had a couple of guys that picked up their fourth titles. Mikita Badziakuski, who won $1.34 million in the 50K Euro 7 Max. And then, of course, you have Jason Kuhn, who is a Triton ambassador of sorts and has been for quite some time. He took down $1.75 million, winning the 150,000 euro one bullet, which was a short deck event. Perhaps a little bit surprising to see the North American, players taking down these short deck events, where obviously the Asian participants have so much more experience. Randy.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But Jason he's been playing short deck at Triton Series way back in the beginning in Montenegro, I remember, and I was like, okay, this guy, he's a no-limit pro, right? He was crushing short deck back then, so he was in the games. But you know what? For me, Madrid, the main highlight was these guys with no titles picking up titles. Tom Dwan, first of all, 0 titles to 2 titles. Like, this guy barely plays in the tournaments. It's like, all right, you know what? Madrid's my stop.
Yeah.
But for me, I love that Paul finally wins his first Triton title.
I mean, he's played every single festival that we've had so far. There is nobody who has more passion for a Triton event than Paul. And it's obviously nice from a cultural standpoint to see one of the co-founders of the event not simply sitting back and being, an operator. He's a participant, right? And I think that really inspires a lot of the folks out there to go, okay, this guy believes in the product. This guy believes in what he's doing. He's out there. And now that he's won his title, anybody can finally tell themselves, all right, I'm able to do it as well. You just got to stick with it, right? It was 20-some-odd events that he played before he won his first title, I believe it was, maybe even more than that. But also another story, Henrik Eklund, one of the Scandinavian pros. Obviously, there's never a shortage of talent coming out of that part of the world. He came down to Madrid, won the main event for Hold'em. That was a 100K buy-in. And Chidwick, a first, a second, and a third, Randy, that puts him right there in the hunt for the Triton Player of the Year title. And we can walk you through some of that stuff on the iPad. I don't know if I've got it up right now, but bear with me in the ranking section. Here we go. All right. Player of the Year. If you haven't already done so, by the way, guys, the Triton Poker Plus app, it is the same app that all of us here on the desk and all of the players are using to keep themselves informed in real time of what's going on. But here is your Player of the Year race. The rankings right now, as we mentioned, Chidwick, 1,265 points, well ahead of Mikita Badziakuski. And then you got Danny Tang, Ike Haxton. Ike coming back out of, post-COVID or during COVID retirement. It was nice to see him back in the field. Of course, you got the Adominator, Michael Adamo, out there. You can't just isolate one or two names right up and down the list. It's just a minefield of talent, as it always is here in Triton. But nevertheless, it doesn't have that tension, that feel of like it's nothing but professionals clashing. It's just a light atmosphere, but still top-level poker with an amazing backdrop. Have you guys gone swimming yet in the sea?
I have not.
No, in the sea, but maybe the pool.
Okay, you went to the pool. The rumor has it that it's just as warm in the sea as it is in the pool.
Really?
Yes, which I'm eager to try out. And I don't typically like swimming in the sea, the salt water and all that type of stuff, but if it's really a warm bath out there, then I want to get out there. Everyone is on the pier and whatnot to start each day. So obviously the regimen before you come into play, you're very relaxed. You got the spa, you got the ocean, you got the buffet. It's a good place to be for sure.
Yeah. So after talking about Madrid and how nice is it in Cyprus, so how many events do we have for the Triton Madrid last time?
There's one place to always verify this type of stuff, Lulu. Where better than the Triton Poker app? We are in progress here in Cyprus, but looking back in Madrid, we had a total of 14 events. I think that's the same that we have on slate here.
I think we have 14 plus 1. very special one.
Yeah, the 200K, the coin rivet. Obviously, is it time to talk about it? Is that where you're trying to get me right now, Lulu?
No, I'm just asking.
I think it's working.
Yeah, it is. It is working. Well, I mean, we might as well since we're on the topic. We had 14 events in Madrid total, 14 here, but the plus one, as Lulu mentioned, is going to be a reprisal of that very special Businessman and Pro concept, which was the Triton Helping Hand. The £1 million buy-in raised a tremendous amount of money for charity and was the largest poker tournament ever held, bigger than the one drop $1 million event that they had at the World Series. Of course, Bryn Kenny ending up winning more money, I believe it was, than Aaron Zhang, but Aaron Zhang was the ultimate champion of that event. But in terms of the format, Randy, this is where you can step in and tell us it's different than anything else.
It's very special. I love what they did for the Triton Million. Just to recap how it works is that there's a bunch of businessmen that applied to be a businessman. As long as they're approved to be a businessman, they'll be in the tournament. And they can invite one pro to come into the tournament as well. What's important here is that on day one, all of the businessmen will be playing with each other. So there will be no pro mixing into that on day one, and all the pros will be playing against each other.
A split field.
A split field. And that's really nice because, businessmen, well, they don't play poker professionally, right? But this gives them, it levels the playing field, give them a better chance of getting a deep run. And we saw in the Triton Million, many businessmen made it to the final table, like Big Al. I think Bill Perkins made it too, from what I recall. Mm-hmm. And it's just a really nice thing to do. And then, it also limits the amount of pros that can get into the tournament, right? Because if you're a businessman putting up a lot of money, you don't want to be playing against 100 other pros. This makes have a much better chance at making a deep run and having a good time, and I think it's a nice concept to do, and I like that they brought it back from London. Yeah,
and in terms of assuring a bit of diversity in the field, I really like it because it's one thing, granted, you can't knock the idea of watching top-level pros all collect at a final table and play against one another, right? But at the same time, I have always enjoyed, and I think I speak for everybody's behalf, when you sprinkle some different ingredients in there. Some of those businessmen who aren't thinking along the same lines, who are approaching things a little bit differently, who are unpredictable. And let's not forget, a lot of these businessmen, via osmosis, via the opportunity to sit and play with top-tier pros throughout the years in the Triton events, have gotten very good themselves. And so, you call some people businessmen, but in terms of what we might expect as far as them being recreational players, it isn't always consistent with that, right? The poker's not their profession, but they certainly can play on a professional level, some of them. So that's cool as well.
But speaking of that, how do you separate with businessmen or poker pros? Because now, as you said, those businessmen are very, very good at improving themselves every day.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's as simple as whether or not this is what you do to get by in life, right?
Yeah.
Is this your primary income stream? Or is it just something that you're passionate about, that you appreciate playing at the highest level? You happen to be well-to-do enough to play in these sorts of buy-ins, but hence the application process, right, Lulu? You can't simply declare yourself a businessman and come in. There is a committee that accepts the application and says, okay, this is acceptable. This is not your main profession. You can come in on the businessman side. There are some people that blur the lines, I would say. Mm-hmm. None come to mind right now, but as a lot of these professional poker players are becoming more and more successful, they're branching out and being more enterprising and looking for opportunities to have passive income. And actually their aspiration, ironically enough, where the businessmen want to be considered professional poker players, the professional poker players, I think, would really love to be considered businessmen and branch out and be able to play in these things from that side at some point and not make poker their primary income stream. But, I mean, look, it's really cool. Obviously, that's going to be the event that a lot of us have circled. It was so exciting what we did out in London. But there's other stuff, too. There's the main events. We've got a short deck main event, 100K. We've got a long deck main event, 100K. The prize pools are going to be big. As you know, we always have rebuy periods in these things. So they can swell rather quickly because I don't know too many people that travel as far as Cyprus to buy in once and then hang up their cleats and say, no, I'm done in this event. Almost everybody buys in more than once, for sure.
So we're featuring 15 events in the upcoming 14 days. And what was the minimum buy-in? Or it's top up to 200K for the coin rivet. Mm-hmm. But what is the basic, like a minimum buy-in?
I believe the smallest buy-in is a 10K is what I've heard. The good thing about Triton is I remember back in Montenegro, like 25K I think was the smallest they did, if I recall correctly. But, you know, they listen to the players. They're like, okay, we know there's going to be some players that are out here for the other series that's been happening close by, so maybe we'll throw a 10K in there and get them in there. And they're like, oh, we never had a PLO event. Let's throw a PLO. Triton listens to the players. One of the things I love about it. So I believe there is a 10K in the schedule if I looked at it earlier. And then the 200K will be the largest buy-in.
And, of course, right now we're kicking things off with event number 1, which you can kind of see starting to take shape behind us. That is a 25K 8 max event. I'm seeing some faces that I haven't seen at Triton events before. Part of that is courtesy of the online qualifiers that have been run on GG Poker, where we have the likes of Thomas Mulacher, I believe, and Yuri Zivalevsky, who should be a very familiar name based on his performances at the World Series, a very talented Brazilian. Hasn't yet been to a Triton event. Love to see him out here. And obviously love to see people who might not have otherwise had a buy-in parlay $25, $250, $2,500 into a $25,000 seat. That's particularly nice to see. In terms of new faces that didn't come in through the online qualifier side, World Series of Poker main event champion Espen here playing in event number 1. Great to see him carry on the momentum of winning the main event into this. And then Sean Perry, who, if you don't see him, I promise you, you're going to hear him. He is one of the most talkative players in any poker tournament in which he's participating. So that'll be another interesting guy to keep an eye on. But then we've got other folks like Ignacio Moron Chavero. Doesn't have a really deep Hendon mob whatsoever. And we always kind of look at one another when we see this unfamiliar face show up. Who is this guy? Where's he coming from? What are his stats? What's the story here? Obviously, that's developing. We'll get to know them better. Don't want to bug them right now while they're out there and they're playing. But we've got 2 feature tables that you and I are going to be covering for a few hours coming up too, Randy. And Linus Lolliger, the infamous Linus Love, Matthias Eibinger, Kevin Pake, part of the Dutch contingent that came out and made a splash out in Madrid. And then, you know, you got Grafton, Kompors, Borikov, another new player, the third of them. It's almost time. I'm chomping at the bit. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I guess it's time to take down the action and then take a look at these 2 feature tables, because we this time have 2. One is blue, one is red, and then we have several big names on it. So for the next couple hours, let's...
Yeah, and let's not forget that the final table is going to happen tomorrow. We will be bringing you guys coverage of day 1, obviously, of event number 1 today straight through. We'll start tomorrow's coverage with the final table of event number 1. And then once that wraps up, obviously event number 2 is going to be in progress. We'll also bring you preliminary coverage of event number 2 as they play their way down to a final table, which we'll be taking the following day. And then we'll rinse and repeat that process throughout the week, which will be fun. And Lulu, you're going to be pulling double duty because you're not just working the desk. You're going to take this headset off and you're going to head back there and be doing what now? Winners interviews?
Yes. And we're going to just get down to the action and check out these feature tables.
Awesome. Hello, everyone, and welcome to coverage of event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Festival from North Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Diamond Resort, brought to you in part by GG Poker. I'm Ali Najad, joined by none other than Randy Liu. And that shot right there is an accurate representation of just how beautiful the backdrop is that we are playing poker in here just off the coast of Lebanon and Turkey. This little island is playing host to all of the poker talent on earth, it would feel like right now, just concentrated into not 1 but 2 feature tables. We'll have table 1 and table 2. We may refer to them as blue and red, as you see there. Players still getting registered for the event. First level, 500, 1,000 with the 1K ante. And as we look out, Randy, obviously some of these names will look familiar from prior festivals in terms of Lolliger, Eibinger, Pake, Chidwick, fixtures. Grafton also has been around. The new comers, Chavero and Borvikov, lesser-known commodities. Wayne Hyung, I believe, has also been around. But just getting our feet wet, so to speak. And some of those feet might actually be wet, as everybody seems to be at the pool or the spa before things get started in each given day. Very relaxed atmosphere, but obviously top-tier poker in store for all of us as you get a look at the Dutchman, Kevin Pake, who's going to kick things off with an ace-3 suited.
Hello.
Raising to 2,500.
Can't put the phone on. Can we put the phone on the thing?
I think you can put it here.
Yeah. What's the difference between these?
These count as 5.
Yeah, so as you said earlier, like it's just great to see all these new faces. I recognize some of these names because I watch some of these final tables sometimes online. Like I recognize this Borkov, but you know, table 1 is the table I'm after. Linus Liliger. I just love watching him all the time.
I mean, in terms of online, this guy has been really the monster under the bed for years now. I mean,
he's not under the bed anymore, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no, that's true. And in Madrid, obviously, we got a chance to see him live. But when you see some of these folks who are so technically superior online make the transition to come into live, Randy, is there an adjustment period, a time that's required for them to get their bearings? And do you see them executing on the same level when they have sort of other considerations, given that they're at the table and they're not behind a monitor?
Yeah, I would say it does, especially if you haven't played live at all, there is some adjustment that needs to be made. You know, but you get over it pretty quick when you're real. You just got to splash a couple chips, right? Play a couple hands here.
Well, there is our first look at Chavero, who picked up Laliger's 7 deuce and flops himself top pair. Takes a pot down there.
Giant table.
Yeah, I'm looking at this lineup at this featured table right now. It looks like a bunch of strong players. I'm not sure who that is in seat 1, though.
That's Borkov, isn't it?
Oh, that's Borkov.
I believe
okay.
so.
No, I only saw a screen
maybe I'm
name.
wrong.
I only saw the screen name in the future. No, I don't think it is. He's on
It
table
isn't?
2.
Hold on. He is at table 2. You're right. Let's get another peek here.
There's like a chip and
Just looking through the Triton Poker Plus app at present. Trying to get a sense of who that may be there in seat number 1. Could it be Kerem Tibuk?
Oh, must be another new name.
Turkish player.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Indeed it is. He's going to limp in with Queen Jack offsuit from the cutoff.
Yeah, you know, back in Montenegro and like every subsequent event after, you know, we might get like one new face here and there, right? But here we get so many new faces to try, and then the ones that did come to the previous event, they always come back. It is ever growing, and you know, it's cool to see here. Another flop here. It doesn't look like anyone's got anything. First one to stab wins.
Queen Jack high, currently the best hand.
Yeah, sit one. Can you put your cards in the box, please? This is your box.
sorry.
Yes, just for 3 seconds.
Kerem is being
I think so.
advised of some of the nuances of playing at one of our featured tables where the RFID decks do need to register your holding over the
Can help each other.
appropriate spot. Note that the king on the river here is actually going to create a chop between Laliger and Tibuk, whose jack no longer will play. Yes.
Oh, but the worst hand is betting.
Ooh, Ibinger taking a shot here.
It's credible.
Fold.
Yeah, one queen high into the muck.
Oh, this queen high's not out yet. There it is.
Yeah, and the other one into the muck as well. So nice opportunity there for Ibinger, playing under the Austrian flag to pick one up. Tremendous results for Ibinger over the course of his career. He has 1.8 million in career Triton earnings across 4 caches. His title actually came at the Cyprus warm-up event back in April, where he won the 50,000 No Limit Hold'em Turbo event for 676K. There is the legendary Stephen Chidwick under the gun.
Yeah, I remember back in Madrid, like he just kept getting deep run after deep run. Eventually shipped a huge tournament and to take that Player of the Year, currently Player of the Year. The guy, because I remember at the beginning it was Adamo winning 2 events, right off the bat in Madrid, and it was like, okay, who's gonna stop this guy? He's got Player of the Year. He's won so many No Limit events, and then Stephen Chidwick's like, well, you know what? I can play short deck and you can't, so I'm gonna take that Player of the Year from you.
That's true. Blind versus blind, heads up between Ibinger and Kevin Paquet here.
Things tend to be a little bit slow, of course, on level 1, but as people feel each other out. But it just takes like one little bit of blood to be struck where people start going a little crazy.
No betting post flop thus far as the board pairs on the river.
About 1,000.
Worthy of note also, Randy, I mean, the players are sitting quite deep.
200 big blinds, that's right.
This is no urgency whatsoever to amass chips early on. One can certainly afford to be patient.
You know what I'm going to say, Ali? Every single one of these guys, if any of them bust, will re-enter. I guarantee it.
Oh,
They
yeah.
won't show up
In a
very
25K
often.
especially.
Everyone's super quiet.
Yeah, no
The
big
table is
odds.
very entertaining, so that's actually good for us.
Let's let's.
Oh.
No, I need to be. I need ratings to play.
I saw hit flash.
Interesting exchange there. It looked like Kedem Tibuk is taking issue with the fact that everyone's quiet and relaxed. He's like, listen, guys, let's party.
Yeah.
Let's get chatting. Let's liven up this table.
That's why I like, you know, when we talk about the coin rivet later, we're going to have the businessman on one side, the pros on one side. I want to watch the businessman, personally. You know, I think they're going to be lively, having fun, splashing around. Not to take away anything from the pros out there. I know they're going to be great players, but, you know, I can watch them these other events as well.
2 red 5s for Laliger, who raised it up after Tibuk limped his suited ace.
Yeah,
Third pair effective on the King 10-4 board for Linus. He will fire the C-bet.
Yeah, I think he's c-betting here, thinking that, you know, if Tibuk is limping a decent part of his range, he's probably very wide. We'll just check fold a lot, but he's still calling him ace-6 of clubs here.
I like
Hits
that
the
stickiness,
6.
by the way. Yeah, and he does hit the 6 to jump out in front of Laliger right now. Such an improbable sort of outcome for Linus. But you would see a lot of pros also float there with the backdoor Broadway draws, the backdoor club draws, looking to pick up some equity and maybe create an opportunity on the turn to pick up the pot. With the check back from Linus now and the king pairing on the river, that ace-6 begins to look even more attractive. And see a little smirk there on Linus's face. Note that as an unknown, all eyes in terms of the pros are going to be fixed on every pot in which Tibuk is playing. He's, you know, they're trying to build a baseline, build a profile. What does he limp with? What's his range? What is he open raising with?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. These guys probably don't know how he plays. He might have been playing some of the high roller events right before this Triton started, but those are whole cards down, I believe. So, you know, this is information gathering time for them, you know, in the early levels.
It is important to mention that there has been poker here for a couple of weeks leading in to the Triton event, the Mediterranean Poker Party. I know the Irish Poker Open was part of this. And the folks over at Lux and Pay and Rob Young really pulled together a nice little kind of preliminary warm-up series, or multiple series, that did culminate in a 5K and a 10K, which did draw some interest from the likes of Phil Ivey and Paul Pua. Not sure who else from our Triton regular crew was here for that, but there is certainly the chance that Tibuk and and others have had some seat time with one another prior to this event number 1 here in Cyprus, as now Tabuk inherits the pocket 5s from Lawlager, who has 2 deuces and is behind.
3,000.
Just going to lead out. So my expectation is that the regs don't really know how this guy plays right now, right? Like, they're not expecting his leads and not expecting some of these floats. So, you know, I think, you know, they're either going to make some good adjustments, some really poor adjustments until they figure out what he's got.
And look, this is very much an example of Lawlager trying to figure out what's going on here. This is just a simple case of not assessing an ace to Tabuk's range when he leads in this spot. Looks like a somewhat weak bet, but note that Tabuk does make the call, not simply intimidated by the presence of the 2 aces. And now with the call and then check, what will Linus do here on the turn after a king is rolled off? Can't beat a 3, can't beat a king, can't beat an ace or any other pocket pair.
Wow, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, nevertheless, firing almost 3/4 pot.
I think his logic is, would you really lead an ace into on the ace-ace-3 rainbow? Like, he probably feels like it's a 3. He saw this guy already check call of ace-6 high earlier. Wow, what a play.
And it really did boil down to Linus just not giving his man credit for the ace and deciding to lean.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'll tell you, I don't think Linus has solved for that play right there from his opponent, right? Like, he's usually trying to solve against regs and how they play,
Right.
but, you know, that was just good on-the-fly adjustment, and that's what you need. As a poker player, you need, yes, you need to solve, do solvers and study that stuff, but you need that natural instinct as well.
I think that's why it's so cool when we have the opportunity to really watch the collisions between the recreational and businessman players and the professional players. And it's not something that I haven't touched on in the past, and I touched on it in the pregame show, but a lot of times the pros can fall into sort of that pattern of groupthink. We all have the same solver info, we all understand hand range advantages, all this and all that, and it becomes just a function of who's executing better. But once you sprinkle these unknown guys in there, now they have to jog a different part of their brain, you know, exercise and work out that muscle in a new way, one that they haven't. And I think it's why a lot of times, you know, people will talk about somebody like Phil Hellmuth, not a stranger to anybody who's watching our broadcast, not a participant in the Triton series per se, but how he excels in these multi-table tournaments against unknown players, recreational players, non-pro players, whereas a lot of pros might struggle because they're approaching things and attacking the game as though they're playing against people that can appreciate what it is that they're out there doing and the way in which they're taking lines and crafting, you know, a hand. If they can't understand the language that you're speaking, no matter how eloquent the poker is that you're playing, then it's a lost cause, right?
Exactly. And this is a new player as well. I don't know how to say that name, though.
Chavero.
No.
Oh, the other one. Oh, sorry,
I was like,
sorry.
wow. These are turning
Vezhnikov.
into
Yeah.
these.
Vezhnikov, the Russian. Yes, another new player who is just sprinkled into the mix. Good observation there from you. And he's got himself top pair, top kicker here in a 3-way pot. Chavero was the raiser under the gun with the pocket sixes pre-flop. Follows through for 2,500 now, despite those 2 coordinated and suited overcards, which create a lot of texture. Tabuk with the ace of diamonds working is going to flat, and now we'll see how Vezhnikov reacts.
Yeah, interesting spot. Some people raise, some people call. Some people don't like to bloat the pot too big when it's this deep because it makes things awkward when funny cards come off. So he just calls here, but I do think he's got the best hand. Ace 5 improves.
Yeah, Tabuk hits a pair, but doesn't pick up the flush or straight draws that I think he had in mind, more so. As such, he checks. Vezhnikov does the same, and now for Chavero, the 2 6s really have dried up considerably. So a check back in order, and on the river, ace jack is still best.
Yeah, pretty safe card. Only worried about 8-9. I would be value betting this ace-jack. No questions asked, in my opinion. Just hope to get called by worse jack. Guess the question is what size to make it.
About 8,000.
Looks like it's about half the pot. Hoping for some crying calls.
Fold.
Got one lay down. It's two. Veshnikov.
Artem Veshnikov. There's our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, who doesn't get a lot of sleep on these Triton Festival stops, as he is here bright and early, helping to get everything set up. He and his team, top.
They're top. Like, and I hear the
class,
players always talk about praise how good he is as a tournament director. And makes you feel welcome. Gets, got the rules. Yeah, it's real chill.
I'll say this: it's one of those positions where the better you are at it, the less people notice you. It's
true.
It's unfortunate because obviously you'd like to receive some recognition, but if I don't know you're out there as a TD, then that means everything's going according to plan and everything's happening seamlessly and flawlessly. It's only when something is out of whack and I need to talk to somebody about it that the TD tends to come into focus. So the less we see of Luca, the less that he's being called upon by the players, the more emblematic of the terrific job that he does. That is. So deuce 5 suited. Picks up a gut shot straight draw on the ace-6-4 board against Chidwick, the opener with King Jack. First involvement we've seen from Steven.
We're definitely going to see this gut shot continue, whether it's check call, check raise.
Does have backdoor clubs as well.
Exactly. When
Could
you got the gut shot and you got the backdoor clubs, it's always enough to continue.
And I think Chavetto's choice to check raise to 8,000 immediately shows me, Randy, that this guy has some chops because it's not the sort of line that we would anticipate a recreational player to take. And in doing so, he's managed to pick up the pot on that rainbow ace-high board where very few hands can continue.
Yeah, so if he was applying as a businessman, it's not going to work anymore, right?
Other than through your account, which is...
And looks like we're getting our first peek over at the red table where we find the Dutchman Brian Comphorst with ace-queen offsuit on the button, opening to 3,000. And Ben Tollerene, who Randy, in my conversations with a lot of the pros, is really said to be one of the best poker players in the world. And we haven't seen a lot of him of late. Obviously, he was a force on high roller tours for a while. It's my first opportunity to see him in action since COVID. But he is back, and I don't think that's good news for everybody out here looking to take down Triton titles, that's for sure. The 3-bet to 13,000 off of Queen Jack suited from the small blind.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I'm actually in shock that Ben Tollerene is here. I haven't heard his name in a while, but this is cool to see. He's the 3-better. They both flop a queen.
Yeah, not cool to see if you're Tollerene because you have top pair and you are out-kicked by Comphorst in a 28K pot.
Tollerene is pre-flop 3-better. A lot of times, kind of continuation bet here. Put a small bet, see what develops. We are playing 200 big blinds deep. You got to remember that. So he's going actually 20K. It's quite a sizable bet.
10% of a starting stack.
It's a good way to point out. Ace Queen here, top pair, top kicker.
Did you play a lot of these before in Triton?
Usually you'll just call here. Your opponent, of course, can still be have you beat with like over pairs, kings, aces. You want to play cautious because you are 200 big blinds deep.
And Ben's really pressing the issue in terms of bloating this pot. You know, one pair is one pair, whether it's top pair, top kicker or not. It is vulnerable to the aces and the kings of the world.
So it's like
4 on the turn makes 6-7
I
to
got
get
back
there.
and forth, and I got- not saying
But we're playing 3-bet pot, more narrow ranges, a little bit discounted. Ace queen.
kind of like big morale, like
Should
my
feel
friend.
pretty confident here, but sometimes you check here because like, oh, I don't want to get checked raise all in. Don't know what to do with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
So that's why he's cautious. It's not
Yeah.
that he's a little bit worried, but he still thinks he's got the best hand a lot.
Yeah, a little pot control, but now a very wet 10 of hearts on the river. Flush draw gets there.
Perhaps.
Tolerine does unblock hearts, obviously, holding the
Yeah.
2 clubs in his hand.
Is Queen Jack worthy of a value bet? It's scary because you can see someone like kind of play cautious with a better hand as well on the turn. Does he block bet maybe? Try to get called by 2 jacks.
Yeah, with 68K in the middle, obviously you'd prefer to dictate the sizing on the river by maybe going small. But the downside to doing that is sometimes you open up the action to your opponent putting in a raise and really leaving you in a difficult spot. With a second check in front of him now on consecutive streets, Comphorse really should get the sense that this ace-queen is the best hand.
Yeah, I think Ace Queen is worthy of a bet. Like, if you're playing against recreational weaker players, you might, oh, they're just scared. I'll be cautious of Ace Queen. But here, you got to value bet against such like aggressive 3-betters. Ace Queen. It seems unlikely that Tolerine check turn and river with kings and aces. Got an ace to block aces a little bit.
And certainly a flush, one would assume, would be betting here.
Yeah, I like going for a size. Let's see what he got here.
This is healthy. 42 into 68.
It's actually quite interesting because you're Tolerine, you're like, well, I've got top pair. But if you look at the way the board's run on the guy's betting, it doesn't really make sense for Comphorse to turn a pair into a bluff. A lot of times they would just check back an 8,
Yeah,
a 10.
with showdown value.
Yeah, so what does he beat really? Like, maybe like an ace-5 that decided to turn into a bluff all of a sudden. Even then, sometimes those hands check because, they beat ace-kings and stuff like that. This is a tough spot. I wouldn't fault him either way what he decides. But no, like, obvious bluffs got there, right? Because if it wasn't a 10 of hearts, like a 10 black, you're like, oh, he missed hearts. I'll calm him down.
More spread across your inner circle or whatever.
Some percentage of the time, of course, the call by Comphorse on the flop would simply be a float. But Tolerine getting away from top pair jack kicker, and I'll tell you what, Randy, that is not the kind of fold that comes easily to most players.
Yeah, that is a tough fold. So a lot of guys are like, well, as long as I'm at the top of my range, then I'll just, throw in a call. But, you got to use your instincts there. Tolerine, who's been out of the live tournament scene, I think, for many years now, comes back and still playing top-notch poker. That's the kind of spot where I throw into 42K. I'm like, okay, I'm getting warmed up now.
Yeah. He already had 48,000 invested in terms of the pre-flop 3-bet and then the follow-through sizing on the flop.
And also I have my non-poker friends because obviously I'm from UK, and so
in here. I love this guy. He's so chatty. Just commentates for us.
He really does.
Through these years and the terrible conversation and me trying to get them to flip for dinner when it's not really appropriate. Anniversary dinners or whatever. But.
Trying to get your non-poker friends to flip for like 2K dinners.
Yeah, but it's it just means that when I'm there, I tend to see my non-poker friends a bit more because I'm seeing everyone on the tour.
Yeah.
Looks like a walk for one of our new faces, and Borikov, as Grafton was engaging World Series of Poker main event champion Espen Jorstad.
VP 0 and move on.
In seat 3.
Moving them.
Come on, Simpson, get it together, mate. Seriously.
Seat 9, oh, okay.
I was about to ask you,
Keep moving.
Did you watch Espen play at all? But
this is your stuff.
Oh yeah, I had the chance to commentate on him
on that big win.
Thank you.
In Vegas. Didn't have the final table, but in the run-up,
Nice.
certainly was impressed with what we saw. And it looks like his number's been called, so during the rebalancing process here, as players register.
What does this mean?
We'll see some shuffling.
Oh, yeah, you can, when you get short, you can give that, and like if you ran out, I could give you
9,
9.
9
I got you. Yeah.
Moving along.
Yeah.
I understand.
So, it's just they don't want a big pile.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I know we're just getting started here in Cyprus, Randy, but there's always some speculation as to where Triton is headed next.
Yeah.
Obviously, with respect to lockdowns and COVID, there were some challenges, some festivals that had been planned that we had to postpone and ultimately cancel. Rumor out there is that Vietnam is on the horizon for us.
The guy with
Dubai could possibly be part of our calculus. And then I know the one that I thought we were oh so close to going to Bali, and I was so excited. I've been a few. Have you been to Bali before?
I have not.
Oh my goodness, so amazing! I'm a little bit surprised as an Aussie that you haven't been there, because a lot of Melbourne, Sydney, all the stag parties, they all run up to Bali and you know, rage and party and have a good time. You really can get like a multiple different experiences there. You can do like Ubud, which is the spiritual center of the island. You can party it up in Seminyak. You go to Nusa Dua and
So
be
at the
fancy.
spiritual spot, can I get like the frog poison or whatever I need?
Oh, right. Yes, the frog poison, Randy, as any good poker player knows, is a compulsory aspect. Meanwhile, ace 7-5, 2 hearts here, and a heads-up pot between the chatty Grafton and looks like a local.
I got it in my pocket.
Badir, another
yeah, I don't know. It's
newcomer.
my style.
Salahuddin
Put in the
Badir,
uppies to get the
his full
cards
name.
from the other guys.
Check on the flop and now on the turn, as well as Badir has picked up the Gutshot Broadway draw. Grafton still in front with his pair of 7s.
Sometimes guys like to multi-barrel when they pick up that gut shot. If you're attacking the big blind defends so much trash. They got 5, 6, 7, 8. They're probably not going to call you down 2 bets. So it is reasonable to fire on a bet. I love this from Badir. It's a big bet too.
Yeah, full pot plus. And it does feel a little bit like a big king that hit the turn and doesn't feel like he's up against an ace. Very plausible. And so Grafton takes a beat, but sends the best hand into the muck. So nice touch of aggression being shown there by Badir. And on the topic of aggression, those tattoos aren't exactly conservative. Right there on the fingers. I wonder what this guy's resume has in store.
I like that, you know, and this is also one of those spots where, like, guys probably don't know how he plays, right? They're gathering some information here in level 1. We've got this double featured table, which is awesome. Yeah. I don't recognize them. There's so many new faces here at this event, I realize. Campors, I believe maybe his first time at Triton. I don't know. Was he also at the last?
No, Campors was there in Madrid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only allowed to use with good hands.
Along with Luke Gilles and
But Tollerane definitely knew.
Kevin Paquet. But yes, Ben Tollerane is a first timer. Wayne Hyung was there in Madrid as well.
Yeah, you touched up earlier on Tollerane saying you heard he was one of the best, and I can confirm. He was definitely known as the top PLO dog for a long time. Even top No Limit, he likes to play a lot of heads up.
Yeah.
He's like the guy sitting by himself. So yeah, confirm.
So Hong Kong's Wayne Hyung with Queen Jack offsuit in the cutoff. Opens. Takes it down.
Yeah, we got a lot of high rollers here from Hong Kong playing the Triton. They only play the Triton series, you know? Like
yeah, Madrid was Wayne's first stop. He cashed in his very first event.
Correct.
4th place, picking up 172,000 euros. Obviously, easy to get the bug when you get early results.
My favorite player from Hong Kong that plays the Triton series, you know who that is?
Danny Tang?
No, Elton
Elton
Sang.
Sang. That was my second guess, for sure. Elton's a guy who's always having a good time out there. Is Ivan Lau playing under the Hong Kong flag as well?
No, Ivan Lau's in
Or is he
Malaysia.
playing Malaysia. Okay. I like watching Ivan play as well.
Yeah, he's great.
He and Elton kind of remind me of one another in that sort of like, I'm willing to just fire at any given point and ask you the question.
And to have a good
Put
time.
the pressure on you. Yeah. Tollerane with the King 10 suited here. Makes it 2,500. Wayne Hyung is Queen suited. See if he's got a 3-bet on tap. Indeed he does. Upstairs we go to 9K.
Grafton, pocket kings, cold 4-bet coming. Grafton plays kind of wild, so it wouldn't shock me if we get some more action from Wayne. When this 4-bet comes in, depending on the sizing. 27,000, a full 3x 4-bet. Because we're playing 200 big blinds deep, we will see people size up a bit.
27,000, making quick work of that King 10 suited. Now we'll see just what kind of appetite sitting this deep Wayne Hyung has for post-flop engagement with Ace-Queen suited. It appears the hunger is there. I feel like I prefer that Ace-Queen suited in position. Obviously, we're not always given these choices, of course.
Oh, you don't have it? Yeah.
Yeah, it helps to be deeper, so you can get away with calling a little bit more 4-bets and stuff like that. But you know, Wayne might be like, you know, gotta defend Hong Kong here. This new guy, I don't know if these guys have played with each other at all, but a lot of guys probably wouldn't have played with Wayne, is my guess. Pocket kings, safe board. I'd imagine the C-bet is coming.
Yeah, Wayne did play 3 events out in Madrid.
And we did have Grafton in Madrid, didn't we?
And Grafton was there as well, so
Third
2 of them,
pot.
I believe, have had a chance to square off against one another.
And so here are the events, Cyprus and
So
Progress.
Ace-Queen is tough here because you're playing against a cold 4-bet. If you're playing against a 3-bet, you wouldn't be folding the Ace-Queen on this flop, just because of the good backdoors, potentially the best hand. Looks like he's still going to continue. But, you know, with cold 4-bet ranges, Grafton's range should be stronger than normal.
Well, the King of Hearts came to mind as an interesting turn card, but not so lucky as the 3 of Spades rolls off instead. Wayne does pick up the wheel draw. Really was hoping for a heart, obviously, as he checks a second time over to Grafton. The pot almost 100K now. Biggest we've seen to this point
I'd be
here in
feeling
level 1.
very good if I was Grafton the value bet here again. He knows he's got a little bit of crazy image. Only worried about pocket 10s, really. Don't know if he expects like an ace-4 suited to call his cold 4-bet. I would like to see a bet, but, you know, Grafton's got his own style of play. We'll see.
This board really does read so safe for Grafton, and you would hate to let an ace-X take a free pull at the river here.
Yeah, like an ace-5.
48.
I love this bet.
Half pot?
Yeah. Set up the river jam. It comes to it.
No need, it would appear, as I believe Wayne's hand hit the muck quite some time ago. So a nice pickup there. For Sam Grafton, playing under the English flag, the Union Jack, $844,000 in career Triton earnings, courtesy of his one and only event that he played in Madrid, which was the 100K main.
Yeah.
And that was his one and only cash. He made the final table, finishing in 5th place for 716,000 euros.
And that's why he's back. He's like, wow, I should have played more then. Definitely
Yeah.
want to play the smaller events here
Right.
now.
As I recall, his good friend Orpin Kisuchikoglu was also at that table with him.
That'd be the one Henrik Eklund won, right?
The main, yeah.
Who was the main?
In Madrid. Just confirming that for you, but almost positive.
Can you put the card in? Yeah, you have like this.
Chobinen. Look,
You have
he's
to put
rocking
them
some
2 seconds
Triton
and then
gear
you can,
already. I
take
like
them
this.
again.
New guy to the scene. Of course, he's already sporting new gear.
You can do whatever you want now with your cards.
As Bahram Chobinen playing under the Iranian flag, my countryman.
Nice. So you got a little bias. You're rooting for him to hit the Hit something?
I'm riding that horse all the way to the final table, buddy. 8-9 for Comphorst here as a gut shot straight draw on that Jack High Rainbow board, which was checked in both seats. And now Comphorst will sprinkle 4K. Out there. And an easy release for the Queen High.
I have to go to doctor or the cards are small.
Very small.
They're very small.
They've all got giant hands. It's like we're
There is
taking
no.
big hands.
Yeah, very small, really. I feel same.
Good sense of humor on our newcomer. I either have to go to the doctor or the cards are small.
No, I cannot fund. No, it's very small.
Yeah, it is.
Now I look like, you know, business.
I've never heard anyone talk about cards being too small in my life.
Really? Well, have you ever heard him talk about them being too big?
Like 3,000.
No.
Not the physical size of the card, but the faces on them.
Oh, I
Because
thought-
there's yeah, no. It's the
I was
actual
lost. I
faces
was
on
like-
the cards. As we've got a little collision brewing here between Grafton and Comphorst, Randy. Ace Queen and Ace Jack, hijack button. Grafton opening to 3,000. In comes that predictable 3-bet from Ace King, which doesn't like too much company out of the blinds. 10K to go. Note another ace already in the muck out of the blinds. Another 7K for Grafton to make the call.
250 big blinds deep. Call is the standard play here. Play cautious, but you know you're up against people who 3-bet aggressively. Nothing.
Yeah, fairly dry texture on the 8-high rainbow flop. We'll see how these ace highs elect to proceed. Obviously, Comphorst has the initiative as the pre-flop 3-better on the button. Benefit of position.
A lot of guys go for like a small third pot bet.
Yeah, just something to draw the curtain here and now, if possible. But there is some balance. I think you'll see a little bit of check back from time to time as well to sort of protect their check back range.
Ace Queen might come along here. But he's going to lay it down.
Wow.
Good. Save some money.
Yeah.
I think when he saw the half pot bet, he was like, all right, fine, I'll just let it go. If it was a little bit smaller, he probably would have put a little chips in there. Nice little save.
And note that's some of the nuance, right? Because Comphorst is very well aware of the fact that the smaller he sizes there, the broader a range of hands that are going to come along, the less information he's going to be able to glean from the call. Whereas once he gets up into that half pot plus range, he can sort of narrow the sort of hand composition that Grafton would be willing to continue with.
Exactly. Like, if you bet bigger, you wouldn't expect, like, really random floats to come in, and then you might have to, you can, you know, safely fold the river if it goes blank. But, you know, when you bet tiny, then you start hero calling some random boards. You know, these are things you need to think about as a poker player playing these high stakes, and, you know, like, it might seem very small as a viewer, like, oh, what's the difference between like 2,000 more chips or something? But it's actually quite a lot.
A7 suited. Or Badir. No takers. He's looking relaxed. Quite a bit of poker gets played out here in Cyprus between these tournament series, by the way. I mean, my understanding is just geographically the advantage for Cyprus, such that a lot of the Middle East, North Africa, Europe can all get here within a couple of hours. Really, the poker room here at the Merit Resort is kind of the epicenter of cash game action.
Yeah, it's very nice to have like a very central location. A lot of guys will come to, and you know the American players will come out if the game seems large enough for them. And you know a lot of Americans have come out here. You know Isaac Haxton. You said that Sean Perry came out. It's just an ideal spot. You know, like the guys from Malaysia, like, they're kind of running the tournament, so they came out here already, right? You don't need to convince them to come out. So, yeah, it's just these tournaments are just getting bigger and bigger each time. New faces, you know, like.
And they may be new to you and I, Randy, but they could very well be fixtures here in the Merit Poker Room in between, you know, these tournament series. Guys who have managed to run well in the cash games, spin up a bankroll, right? And now are parlaying it into one of our Triton events. Not to cut you off there. We did see an open with King 7 suited, by the way, from Chobinen, who is fifth currently with his 200K starting stack.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, yeah, sure.
See, change everything.
Yeah, no worries.
Wayne Hyung down at 143,500. Currently short stack. Still very early from North Cyprus here. Did you fly in through North Cyprus or did you come in through the Greek side, Larnaca?
Larnaca.
Yeah. So you had to take that car ride and
that was
work
terrible.
your way past the border.
We had like the single lane, like full traffic, wasn't moving. I fell asleep. I just woke up and I was there.
Either Westminster University or...
Actually had Jungle Man Dan Cates on my flight here, coming directly into the North Cyprus side. A little bit easier in terms of customs and immigration. A limp from the two black deuces of Chobinen.
Yeah, so you never lived there, right?
Hyung pops it.
Hi.
Queen Jack suited.
Such a great city. And it's hard to top
Try to hit that duck.
The duck hunt is on. An extra 3K is invested. And the heart in the window, followed by another one behind it, is good news for Wayne Hyung, but better news for Chobinen, who has the bottom set now. Checks it over to Wayne, and this texture certainly feels like good stuff for Hyung. 10,500 in the middle, expect a bet.
No.
And just how big did he go? 5,500, targeting half pot.
I can see a check raise coming in here. Trying to, you know, we got a lot of stack to play for. Doesn't hurt to try to put some chips in there.
Did Chobinen just flat? He did. So he is going to be slow playing this hand, and more equity picked up on the turn for Wayne Hyung, as a 10 would now give him the queen high straight, courtesy of that 8.
Lead out now. Okay, this is interesting.
We'll stop and go. And I wonder what Wayne is going to make of this. Obviously, his hand is still just queen high, but good amount of equity here against a wide variety of hands.
Yeah, he's not sure what he's up against. It's like, okay, does he got like a weak 9 that can't handle the heat? Do you really turns like some 2-pair? I don't think he thinks that Chobinen has a set. Should be interesting. He's got the position. You can see what develops.
Yeah.
Just calls.
I think that's the clean way to proceed for Wayne, especially with such limited information.
Or did he use a time? Because it doesn't look like...
Yeah, we haven't registered.
He put something in.
Time banks, by the way, are represented by the blue-colored square plaques in front of each player. The stack provided to them to start the event.
It's a raise.
Oh, it is a raise. And this makes things interesting. Up to 31,000 we go. And is Chobinen going to look to jam?
So the way Chobinen's played the hand has got him the most action, right? Like, this lead looks weak. It's only half the pot of turn. What's he doing here? Let's see. Is he calling chips?
They are indeed. I'm a little bit befuddled at his choice to flat, given the texture on board, as opposed to re-raise. And now the 5 of hearts on the river. Disaster for the set of deuces.
What is he thinking? Potentially a block bet? Wayne's like, oh my god, I hit my hand. Block bet is coming.
Yeah, pretty interesting. I mean, 6-7 gets there. The hearts get there.
36.
Maybe we take the former
36.
out of Wayne's range, but hearts certainly a possibility. Every now and again, we're up against a set of 9s or a set of 8s.
So Wayne right now is thinking, okay, am I ever against a bigger flush? Or do I just go for a jam, try to get called by worse? I don't think he's expecting all these leads and stuff like that, so he doesn't really know how strong of a hand Chopin has right now.
To be fair, I'm not sure Chobana knows exactly where he's at here. A lot of times it's insecurity that causes the lead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wayne, I think he's, we know he's not folding. He's just wondering if he should raise. Potentially get value or value on himself against an ace-high flush.
I mean, the raise at this point would have to be an all-in. And indeed, Wayne is moving all in. And now, for Chobin, this is almost all of the remainder of his chips on request here. The big bulk of them, at least. As it would be, well, 68,000 more for him to call. So he'll have about 60K left.
Yeah, so he's wondering, okay, would Wayne raise me on the turn with just a flush draw after I lead out? There's those time bank cards. Very necessary here.
And this is far and away the biggest pot that we have played thus far.
Yeah, and it's got some different lines, so it's really hard to say like what both of them are thinking. It's not one of these normal standard lines, so it's interesting. Let's see, it's about 70,000 more. It'd be a crazy bluff, but
credit to Chobin, by the way, for exercising his time banks here. He recognizes the vulnerability of these two deuces.
Yeah. Makes the call.
Does make the call, however, and is going to be shown the flush. Massive pickup for Wayne Hyung, who will vault to the top of the chip counts here at the red table. An awful development there for the newcomer Bahram Chobanen. As we swing it back over to our blue table. Table 1, as it were. Reminder that you can follow along on the same delay in which we are delivering the stream through the Triton Poker Plus app, so there'll be no spoilers whatsoever. You can take a look at each and every one of the tables that are being assembled here in event number 1, including our 2 features, overall chip counts, and even track hands and stack trajectories. Just a
one of those
incredibly
qualifiers
robust.
right there. I'm not sure if you were Thomas Mühlacker.
Ah, yeah, one of our GG Online qualifiers. The Austrian. Looks like he's getting involved in a pot with Chavero, the opener, who has King-Queen. He's got Ace-8 suited, and then Kerem Tibuk in the big blind. Joins the party with an Ace-3 off. 3-way to the flop, which is 9-8-4. Mühlacker out flopping the field.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of whole card up of Mühlacker playing. Absolutely love the way he plays. The guy goes up his read, makes some crazy plays if he needs to, big hero calls, so it's very cool to see. Checks around. 8 is still good. I would think, no, yeah, he's going to check. Playing cautious, the 3 diamonds out there.
Sure.
Maybe some people playing cautious as well. Ace-3 though, going for it.
Yeah, look at Tibuk. This guy's got some swag to him.
I like it.
Easy release for King-Queen. Now back over to Mühlacker.
You know, checks around, they look weak. You know, if they call you, you can still hit a diamond, maybe be good. An ace, a deuce. Ace-3 is a good bet here. Ace-8 though, probably will peel one off and see what happens on the river.
Indeed, the 6K does get called. Pot up to 20,500 and 5 pairs on the river. Actually, not a bad card for Mulacher.
Yeah, it's this is a type of card where it's hard to bet one more time for Tabuk because like a 9 looks pretty confident, so that's why he just gives up.
Yeah, took his one stab.
Like if we had seen an overcard on the river, then maybe you go for one more and get those little middling pairs to fold, but
Sure.
ace 8 there is pretty strong. So this is the first time you've seen this dual feature table, Ollie?
No, in London
No?
was my very first ever event.
God about
right?
that. Yeah.
And you were there?
It's been so long, I can't remember anymore.
It has. It has. Well, we talked about the opportunity for you to qualify for Triton events on GG Poker, as Mulacher has done. There's also the opportunity to pick up a World Series of Poker bracelet, as the online WSOP is currently in progress on GG Poker. Certainly worth a visit over to their site. Register for an account if you haven't already and get yourself in the mix. Actually did some commentary along with Jeff Gross for the Mystery Bounty event, which is a format that has really grown in popularity. People like to gamble.
Yeah.
The random chance of drawing a bounty.
Yeah, I think that's really cool, and then they put that into some of those GG Online events, which is really nice, right?
Scott Ball ended up winning
Yeah.
the $1 million bounty right off the top. So that was a bit of disappointment to the remainder of the field, as you want to keep the big bounties in play as long as possible. But
I remember I
as luck would
messaged him, I
have
was
it.
like, so you won the $1 million as well? And he was like, yeah, apparently so. He thought he only won a $1,000
That's right.
bounty, didn't even know. Yeah, but he's coming out to the Triton series. I don't know if you know that, to play that coin rivet.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That'll
all
be
these
cool.
newcomers.
Very much looking forward to seeing some unfamiliar faces. It's always a treat. As we see another three-way affair. 2 hearts, 2 kings, and a 7 on the board. Advantaged pocket 8s for Mulacher, and may be able to milk some money off of Vezhnikov's stack. However, it is Chavero, who is the razor under the gun with the suited connector, that is doing the betting.
Everyone, this little piece with 7-6. It's tricky. You see a bet and a call. So
Yeah.
how good is 7-6?
Exactly. Every now and again, this one can just hit the muck.
But then again, it's only 2,500, 2.5 big blinds, so you might be like, maybe I'll see what happens. But I would not fault him if he folds here.
Yeah, the overcall quite a bit more hazardous than a regular call, but as opposed to a fold, it is option C that Vezhnikov comes with, making it 9K, and look how strong this looks.
It looks strong to me. 10-9 suited should be thrown into the muck, but the Mulacher pocket 8s. Is he going to continue?
Kind of a tall order, right? Because Vezhnikov's willingness to check raise 2 players
Looks stronger.
on the paired board absolutely carries more weight to it. But Mulacher astutely recognizing that the range isn't 100% King X or better than pocket 8s. As such, he does peel, pot up to almost 30,000. A very dry turn card, which isn't likely to send Mulacher's hand into the muck. He also does have position, let's not forget.
7-6, kind of an interesting spot, because he doesn't know if he's up against a king or a flush draw or a 7. So let's see what he decides to do. I think he's reaching for betting chips. Wow.
Pretty bold. Sizing 13,000 into 28, south of half pot.
Mulacher might be thinking, okay, am I getting milked, or does this
Yeah.
guy got a flush draw?
Yeah.
And he doesn't have either. That's the thing. It looks pretty milky though, right? I'm like, man, this guy's trying to get me. He's got like a king queen, a king jack, but can he make the call?
Well, the trouble for Mulacher is really there's only one path to improvement,
Wow.
and that's another 8. And if we make this call of 13,000, the pot goes up to 55. How big do we expect to face a bet on the river if it's a 3-barrel affair? And so that factors in as the 2-8s hit the muck. Nice aggressive line there from the newcomer, the Russian, Artem Vezhnikov. Well, just because they're new to Triton doesn't mean they're new to poker, Randy.
No, definitely not new to poker. That was a very bold play, and it worked out. Somehow got the 2-8s to fold. I'll tell you, put this hand in some other people's shoes, right? Those 2-8s somehow win this pot, right? They just, one little bet, we check down,
right.
you know, play it nice.
Right.
But yeah, that was cool. And it's just the opening event. It's going to get crazier as things wind down to the deeper buy-ins. Garagnani. Garagnani?
I'm going to go with Garignani.
There we go. You know what? The Brazilian. New to Triton?
Yep, Pedro Garignani. First ever Triton event for him. Making it 7,000 to go into the gun with the suited connector.
Are we thinking mischips, misclick, or is this standard 7X open?
Oh, I don't think there's anything standard about a 7X open, Randy, but maybe even less standard is the flat with Jack-9 suited on the button. Wonder what Tabuk is thinking. Remember, he was there when there was just 5-handed at this table talking about, guys, let's go, let's have some fun, let's do some things, and he is.
I'm thinking Pedro misclick because I know he's a very good player. But who knows? But look at this action flop, Jack-9. You know, yes, that's top pair and a gut shot, but I liking the Jack-9 of hearts right now.
Garignani with the gut shot straight draw and top pair. The gutter is shared by Tabuk, who has a check to him, by the way.
Wow, check.
Checks back despite having the two-way straight draw and the hearts. Now an ace of clubs, which certainly is a card that Garignani could look to represent.
Yeah, he could look to represent it, but he's got a hand that wants to kind of show it down. So it's kind of like torn. He's like, well, you rep that ace, but if you got an ace, you're not folding, might blow up the pot for no reason. Looks like he does want to keep control. Small bet. Does the small bet sometimes invite some crazy plays? Let's see. It's a little bit afraid of the ace. But you know, it's credible. Under the gun opens, you're going to put him on ace a lot.
Right, the line certainly looks like an ace-X a lot of the time, but who cares? The 4 of hearts on the river is exactly what Tabuk had in mind as he has made his flush. It does put a 4-liner on the board as well. Any 6 would make the 8-high straight.
Yeah, Pedro should pretty terrified of the 8-9 here. Guess he's debating turning his hand into a bluff. Maybe he thinks Tabuk's got like an ace-jack, ace-10. Wouldn't be able to handle much heat, but then again, doesn't really make much sense to bet. Jack-9. Jack-high flush. 4-liner out there. I like this smaller sizing because it's very likely Pedro's got ace-king type hands, ace-queen, and they can't handle a huge bet on a 4 straight and a flush getting there. So good awareness of choosing the smaller sizing, hoping to get those types of hands to call.
Moving on to the next level, the 25K, 1,000, 1,500, 1,500.
Look at this. Garignani opened to 7,000, checked the flop, sprinkled the 5K out there on the turn, and then on the river just gets away from it. So perhaps a misclick, but kept the damage to a relative minimum. It appears that his time here at table 1 has drawn to a close, at least for the time being, as he is handed an empty rack and his new orders.
So we'll never know if it was a misclick unless you go through the Triton Poker app and look at some hands he's played. Maybe you can find out.
Right. If he's consistently opening to 7X, then maybe. King 9 offsuit. Not enough for Kevin Paquet under the gun, but of course 2 10s will invite Stephen Chidwick to open this pot.
3.5.
And with the blinds having crept up to 1,1500, he makes it 3,500 to go. Look at Tabuk. This is a guy to watch, Randy, as we're starting to see sort of his willingness to enter pots with a broader range, including those that are raised.
Yeah, he's got very wide range.
Oh, and if we think he's one to watch, how about the other newcomer here at the table, Vezhnikov, with Queen Jack offsuit, putting pressure on the field from the button. As he 3-bets to 12.5. And how will Stevie react?
2 10s, this deep. Standard is the call. It's the type of hand where you want to play it slow, try to hit a set, maybe, call one bet, check it down. King 6 suited. I mean, if I've got this far, maybe I'll just throw in a couple more chips. King 6 suited. Close the action. Who knows? It's okay. Queen Jack offsuit. Spicy.
So Chidwick does flat, facing the 2 overs, out of position, and Ace Queen 7 does put Vezhnikov in front.
Yeah, terrible board for 2 10s. Queen Jack, though, it's like, well, I was going to see bet any flop that missed me, but this is one of those marginal spots where maybe checking's okay or betting small. Small bet. One coming.
10-5 into 32.5. Sub 1/3 pot, and Chidwick puts the 2 10s into the muck.
Is he wearing something new from Triton? Because I see the words Triton Poker. I haven't seen this one before.
Now this hoodie.
Yeah.
It is new. Don't worry. First thing I did today when we came was stop by our little store, our pop-up shop. Many of the players, by the way, have done the same thing, especially those who are newcomers who have been watching all of the swag that the players have been wearing on the streams and eager to get their hands on some of their own.
I like it. It's got like this more casual print.
Yeah, kind of streetwear vibe.
Yeah, streetwear vibe. I like it. You see these guys' wardrobe now. Watch in a couple of days. It's going to be all Triton gear.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, this is not okay, Stevie. Let's change those hoodies around. New locker and t-shirt, no.
To be fair, that's a hoodie that you'll see a lot, especially in the high roller circuits. I know who makes it. It's a Lululemon piece. It is super comfortable. And you know how it is. You see somebody else wearing something, you're like, oh, that looks good. And then, where'd you get that? And then they go and get it, and then somebody else sees you wearing it, and then it's just cascades. 2 9s now for Vezhnikov. The follow-up back to the Queen Jack. He makes it 4,000 to go, but he's going to run into an Ace-King suited for Matthias Eibinger out of the small blind.
Gonna see some 3-bet come in if Ace-King suited from the small blind. Out of position. People will 3-bet bigger, reduce those implied odds. 21,000. That's why I see this big 3-bet. But even against the bigger 3-bet, since we're playing with 200k starting stacks, 2 9s is still enough to see a flop, in my opinion, from the cutoff against a small blind 3-bet.
5 seconds.
And sure enough, Vezhnikov does invest an additional 17,000 with those 2 9s, and Eibinger knows that that should be a real hand more often than not, and it just got a lot more real. Middle set on the Jack 9-7 board. Vezhnikov way out ahead of Eibinger now. Matthias just 4% with this Ace-King suited from this point forward.
I think this is one of those bad boards to c-bet too much with Ace-King. It's just like someone calls you 3-bet deep, like you're going to put him on Jack 10, 10 9, you know, pocket pairs, King Queens, King 10s. All these hands are going to call you. So, like, what is the point in c-betting this flop with Ace-King? Not much. That's why he checks. Plus, you'd also want to be cautious here if you had an overpair. So there we go, 15,000. Praying for something. You might see those two little clubs and one club on the board's like, maybe I get creative, but like, I'm worried. Let's beat those. Okay, so he's gonna make a call here. I believe the call here is to beat those king queens, king tens, ace 10, something that might take
Oh
a
my
step.
God.
Quad nines. Already?
4 nines on the turn for Vezhnikov, who really didn't need the help. That'll leave Ibinger drawing dead. And as you mentioned, Randy, Ibinger just looking to maybe see how much initiative Vezhnikov would continue to have after betting the flop in position.
Oh, he's like, do I bet? You know, you might be like, oh, you need to check these quads, right? But like, we're so deep, you want to try and set it up so you can get a lot of chips in, right? You can definitely see aces, kings, and queens checking this flop. Or like a, you know, some kind of hand that would just check call. That's still quite strong, so I don't fault him. I like he goes like less than half pot because, you know, you want your guy to call, right? He's got 2 10s. You don't want him to fold.
Note that Kevin Pake is absolutely invested in this particular pot, as he and the rest of the guys that are more familiar with one another are desperately looking to get as much intelligence as they can.
Yeah, he's almost kind of like
on the newcomers.
Tells or something. Who knows? Now he's looking away, but
I mean, for Ibinger, really nowhere to go with the ace-king at this point, right? I mean, call the 33 and hope for a check back on the river, a shutdown.
I guess he's wondering why his opponent is betting when the 9 pairs. If, say, he had like Jack 10, Queen Jack, would he still be betting? Probably not. So that's why he's a bit confused why Vezhnikov is still betting with the 9 pairing here.
And that leaves him thinking that maybe the ace-king is good against the likes of a king-queen.
Here we go. He does make that call. Wow. Drawing dead.
The real trouble would come if an ace or a king found its way to the river. Instead of very dry 3 of diamonds. And of course, if Ibinger thinks his hand was good on the turn, it's got to still be good here on the river.
It's got to feel so good to get called on the turn when you've got quads. Now Vezhnikov's thinking this guy's got like an overpair, maybe ace-jack. He knows his opponent, of course, cannot have a 9. He might go for a lot of chips here.
Let's have Ibinger covered.
5 seconds.
No obvious flush draw.
Looks like he's going to end up using a time bank here. You did see that hard swallow.
Mm-hmm. He's like, can I really go for all of it, or do I just need to size and go for crying calls? Big bet.
Bet 127,500.
Almost all the chips.
127,500. 175.
Not sure whether or not Vezhnikov realized that Ibinger has just 131,000 behind. You would think perhaps you would go for the full amount, although we're certainly still within the re-entry period. Doesn't really matter, but
Yeah, I think it's a small factor. I don't think it's going to be a deciding one for Ibinger on whether to call or not. Still trying to develop, recreate this hand, figure out what's going on. He's probably thinking, okay, would Vezhnikov really bet like a 10-9 on the turn? So maybe I put him on a lot less 9s.
it starts to feel a lot like pocket jacks to me.
Yeah, like
Randy.
a pocket jacks, pocket 9s, or 7s, and that's it. Like, that's what I'm kind of thinking.
9s feel so improbable. 7s maybe don't want to make the call with the 3-bet sizing that we came with. The jacks exactly that aren't enough hand to maybe want a 4-bet to that 21K pre-flop sizing out of Ibinger.
Jacks makes the most sense. Sizing wise, it's just like, third, like string your opponent along.
Yeah.
But then again, you're like, man, this guy really hit pocket jacks. But what about like the king queens? Would they really go bluff at me? I don't know how much history they've got with each other, especially with whole cards up. I've never seen Veshnikov play, so it could be a bit of that going through Ibinger's head. 25k buy-in. He's like, well, I stuck around the flop. I stuck around the turn of ace king. Do I just do one more? Deep in the tank.
Oh my goodness, Matthias does make the call with 5 seconds left before another time bank would be exercised, and that was pretty thin. But the line taken by Veshnikov did begin to feel more and more polarizing. And quad nines. Can't really be more wrong about your opponent's range than that, so Ibinger dealt a massive blow, and the newcomer, Artem Veshnikov, Randy, don't look now, but he has got himself a massive stack here at this featured table.
Yeah, hero call gone wrong. Just, you feel a little bit like, oh man, this is what I thought. I mean, he probably put his opponent on the pocket jacks, but that feels brutal. He lost a lot of chips there, right? Almost 200.
Oh, he's only got 3,000 or 4,000 left in front of him.
2 blinds. I guess he's loading up to 25k.
And with that pot, Veshnikov becomes the overall chip leader here in event number 1 with 434,500. Second in chips is Ivan Lau. 391,500, and then Cale Burns, the very talented Aussie, who of course you'll be familiar with, your countryman Randy.
This is cool. I just love this app.
Mulacher, under the gun, ace deuce suited. Makes it 4,000 to go. Tibuk with ace deuce offsuit, the only caller. And both players hit an ace. Again, Kerem Tibuk showing some of the deviations from what would be the expected flow of play. Yes. He fires 3,500.
Bet 13,000.
Now 13,000 on the turn. Mulacher recognizes the vulnerability of his aces in this spot against what he presumes to be the flatting range for Tibuk. And that second barrel does get the job done. So same hand, but power of position. And Kerem Tibuk will take down a pot.
Yeah, Mulacher is giving more credit to these guys than they're deserving right now, because he's folded, the best hand against the 7-6, and now he's folded like a chop, practically.
Well, I'll tell you what, though. We're not obligated to be the person that grabs the sheriff badge and decides to kind of make these guys honest and, hold them to their hands. we can maybe allow some other people to shed the blood, as we saw Matthias Eibinger do just moments ago. Now from ace deuce to ace king under the gun for Tibuk.
Raise 6,000.
Eibinger is going to get it all in with his remaining 3,500 off of king deuce suited. Picking an unfortunate time, given he shares that king with Tibuk. So 11,000 in the middle. Might Matthias Eibinger be headed for a re-entry? King in the window. And he'll need some help. Backdoor hearts or a deuce. Well, third king now for both players. Does present some more opportunities.
Yeah, the one who busts me gets them.
Ah, okay. I didn't know.
And on the river, the queen will bring Eibinger's first bullet to its demise.
Good luck.
You too. Hey, you too.
Sit open one.
You don't get the bounty?
Tibuk looking for a bounty. One to watch, Randy, this guy. He looks comfortable out there. He looks relaxed, doesn't appear phased whatsoever.
He seems the most comfortable of all these
Yeah.
guys here. And he's just like, yeah, I'm just playing. If I lose, whatever. If I win, then it's funny. Collect some bounties.
Raise 4,000.
Now Bezhnikov, overall chip leader. And of course chip leader as such here at this table by a wide margin. 4K to go. Tibuk, the only other player with more than the 200K starting chips now remaining at this table.
Ooh, swing it over.
Yep. Back over to table number 2. The red table. We find Brian Comphorst buried in his phone alongside Sam Grafton. More newcomers here. Salahuddin Badir in between those two.
Kuznetsov.
Yeah,
That's a new face.
Kuznetsov. Nikita Kuznetsov.
45.
Playing under the Russian flag. Another newcomer.
Come on in.
Ooh, pocket aces. You're short. Got cooler with the pocket deuces earlier.
Yeah. Batham Chobinin. Jamming. And Badir knows Queen Jack can't take that heat.
For me, 500 back to zero. For me, 500 back to 2 point. Thanks.
So, in terms of newcomers, we've got no shortage here at this particular table. Alexei Borovkov playing under the Russian flag. He's a newcomer.
It's one.
Currently sitting in seat 2 with a starting stack, and then to his left, his countryman Nikita Kuznetsov, who we touched on, sitting with 223K. Grafton has played exactly one event. That was the main out in Madrid, but not a newcomer. As he opens the pot, then we have Salahuddin Badir, another newcomer, under the Turkish flag. Comporst, the Dutchman, 320K. Currently good for the chip lead at this table. Played in his first Triton event back in Madrid. Went 1 for 4 in terms of events. Bahram Chobinin, who had that bottom set of deuces, downed by Wayne Hyung's Hearts on the River, sitting short with roughly 30 bigs. Also a newcomer. And then Benjamin Tollerine, online pro, back in the live mix now. Widely considered one of the most talented players in the world. A Triton newcomer as well. So 5 in total of the 7 players playing in their first ever Triton event. Ace 10-7 in a 3-way pot for both blinds. Came along after Grafton opened, and both have outflopped him, so to speak. Borovkov with the 10s on this ace-high rainbow flop. Kuznetsov with the open-ender. Grafton with just queen high, some backdoor club and straight draws working. Gonna c-bet it.
Reasonable bet. He's betting to 2 players, so it looks a little bit stronger.
It does. You can rebuy as many times as you want.
Borovkov mid-pair.
Till tomorrow.
Contemplating against the undergun bet.
Tomorrow, but not sure.
He doesn't feel too happy about it, but might still feel obligated to call. You do.
Well, listen. Don't let the look on his face dictate how happy he looks or doesn't look. He's going to ask the question right here and now. Raising it to 26,000. Gets rid of that open-ender behind him. And puts that queen high backdoor ambition to rest.
Yeah, all these newcomers are entertaining me a lot, right? I love that raise.
Entertaining and impressing a little bit as well, right, Randy?
Mm-hmm. I did not expect that raise. He kind of looked like he was going to fold, like, I don't really like this bet. I'm out. It's like, yeah, let's bump it up over 3x. Nice.
And I don't know about you, Randy, but I certainly have been guilty at various times in my career of feeling as though if I'm a known commodity in whatever field I'm in, or I'm a veteran of this particular tour, and suddenly you as the newcomer show up and start making plays at me, doing some things, it almost feels disrespectful, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
And you start to take it a little bit personal. You start to be like, hey, listen, buddy, you just got here. This is your first deal. You're just getting your feet wet. Maybe relax a little bit, okay? Don't come out gunning for me.
I mean, I want to see the history starting now, right? We're going to be here for a lot of no limit events. We got a bunch of no limit events back to back to back to back, and then we'll do all the short decks after that. So these guys likely to play the majority of each of the events.
And one of the things that we didn't get an opportunity to touch on in the pregame, Randy, is the fact that the series, the festival, is being split right down the middle with all of the first week consisting of the long deck events, and then the second week is where we'll transition into short deck. Of course, we'll have that Coin Rivet Invitational in between.
Yeah, and it's in the beginning we kind of had a flip-flop back and forth between the no limit and the short deck, or the long deck as you like to call it. But, you know, there are people who specialize only in short deck, don't want to play a single hand of no limit hold'em anymore, and, you know, like, rather than come out for 2 weeks, why not have them come out for a short amount of time? There's going to be new faces that are coming out just for short deck, Triton regs that only play short deck. So I think it's a nice thing to do. They listen to the players. I'm sure there's some guys out there like, yeah, I really don't want to be here for that long. Pocket aces again for the short stack.
And Chobinin's got to be thinking, really, while I'm short, You couldn't have given me these aces when it mattered? Or made my set of deuces count?
Look at this limp.
Yeah, a little trappiness.
Can you pay anyone?
Oh, Grafton, small blind, 2 10s. Yeah, in comes the raise. This is exactly what Chobinin had in mind.
Queen 8 suited. Might be tempted. Invested the big blind already. It is a little bit of a larger sizing. Then sometimes he's thinking, if I call, does Thundergun Limper do something crazy? And there's the call, so another 7,500 in there. And this is what you wanted to do when you limp those 2 aces with 45,000 in early position.
I'm on it.
Yeah.
Boom.
Limp jam, somewhat predictably, especially after Badir flatted. And Grafton asking for a count here. But these limp jams, Randy, they really do tend to be tethered to some pretty strong ranges.
Yeah, but when you make it 7,500, which is 5 blinds, like, you feel pretty committed. He's going to go for it. He doesn't know if this guy's got ace-king or he's just like, oh, he lost a big pot. He's got something silly.
Yeah.
Boom. 2 aces.
So unfortunate development there for Grafton, who did move back in over the top of Chobinin, providing some protection against Badir's range.
I have tens also. Sorry.
I can make it straight.
I think Badir's at 10s also.
A little trolling going on now as the guys get more comfortable with one another. And the Queen 6 deuce board is quite comfortable for Chobinin, who is just fading one of 2 red 10s. Turn card is clean. And all he's got to do is fade 2 outs, which he has done. So a better than double up for Chobinin as he works his way back toward his 200K starting stack.
You're a good friend of my buddy, Ali Reza.
Yeah, of course.
He's coming.
I'm so pleased.
I'm convinced him to come. He said, I have too much to do. I said, listen, you're out of the scene for a while. Just come.
Yeah. It's one of the best people to spend time with.
He's amazing. He's an amazing character.
You live in Dubai also?
Yeah.
Actually had the opportunity to meet the Ali Reza in question in London at my very first Triton stop. Friends with main event champion at the time, Hossein and Son.
Yeah, he did a fantastic job there.
Also of
You will be
Persian
surprised if
descent.
you see it.
Looking very much forward to seeing him here at this stop as a participant.
He would also be a Triton newcomer.
Yes, he would.
1,000, 2,000, 2,000. 1 to 2 next and on, please.
Yeah, he's so friendly. I've played with him before, and he just livens up the table.
Yeah.
Splash is fun to watch, fun to play with. Just a really all-around nice guy, and it's what you
He
need.
messaged me about doing the businessman one together, but I'd already committed to someone. So
On the one that Jose meet Pablo, the business and the...
Because I'm with an English friend, but I like the idea of doing it with a mate, you know, and Ali's a friend as well, though.
No.
It's nice to do it with someone you know.
Ali
What's
Reza
the
Fatehi
philosophy
living out
behind
in
this?
Dubai.
It's to keep like a balance of like amateurs.
Current topic of conversation as we see Badir blind versus blind, flopping queens up
Yeah, I think
I
it's...
think some people want to play a more businessman heavy tournament. I'm not sure.
against bottom pair.
I mean, it's not me, you know, I've never played one before.
Trying to slow play it.
It's the first one, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I think a million was the same, right? Like
Didn't like to see that check through. Might be tempted to bet now, hoping to get something to call you. Gotta start that hot right now.
So you already have a partner to
Yeah, I
join
already have a
us.
partner.
1,500.
Also a nice guy, like a good friend, Dave.
I told Ali Reza, we can play. They said, listen, we are not matching.
So that'd be cool.
Bottom pair gonna call.
Yeah, a little
Yeah,
min
I'm
bet
excited
out
that
of
he's
Badir
coming
there.
too.
Comforst. Peels. Does not improve on the river. He's drawing dead, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, when you see the min bet, he was just hoping the Jack Deuce was good, but when the 10 rolls off, it's like, well, if I was beating those straight draws, they've got a little piece now, so he wouldn't be calling another bet, I imagine. But a check from Badir, the Queen Deuce, he's going to get this Jack Deuce to turn his hand to a bluff, thinking, you know, maybe this guy's got a straight draw. Nice. Snap call. He got a lot of value out of that Queen Deuce somehow.
He sure did. Comforst kind of riding that Jack blocker. Nifty little line from Badir earns him a decent pot off of the chip leader here at our red table, table number 2 as it were. Those looking to follow along, again, we remind you that you can do so via the Triton Poker Plus app, available for download free in the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Nice 2-2. Speedy Gonzalez tournament. No?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Speedy Gonzalez. Huh?
Maybe that's what they should market.
Yeah, Speedy.
Turbo.
It's
We call
Speedy
it
Gonzalez.
We
Yeah.
like
It would be
partner
better,
with
though.
Disney or-
Speedy Gonzalez in Triton.
It's a much better turbo. But no,
I have to charge them for marketing. Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Speedy Gonzalez.
First involvement we're seeing from the newcomer Nikita Kuznetsov under the Russian flag makes it 4,500
Sorry, no,
to
I
go.
cannot see
Blind
the
level
chips
at
too.
1,000, 2,000 now.
So what's the white one? 500?
4,500, yeah.
All right.
Chobinin
Before it's 10,000, I call. Yeah.
with the newly minted almost 100K deep stack will defend his big blind with ace-6
Oh,
off.
sorry.
Not much.
Seven, 3 deuce. Top pair for Kuznetsov.
Top pair, good enough for a little C-bet. Or a bigger C-bet, possibly.
You can see the cards, right? I'm just making sure.
You can see the cards. What a comment.
I'm sure you see
Chobinin's been kind of standing up and looking over on multiple occasions. Did complain about the faces on the cards being a little bit smaller.
It's yours. Ah. Jesus. The one who designed this card, can we have small gap with it?
Before I try and hey, they put on this giant screen. We've got the best dealer, we've got this amazing table. And
Oh, the
we're
quali-
like,
the
these
qua-
cards, why they fucking, how can we be treated like this?
But
No.
really, cards is
the quality is really good, but
everything
size,
perfect. Table.
I think something happened during production. Huh? The quality is good, I can tell you. It's good quality. But the size of it, and the numbers.
And Chobinin, I don't think he's going to be buying any of these playing cards.
No. That's all right. He doesn't need an RFID deck at home.
I forgot that.
As he check folded that ace high. And Kuznetsov, on the heels of having taken down that pot, has an ace jack here and will open once more to 4,500.
4-5, huh?
Tolerine, ace-7 offsuit. One more big blind. Odd odds dictate for this to be a call. Pairs to 7, takes the lead. Some guys go for a little c-bet here. Some guys check it back. It's like Kuznetsov is in firing mode. Third of the pot. Should be seeing a check call here from Tolerine.
Sure enough, to the turn we go. As Tolerine's 7s are still in front. Have an opportunity to see just how aggressive Kuznetsov is. Not quite as much as perhaps the overall chip leader, Artem Vezhnikov, over at the other feature table.
Where are you from French?
Yeah, Tolerine Ace-7.
Yeah.
I mean, you either go for a block bet or you go for the check and hope, you know, your opponent checks it back.
Hearts did get there, of course.
Yeah,
And
just
Tolerine does not have a heart in his hand, so
we arrived in the dark. So
decides
it
to
was
go with the
Every time
check.
have something here, some good tournaments.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You also play the other
Yeah.
series before?
Yeah.
Kuznetsov.
Good, yeah.
Yeah? Nice.
Checking back.
Did you win one?
Ben
no,
will take that one
but
down.
I play some final tables. 2 final
Oh,
tables.
wow.
Yeah.
2 final tables.
Yeah.
That's very good.
Thank you, so.
Which places did you finish?
3 and 6.
Can you say again? 6. 3 is good. Very good. Nice. So you have a good trip to Cyprus.
Yeah, I have good mood.
Good mood. Without final table this one?
I hope. But good luck.
Oh, good luck. Good luck.
All right, I got you. Yeah.
So during an exchange there between Salahuddin Badir and Brian Comphorst, it comes out that Badir actually had made a couple of final tables in the festivals that preceded our Triton Super High Roller Series, finishing 3rd and 6th, and as a result, obviously, might have some disposable cash sitting around. Looking for a parlay here in the 25K. Event number 1, 8 max no limit event. The kickoff to the 2022 Triton Super High Roller Series from North Cyprus. Merit Royal Diamonds Hotel and Casino. Blind versus blind between Tolerine and Borovkov.
Just a bunch of nothing.
Yeah, the ace of spades working on the paired board for Borovkov.
Both players wondering if they should deny their opponent some equity.
2.5.
He's going to fire a little bet. I would say actually a lot of you guys don't have any history of Tolerine in No Limit Hold'em tournaments. Despite him being around a long time, I don't think these guys have played a single hand of each other.
Look at this turn card, though. It hits Tolerine, who tore one off with the 2 overs. No hearts working. And now makes the 10. But it does give Borovkov the nut flush draw.
Yeah. Borovkov might be tempted to bet again if he thinks Tolerine might have like a limp ace high that's, you know, better than his ace 4. He's got the equity.
10.
Yeah, he's going for a big bet.
Almost full pot.
Tolerine hitting the sweetest card you can do when you check call to flop. You call here once more. Play the river coming.
Check.
Tolerine did call the turn and unimproved on the river. Borovkov with a quick check back, and might be a little bit surprised to see Ben's willingness to tear one off on that board with the Queen 10 of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
But Tolerane, as you mentioned, Randy, just an absolute heads-up specialist, has more reps than just about anybody in that discipline. And heads-up poker, you know that a vast majority of the time you aren't going to hit flops or make hands and have to get creative. Have to be willing to dig in spots that might be more uncomfortable.
Yeah, so my game plan would be like, okay, let me just eliminate this guy before he gets the heads up.
Good luck with that.
It's a hard one to do, especially with re-entry still open.
Oh, yeah.
Queen 9 suited.
Call.
Reasonable hand in the cutoff. I mean, look, you've seen this guy limp pocket aces. You're going to be kind of terrified when he continues to limp, right? So you wouldn't isolate as much. You might over limp. So he might be able to get cheaper flops than normal, especially when he's shown down those pocket rockets against the Grafton earlier. Jack 5. Free flop.
Ace-King 10 board, both players with gut shot straight draws. No one with a pair, advantage Chobinin. Queen high.
4,000.
Gonna c-bet it. 4K.
Yeah. Normally you would say it's not credible for a limper to be betting the Ace-King board because those big cards would raise pre-flop, but not for Chobinin. I think I'd be pretty scared. But Jack 5, don't got anything. Just a gut shot. Wow. Gonna continue. Raising.
Wow. We're seeing some things out of these newcomers, Randy.
This is ballsy. Because you're like, okay, do you really... Like, what is he repping when he raises? I'm trying to think. Queen Jack? Like, surely Ace-Kings and Ace-Queens and Ace-10s these would raise pre-flop after the guy limps in the cutoff, so... It's not repping much, but Chobinin doesn't have much either, just Queen 9 high.
I think there's some flats in the Ace-10 family, of course, but it certainly did appear ambitious, but nevertheless
1,000.
does get through as Kuznetsov rode that Jack blocker to glory with a check raise on the Ace-King 10 board.
Right? I need 1,000, I think. No, I said 4,000. I said 4,000, he raised.
Okay.
Correct?
Gentlemen, you're going to have a break in 15 minutes. After the break, we're going to swap feature table. So this table is going to be going to that table. So when you return from break, go to this table.
Quick peek now at the chip counts here at the red table. Table 2. Brian Compors, the chip leader, up over 300,000. The only other player ahead of their original starting stack is Nikita Kuznetsov, who has been impressive as no less than 5 newcomers are seated here, with Grafton and Compors being the only 2 with prior Triton experience, both of whom played in Madrid, and that is the only festival that they have attended.
Solid holdings. Small blind versus big blind. Grafton probably gonna bump up King Queen strong enough.
Limp from Kuznetsov with the ace out of the small.
9,000. 9,000.
And Grafton wags his finger at that move with the king queen. He makes it 9,000. We'll see just how Kuznetsov reacts to this. It feels like all options are on the table out of this guy.
Because it's a 4.5x raise, so hand plays kind of marginally, but then you're like, man, my hand is
23.
Oh, best. Did he limp re-raise here?
He sure did. 3-bet to 23,000, and my goodness, have we seen some interesting behavior out of the newcomers.
I like it.
Who really are kind of announcing themselves, Randy.
Yeah.
Taking high variance lines.
Aggressive when we got deep stacks. There's the call from Grafton. The ace, I do kind of like prefer this limp raise versus limp calling because ace 4 doesn't play that well passively. Now he maybe take it down pre-flop. Maybe he calls and then now he can take it down flop. And you flop the best hand.
Yeah, wheel draw along with middle pair on the 5-4 deuce board.
Kuznetsov, continuation bet to ace 4.
$12,500, the follow through from Kuznetsov.
No good. Queens were good.
Grafton with the easy fold. Not quite queens though, was it? Back over to our blue table, table number 1 in the Triton Poker Plus app.
Like red green, a little something.
Getting a look there at
but these two are a different view.
Yeah.
Another newcomer in Ignacio Moron Chavero, the Spaniard. Currently sits with 142,000, 71 bigs with the blinds at 1K, 2K. And yet another member of the Persian delegation. Folded around to Chavero's small blind, 8-9 offsuit. Will limp. Now, World Series of Poker main event champion, Espen Bjorstad. King 4 offsuit, checks back and flops a king on a paired board.
9-8, gonna go for a stab. Blind versus blind. Ranges are wide. Opponent often just gonna fold. And once they continue, just know they've got something. So we'll just call here. King, blank on the turn. Bit of pot control.
Yeah, Bjorstad. Happy to check back after flatting on the flop. 9-8, really no man's land here, just air.
Yeah, he took his shot. I don't really see why he would want to bet all of a sudden. Unless he was trying to get like an ace high to maybe fold. Actually, he is going to bet. Okay. 20,000. This is a 2x pot bet. Snap called.
Oh, yeah. And note Espen wasn't buying it whatsoever. And that's a little demoralizing for Chavero because when you do make a 2x pot bet like that, you anticipate your opponent to maybe give it a beat and just recognize the possibility that your polarized range would include a jack. But for Espen, no hesitation whatsoever. And that'll let the wind out of your sails.
Yeah, that was like the fastest call
Yeah.
against an overbet with not even like that strong of a hand, right? It's just it's a king on a paired board.
No kicker.
Yeah. So yeah, call. You got it. You got it. Like usually when you see it called out fast, you're like they got the nuts, and they got quad nines.
Oh, it's coming in here. I'm going beach taker.
Hello.
Just keep bringing in new people. So many. I kind of want to say that this event has gotten the most newcomers to Triton I've ever seen.
I don't think we need to wait.
And so, I'm pretty sure there's more out there too.
The newcomer in question is, I believe, Alexander Pak, playing under the Uzbekistan flag.
Oh, you recognize the flags.
No, truth be told, I actually clicked profile and it said Uzbekistan.
Here, I thought you were so talented.
I'm sorry to disappoint, Randy. Up over 400,000 for Vezhnikov. Is 5-3 suited. Shoots it up to 4,500. Jorstad will flat with king queen. Table for two. And 2 diamonds, 2 eights, and a 6. Will leave Vezhnikov with a flush draw. He decides to check it. As Espen's king-queen remains unimproved on the turn.
Tempting to bet flush draw now. Still got 5 high. Opponent hasn't taken the lead on the turn. Seems quite weak to me. Let's see if he wants to bet. This makes a lot of sense. If your opponent had a pair, they would probably bet the turn, not letting ace highs get free shot at river card.
So a little delayed stab with the flush draw out of Vezhnikov will send the king-queen into the muck as he continues to amass chips here at table 1 in event 1. I wonder during the break, which isn't far off now, Randy, just how much discussion some of these pros are going to be having with one another about these newcomers and what they've seen from them thus far.
Yeah, you know, most likely we'll be discussing some things, but like just so many different newcomers doing all these different moves. Just too much to discuss in that short amount of time. I like this guy though, Tabuk. He's entertaining me.
Chidwick with at least a 9 has made it 4,500 to go. Producer James Dempsey advising us as Chidwick takes that one down that Alexander Pak on the left of your screen there to the right of Chidwick actually made not one but 2 final tables during the Mediterranean poker party that preceded this Triton series. So again, perhaps some of these newcomers seizing the opportunity to parlay some of their winnings heading into the Triton Series to a seat here in this 25K. Well, on the topic of seats, don't overlook perhaps some of the most comfortable seating that you could hope to have, whether you're at home or whether you're out here at one of our feature tables. It is the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series, Secret Lab. They've got our special Titan Evo 2022 chairs sorted out for us.
Raise.
Raise 5.
Integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests. Meanwhile, Kevin Pake with ace-6 suited opens the button and picks up Chidwick's 8-5 suited, which turns into an open-ender against bottom pair on the Jack-High Rainbow flop. Four hearts on the turn, no waiting for Chidwick as he makes the 8-high straight and decides to bet 16,000. And Pake comfortably puts his 6s into the muck. Somewhat disappointing perhaps for Chidwick. Hoping for some more spoils from the Dutchman. Chidwick, by the way, just such a decorated Triton participant. 13 million plus in career Triton earnings, 12 cashes. And his title came actually at the last stop in Madrid, the 100,000 euro short deck main event. He picked up 1.8 million. Always so impressive on every outing. One of those guys who just puts a tremendous amount of effort into the game and is just dedicated to this as a career and a lifestyle. His lovely wife Maureen and his daughter always traveling with him to the stops.
Yeah. And he's well versed in mixed games as well, so that's no surprise that he plays the short deck. Some other guys wouldn't.
Attention dealers, if you started a shuffle, please fill with the hand you're on. Otherwise, you can send your players on a 15-minute break. 15-minute break in a 25K.
Can I run to the bathroom first?
Ace 9-4 board here. Lockers. Queen 5 of hearts did get a free turn card, and what a big turn card it is. The deuce of hearts giving him a wheel draw and flush draw against Chavero, who opened with the king queen and did not fire on the ace 9-4 board.
Yeah, so maybe by him checking, he's given Newlocker the opportunity to win this pot. 15,000. Overbet the pot.
$15K lead from Newlocker with the queen high does send that king queen into the muck as our online qualifier showing some of his mettle there. Obviously new to Triton, but not new to poker. As you pointed out, Randy, you've had an opportunity to witness him navigate the online streets for some time now. He currently sits 6th in chips at that feature table. 170,000 roughly in front of him. But the real story, I think it's fair to say, Randy, is Artem Veshnikov, the overall chip leader at present in the event with that massive 422,000 deep stack. Over 210 big blinds. Well, I stand already corrected as I take a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app as we welcome you to our broadcast desk here in North Cyprus. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. I said Artem Veshnikov was the overall chip leader. No, not the case any longer. That belongs to yet another one of our newcomers, Sean Perry, who has 524,000 in front of him. Artur Martirosyan, who is also an online qualifier, though a known commodity in terms of being a pro, 518,500, second largest stack in the room. And Veshnikov, oh, actually, it's updated once more. Sean Perry no longer at the top of the chip counts. You can take a look right here in the Triton Poker Plus app. It is Martirosyan who is first, Veshnikov in second, the two Russians leading things, and then Komphorst to drop off into third place. But aside from that, Randy, the real story here in this first level of the very first event at Triton, for me, and I think you would agree, is the newcomers have made a real splash, haven't they?
Yeah, all the different newcomers. Usually it's like, oh, one guy that's quite interesting to watch, but every single one of them has got some very interesting plays, different lines, aggressive action. Veshnikov was one of the newcomers I have never seen play, and he won that huge pot of pocket nines quads against the ace king of Ibinger. But there's some guys are chatty like Tabuk, right? I love him that. He's putting some curveballs in there. It's just really fun atmosphere. More newcomers to come. And it's just the first event. I think it's just going to get better and better.
Yeah, obviously, I think having our Triton series kind of butt up on the back end of the Mediterranean Poker Party did create some opportunities for those who managed to put together nice payouts to then parlay some of those wins into a buy-in here in this 25,000 euro event on the smaller side in terms of the price points for entry here into the Triton series. But it is to be determined and yet to be seen just how much these newcomers are going to be able to continue to fly under the radar as they get deeper and deeper into the event. And, more players are sharing information about their experiences with them, as I'm sure the pros are going to be asking questions. Perhaps the cat will be out of the bag, and some of that competitive advantage that is associated with being an unknown commodity will dissipate a bit. Randy and I are going to step aside. Obviously, plenty more coverage still to come of day one. It is the 25,000 euro 8-max no-limit hold'em long deck event from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with more play. Stay close.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site. Why? The most ambitious.
This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
Yeah, I think you're right. There we go.
Indeed it is. He's going to limp in with Queen Jack offsuit from the cutoff.
Yeah, you know, back in Montenegro and like every subsequent event after, you know, we might get like one new face here and there, right? But here we get so many new faces to try, and then the ones that did come to the previous event, they always come back. It is ever growing, and you know, it's cool to see here. Another flop here. It doesn't look like anyone's got anything. First one to stab wins.
Queen Jack high, currently the best hand.
Yeah. Can you put your cards in the box, please? This is your box.
sorry.
Yes, just for 3 seconds.
Kerem is being
Yeah, I think so. Separate,
advised of some of the nuances of playing at one of our featured tables where the RFID decks do need to register your holding over the appropriate spot. Note that the king on the river here is actually going to create a chop between Laliger and Tabuk, whose jack no longer will play. Yes.
Oh, but the worst hand is betting.
Ooh, Ibinger taking a shot here.
Looks credible.
Yeah, one queen high into the muck.
Oh, this queen high is not out yet. There it is.
Yeah, and the other one into the muck as well. So nice opportunity there for Ibinger, playing under the Austrian flag to pick one up. Tremendous results for Ibinger. And I think it's why a lot of times, you know, people will talk about somebody like Phil Hellmuth, not a stranger to anybody who's watching our broadcast, not a participant in the Triton Series per se, but how he excels in these multi-table tournaments against unknown players, recreational players, non-pro players, whereas a lot of pros might struggle because they're approaching things and attacking the game as though they're playing against people that can appreciate what it is that they're out there doing and the way in which they're taking lines and crafting you know, a hand. If they can't understand the language that you're speaking, no matter how eloquent the poker is that you're playing, then it's a lost cause, right?
Exactly. And this is a new player as well. I don't know how to say that name, though.
Chavero.
No.
Oh, the
other
other one. Oh, sorry,
I was like,
sorry.
wow. These V's are turning
Vezhnikov.
to
Yeah, yeah.
Z's.
Vezhnikov, the Russian. Yes, another new player who is just sprinkled into the mix. Good observation there from you. And he's got himself top pair, top kicker here in a three-way pot. Chavero was the raiser under the gun with the pocket sixes pre-flop. Follows through for 2,500 now, despite those two coordinated and suited overcards, which create a lot of texture. Tabuk with the ace of diamonds working is going to flat, and now we'll see how Vezhnikov reacts.
Yeah, interesting spot. Some people raise, some people call. Some people don't like to bloat the pot too big when it's this deep because it makes things awkward when funny cards come off. So he just calls here, but I do think he's got the best hand. Ace-5 improves.
Yeah, Tabuk hits a pair, but doesn't pick up the flush or straight draws that I think he had in mind. More so. As such, he checks. Vezhnikov does the same. And now for Chavero, the 2-6s really have dried up considerably. So a check back in order. And on the river, Ace-Jack is still best.
Yeah, pretty safe card. Only worried about 8-9. I would be value betting this Ace-Jack. No questions asked, in my opinion. Just hope to get called by worse Jack. Guess the question is what size to make it.
About 8,000.
Looks like it's about half the pot. Hoping for some crying calls. Got one lay down. That's two. Vezhnikov.
Artem Vezhnikov.
Oh, but this is cool to see. He's the 3-better. They both flop a queen.
Yeah, not cool to see if you're Tollerine because you have top pair and you are out-kicked by Komphorst in a 28K pot.
Tollerine is pre-flop 3-better. A lot of times, kind of continuation bet here. Put a small bet, see what develops. We are playing 200 big blinds deep. You gotta remember that. So he's playing actually 20K. It's quite a sizable bet.
10% of a starting stack.
It's a good way to point out. Ace queen here, top pair, top kicker.
Did you play a lot of these before? You played them?
Usually you'll just call here. Your opponent, of course, can still have you beat with like over pairs, kings, aces. You want to play cautious because you are 200 big blinds deep.
And Ben's really pressing the issue in terms of bloating his pot. You know, one pair is one pair, whether it's top pair, top kicker or not. It is vulnerable to the aces and the kings of the world.
4 on turn makes 6, 7 get there. But we're playing 3 of the pot, more narrow ranges, a little bit discounted. Ace queen should feel pretty confident here, but sometimes you check here because like, oh, I don't want to get checked raise all in, don't know what to do with top pair, top kicker.
Yeah.
So that's why he's cautious. It's not that he's a little bit worried, but he still thinks he's got the best hand a lot.
Yeah, a little pot control, but now a very wet 10 of hearts on the river. Flush draw gets there.
Perhaps.
Tolerine does unblock hearts, obviously, holding the 2 clubs in his hand.
Is queen jack worthy of a value bet? It's scary because you can see someone like kind of play cautious with a better hand as well on the turn. Does he block bet maybe? Try to get called by 2 jacks.
Yeah, with 68K in the middle, obviously you'd prefer to dictate the sizing on the river by maybe going small. But the downside to doing that is sometimes you open up the action to your opponent, putting in a raise and really leaving you in a difficult spot. With a second check in front of him now on consecutive streets, Comphorst really should get the sense that this ace-queen is the best hand.
Yeah, I think ace-queen is worthy of a bet. Like, if you're playing against recreational weaker players, you might, oh, they're just scared, I'll be cautious of ace-queen. But here, you got a value bet against such, like, aggressive 3-betters. Ace-queen, it seems unlikely that Tolerine check turn and river with, you know, kings and aces. Got an ace to block aces a little bit.
And certainly a flush, one would assume, would be betting here.
Yeah, I like going for a size. Let's see what he got here.
This is healthy. 42 into 68.
It's actually quite interesting because you're Tolerine, you're like, well, I've got top pair. But if you look at the way the board's run on the guy's betting, it doesn't really make sense for Comphorst to turn a pair into a bluff. A lot of times they would just check back an 8,
yeah,
a 10.
With showdown value.
Yeah, so what does he beat really? Like, maybe like an ace-5 that decided to turn into a bluff all of a sudden. Even then, sometimes those hands check because, you know, they beat ace-kings and stuff like that. This is a tough spot. I wouldn't fault him either way what he decides. But no, like, obvious bluff got there, right? Because if it wasn't a 10 of hearts, you know, like a 10 black, you're like, oh, he missed hearts. I'll calm him down.
Or they're more spread across your, like, inner circle or whatever.
Yeah, not like, so like, for instance, like, TV occasion birthday is like...
Some percentage of the time, of course, the call by Comphorst on the flop would simply be a float. But Tolerine getting away from top pair jack kicker, and I'll tell you what, Randy, that is not the kind of fold that comes easily to most players.
Yeah, that is a tough fold. So a lot of guys are like, well, as long as I'm at the top of my...
Heart in the window. And welcome back to continuing coverage of event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series from here in North Cyprus. Ali Nejad, joined by Randy Liu, bringing you just the very preliminary get feet wet portion of the program. The blinds are at 1,200 right now, and the real story, as we mentioned prior to the break, is the arrival of so many new faces to the Triton Poker Tour. We talked about the fact that this was sort of the best-kept secret for a while, and now the secret's a little bit out in terms of where to go to get perhaps the best experience available to a poker tournament player worldwide. A beautiful venue. The weather is spectacular. People have brought their families out here. And truly, if this is any indication, Randy, we have a real festival to come, especially given that some of these newcomers are likely to take the caches that they've made in the Mediterranean Poker Party leading up to this Triton Tour and then parlay with caches here in event number 1 and beyond into perhaps some of our larger buy-ins as well. And I think in terms of storyline, it really is the thing to focus on, because when you get these ingredients sprinkled into the mix, it creates dynamics that we haven't seen already. The likes of our Triton regulars playing against one another so often, they know what to expect. It's execution. It's all the solver, the groupthink stuff being deployed. But these dudes come from varying amounts of skill, varying amounts of experience, and are going to give the regs some fits.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and then we can see the regs like reacting to it, some properly, some incorrectly, right? Some big folds that were incorrect, some big raises and it worked out. It's just spectacular to see Triton grow from ever since back in Montenegro. You know, it seemed like it was a small exclusive group of high rollers.
Yeah.
Now anyone can get in. You can qualify into these tournaments, just like Thomas Mühlacker earlier into this 25K. Just spectacular. Right. I just love it.
Well, we've got a couple of new feature tables that are going to be coming your way in just moments. Let's take a quick peek at them. We talk about the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't downloaded it already, please do so. Overall chip leader now, as we've come back from the break, is apparently yet another Russian in Viktor Kudanov here. You see him to the right, 524,000. Russians all across the podium, by the way. Artur Martirosyan, one of those online qualifiers that you talked about through GG Poker, there with 518.5. And then Artem Vezhnikov, another newcomer, in third. There is our blue table here in Event 1. Looks like, wow, a number of newcomers that are going to be at this particular table. In fact, the only two players that I recognize at this particular table are Tommy Kim and Luke Gilles, pictured there with a couple of jacks on a queen high rainbow board as we pick up the action with, again, the blinds at 1,000, 2,500. Gilles involved in a three-way affair with Shkulukia, I think would be the way to pronounce that one. Ace King of Diamonds. And then Karmatki with two deuces. And it does appear that the Russian delegation has sent a very deep crew this way to North Cyprus.
Yeah, there's a big crew of newcomers all over the place. I don't know what to expect, but that's what I like to see. Just 95,000 chips in the middle here, three ways, and we're still on a flop. And pocket deuces is the one betting to the other two players. What's going on?
Note the discomfort for Gilles, by the way, because he's got a player behind him with these two jacks, an overcard out there.
Yeah, I would not be feeling too good about the two jacks. I'm not sure what the pre-flop action was. There's definitely some re-raise. Jacks is down. Best hand out. Ace King. Not out yet. But this is a disgusting board to continue three-way. You're going to tell me Pocket Deuce is going to win the spot?
Certainly looks possible, doesn't it? Might even happen right now.
No, it's not. Ace King gonna stick around. Got the jacks out. Professional. On the turn. I tell you, man, when you see the bet and call and that card rolls off, both of these hands look terrible right now.
Well, the deuces just wanted to win it right then and there in position. Obviously, once they are called, they don't really get the sense that they're good, especially after the 8 of hearts rolls off. And a second check in front of Arseny Karmatki.
Bet again of pocket deuces.
5 seconds.
Trying to rep it. It looks strong. That's a time chip. Man. Trying to figure out what his opponent has played so passively.
45.
45K the pocket deuces.
I mean,
we got a table here, Ollie.
we really do. If that's any indication of what we have in store for ourselves right there, a 45K bet from Pocket Deuces on a Queen 987 board. It was a three-way raise pot pre. You got called on the flop, and you fire again. This is going to be exciting. No question about it. I do think I spied Wai Kin Yong there at this table as well.
Correct.
Son of Richard Yong, co-founder of the Triton Poker Series, as we look at our other featured table, another collection.
And then my chances go. Run good here. Doesn't matter how stupid you play.
Every time you're on the stream, like every 7 minutes or so, just mention again, in case somebody just pops in.
Or just put a sign on the front of your shirt. Like, I need a...
Agent for hire. Yes, yeah. Oh, I love it.
Agent for hire. This is good. I like it.
We'll play for food.
We'll play for sanity.
Maybe I have a friend that will join.
A friend that will join?
That's a new guy, and we just dealt him pocket aces.
That'd be great, yeah. I'm open, I'm listening.
Daniel Rezai playing under the
Absolutely. I was sitting
Austrian flag, it would appear. I have him listed in the Triton app under the German flag.
I'm not sure.
It'll be exciting either way.
Seth Davies, the American. I just finished actually doing some commentary with back in Las Vegas. Just prior to coming out here, we actually covered some of the Triton Madrid event in post-production. He has himself an ace-king. And he is going to 3-bet it to 20K. Timing could not be worse, of course. Jason Kuhn with the Jack-10 suited on the button. Puts it right into the muck. And folded back around to Rezai.
You got a kid now, right, buddy?
The dream when you raise the pocket aces and get 3-bet.
Awesome.
Amazing.
Got a lot of stack to play for.
It's been the most fun. I know everybody says that, but it really has been.
Put in that 4-bet and just pray for the heavy action to come. 48.
So interesting. The aging of poker is interesting because, like, the amount of young guns versus the 30-somethings now, and tipping into some of the 40-somethings. You know, it used to be all like under 25, and that whole group.
Yeah, even Adrian, the baby of the game, he's not 21 anymore.
No. How old are you, Adrian?
28.
Well, Rezai 4-bet to 48,000. Davies decides to rip it in there. The only silver lining to this moment is that he has Rezai covered as opposed to it being the other way around. But you can see the demoralized look on Davies' face as just 2 hands in here at this secondary feature table. We've got a massive collision, a 420K pot hanging in the balance.
Order and beverages all in, 9% equity.
That's confidence.
Oh, okay.
The math is the math.
7-4 deuce. Not looking good for Davies.
3-5 wheel.
0.3%.
A 3 is like sort of fair because.
How about you put the 7 of hearts out there and we chop it
And
up?
the Jack of Diamonds leaves him drawing dead.
That's another level from Seth Davies.
So Rezai will pull his chips back along with a big helping of Davies bucks, Randy.
Yeah, well.
And that's going to be good for a top 5 stack by the time the dust settles.
That's cooler.
Yeah. 2065?
Yeah, 150, 180, 185, 195, 200, 204, 206, 5.
You sure?
Yeah, it's cool.
You can double verify.
Yeah.
We trust you.
So everything's supposed to be padded up here somewhere.
Yeah. You can hear.
There we go, now it's a pad.
Get those out of the way in the small steps.
What the heck is that?
You got protein powder there?
No, this is actually just coconut. It's just
it's the good
coconut
fats.
powder and marine algae calcium and extra virgin coconut oil. That's it.
What the heck?
I swapped that. Just know that what he's eating is healthy and we should probably try it.
I just like putting
Because he did the math already for us.
It's just hard to get enough fats. When I'm out
You already
here,
gave me 5. You know, it's okay, don't worry about it.
Eat like the same
Hard to
thing
get
every
enough
day.
fats. Well, maybe there's a particular type of fats that Jason is after, because I got to tell you, with the buffet open, 3 times a day, Randy. I don't find it difficult to get fat when we're on these tours.
They always open up if they get aces. This is bullshit. I'm just kidding.
But Jason just so dedicated to health and fitness, has been for a long time. His wife Bianca, son Callum.
Yeah, I think it helps for him, especially in these high stakes games. You got to be mentally
the stamina
prepped up.
required.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And fitness certainly something that a lot of high stakes players have taken to.
Especially if sometimes you're going to be playing these games that are 24 hours or something, right? Like, you want to be ready. But pocket aces for Klein.
Yep. Morton Klein.
Starting stack, basically.
The Norwegian with the 2 aces. As Rezai actually opened, he had the aces a hand to go. This time with Jack-8 suited. Gets 3-bet from 6 up to 18,000. And for Eric Worre, the American, these 2 queens out of the small blind are going to be in trouble. Another first time into the Triton Tour.
Yeah, so many, including Klein. His first Triton bet.
Folds.
So, Worre.
Actually, Klein joined us in Madrid.
Oh, did he?
Randy, yes,
Okay.
absolutely. He got a cash in one of the 4 events that he played, just shy of 60,000 in earnings.
You base it
Well,
up?
there's the cold 4-bet, 51,000. It looks strong. What do you do here with 2 aces? Do you think he's it's good enough to just jam it in now, or is this a slow play because it looks too strong if I jam? Let's see.
I'd say I'd base it. I'm not there all the time, but I'm there a lot in Melbourne.
Time bank. Make it look like you're thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Klein's 3-bet is from Under the Gun +1, so it does look extra strong for the small one to cold 4-bet. And if he was to go all in now, he would look really, really strong. He's going to go for it. Is the 2 queens going to just go? There's too much in there.
Well, what is the dead bottom of Klein's range in Worre's head? Because obviously a raise, a 3-bet, and then from the small bet to 4-bet, you're self-aware. You know how strong your range looks. And for somebody to play back at that range with an all-in, their range is even more narrow.
And it's also Under the Gun versus Under the Gun +1 for the first 2 raises. So it looks insanely strong. You need to ask yourself, well, if Klein had ace-king, would he still jam here, or would he just call it a 4-bet? If he would still jam those ace-kings, then you're probably committed to calling. If you think so, he thinks that he would jam those ace-kings still.
A whole lot of
Aces up.
I don't know.
We should check that deck for like 4s, 3s, and deuces.
Well, this is not how Eric Worre wanted to start off his Triton experience. Early in day 1 of event 1, he has queens up against aces. Heading to the flop, 19% equity, and that is going to evaporate as the 6-3-3 2-club board leaves him with just 8%. Clubs are covered,
What'd you ask for there? Get that.
so he is queen fishing.
Oh, cool. A little keeper up there.
Morton Klein stands to take down an over 400K pot, unless, of course, a queen rolls off, and now Klein is the man with 2 outs.
Sorry, my friend.
All right,
You,
guess we count the stacks.
I think you have me covered.
And apologies, of course, being issued by Eric, who recognizes just how ugly a beat that is.
It's been working for like 20 years. He never runs out of juice.
I'm gonna stand on my hands.
Crab walking out here. There'll be an earthquake and they'll call the tournament off. No.
No.
It's 2, yeah.
No. 1.5 bucks. Yeah.
Wow.
Brutal.
Unlucky. So I am.
So a big over 400K chip pot going to Eric Worre.
Too many coolers with that deck? You guys changing it out, huh?
Yeah. You making those ones backstage?
Morton Klein will be left with dust here, Randy. But of course, we're still well within the re-entry period.
It's okay. So happened. Nice hand. Is it set in stone how many levels we play today? Or is it just final table?
Final table or in the moment.
Until?
I think they said play.
I haven't seen Cale Burns in a while.
It's going to be a long day.
Pretty sure he had hair last time I saw him.
I want to say he did as well. I know he wears a hat quite often.
That's what it is. He's always wearing a hat, so I don't actually know. But I'm pretty sure he used to have some hair. Very chatty. He's always fun to watch, and he's actually quite an action player. This is the man, 4 titles, going for 5.
Yeah, that's it, man.
Here in Cyprus.
How much is it, 5.5?
5.5, yeah.
Jason Kuhn, of course, who Randy's talking about. El Matador, Adrian Mateos with the pocket 3s, opening to 5,500. Now, Rezai out of the big blind. Does defend with 8-5 suited. To the flop we go, heads up, 14-5 in the middle. And 2 hearts on board will give Rezai the flush draw. Of course, that's 3 overs to, or 2 overs rather, to Mateos' pocket 3s. Action check to him.
4,000.
4,000.
And he does c-bet. 4,000. Let's see how Rezai elects to proceed.
Check calls the play there with the flush draw. Pairs the turn card. And this is where things get interesting. A lot of guys like to lead when the board pairs, especially because a lot of guys don't really see bet the middle pair, the bottom pair. You check call, you can rep it better. I think we will consider it, but he's going to check. But some guys do lead there. Pocket 3s. Feel pretty okay of trying to see a river card and, you know, see if some draws brick off, maybe call one off, maybe fold.
See if Mateos is going to look for another barrel. The answer is no. He checks back. 5 of diamonds doesn't rate to be of any concern to the pocket 3s.
Yeah, the 5 is the type of hand you're just trying to show down. It's easy for Mateos to have hand better than a 5.
Time-bang person, but that
Play
20
cautious
seconds
on
comes
the
quick.
turn.
Real quick.
On the pre.
I think both guys are going to be pretty happy to try to get the showdown.
Look up, I got 4
Does it stay the
seconds.
same for the final table?
I think so, but you have a lot more time bands.
Yeah, it's true. I think I busted out the last one, I had 13.
Yeah.
But
And we can see, of course, that that 5 has hit Rezai to give him the best hand. He does check it.
Yeah.
And for Mateos, it does feel like a check back would be the comfortable path. None of the straight draws or flush draws got there.
Yeah, you beat those ace-high flush draws that would get here this way. They wouldn't need to
You
stab.
always think you're busy, and then
I don't really
new
see why you
elements added to
want
your
to
life,
bet
and
the
you're like, oh yeah, I
threes,
wasn't
but
that
you
busy.
know,
Like I can fit
Mateos,
this
crafty
in,
player.
no problem.
yeah. That makes sense. That's a very rationalist way of looking at it.
Yeah, it's you know, I think your priorities change a little bit. Obviously, like I'm not as into grinding as I used to be, but I still really.
And the thing is, like, what you're doing is you've added something into your life that you enjoy a lot, so it doesn't feel like it's work either, right?
Wow.
It's killer. That's
Okay, so he's actually betting the 3s. This is interesting to me.
And is this for value, or is he turning them into a bluff? On this particular board, it doesn't feel like there's a need to turn them into a bluff as played, right? Of course, we can see his hand is beat, and this bet actually
Yeah.
I've got like a 10% appreciation for dad jokes.
I'm not 100% sure because I don't think he thinks a queen would fold to 13,500 into this pot size. So it does kind of strike me as a value bet.
Before it was just
Yeah, there's no way he would think a queen would fold for this small bet. So is he trying to get like, you know, better pocket better fold, like 4s, 6s, 7s, and 8s maybe?
So
Possible?
I think one of the main reasons
Is he value betting
there aren't as many young guns.
I'm not sure.
because of the
This is actually quite
around.
complex of a
Just like
of a
Just
bet
the
here,
farm team-
but
farm
the
team got wiped
5
out.
is still going to call.
Yeah, he took a whole farm
Or is that
team
a
from the
raise?
major leagues or anything else and just wiped them
Oh
out.
my goodness. So now in turn, Rezai is turning his hand into a bluff. We're not entirely clear. It's somewhat mergy in terms of Mateos. Is it value? Is it bluff? It's a little bit of both. But with Rezai, we know this is a bluff.
Yes.
He must feel as though the 5 is no good.
The survivors have, you know,
Yeah,
pretty big advantage.
I like this play. It's like Mateos, if he had a 10 or better, yeah, he would just keep betting. I know he got the better hand to fold, but I think Rezai thinks he got queen to fold there.
Well, he had the best hand. He didn't get a better hand to fold, but
Yeah.
obviously in his mind, he's thinking that he was up against a better hand. So fascinating, that particular exchange. As we swing back over to the other featured table, where we find yet more unfamiliar faces to us here at Triton, the newcomers. And hopefully they won't be unfamiliar for long.
This is a table full of newcomers. This is
Tommy Kim and Luke Shields, the only two that
5-5 or 6?
have participated in the Triton series in the past. Mehmet Salih Samsa, the opener. 2 10s, making it 5,500 to go. Shkulukia, King 10 suited out of the hijack, has flatted, and now Karmatsky with
maybe
2 6s.
Wants to put him
flats
in
as
kind of
well.
tournaments, but like he wants to max late reg, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's good also that I read now.
Philip Frederick Notch.
Yeah.
Looks like Nagy.
Yeah, he goes by Nagy.
You play 3 hands and then.
He's the CEO of WPN. So
you can see right there, rocking the attire. Playing under the American flag. Sitting this one out. Tommy Kim in the small blind came along for this ride. Yes, both of the other 10s are accounted for. Samsa, the overpair, decides to check it with that 2 diamond coordinated texture, and
I think
with
he
3
just-
checks in front of him, by the
he
way,
sees, like,
Karmatsky, 2 6s.
four-way. He's like, oh man,
Yeah.
I don't want to bet and let's
Get
just
raised,
check and
blasted.
Yeah, I don't mind betting, but I can see why he's checking. 2 6s would look pretty solid on this board, right? But the 2 10s here, you know, you played it cautiously on the flop. Might as well continue to play cautiously now with 2 10s.
Yeah, put it here, bro. Because
Can't blame Karmatsky for firing with the overpair and the gut shot straight draw. And Samsa will be the only caller.
Crazy.
Oh, check pop to 27,000. So more surprises, Randy, and
Yeah.
really, you know, we begin to understand just how unpredictable the first timers are going to be. Not just for you and I here in the booth, but of course those who are having to contend with them and do battle out there on the felt.
Exactly. Yeah. I think part of why he raised might have been because the bet with the 6s was quite small, just 3 big blinds. So he's like, okay, let me just kind of take this down. Had he faced a bigger bet, my expectation he might just check call, but we'll see. Turn card is an ace. That is a card where both of them are like, oh my god, what a turn. How did you get there? But neither player has improved.
I will say this, though. If I'm Karmatsky, I think the line taken by Samsa to raise pre and then check raise my what looks like a position bet into a 4-player field on the flop takes some of the ace-x out of the equation. And if we can remove some of it, despite the fact that it's unsettling to see Samsa now bet 26,000 on the turn, despite the arrival of the ace, which is a wheel card, of course.
Yeah.
Maybe we can make a move with these 2 6s.
I certainly hear where you're coming from. It does make a lot of sense, because like, why would ace king all of a sudden just start check raise? He might just check call. But you notice 2 10s bet in his turn is also unpredictable for me.
Yeah, really unexpected.
And it's gonna get time card in. I guess in the tens, he's like, well, if I check, maybe he bets a size I don't want him to bet. I might be up against, you know, a lower pocket pair, like 6s, 7s, 8s, and 9s. I can just bet small. It's kind of, it's very interesting, you know, like it's, I'd say it's not defined on what both players are thinking. And we're playing with shot clocks, so, you know, you got to figure out quick. 6s.
I'll tell you what, I'm not calling any action until I actually see it up on the screen anymore. When you think it's an auto call, a standard check, a standard raise, you know it's anything but. As Kamachki did make the call, another 52,000 slid into the middle, pot at 133,000, and now the board pairs on the river.
Yeah, this is a huge pot for the hands we're up against, and it's a single raised pot. 2 10s check. 6s do have showdown value against the 2 diamonds. Or do you just start going crazy? Just blast it in. Trying to get like an ace. Just gonna check. Wow, people are gonna be surprised when they see these 2 10s take it down, I think.
Not the sort of line we would have anticipated. And Samsa will be relieved, by the way, not only to see the check back, but of course to be taking it down here. As any ace, any 5, any 3, all would have had him beat. And we take a moment to remind you that our official timekeeper here at the Triton Series is Jacob & Company, and those timepieces there on your screen are just some of the incredible and spectacular timepieces that they manufacture. The Astronomia Casino piece has a functioning roulette wheel inside it. And of course, there's a special collaboration timepiece that will be awarded to our main event winners. We'll be teasing that later on. Hoodie there to the left of your screen, to the right of Samsa is another player under the Turkish flag, Rokai Chawi Mehdi.
Ace 5 in the cutoff.
6,500. 6,500.
6,500.
Ace 5 offsuit for Frederick. Makes it 6,500 to go, and the timing is poor, given that Gilles has woken up with an ace-king suited in the small.
5 seconds. Right, 71,000.
Gilles is primarily an online cash game player. Of course, with lots of tournament experience too.
3 bets up to 31K.
Big 3 bet.
Frederick does not look amused. And is not interested in continuing. So nice pickup there for Luke Gilles, playing in his second ever Triton Series. His first came in Madrid. Was not able to cash despite 5 events entered, including the 100K No Limit main event. All of the events he played in were no limit. Didn't play in any of the short deck stuff. What do we know about Frederick? Randy, I know you mentioned that he was the CEO and founder of WPN, which stands for
Winning Poker Network.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's big. Yeah, I spoke with him, and he doesn't normally get to play poker because, you know, he's got a company to run, he's got family. But he got to come out to Cyprus, and he's just loved it. he's just been playing poker like nonstop every single day, playing all the tournaments like the Merit Poker Party, and is playing cash games, and just so it's a very chatty guy. I think if you put him on a table with a bunch of like other guys out there, like those robots, he might try and like stir him up a little bit, have some fun. Yeah, he's like the one guy with a card protector at this table, you know what I mean? So yeah, he's gonna be fun to watch.
Heading over to the winningpokernetwork.com website, it bills itself as the most trusted U.S. online poker network since 2001, supporting the best poker rooms in the world with player promotions, fast and feature-rich software, and the most secure playing environment in the industry.
Yeah, so I think like a lot of guys might not know him, but definitely all of the business guys on here would know him here.
Yeah.
And he is registered, for that Coin Rivet tournament. 200K.
He's making the most of his time away from Costa Rica, where his company is headquartered. Get his poker fix in, and here we see Shkulukia under the gun with that ace-9 suited is in a bad way. Not just pre-flop, but on this flop, which is 2 clubs and 2 queens, smacking Suvarna. Santosh Suvarna.
From Tripia, right?
Yeah, playing under the Indian flag. His first ever Triton series.
Actually unreal how many new players and new faces are playing this event.
It does feel like a turning point.
Like this is
for the Triton
one.
series, doesn't it?
Yeah, I thought Madrid had a lot of like new faces and things, but like
Yeah.
this is massive.
I think we're going to start to see these fields really expand.
Otto, you coming?
I'm gonna see you in the tables next time,
Right?
Like,
Next thing you know, I'm a GG qualifier.
yeah, we're all playing, just commentaries.
Yeah, there's no
down.
one left in the booth. We're all out there. We're splashing.
You're wearing the
Elton
jersey,
Singh
huh?
sitting down.
It was your idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
First one to.
There he is.
To appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's good.
I forgot to ask them because I wasn't sure I was coming, so I was like, I didn't want to make them, and I could not come, so I don't have a jersey.
Oh.
But I would really want
You're
one.
first.
Yeah, I want one, but
Yeah.
it's now too late. That's cool.
What table is this? Table 3, table 5?
No?
3, I guess.
Alton, one of the first Triton originals, you'd say, that we've seen to the Asian contingent?
Does he go all the way back?
The Triton app. And
To
then
the
they,
beginnings?
He was there in
over
Montenegro.
there and
I don't
they
know if he
scan it
played in the
and
tournaments,
all
but
the
he played
updates.
the $1 million cash game and was just
Probably
being
shouldn't have told you
crazy.
about
Like, he made a name for himself in that
Yeah, he did.
single episode
Yeah,
alone.
he did. Looking at Triton Poker Plus app, Elton Sang's profile, 2.1 million in career earnings, 8 cashes. And his very first stop was Jeju back in 2018.
Yeah, so I think he skipped the tournaments at Montenegro when he played that one, but he was there playing the sickest cash
Yeah.
games.
Blinds at 1,500, 3,000. With that 3K big blind, Annie Karmachki with the ace-deuce suited under the gun, made it 6,500 to go. Taking it down, wearing that Stanford hoodie.
Yes.
Sold application.
Producer James advising us as he was on the comms for the MPP, the Mediterranean Poker Party, that Karmachki actually won the warm-up event and then chopped the main event. So he is coming off of a nice little 1-2 punch there, which leaves him pumped up enough to be taking a shot here in this 25K. Perhaps the recipe moving forward will be to have a prelim kind of series before our Triton stops, and then everybody who's pumped up can buy into our first event.
Yeah, I know this is just day one of our commentary, but I already know like this stuff is so successful.
Oh, yeah.
Just from seeing this already.
2000. What's the point? 2,000
Just
for
so
that?
lovely.
153.
Oh, 153.
Aggressive, chatty. Laugh is contagious. And that is a new jersey he's wearing or something? Is that what they were talking
It
about?
appears, based on his discussion with Luke Gilles, that is a new
You haven't seen it yet.
sort of deal. I haven't
Huh?
seen it yet, and I guess
this is exclusive to High
Are they
Rollers.
custom and they have your name on them or something?
You asked
I don't think we can get one.
I know.
I'm the mistake.
I'm not still sleeping.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right, you can stay asleep. It's just fine.
Don't
It's a
worry
real
about
friendly table.
So I think he just limped, intending to raise. Elton in the cutoff.
Suvarna, in turn, out of the small, decides to flat, and what a dynamite flop this is for him. Top pair, flush draw. Unfortunately, for his purposes, nobody else has much of anything. Just 7 high and ace high behind him. Now the board pair's on the turn.
That's 6,000.
And Suvarna, 6K bet.
Yeah, save money.
We'll take it down. Rocking the Aston Martin polo is Santosh Suvarna. Are you a car guy, Randy?
Yes, got here last night.
You into fast cars, nice cars,
so
exotic
what,
cars?
Honda
Right,
Civic,
pretty late.
Toyota Camry.
Oh, come on. Why are you being
I
such
had
a
some dinner,
family
then went
man?
But tomorrow was nice.
Killing my vibe.
Family. Of course, I've got to know the
really,
family
really good.
cars.
You have a minivan?
I'm saying the
I'm
other
leaving
time,
if you have a
like, I
minivan.
kind of slept
Oh,
early.
which
but
hotel?
I
then
don't have a minivan.
The Royal?
SUV.
Oh, the Royal, okay. Yeah.
But the party keep waking me
Like
up.
that
Crossover?
Yeah, I heard there's party every day there.
Yeah, like just.
What's
My
crossover
room is
exactly?
right against
Like
the
not
music, and
quite an SUV, but not quite a car. Kind
Yeah,
of in
there you go.
between. That's
Yeah.
what you have?
Yes, yes.
A
Look,
Subaru or something?
I
you want to
had a
party, that's also
Tesla,
good.
but it's in
No, no, no.
America. And that doesn't
gonna say,
fly
we did that
over.
so that-
I
so
can't
that
fly
you're
it over to
handicapped, right?
Australia. Okay. Does that work?
You can get it shipped, buddy.
I could, but it's the opposite side of
Last
the
thing you
wheel.
want is everybody well
Wouldn't
rested.
we driving like on the
Oh,
opposite
that is
side,
a little
you know?
bit of a problem. So what'd you do with it? You got rid of it?
I just gave it to my brother.
Who's in the U.S.?
Yeah. I'm a nice guy.
Wow, nice brother. Oh, I know what they call them in Australia. Utes.
Utes.
You have a ute.
Easy
That's what they
game.
call those things.
Are you sure?
Isn't it with like a pickup
up.
with like
A pickup truck is a
sport?
ute.
Oh, that's
Ready
a
to
ute?
play.
I
Okay.
think,
All right.
but I could be wrong.
One
No, no,
win,
no.
one
You're
lose.
the Aussie, not me.
I'm faking it till I make it.
100% VPIP.
100. You know, the funny thing is, Elton talks about 100% VPIP. He was playing a cash game. I was doing a commentary on, was that in Cyprus? No, where was it? But he was playing like almost 100% VPIP. That's the funny thing. It was like 88% or 95%.
I'll tell you what, it does make a guy tough to play against
Yeah,
when you have absolutely no clue. He could have any two.
and he was stacking so many
Of course.
dollars on euro. Yeah, and just laughing. It's good fun. And all those cash games you can find in the Triton Poker app.
That's right.
Look, I'm gonna look at it
The
now.
archives do have videos.
Yeah, it was Cyprus. You see that right in the middle, April 6th to 7th, 2022. Watch out.
Pot opened here by Martin Modena. The Italian opens to 6,000 with pocket sevens. Tommy Kim out of the big. Ace-10 offsuit. Will defend.
I don't know why. I feel like this is the first time I've seen this Korean flag at our Triton series. Possibly. Ace is good.
Along with a couple of clubs working as well for Tommy as he outflops Modena.
Your early position, you got 2 sevens. It is reasonable to continuation bet here. A lot of times you'll see people fire even more often from early position, more likely to represent that ace. Hope for a takedown. Potential backdoor draws with the 7 of clubs, pocket 7, straight draws, flush draws. Ace 10. Play it cool, play it casual, just call.
Change made. There's another 14,000 slides in. A little over 30K in the middle, and my goodness, the 7 of spades. No waiting for Modena. He makes a set of 7s and jumps into the lead. As Tommy Kim now has the gut shot straight draw.
Wow. You're just, you know, like when you bet those pocket pairs, like I get called, well, I'm just going to check it down, hope I win. But then when you hit it, you're like, can you just please have some random 2-pair now or something huge? It's a type of texture, too, where a lot of times the player in the big blind has a pair and a straight draw.
24?
So I like the bigger sizing here, right? Like, you know, you got ace-9, not going to go anywhere. They got 8-7, 6-7, you know, they're going to lose a lot of chips. Big sizing makes a lot of sense on this board texture against the big blind.
Hey. Get it. Right there. No. Minus 50. I'm so sorry, but unfortunately we don't allow airports to be.
Oh, okay.
Super sorry. I didn't ask.
That's okay.
So.
No, no worries.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Tommy's worried. The thing is, he does have the inside straight draw, which is just enough to continue. 24,000.
Oh, and there is the 9 of clubs. Tommy now makes the straight and blocks the nut flush with his ace of clubs. As Modena popped into the lead briefly, but it was short-lived. And now in an almost 80,000 chip pot, how will Tommy proceed?
Take the lead.
But 33,000.
Crying call. Cheeky little bet. Just one of those annoying spots. You know you're beat, but then you're like, man, that price is good. Realistically, it's really hard to think of a hand he beats that would check call, then just lead. Like,
well, he's using the time bank. Obviously, he recognizes the vulnerability of these 2 7s on the 4-liner board where the clubs have come in as well. Tommy defended his big blind against the open. Check called the ace-8-6 board for 7K. Check called the 24K on the turn. And now suddenly comes out swinging for 33,000, which feels milky.
It does feel milky. It is milky as we can see it. He's going to use more time bank. I guess he's thinking, okay, am I ever up against a blocker bet of worse value? I don't know, like ace-9, hypothetically. Like, I don't think so, but these are things that he's thinking about to use 2 time bank cards so far. Like a hand, you would think of a hand like ace-4, ace-3, ace-deuce. They wouldn't want to just turn the hand into a bluff this way all of a sudden. It wouldn't make logical sense.
Ace-9 exactly does feel like the kind of hand that might be beaten by the 2 7s that would approach things in this manner.
Yeah, but then again, they have a lot of incentive to check as well. So you start to stretch when you're breaking down his hand, thinking he wants to lay this one down. I think it's the right discipline. Well done.
Wow. Really, really nice fold there out of Martin Modena, who obviously didn't enjoy the sensation, but he'll enjoy maintaining 33,000 more in his stack than he would have otherwise.
Short sleeve jersey, or do they have more?
I think they only make short sleeve.
Yeah, okay. No hoodies or something.
I think they should make like hoodies.
Yeah, hoodies or also.
Modena is going to be down to 142,000 in chips, while Tommy is up to almost 230K.
Five off soon the button. Okay, Nagy getting
6,500.
raising this hand.
He's changed it from Frederick to Nagy. And that last name is Hungarian, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it? I'll have to ask. But every time he raises, they just wake up with ace king, huh? It might feel like he's getting picked on. In actuality, they're picking up hands.
Yeah, it was Luke Gilles, I believe, who had the ace-king last time against his ace-5 and 3-bet it. This time it is Tommy Kim. And, of course, this time it's a much easier fold with 8-5 offsuit. But you never know. Sometimes people decide that they just want to make a stand. They don't want to get into the habit of opening pots and then folding to the 3-bet, as that would seem to encourage others to 3-bet them lighter and lighter. But nevertheless, a little discipline, a little patience. You can see and feel kind of.
Yeah, the third 3-bet coming. He's like, I'm not folding.
Right. You don't want to be the third guy to the party. Doesn't matter what he has. He might just jam on you.
I hate playing queens in position.
Queens. Should have said like 8s or something. Might be believable. Queens.
They're out there trolling.
Nothing. No response to. What do you got to chuckle out of me?
Well, Randy, have you managed to play any poker since you got here? I know they have high-stakes cash games that are running out here, and maybe mid-stakes.
Why do you think I'm in the commentary booth? I lost my whole role.
No,
I'm
come
not doing
on.
it back.
Now you're trolling.
I might need to find some way to qualify into some of these events.
Don't leave me out here by myself, Randy. I need you.
So the question is, maybe I qualify and then we send one of us in. But who do we send in?
Don't send me. I'm a blaster. You think Elton Sang's got a high VPIP? Well, they see me. 6,500 to go, says Samza. Suvarna, flats. Tommy. Mulling it over with the 2 3s on the button. Joins the party, going set mining. The price is certainly attractive for Modena, if not the holding, 10-8 off.
Just for a little bit more, I wouldn't see why you wouldn't with connected hand like this.
He does. Close the action by defending his big. Queen 8-6, middle pair for Modena, and that is actually the best hand in this four-way affair.
You wouldn't think it is, though. Like, it's a pretty dicey board, 4 players. I think everyone's going to be pretty afraid to fire this flop. Pocket 3's in position, though. Is actually going to reach for chips. Just thinking, look, if you guys had a queen, wouldn't you guys just fire somewhere?
Not an unreasonable thought. And for just 7,500, you give yourself the chance to pick up at 30K.
Gets 10-8 to fold. Wow. Small bet. This is a tiny bet, and it's gonna
go a long way, isn't it?
Yeah, this is a great price to take it down against these hands.
Samsa could tear one off here, Randy, with the backdoor clubs, backdoor straightiness, but he does have Suvarna behind him, and obviously the climb would always be uphill. So a nifty little button bet there from Tommy Kim's 3s. Earn him the pot.
Started to make this look easy.
That did look easy, right? 7,500. Just taking that down.
Tommy has played in 2 events thus far, the Cyprus warm-up and then Madrid. 2 series, I should say, 4 events in total, and he's batting 500 as he had a cash in his very first ever Triton event. That was a 50K no limit 6 max, where he finished 3rd for 503,000. And then in Madrid, his first event of the series, he played a 20K 8 max no limit event pretty much like what he's playing here, and he finished in third again for 219,500 pounds. Here he is with Jack 10 suited, facing the under the gun open from Samsa Sevens.
Got Jack 10 of hearts. Does he want to isolate or overlimp? Is she going to use a time bank card on pre-flop? Interesting.
Application is not updating, it's like very fast, yes?
I don't know, it's...
Time bank call.
Oh, it's me. Finally, I'm here.
Now a pretty one from Modena. The King Queen suited.
Is that what it's... Yeah, they have to scan the QR code or whatever, and then you get
Coincidentally,
live updates or whatever.
Randy, a little bit of Italian
Are you
trivia, I suppose. Modena is the name of a small city.
Seating chart. And
home to Ferrari.
Okay.
And also the hub of balsamic vinegar production in Italy. I only know because I've been there.
Looks like you do know some.
Did you have
Yeah,
the?
some
Did
weird
they
stuff,
scan the?
some weird knowledge.
I had to
Cool.
take it up to them, and because you're a player, they'll scan the QR code so that you get the live updates like that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You can. We can share.
Alright, so we got 2 limps, then Modena, King Queen suited, bumps up to 15,000, 5 blinds, gets 2 calls.
That's really nice. They do a really good job.
15,000 did nothing, but he's got the initiative. 51,000 bloated pot.
So you see all the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably
you see the
not
big
what he
blinds,
anticipated would happen, as he 5x'd both limps.
the other
Maybe he
tables.
gets 1 caller, and
really
what he gets is a bang-up flop. King high 2 spades,
Right.
all Modena here.
Well, it's right here if you want to
51,000 in the
take a look
middle.
at it.
And he plays off of 117, so over 2 SPR.
If he
Stack to pot
c-bets
ratio.
here, I would like to see him size small, just because how hard. Yeah, I like the small bet. You don't want some guy to hero fold like a mid pair or like a gut shot where they make a straight, you make a flush, or some weaker flush draws. You want to invite these people to come along.
The 2 sevens crumble. But for Tommy Kim, middle pair, slightly stronger proposition.
Like, you're not loving the Jack 10 here, but when it's 15,000 into that pot size position, you just kind of call and see what happens.
And that appears to be exactly what Tommy Kim is doing, but he will be drawing dead after the 8 of spades rolls off, giving Modena the king high flush.
Yeah, just absolutely hits everything. It's holding the king, so it's a little bit less likely his opponent has a king. Would mean that Tommy Kim's more likely to hold a jack. Jack with a spade would be like ace jack offsuit. I do like that he's going for that smaller sizing, like I said before. It's just let those guys with marginal holdings continue. Don't blow them out the pot. Maybe they'll find a way to call you down or make some crazy play.
25K to call for Tommy. He does not have a spade. Nevertheless, he's going to make the call, Randy. Getting better than 4-1 on it.
Holy, it's
and now
hard.
Jackson 10's the trouble card for Tommy.
Yeah, you call that turn like, oh, I'm getting great prize, and you hit this card, you're just jumping up for joy now.
On the money. Like the chip count was exact.
All in.
Oh, man. And what an uncomfortable position this is for Tommy.
For sure.
The good news is he has Modena well covered. The bad news is
you were in the 6 max yesterday, yeah?
Modena's line here does vibe very strong.
You were busy at a different final table.
2 limpers, and Modena raises out of the small blind 5x
Oh,
to
really?
15K. Then he fires another 15K on the flop. He fired 26K on the turn. And now here we are on the river where he's willing to shove the rest of his stack in.
Yeah, let's just say Modena was block betting like an ace-king on the turn or aces, right? Like the river card, he should be a bit worried now. He shouldn't all of a sudden go. He does make the call. King-eye flush draw is good for flush. Tommy Kim cut down half a stack.
Yeah, he made the call there. If you're willing to call the turn and then hit a card like the 10,
clock. It makes a difference.
you really do got to consider calling that river. So, an unfortunate blow to Tommy Kim's stack, but a nice clawback there for Modena, who now sits in the chip lead here at one of our featured tables. 284,000 in front of him, still way off the high water mark in terms of overall chip lead here in event number 1. That title belongs to Viktor Kudanov, the Russian, with 727,000. Another newcomer, online qualifier Artur Martirosyan. Second in chips, Artem Pezhnikov. Third, as the Russian podium rounds out, and then Barak Wisbrod from Israel, 522,000 and change, good for fourth. As long as we've got the opportunity, let's not sleep on Kanapong Tanaratakul in fifth, part of that Thai content creating contingent that showed up in Madrid for the first time ever, had a blast.
Yeah.
Sitting with 466,000 right now.
He's the strongest man in Canada.
How did you connect with the
Switch the table back to the red table. We do have two featured tables that we can ping pong back and forth. And Davies
Like you send him a video of you doing some exercise.
still has chips from before when he lost them all. Now he's got the two aces.
He ran ace king into aces to lose most of his stack. Here he is with aces.
The results come if you listen to it. Like he definitely changed.
Min raise. 12 big blinds.
I was pretty flat-chested. Well, I haven't really spoken to him much. He gave me so much I can think others now.
6,000, the number that Kuhn is contemplating out of the small with the suited connector. Looks like he is making the call. As yet another Turkish player in the fold here
I've been on the big
as a newbie.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I can obviously pay him something, but I'll tell you this. If
Another
it's not
newcomer.
worth it after a month of gone with him, I'll refund you.
Newcomer.
That's how confident I am.
Yeah, come on.
Is Koray Korkmaz.
How about I put my name in there?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Put
You
your
bet.
details in there and I'll shoot
With
them
the
in.
king queen.
Yeah.
Davies just got the dream scenario. He's got Jason Kuhn put a little extra chips in too.
6, 4, 7, 4, 1.
What did Davies do?
You send me a WhatsApp and I'll share it too.
Yeah, Korkmaz with that king queen in the big blind. 3-bet it to 18,000. It looks like Davies jammed the rest of it. Jason out of the way, and now Davies has a nice little spot to double plus up to 80K.
Eric War, I'll add to contact. And what I'll do is I'll share Matt.
Chance.
Got in my phone as Matt Big
So
Rig
far, so
as well.
good for the aces, but of course, Korkmaz with some glimmers of hope. 5 outs right now against them. 10 of diamonds is safe. Now Davies just needs to fade the 5-outer with 1 to come.
I'm so stupid, I just shared him to himself.
And he's done it as the 1 paint card that was safe for him arrives on the river.
Eric.
Two, 4 now?
Korkmaz left with just south of a starting stack after losing that one. And he get a peek at the chip counts here at the red table. American Eric War, who had those 2 queens up against Morton Klein, hit the 2-outer on the turn, has himself up to 451,000 in chips. Daniel Rizai, who had the aces, I believe it was. Is that against Davies?
Yes, that's right.
That's where he picked up the bulk of his stack. Currently sits second at the table, 350K roughly. Here is Australia's Cale Burns. Ace-10 offsuit.
Even if it's
Opens to 8,500. Give us a sense, Randy, given that you are from Down Under, of just how big a deal Cale is in the poker scene in Australia.
Other people?
Yeah, Cale Burns and Michael Adamo are the 2 strongest tournament players down there by far, I would say. Although, yes, the guy who got second place in the main event is quite good, but he doesn't play as much as them. But no, Cale was huge. He came from a cash game background. I spoke to him, the high stakes life, so he was playing Macau and stuff like that. Now, like every single one of these cash game guys, they play the 25K, 50K, 100K tournaments. They like the Triton series, and he's done very well online as well. Seems to always win these online titles.
I think
he's good.
Obviously, the better one gets, the higher they tend to want to play, because it's the same amount of effort generally and the same amount of hours that goes into playing. You might as well get more rewarded for it. And once you get into some of those nosebleed cash games, it makes it tough to go back and play tournament poker unless it's going to be at big enough stakes to be worth your while, right?
Exactly.
To play for 2 or 3 days. And so you start to see them gravitate toward these super high roller series.
91.
Robert Campbell also from Down Under? Is he
I'm not
American?
familiar with that
can't
name.
remember.
So
maybe I'm just conflating that he and Cale Burns because they look similar to me, but I could have sworn Robert Campbell was also an Aussie. Let me take a peek.
yeah, I think the Aussies has really made a name for himself recently. You know, ever since Adamo's uprising this past like 2 years, right? You start to hear about them a lot more. Before then, it was kind of more just Joe Hashem. And
just
these guys were crushers, but more silently. Australian poker player from Melbourne. Apparently, he's probably on that Hall of Fame board that they have at the Crown, and I'm just like, I don't know who that guy is.
Served one up to you. The guy's from Melbourne, as you are, an Aussie poker player.
2 bracelets. Oh
and
my God.
World Series of Poker Player of the Year.
Well,
once upon a time.
I'm definitely going to try to avoid this guy.
Talking about Robert Campbell. Yeah, exactly.
Files. Just want to know how much it is.
Davies now with King Queen.
Carb in Europe.
Ate all the carbs.
Ate all.
Opens to 8,000 with the blinds at 2K, 4K.
Hey, Jason,
5
what's
suited
up
in the
with
big for
Triton
Rizal.
swag game? It's kind of weak. I mean, that store is weak. They got a cool logo, and they got hardly anything.
Wait, can you?
Those hoodies with the weird suits are made by one of the world's most famous painters. He sells paintings for like $12 million for one painting, and he just made a custom collaboration for Cypress.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, like, they need to have like 8 different hats.
Yeah, I know. I think they're just like more specialized, but I agree. Everybody wears it.
They got a cool
like,
logo.
Dude, it's sick.
Can we buy gear for Triton gear at the moment? Is there stores here somewhere?
Right there, bro.
It's a tiny little kiosk.
Those hoodies with like the weird looking suits on them.
Dude, I love the shirt. It's like the most
$5,000 in a couple of years. His paintings are literally
10-7 deuce board doesn't connect with either player. As Eric Rory and Jason Kuhn discussing the swag situation. I'll tell you what, don't knock any of the Triton gear. The stuff is complete fire. Super comfortable, good looking stuff.
Quality is top notch.
Davies Seabed.
Nice.
Sends him northbound.
Yeah, he's really cool. He's a student, lives in LA. A lot of his stuff is NBA themed. So, yeah.
So the hoodies. He's a hoodie guy.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's like a kind of a streetwear, chilling, like a lax-looking kind of dude, you know, real artsy, but always comfy.
I like that.
Yeah. That's my
Comfort is
favorite
numero
style.
uno.
Like comfy but looks good, you know. That's my favorite style.
I'm all polo shirts this shirt.
You're all polos. An oversized T-shirt, Ryan lately. I like big ass T-shirts.
Look at my crisscross.
Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah.
They wore their jeans on backwards.
I don't know if I'll ever go.
How much you buy, Adrian? Oh, good.
190.
Pocket deuces for Burns.
Flex up here, Griff. I hope it breathes well. Old Nike tee, man. On me.
Grabs his Labrador and heads on the duck hunt. Opening to 10,000 from the button. And ace-9 suited in the small for Rezai. And obviously we know that it's the kind of hand that does rate to want to
It was a pretty bold move.
play back at some of these late position openers.
Poor guy.
But instead it's a flat. And
Cool.
good thing it is because Mateos has ace-queen behind him.
287 behind.
Nice.
Yeah, he's playing about 45 big blinds.
Aces and queens.
He's been suited.
42.
Definitely worthy of bumping it up.
How much you have? 300. How much you start with again, Adrian?
190.
Kale Burns in a spot where he's actually contemplating jamming, I think. It just depends on how often he thinks Mateos will squeeze here as a bluff.
That's really the only thing on his mind, right? He can't imagine that Rezai's hand is particularly strong after he flats the small blind. Certainly not strong enough to call the jam.
So I think Burns is basically trying to see what kind of flop develops and then play accordingly. But yeah, ace-9 suited, I'd imagine, would want to get away. It's too dominated three ways and do that pot.
I need change. Could you change? Just 5k is fine.
Chaos, you know, he likes to play post flop. I think that's his really big edge. So you can see him peeling with these two deuces. Not necessarily to set mine. Of course, you would like to set mine, but kind of playing the boards.
Also, Randy, pre-flop stickiness, establishing a reputation for it, really sort of helps dissuade your opponents from making a habit of 3-betting you or attacking your blinds.
Very
as
true.
we see Mateos way the best of it, top 2 on the ace-queen-10 board. And the other good news about the two deuces is it's an easy hand to get away from on board textures like this. Not murky at all.
Yeah, he knows exactly where he's at here. You know, if the board ran out like little numbers, maybe one like 10 or jack or something, you know, he might continue. 16,000 is a tiny bet. This is... you feel like, oh man,
yeah.
But I've got two deuces, what can I do?
Nowhere to go. Mateos with a nice pickup there.
You call jam pre?
Yeah.
Yeah, you take everything then. All good.
Yeah, you see Kale trying to figure out whether or not Adrian would have called the jam, which was the other option available to him, and Mateo says yes, so Kale will be happy he chose the line that he did.
Not good flip for a bit.
I'm scared of Adrian.
Mateos, by the way, just 28 years of age, but such an illustrious poker career. His first Triton participation goes all the way back to 2017 in Macau. Very much in the infancy of the Triton series. He finished 4th in the main event for 890,000. Played one event in Montenegro in 2019. That was a short deck, 250K HKD. And then in Madrid, of course, his home soil. Played a couple of long deck events and finished 10th in the 50K for 108,600. A total of just north of $1 million in career Triton.
Yeah, Mateos has been around. That Macau event would be before they started doing all these big live stream production. There was probably a couple more of those stops. Those were much smaller, where Wykin picked up some titles. Then I think Fatal Holtz was one of those title winners back then too. But like, we've come a long way. 2 featured tables, like something you've never heard of.
Sure.
You know, like, yeah, just how can we make it better.
Yeah.
Every single time.
That really is the ethos behind the entire series: is expansion, improvement, really delivering the best player and viewer experience. As we see Kuhn with Ace-King, making it 9,000 to go. Cale Burns flats with the Queen 10 suited. Now Seth Davies out of the big blind might have ideas. Off of 86K.
Yeah. Ace 8. Just enough to call.
Yeah, keeping it clean, dominated. Seven tray deuce rainbow. No connections.
His king is good. But he is worried about that flat in position by Burns. Could appear to be like a pocket pair type hand. Go it all flat against under the gun. Does Cale want to rep it? This is why I like watching them play. Reaching for chips with just Queen 10 high into two players. One being the pre-flop raiser. Shakes one out. Kuhn. King high.
Might Queen high take down not one but two ace highs. Obviously the ace king far more incentivized to continue.
Can't get him to fold.
Jason going to peel another 18,000 into the middle here. Either player hits the jack.
Cale Burns here is thinking, okay.
Now like 225.
Do you have like an ace high, ace king, ace queen? Or do you
That's fine.
have some kind of slow played hand? Maybe like sixes, fives, fours. I don't know. It does kind of seem that Jason Kuhn is pretty weak. That's why Cale Burns is betting again. Just Queen 10, nothing.
Well, the trouble is, no matter how weak it may seem that Jason is, he is oh so strong a player. And sort of recognizes what's going on in his opponent's mind and is able to counteract that and exploit that better than most.
Yeah, it's about being one step ahead. Burns is firing a huge bet out. Trying to sell the story that he's got, you know, a set. You bet small on the flop. Now that he got called, you go for big value. Just be a pretty sick call if he can make him just ace king high on the turn.
Remember, though, there's one street to come.
Exactly.
So it's not just about the 40K that he would have to call here, which is a very mighty bet from Cale Burns, which gets through, but it would also be about what he's going to be facing on the river.
I thought you had tens.
Potentially.
Can't I bet 10s on the jack?
I just didn't think you would.
Nice work there from the Aussie Cale Burns as he was
Can do it.
rack one up.
10s are still pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes. You're a good dealer, my friend. You know it.
Yeah, the Aussies is just so fun to
That's why I
watch.
agree
They
on the
just
pizza table.
blast away post flop all the time. They try to win the tournament on day one, you know?
I mean, if we want to talk about Aussie blasters, then the name Matt Kirk must come to mind.
I didn't know he was Aussie, though. Is he?
Aussie Matt.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. You're right. Yes. For some reason, I just got completely confused. Yeah, he's a blaster.
I mean, in the history of televised poker,
Off he goes. He is a full-on character. Man.
I'm stretched to think of anybody who has made that
What a
sort of
character.
impression
Yeah.
of being a stone cold blaster like Aussie Matt did. And by the way, he gave fits to people for a long time. I mean, there was no more pressure applied on stream in history, I think, than what Aussie Matt dialed up for a lot of folks for a long time. Meanwhile, Korkmaz, the opener with ace-2 suited. Davies again with an ace-8. Ace-8 suited this time. And the better of it.
I'm taking Jason's advice. I'm buying
Some
the
flats from the small blind.
Taking Jason's advice.
Take
Trying to
his
get a
advice
partner.
in general. That's
And the two club flop is a good one for him as he's got the nut flush draw and the better ace high. Korkmaz has picked up a wheel draw.
A medium.
Huh?
If you like loose, a large. If you like fitted, a medium.
How about for me?
Korkmaz's probably wondering, okay, Davies flatting small blind,
I like-
20
I don't like
big
the
blind.
loose fitting.
Is it mean? Gonna start with fires. Does got a little inside straight draw. I wonder if Davies goes for the check raise just because he's so shallow.
Really?
And get some better ace highs to fold. Maybe some medium pocket pairs lower than a 10. Wouldn't want to call big jam.
I want large.
7K the c-bet sizing, and Davies sits with 72,000.
Got some big old arms, big old
Check raise would be a pretty nice play here.
I want the large.
Small blind. It looks pretty strong.
I'll just I like the breeze.
Medium if you want to be risky. Yeah.
Nah. I'm too
You
much
know,
of a
even if you're up against an overpair.
I don't have the
almost.
Yeah, it's never disaster as Davies is drawing to the nuts no matter what happens, and certainly
See, he won't even give himself credit. Only pretty.
in case he was an equity dog, he wouldn't want to get everything in there just yet, but if that ends up happening, it'll be okay.
I've got the chomps. I've got the
Pays his time bank off and
the bone broth,
raises.
I've got the
Rather small to 18,000.
What else do I have? I can't do the coconut. Sorry. Got the almond butter to go with my
Ace
bone
deuce in
broth protein shake.
Spot.
I've got.
It's not
I've
that
got,
much more. You do have a draw
what are
to
the
a
bars?
very strong hand.
Bulletproof
You hit a
bars.
3.
Got 3 boxes of bulletproof bars.
You did
It's
it.
the ace.
And that's almost a better card for Davies to hit than the club, given that it's going to give him some more action here. And for the time being, his 8 still plays.
I want to get a cryo at my house so bad.
It's actually an interesting card on whether Davies should keep firing or start checking. I like this check a lot because if his opponent has a club draw himself, he wouldn't be able to call a jam, but he might try to represent the ace, jam himself. Like, there's no purpose of betting the ace 8 really now
Swimming pool go
on the turn.
just turn the heater off in the winter, and it got down to like
It's a really nice check.
48 degrees or something. So I just go in there after the workout every day. It's great.
Mine's 41.
And Davies, after checking again, looks as though he was asked for the full amount. And indeed, Korkmaz jammed his ace deuce and a snap call from Davies, who's got Korkmaz in a rough way here. Only 5 outs to a clean winner for Korkmaz. Certainly some chops are available. But Davies, 77% to scoop this one. And what a comeback this would be. 170,000 in this pot. He'd be almost back to a starting stack of 200,000 after being down to just about 30K, as I recall, on the low water mark. And the river is a 7, so the 8 kicker will play, and Seth Davies with a nice double up, 170,000. And that's going to go a long way for Seth as well, Randy. I mean, this is a guy who, when you look at his record in Triton, you pull up his profile on the app. He has 1.7 million in Triton earnings, but he just broke the seal in Madrid. His participation dates all the way back to Jeju in 2019, where he went 0 for 4. Then he played in London and went 0 for 6. Cyprus, the warm-up event, 0 for 5. Then suddenly in Madrid, after going 0 for 5 to start the event, finishes 3rd in a 75K no limit for 661,000. Then he finishes 7th in the 100K short deck for 305. And he finishes 5th in the 150K one bullet short deck event for 460K.
Yeah. And I remember we were watching those series and we thought like he kind of ran bad in some spots, like he should have got even deeper. So like,
oh yeah,
this is his spot, Cyprus. You know, if you're coming down from 30,000 to run up your stack, like, don't have to re-enter. It's just
well, it's
stars
still
align.
early, Randy. It's still early. Let's not ride any brooms here. Ace King for Eric War. Gets a flat from Mateos' suited connector out of the cutoff, and now Davies with the suited connector of his own on the button.
Jack of Hearts, pretty nice hand. Did he try to make? He's trying to run up those chips even more, but we got Ace King in front.
3-bet to 35,000. Feels poorly timed.
Should have locked up the win with those chips.
Maybe he's feeling a little bit too good about that double up.
You heard your whole speech, and it was like, oh, wow, this is my stop.
You're the one that said it's his stop. Cyprus, he went over in the warm-up. It's Madrid that's his stop.
Oh, man. All right, well, Ace King here. Mandatory. Get it in, I think, given how deep Davies is. Calling makes it a little bit funny. Love this.
Yeah, he does rip it in there. Mateos will be able to escape easily, and Davies is going to send it into the muck as well.
Not Sam, Minnesota.
Thank you.
Now, but Eric War is up to almost $500,000 in chips.
Earned your way into the big blind.
Could have been out, right? You got the queens into the aces of Morton Klein. Banks it. And it's just cruising since.
My oldest son is like head of sales for a company.
Okay.
My daughter and my son-in-law have 2 businesses that they run.
Yeah.
My youngest son works for me. Our daughter also works with us in our company, and then one works in video and film.
Yeah.
And the other one is like VIP support type thing.
Yeah. Lots going on.
Yep. And then our youngest is junior in high school.
Okay. Is the youngest a handful or not?
No, he's an amazing kid.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah. Smart as a whip. Living his best life.
Love that.
Davies
I say that knowing that I was a little.
trying to run it up after that last
9
Queen Jack failure.
Were you?
Oh, I can't.
I mean, 5 diamonds. Big blind for Rory.
Kid. I've been a nightmare to raise.
Comes along.
Full parents. Probably the best day.
Dominating Davies.
It's
Suited
not considered a
5.
bad word in Australia. It's a term of endearment.
Nothing. Davies with mid pair, 5 kicker. Keeping control.
Now a small rebate there to the 35,000 that he handed War a pot ago.
Who won the tournament from yesterday?
Mr. G.
Really?
Tony Warren. He did. Taught everybody a lesson. Back some jokes. Drank some wine. Taught everyone a lesson.
I've never played
Won
with
the
him.
all
But he sure seems fun to watch.
Did some good plays. I mean, you got to give it to him. He's the only guy with the balls enough to play the middle.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Got to give it to him. I think he's the most entertaining person in poker.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there's no one else who can just do what he does. Or if there is, they're not doing it.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Wait, 85.
$8,500 to go out of the Jack 10
good
offsuit
card?
of Adrian Mateos.
Do you answer that question yes every time?
Yes. Every time I raise.
Only the best. 8.5?
Yes.
Okay. 500 for me. Gracias. How much you got? Ooh.
That's a lot.
200 with good cards.
Queen 4 defended the big blind and out flops with top pair, but Mateos open-ended. The Jack of Diamonds working.
Some good action here. Continuation bet coming. 15,000, a little bit larger sizing. And these smaller third pops we've been seeing lately.
Always. Fucking Spain, always good cards. 15, huh?
Top pair, weak kicker.
15K into 23,000, which Burns will call. Total brick on the turn. Welcome sight to Burns' Queen 4, given the wet texture on the flop.
Does Mateos continue? He wants to. I think he knows Burns would call Vinny pair on the flop. But if it's one of those weaker pairs, he might not be able to handle the heat.
$46.
Bet 46,000.
Near pot.
Can you show me the remainder of your stack, please? Thank you.
Kale's thinking about the bet sizing that's been going on.
Yeah.
A little bit larger on the flop, big on the turn. The turn's a total brick, so kind of makes sense that he's up against a draw a lot of times.
Yeah, Mateos really wanted to disincentivize Kale to continue with that 46K into 53. Kale hangs in there, and yet another fairly clean-looking card on the river. Granted, 6-8 gets there. Not sure how much of that range Burns would be assigning to Mateos as played.
Yeah, very unlikely 6-8 because of its underground +1. So, yeah, things haven't changed. Burns came sticky in some spots, so I don't know. Is Mateos really going to go for it? Well, okay, Burns is actually time banked out of position. Is this one of those lead outs all of a sudden? That'd be kind of unexpected.
You might be onto something, Randy.
Or is this like the check, make it look like I'm weak and bait you into jamming into me? I don't know. It's a lot of things going on.
Yeah,
it's actually going to be a lead out.
Owen, this is really small.
The 10%er. These lines. Where does he find these lines?
Mateos is thinking the same thing with this jack high here. Might he feel like a raise would get through? Because realistically, what is Kale representing here, Randy?
Exactly.
Some of that 6-8 is in his range, certainly.
Yes, for you, sir, I can.
Does not seem to matter as Mateos folds the jack high and Burns hauls one in.
I kind of think Kale was trying to induce like some crazy jam or something.
Yeah,
I would love to have seen
it was super downsized. Meanwhile, back over at the other feature table where the blinds are 2,500 and 5,000, we find Karmachki, winner of the warm-up MPP event and chopper of the main, with his ace-queen suited, shooting it up to 11,000. Luke Gilles now with an ace-10 in the cutoff.
On 23 big blinds. Looks like he did something. Calls. Trying to use that position.
Waiting on Suvarna's action. Jack 6 suited in the big. And he'll spend an extra 6K to take a peek.
And my back have a little back pain, so. No use.
And Suvarna flops bottom pair, but he's up against top pair for Gilles, who has outflopped Karmachki's ace-queen.
Yeah. against flatters in the big blind defense, it's kind of board where they could have a piece. So that's why you see them not c-betting the ace queen here. You know, like pocket pairs, jack 10, 8, 9, 6, 7. Like, there's a lot of things these two guys in this position have.
12,000.
12,000 is the start for call here with jack 6. See what develops. Queen high.
6 of hearts is working.
Yeah, you see it, right? And you're like, oh, I could hit like a jack of hearts, a king of hearts, an ace, a queen.
Backdoor Broadway stuff.
Once you have learned about these backdoors, you know, you can't unsee it. So you're going to find some creative ways to maybe when the pot does make the call.
And it isn't so much that you think you're going to get there necessarily every time. It's more so that you create opportunities for yourself to then press equity as we see the hard draw show up on the turn.
Exactly. Jack 6 not feeling good, though, once there's a bet and a call. Luke here, ace 10, top pair. I think he's gonna feel still pretty good about his hand, given how much is in the middle and what he's got remaining. I think pot controlling doesn't really make as much sense. I want to just protect what's in there. He'd be worried about like 7-6, I suppose. But you know, you need to think about the other hands you beat. The weak 10s, 7-8s, pocket 9s. Lots of hands that you beat. And he's probably gonna think that the pre-flop raiser would, you know, c-bet the flop with an overpair, check raise the flop. I would think he'd feel pretty comfortable here.
38.
Bet 38,000.
$38K, the number out of Gilles. Jack 6 hits the muck. Now Karmachki obviously cannot go anywhere with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, so sometimes you pick up these equity and you're like, okay, well, can I potentially raise and get my opponent to fold? Given that Gilles only has 56,000 remaining, I would expect him to never fold to a jam. So I would just heal here and hope I hit my hand.
Yeah, because we have no fold equity, so why put the raise in? So the flat from Karmachki brings the pot to over 152K. And instead of a heart, the board pairs on the river. And that's actually a nice run out for Gilles. Is no club, no heart, no straight card, no over card. Leaves that ace-10 far more comfortable.
All in.
All in.
Karmachki's check will bring a jam from Gilles for the remaining 56,000, and his hand hasn't hit the muck just yet, Randy, and that's in part due to the fact that there are plenty of draws that have missed. He blocks the heart draw, obviously, but the club draw didn't get there.
So what I would think about a little bit is if I'm trying to pick off a flush draw, would Gilles use this sizing on the turn, given he only had 56K remaining? Possible, but I would discount it a little bit. I think some people, if a big draw, might just jam the 80-something thousand on the turn. You know, you need to think about these kinds of things. Why did Gilles use 38,000 bet on the turn rather than a jam when he had slightly over the pot only remaining? Like, was I getting milked on the turn?
Well, let's not forget that these high-level players obviously know how to dress something up as milky when in reality, it is everything but.
I've now screwed it up. If you leave the... if you leave the
Karmachki
updates,
does
and you go back.
put the loser into the muck
Okay,
and
it's
Gio
stamped again, yeah.
will haul one in as he continues
live and learn
his search for a Triton cash. And while Luke hauls that one in, we're going to take a second to remind you at some point here momentarily, there it is, that GG Poker is the place to be for the online World Series of Poker. Not only do you have a chance to pick up your very own, very real World Series of Poker bracelet, but you can also qualify to play in Triton events as Yuri Zivalevsky, Artur Martirosyan, and who's our third qualifier from online?
Thomas
the Austrian
Mühlacker.
Mühlacker have all done.
Yeah. And I believe I saw you can even start as low as like $25 to
That's
get
right.
into the next satellite,
Right.
the next satellite. So you can
Daisy
keep playing
chain
some
your
of
way
these.
in, parlay it like Chris Moneymaker in 03.
Yeah.
Raise and take it for the two jacks.
This would have been a good stop to qualify into too. The venue is just
Oh,
spectacular.
yeah.
You get the water, food, eat all the buffet you want. Like it's just it's a good stop.
Man, the buffet is good and it's bad. If you don't have discipline, it's a bad thing. I mean, the dessert tables alone, there's like 3 of them.
Yeah.
Completely stocked to the gills with
There's
dessert.
Literally like 50 choices every time.
The tough part is it doesn't tell you what it is. It's not like, well, the only way I'm going to find out is if I eat it. Of course, it becomes challenging.
They even have like during breaks, people are just getting food in between. Like it's nice, you know. It's
Oh, yeah, we do
very
have our own
convenient.
little spread right outside of the tournament area where during our shorter breaks, players are able to go and grab a quick bite without having to go up to the restaurant.
I've never seen this, but I don't know if you. One of the restrooms here, you wave your hand and the door just swings open. Have you seen that one yet?
No, where's that?
It's somewhere in the lobby floor. Yeah. It's
Huh.
craziest stuff.
Maybe that's like a post-COVID thing where people didn't want to touch door handles and whatnot.
Yeah.
Remember that? Before we realized it was airborne.
Elton. Nagy's got King 6 suited. You know solvers love King 6 suited.
Do they?
They do. It's like Ace 5 suited and King 6 suited.
Why don't you back one of those solvers against me? We'll see how far they get with those King 6 suiteds. I'd get trashed. What am I talking about?
I don't need a solver to beat you, Ali.
Well, Exhibit A, King 6-3, and what a action flop this is. Elton has flopped the second nut flush draw up against top 2 pair with backdoor spades for Nagy, who is checking. Of course, an understandable follow-through out of Elton here with the flush draw, firing 8,000.
Little frog with a little stick. See
Is that what it is?
Yeah, he showed it to me the other day. Let's see. Okay. Stop.
Yep.
That value.
Now, Elton did come in with more chips than Nagy in the event. But they all end up in the middle. Oh, okay, the frog with the stick.
You hear the
When I
noise?
was in Koh Samui in Thailand at the night market, the ladies would walk around and make that noise and try to sell you these little wood frogs.
That's exactly what he's doing right now. Turns an ace.
Yeah, Elton makes the call. The frog goes dormant. 91.5 in the middle.
Bet 60,500.
And about 2/3 the sizing from Nagy. You see Elton sizing him up here. No experience against this opponent.
Literally zero history. Elton has no idea how Nagy plays. 60,000. I guess Elton's wondering, okay, you check raise me on this flop. The ace come. The ace is supposed to be scary for you. Yet you're still betting big. Gets Elton to lay down to queen high flush draw. Nice.
Hey, welcome.
Hello.
No.
Not too often you'll see somebody just get away from the flush draw.
Yeah, position 2, strong flush draw.
Now it's on TV. Yes, you can still do it though. Only it's filmed.
But it's,
Yeah, you don't want that.
Even
The queen high flush draw can get away, but of course the ace high flush draw, draw to the nuts, I assume.
Oh, I just got you a bunch of views.
Far different proposition. Granted, the ace did hit the turn, so we would have had a pair in that spot.
Yeah, exactly.
Elton, do you like TV table or not?
I hate it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. You seem like really the TV guy, but you seem like really the TV guy who would like it, but
No, I don't like it.
yeah, I don't like it also.
I don't like massage. You don't like TV table. What do you like? I like massage. I don't like TV table. Yeah.
I don't know. You seem pretty charismatic.
It's just stupid when you know, sometimes you make some stupid plays and then, you know.
Yeah.
It's like, oh shit.
The difference is that you maybe make it sometimes. So.
See, that's
Yeah.
you don't call it a stupid play. They're just not playing the same game. You're on another level. They don't
It's
understand.
definitely more privacy is better. Yeah. And when you bluff people, you don't feel so bad about it. Nobody know, you know.
You can mark.
Or you make like a stupid call and you can just say, nice hands, instead of like everybody seeing you make a stupid call.
Yeah, sometimes I make these stupid call, queen high call.
Yeah.
What's this guy doing?
Yeah. And then when it's not a TV, you can say, oh, what a cooler, what a cooler. I had a big hand.
Elton's saying he prefers not being on TV table. We love it when
we
he's
were
on
just saying
table.
We sure do. But I mean, you can kind of understand the the downsides for a player who may not want their whole cards revealed the entire time that they're playing.
See, that was the level right there.
Facilitates others understanding sort of their mindset.
Of course.
And there's a little bit of pressure. Maybe you feel like making a play that you wouldn't otherwise because you're concerned about scrutiny.
But they do balance the feature tables very well. So.
And it's chosen at random. It's not
exactly
some sort of selection process.
So like, just because you're a big name doesn't mean you're always on the feature table.
Right.
So
Right.
Equal playing ground. We got a raise from the dealer button.
Yep. Jack 7 suited.
We got some I want to say, not so strong hands.
Yeah, Jack 9 offsuit and 5 deuce offsuit, both calling out of the
All three
blind.
of us can look silly.
But it is a min raise, so the price was right. So to speak, 10-8-6 with a couple of hearts. It's a dynamite one for Karnacki, the opener, as he's got gut shot, straight draw, and flush draw. Whereas for Nagy, it is just the open ender. He will check.
Seven of hearts, you're like, wow, this is a great flop. Also kind of connects with these blinds reasonably well too, so does he want to fire in?
12,000.
12,000. Still Nagy. Jack 9. Contemplating a raise possibly. Calling would be the more normal play. Sometimes you see a small bet, you're like, I can represent that.
5 seconds.
He used a time bank, it looks like. As he mulls over how to approach this 4-1 spot that he's getting.
Definitely couple.
Reaching for more chips, isn't he?
36.
He sure is. And again, we're seeing some of these less conventional
though.
lines being deployed by the newbies.
Pretty 100 entries already.
Yeah, the race here
Pretty
is
good,
very
right?
credible.
Good start.
Pocket
Yeah.
sixes, eights. These hands will just flat the small blind a lot.
Good field size.
Jack 7 of hearts. I'd
10%,
probably
10% chance
want
of
to call
calling
the
on the table.
Yes.
Given
Not too
how
bad.
Seems like good odds. Yeah. I like those odds.
a good chance that Nagy is actually really strong here. Oh, but he just goes for it all in.
Wow. Yet again, our predictions
Yeah, stop
just
predicting.
way off base.
2 times 10%. And you're
Expect
the
the unexpected has been the theme thus far, Randy.
Easy.
And this is not what Nagy wanted to see. He just has Jack high, an open ender. He doesn't have the heart draw.
Yeah, that's the problem when you raise, is that if your opponent goes over the top, you might have to throw away a hand that has cleanouts to the nuts. Unless you feel real gambly here with the Jack 9. Jack 9 is actually the best hand.
It does have slightly more equity, believe it or not.
Think about this one for a minute.
Another time.
Wow. Gonna look like a genius or stupid. This doesn't matter about the chips. Planned on re-entering 4 times anyway.
Does say he will reload as necessary. He wants to make the right play.
Okay, I feel lucky. Let's go.
Gambling. Here we go, Ollie.
Yeah, they are gambling, and this is the beauty of re-entries. It's not the end of the road if it doesn't work out.
Jack high can win.
And Jack 9.
Jack high can win.
Oh. Oh, Jack 9 is ahead.
Yeah, and that's what he said. Jack high can win.
And he had one blocker as well.
If I didn't have the 9 of hearts, it's...
Yeah, double blocker.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, we saw 2 Triton regulars in those seats. I don't
That's
think
the
we'd be
bad
playing
one.
a 300,000 chip pot right now, but that heart on the turn does ice
We've got it
it.
twice here, no?
Karmajki with the Jack high flush.
Perfect.
He's going to double through.
Well, at least I didn't look like an idiot. I was right.
Oh, it was pretty genius.
You were
Like
ahead.
you said.
I was ahead.
Yeah.
Unlucky, stupid frog. It works for Bryn Kenny. Maybe I should lick it.
Well, not to draw too much attention to the situation, but of course, Bryn. It's been a hot topic of late in poker. And the whole frog thing brought about by Martin Zamani, one of his alleged horses that he was backing, and some very wild allegations about rituals that needed to be completed to qualify for being in the Kenny stable. Of course, Bryn has gone on record to refute all of these, but nevertheless, they did make for some pretty entertaining forays into Twitter.
Yeah, good if you're on the sidelines.
Oh, yeah.
Having a good time reading. Still down to 92,000. Gonna lay down Jack 6.
Yeah, he's got a little PTSD over Jack highs. He's just going to put that one in the mud. I don't know about you, Randy, but I'm getting slight Jean-Robert Ballon vibes off of this Martin Modena character.
Yeah, I see it.
Good TV.
Sure.
Lots of views.
Like, if that was JRB's nephew, I wouldn't be surprised.
100%.
Robert, by the way, would make such a wonderful addition to a Triton stop, wouldn't he? He's got the right personality to be out here playing super high stakes tournament poker.
Like, he's done Triton cash games,
Yeah.
and he was. Do you know about the hand when he played against Mr. Liang and he jammed a 5-3 suited, was it? Like several hundreds of $1,000s, and Mr.
Was
Liang.
this at Les A in London?
Nah.
Or was this a different stop?
Maybe it was before you came on.
It may have been before my
you
time.
gotta watch it. Like JRB, it's just so funny. He gets it all in pre-flop 5-3 super like 300, 400,000. I can't remember how much it was, and then he didn't want to show his cards, right? And Mr. Lane's like, it's like a Chinese businessman, just like telling him, no, you gotta. But he doesn't speak much English.
Well, wait.
You just gotta see his hand.
Okay, it got called, obviously.
Yeah, because they got all in.
They ran it once or twice?
I think they ran it once. Like it was like the legendary hand of the Triton for a long time that everyone was talking about on last night.
That's why we need him. Meanwhile, Elton Sang certainly fills the role of charismatic, talkative player, much in the same way that JRB does, and a willingness to have that high VPIP, as he has alluded to. Open to 11,000 with the ace-jack. Has been 3-bet by the newcomer, Karmachki. King, queen offsuit.
Less than 7 minutes, we're going to have a 15-minute break, and we're going to have the chip race on the 500 value chips. We kindly ask one player at each table to buy all the purple chips from the other players to make a single transaction only. Thanks.
Jeju, 2019.
So
in the Triton Poker app. You gotta watch. You really gotta watch that hand. You can just a video clip of it somewhere on YouTube.
I think you'll buy the 500.
Now look at this, Randy. Elton is asking the question as he plays back at Karmachki, who buckles to the 4-bet.
Oh, Elton.
It's just another 36,000 to call, but he decides King Queen is in bad shape. There were 2 clean cards, though.
Which number? Card already?
Yeah, that was very nice read.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
What do you need?
The right sizing to get it done.
Buy the 500?
Yeah.
So we move.
Yeah, we move after.
That's good.
5 minutes.
That's good.
20 minutes on TV. It's nice. It's not too long.
It really put you.
You didn't do anything crazy.
Chip there, briefly, instead of raising.
You know how our partnership started?
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, it was
What we started many years ago, we were doing big international shows, like big studios for poker.
Yeah.
All the Eastern countries and Baltics and whatever.
Yeah.
Then we developed the business and
so you are familiar.
Okay with the heart.
Oh, very well, but from the
from outside,
not just running.
Don't see another option play me.
Oh yeah.
Rather than on the flop.
Santosh Suvarna, ace-6 offsuit.
It's only 20 seconds now.
11K open?
Yeah, and then they give you 30 seconds post-flop, or
25. 25, 30.
25, and then 30 seconds on the river.
For both ordinary river.
Just 25?
No, 25 on the flop just.
Oh.
25 and ordinary river 30. 5 seconds.
Tommy Kim going for it. King 10 offsuit.
That's nice.
Just down to the 7 blinds. Probably gonna get a crank call from Suvarna, given how little it is.
So 34,500. And call.
Good luck.
Randy, do you remember what left Tommy Kim with such a short stack of 35K?
Yeah, it was when he had the Jack 10 called that small bet against the King Queen suited.
Yeah. And then he made 2 pair on the river. He was drawing dead against the spades. So here he is spinning the wheel, and it doesn't look fortunate. This King 10 is no good on the flop or the turn, and now needs to hit a 6-outer to double and stay alive, which it does not. So Suvarna will polish off the rest of Tommy Kim's stack, and TBD whether or not Tommy will head back to the registration desk for another buy-in.
Big blind?
It'd be interesting if you got the time cards too.
It'd
be interesting if you got the time cards too.
For the next one, what do you mean for the next?
25.
Like when you knock somebody out, like it was your bounty, right?
Yeah.
It's so somebody who has a bunch of time times.
Right end of the level, yeah.
Yeah, but right now we need so.
What do you think about that? You bust the player out, and you collect their time cards as well. That's
We were
the
saying last
suggestion.
night it actually might
Just
be
for a little
not
extra
bad
fun.
idea if they
not
during
terrible.
breaks, like let you buy extra time card or two.
I think
for
we
like
have enough.
$20 a pop
I
or
think we have
something.
enough.
Well, no, I'm saying it's and then maybe it tips to dealers or it does something for that because a lot of people you find just I know I found myself with one time bank the first time I was using it and it was a little stressful.
Yeah, give. Okay. I didn't know it's country.
King Jack, first position.
Suvarna not looking to get involved under the gun with the King Jack offsuit, so showing his conservative side.
I think he just showed the ace-6. He was like, all right.
Yeah. He's like, I don't want to look like I'm speeding here.
Bill's got the queen 10. Getting shallow.
He took that big blow to his stack with the Jack 9 that he pressed against the Jack 7 suited. Ran into a flush ultimately. But still deep enough to open some pots, which he has done here with Queen 10. Picking up some Ilionis Ugnius. First action we've seen from him. Ace 3 suited, and here he is with a nut flush draw on that very coordinated 7-8-9 board, which leaves Nagy with the two-way straight draw.
Yeah, this is easily can get all in given how kind of stacks they're playing for.
Ugnius playing under the Lithuanian flag, much like Tony G.
I mean, got 13,000 here. Got ace 3 suited. I wouldn't fault him for just jamming in. The guy's got 70k behind.
How much?
13.
Yeah, he is going to flat, and sometimes these flats are a function of not having bothered to pay attention to how much a player has left behind. As we see the 6, a beautiful development for Nagy. He now has the 10 high straight.
And
you also play is that when you're going to come back from a break, table 9 will be a new feature table on the left hand side, table 10 will be a new feature table on the right hand side.
25,500.
Crazy things.
Okay, so also we put it up.
Now, Ugnius' check, unimproved on the turn, draws a bet of 25,500, which is a healthy chunk of Nagy's remaining stack.
Which table am I going? It's still 3.
Still 3, but in the middle or something.
Oh, okay. You guys will move the other 2.
5 seconds.
Call.
Call.
So another bet and a call. The frog noises.
Yeah.
It's going on.
And the river is a spade. So now Ugnius with the nuts, checking it over to Nagy, and let's see if Nagy is in the mood to try to press with the 10 high straight. Looking at his chips.
I mean, if your opponent has a 5, sometimes you just gotta jam this, try to get some prank calls. You got a 10 of spade blocker to the flushes, which helps. You value bet a little more. It's to be a very disciplined check, given you only got 43k behind. Goes for it.
Oh yeah, and this is gonna get snap called.
Call.
And Nagy
Is 10.
Going to be disappointed to realize that he sealed his own fate there with the all-in.
Nice hand.
So there goes the rest of Philip Frederick Nagy's buy-in.
That's it. I can go, right? You will
TBD whether or not he is going to re-enter. And I'm told our Lulu Yangji is going to be standing by shortly with Espen Jorstad. There he is.
Who is the most popular guy this year, who just won the main.
I feel like the least popular guy. Have you seen the guys I'm playing with?
Oh,
Sitting here with like Phil Ivey and things.
So the majority of the poker players in Triton are considered as the top of the world. So how do you feel?
It was funny because like before this event I was asked like, so who do you like, who are you most afraid of or whatever? And now I'm sitting literally between, so I said Adamo, Mikita and Linus.
Right.
And I'm sitting right between Adamo and Mikita now.
Really?
Which is crazy.
So how was the last level?
Last level has been okay, like I wasn't involved too much.
By sitting in the middle of Makita and Adamo.
Yeah, no, of course I'm scared shitless, but like I'm doing fine, I think. Like I haven't made a fool out of myself so far, so yeah, we're okay.
So how does it feel to play in Triton than other events?
It's interesting, you know, because like most events you have players ranging in every skill level. You have like some insanely good pros, and then you have like some pros that are not so good, and then you have some recreationals. Here it's like, because the buy-ins are so high, you only have like top basically. You have like the best pros, and then you have people that have crushed it in other areas of life, you know, like the business guys who just have infinite money and they come to like play against the best. So it's like a very different field than the regular fields. But this is most interesting format for me because like the most fun poker for me is when I'm playing against like the very best, and I can just sit there as like a spectator between the hands and like really watch what they're doing, like what sizings they're using, what lines they're taking. That's like the most fun poker for me. So Triton is like the dream spot for me.
So I guess you're coming back for the following Triton events, right?
Where is that?
Don't know yet, but well, since you start the first trip, you should always follow the Triton.
For sure, yeah. Like if it fits, if it's not, if it's somewhere I can go, and the time where I can go, I will for sure play. Like, yeah, we'll see how this top goes, but yeah, first tournament now. I have a couple of starting stacks, so far so good.
Okay, so good luck for the tournament, and it's just the first event, so there are plenty to go. And hope you can get something here the first time in Triton.
Me too. Like this thing would be nice.
Yeah,
Take home.
that probably is used. Okay, let's get back to the boys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lulu, and thanks, Espen. Back at the desk here momentarily, Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. As you get a look at the chip counts at our feature table, where Martin Modena has managed to bounce back to 463,000. Of course, you saw the Lithuanian Ugnius just polish off the rest of Nagy's chips. Now sits with almost 300,000. The Russians have really made a splash for themselves here at this event. We'll get to that shortly. Arseny Karmachki among them, 267,000. All 6 of these players with over a starting stack. And now we're back at the desk. Welcome back here to North Cyprus, where the Triton Super High Roller Series continues. Event 1, Day 1, a 25K No Limit Hold'em 8 Max event. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. And just briefly, taking the Triton Poker Plus app here, want to point out our overall chip leaders. Do have the Israeli Barak Wisprod making a splash over there. Fedor Holtz in the top 5 as well. And I touched on the Russians having made a big splash here. Online qualifier Artur Martirosyan, he's there in second. Viktor Kudanov in third. And of course, your countryman, Cale Burns, the Aussie, in fourth. Randy, briefly, before we head to this short break, we are really seeing this come to fruition. We speculated that the new players in here would create some waves, and we have seen lines and decisions and bet sizings and things that you and I would not have anticipated, and we've got to stop predicting.
Yeah, I've got to stop predicting. I seem to be getting it wrong every single time, but it's very refreshing to see. We've got a nice mixture of players. It's actually throwing off some of the pros and like different lines, some limps, some leads randomly. You know, even the big players are making some cool moves. It's a pleasure to watch, and we're only on day one, and
Yep.
you know we got a lot more to go and bigger buy-ins to come.
We sure do. There is a short break upon us right now. Both Randy and I are going to step aside, as are the players, but we will be back. Continuing coverage of the 25K No Limit Hold'em 8 Max from here in North Cyprus awaits us on the backside of the break. Stay close.
GG Poker. The biggest poker site. Best poker site. What? The most ambitious. This isn't crazy. It's a doom.
The one who busts me gets them. Ah, okay. I didn't know.
And on the river, the queen will bring Eibinger's first bullet to its demise.
Good luck.
Hey, you too.
Another 7,500 in there, and this is what you wanted to do when you limp those two aces with 45,000 in early position.
Yeah.
Boom.
Limp jam, somewhat predictably, especially after Badir flatted. And Grafton asking for a count here, but these limp jams, Randy, they really do tend to be tethered to some pretty strong ranges.
Yeah, but when you make it 7,500, which is 5 blinds, like, you feel pretty committed. He's going to go for it. He doesn't know if this guy's got ace-king or he's just like, oh, he lost a big pot. He's got something silly.
Yeah.
Boom. 2 aces.
So unfortunate development there for Grafton, who did move back in over the top of Chobanin, providing some protection against Badir's range.
I have tens also. Sorry.
I think Badir's would add 10s also.
A little trolling going on now as the guys get more comfortable with one another. And the Queen 6 deuce board is quite comfortable for Chobanin, who is just fading one of 2 red 10s. Turn card is clean. And all he's got to do is fade 2 outs. which he has done. So a better than double up for Chobinin as he works his way back toward his 200K starting stack.
You're a good friend of my buddy, Ali Reza.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
He's coming.
I'm so pleased.
I'm convinced him to come. He said, I have too much to do. I said, listen, you're out of this.
I love it. Age of Fire, this is good. I like it.
We'll play for food.
We'll play for sanity.
Maybe I have a friend that will join.
A friend that will join?
That's a new guy, and we just dealt him pocket
That'd
aces.
be great, yeah. I'm open, I'm listening.
Daniel Rezai playing under the
Absolutely. I was sitting
Austrian flag, it would appear. I have him listed in the Triton app under the German flag.
I'm not sure.
It'll be exciting either way.
Seth Davies, the American. I just finished actually doing some commentary with back in Las Vegas.
Minimum.
Just prior to coming out here, we actually covered some of the Triton Madrid event in post-production. He has himself an ace king. And welcome back to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from North Cyprus. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. Event number 1, day number 1 rolls on here. We talked about our overall chip leaders just before the break. If you missed it, Barak Wiesbrod from Israel has 624,000. Artur Martirosyan, an online qualifier, but a known entity, 585,000. And another Russian, Viktor Kudanov, in third with 573,000. Rounding out the top 5, of course, we have Cale Burns from Australia, Fedor Holtz from Germany, no strangers to high roller circuits. And we've got a couple of fresh featured tables for you that are going to allow us to get a glimpse at the rest of the field. 2 jam-packed tables. Let's look at the first one where we find the Finn, Patrick Antonius, sitting alongside Ebony Kenny. Ebony, a well-known player from the States who is out here representing ACR. Brian Komphorst, the Dutchman, who played in his first Triton series in Madrid. Artur, who we talked about as one of the chip leaders, second right now, is going to be at this table. A big Persian contingent appears to have made their way to Cyprus for this one. Ashkan Fatahi there with 233,000. Waikin Yong, son of Richard Yong, co-founder of Triton, working our way around the table. 2 more newcomers, Alexander Zubov, 73K, and Peter Ertz, 161K. That is just one of our 2 new feature tables, though, Randy. When you look at this one, before I move on to the next one, anybody that you're keen on kind of keeping an eye on?
I mean, I always love watching Patrick Antonius play. He's been a legend for such a long time. But we've got a lot of new faces here that I've never seen play a Triton event. It'd be nice to see Ebony Kenny play, these other guys. But Waikin, I always love watching him play. He's just so solid, smooth, and just always stacks chips. So just a good table.
It'll be fun to see second overall in chips navigating that big stack as well. Not that Ebony Kenny isn't making a splash. 487,000 for her, 7th overall in chips. Let's take a look now then at our other feature table, which is right here and features yet another one of the Thai contingent that came along with Thanarat Rakul. You have Pachara Wangwichit. They both played their first Triton event out in Madrid, really had a great time. Obviously, they're back now. Punat Punsri, also from Thailand, at this table. Then you have one of our other online qualifiers there in seat 10, Thomas Mühlacker, another Austrian. To his right, Matthias Lipp. More newcomers, Bayar Saran, Salahuddin Badir. And then, Eric Seidel, obviously a complete legend of the game. And then you have Danny Tang from Hong Kong. For me, this really is, again, the turning point in Triton. Often in the past, it was kind of that small fraternity, that close-knit community of players, predominantly representing the Asian side, and then some of that North American sprinkle that would comprise just about every table that we saw. We are beginning to see the rest of the globe open up and get word and come down and participate, whether it's by virtue of the preliminary series, the MPP, or whether it's by virtue of just, again, word-of-mouth advertising. People are here. People are lining up. They're buying in. They're grabbing swag. And for us as viewers and obviously as commentators, the treat is unpredictability.
Yeah. it's very fun to watch, as you guys have seen yourselves. And you're right. You know, we've grown, we've got the word out, and everyone's coming to these events. They're loving it. They're seeing how high class it is, how well done. The venue is amazing. Production is great. You know, just everything is just top notch. And you know what? Next up, they're coming back, and we're just going to keep doing this. We've grown so many years. From back in Montenegro and to Jeju and all these other stops. It's just phenomenal. I love it. And we're only on day one, Ollie.
I know.
We got so much more to come.
And obviously, who knows where we go from here. But I will say that I'm already beginning to have a sense of nostalgia in terms of this was always the goal, to grow the event to a place where obviously, you know, we're going to get bigger, we're going to get better. Prize pools are only going to get bigger and better. But at the same time, there was something sweet and special about kind of the smaller fields, you know, a smaller group, a smaller fraternity of folks that you would just see coming back over and over and over again. And who knows if we're going to get back to that at any point in time. But it's totally okay if we don't, because at the end of the day, it's good for poker. It's good for the players, the bigger prize pools. And obviously for you and I, the treat, again, becomes the opportunity to watch these new players sprinkle in with our veteran players and really do things differently. All right, so back out to the field we go. One of our two featured tables. It is the one that contains 2nd and 7th overall chip stacks in Artur Martirosyan to the right of your screen. Ebony Kenny just barely visible to the left. It is the Dutchman, Brian Comphorst, with pocket 10s. Opening to 13,000. The blind level now 3 and 6,000. Takers thus far. As he gets around to Patrick Antonius's big blind with ace-7 offsuit. He will defend. And the flop is queen 5-4. One overcard to the 2-10. Swing and a miss for the ace-7. Both players check as Comphorst takes the conservative line. 9 of hearts goes off.
See the 2-10s, you probably want to start charging the big blind soon. It's a bit of a vulnerable hand.
18,000.
Easy fold to the 18K bet on the turn for Patrick as Comphorst will take it down.
Jerome? I'm going to fuck it up, but I'll try again.
Jerome.
Jerome?
Yes.
Ah, but like fancy way. Jerome. Yeah?
Yeah. French is always fancy.
Yeah, that's right.
Every name is fancy.
Anything you say, you could say hello and it just sounds, any accent. You could say rainbow. Sounds great. Can you say rainbow for me?
Rainbow?
See?
Little suited connector for Comphorst. Declines under the gun. Those are playable, though, off of the bigger stacks, aren't they, Randy?
Definitely are.
A little higher variance, perhaps.
Yeah. You know, you're sometimes on the featured table, you like don't do as much. Right? But then when you're off the screen, you're like, all right, let me go crazy. I don't know. Why Kenyon? These 3 suited.
Facing the 13K open from the chip leader at the table, Martirosyan, 2nd overall.
Cool.
Wykin will flat. Both blinds with a little something. Antonius with a couple of fives. Kenny with the king queen. They'll round out a 4-player field heading to the flop. Two diamonds, 2 sevens, and a deuce. As Wykin flops the nut flush draw, Patrick with the 2 fives. That's the best hand.
4 ways. Pretty dry. Unless someone's got a flush draw. Archer's thinking about, okay, how often am I up against some kind of hand? So he does check to Wykin Young. They got some deep stacks on this table, huh? Check. That flush is good.
So no bet, but no waiting for Wykin, who now makes nut diamonds. Patrick still drawing live.
Yeah, Patrick. He could have the best hand here. So you can see him stabbing out.
27,000.
Trying to clear out the field. Patrick got? Does he have a 7? 9? Maybe a little draw.
Just gonna flat the 27,000. And now the 4th diamond on the river gives Antonius a flush, but of course it's no good.
It's actually kind of a bad card for Antonius because when he gets called, he's thinking, okay, maybe the flush is what I needed to win this pot. Like, he could potentially tell himself that Wykin Young is turning a pocket pair into a bluff. Maybe like a pocket 10, so it's black, hypothetically. Want to go with the 2 5s. There's some scenarios where he can definitely lose some more chips. Wykin going for 40,000. It's like that perfect sizing where you're like, oh man, I feel like I just got a call because I got a flush.
Yeah, but of course, a lot of Young's calling range on the turn after he checked back on the flop does include a lone diamond bigger than a 5.
It's a little hard. I'm trying to think. Okay, it's like king. Oh, it's an ace jack.
Well, whatever it is,
yeah.
Antonius correctly deems it stronger than the 5 of diamonds, so he will lay down.
Yeah, good read. Some people, you know, they just see the small bets and they go side call, but that's some good discipline there. Like, you just gotta play the situation. If you're getting milked, don't get milked.
Hi.
Nice.
What's your name? Michaela. Michaela?
A nice start for Wykin to this frame. Has himself within striking distance of Martirosyan. That obviously puts him among the overall chip leaders in the event. Zubov, the short stack, with just 12 bigs. As you see those chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. Dealer changes upon us. And remember, this is an 8 max event. No more than 8 players per table.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
King deuce suited on the button for Patrick here. And he's going to go to work on the blinds. Off of 140K. Opens to 13. Gets through Kenny's 9-7, but Comporst in the big blind at Queen 5.
Not a great hand, but against practically a min raise, against a late position open, kind of just call pretty wide if you want to.
So 35K in the middle and top pair for Comporst. Checks it over to Patrick.
Not too much for Patrick.
Oh.
We'll go.
That's 12.
12,000. It's just one of those hands where you're like, please don't have anything. But
Yeah,
he does
little
got top
C-bet.
pair.
Hoping to take it down here and now. No, that's not going to happen.
Where is the next poker again? Or you go after here?
Comporst calls, and somehow the king rolls off on the turn to give Patrick the best hand now.
How did he find that card? Good spot to probably keep firing for value. Scary card, so you're perceived to kind of bluff that a bit. It represents some Jack 10s, spade draws, lots of hands that would multi-barrel here, and where Queen would consider calling you again.
Yeah, thinking.
It's actually gonna check though.
And with that check back, the backdoor spades arrive. Certainly could see Comporst go for a little bit of value here, but the check to induce is also an option. It looks like he's going for the ladder.
I wonder how Antonio sizes his river.
59,000 in the middle.
He can probably
Do you think
size,
20K?
No, I think he can go more. I don't think Comporst is going to put his opponent, like Antonio's, going to flush that often, because a lot of times flush has incentive to bet the turn. So yeah, I like this big bet because it doesn't look like, it looks like I'm trying to bully you off a bit. I mean, Comporst might read into like, why are you betting big? How can you have a flush? You check the turn. If you have that stack size, you'd probably keep barreling over card. So it's kind of a bit of a leveling game right now. It might work out. Because the big sizing too, Comporst might be like, are you really sizing this way with like Queen Jack, Queen 10? So it kind of makes like any queen, any kicker look, you know, it's good enough. Yeah, the hand's not making too much sense from a straightforward point of view. When you're playing with Legends, you know, they throw curveballs in there, and you gotta think about these things too.
And listen, Comporst is no slouch. He's got some chops.
Yeah. 5 spades doesn't help either.
Nice work here from Patrick as his 50K bet on the river gets a call out of the queen. And that'll be a not at all insignificant infusion of chips into the Finn stack. Certainly not a welcome sight to anybody at the table, as we know how dangerous he is. Well, if you haven't already, do yourself a favor and follow Triton Poker across all of our social media platforms. And that includes, of course, the Triton Poker Plus app, available on Android and iOS. You can keep up to date with all of the biggest high-stakes action in the world in real time. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, you name it, we got it. And now the first opportunity to get a glimpse at yet another newcomer playing under the Spanish flag, it would appear.
Thank you.
Although we have him listed under the Belgian flag on the Triton Poker Plus app. This is Peter Ertz. His first ever Triton event. 2 red queens. Min raise open, and now Ebony Kenny on the button with pocket 8s. 3-betting to 30,000.
Yeah, so he's got pocket queens here, about 20-something blinds.
All in.
A lot of times he's just going to jam this in.
Yeah. And that is not what Ebony Kenny wanted to see, as it is a little bit too much for pocket 8s to contend with.
So it's 24 in. Big blinds. You put in 5. Oh man, this is really, really annoying. Because you're like, oh man, if he's got like ace, king, ace, queen, I'm supposed to be calling. But if he's got an overpair, I'm just dead.
And did she call? It appears that she did. And that'll be disappointing for Ebony Kenny as she is shown the 2 queens.
King, queen, or queens.
Oh, it's the sunglasses.
No, it's not sunglasses. I think you like my sunglasses.
Now all of a sudden Ebony picking up a gut shot straight draw on the turn, and did it come in on the river? It did.
Sunglasses, you hit like that. This is the second time you talk about my sunglasses. Previous table
will
also.
shower the 2 queens. And look at Patrick's face.
Table 9.
That's brutal.
Sure is. Pretty cruel by Kenny there. And she realizes just how fortunate she was, and that is going to vault her into second in chips overall.
First time trying, feeling good,
I
right?
think everybody was. They'd rather the chips come to me.
Possible. I'm always rooting for the ladies, no matter what. Sometimes even if I'm against.
Cosmo's gonna see that hand and he's gonna be like, Ebony, you know to fold those 8s.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, while we're still on the topic and there's some consideration being given to it, did you feel like calling off with the 8s there was the right play?
That's what you get for 3-betting.
I kind of feel that if you're going to 3-bet it, yes. But the alternative, if I wasn't really looking to get in, then I would just flat it pre-flop. I think 3-betting to fold that strong of a hand might be kind of a waste of the hand. So I don't fold the call at all. It's just kind of like, I got myself in this situation. I think it would have been worse to have folded it. But, I don't know the other player at all.
13.
We're just assuming standard ranges.
Oh, thank you.
Obviously, in re-entry events, we can certainly proverbially afford to make higher variance plays and take more chances. As we see Comporse with the pocket 6s facing a 3-bet. Martirosyan.
So you want to see how Artur is going to navigate his big stack. And it's ace-7 offsuit, 3-betting out the small blind. This guy qualified into this 25K. Not by folding his way there, right? You can see it's just pure aggression.
Comporse going to hang in there with the pocket pair. And he stares at 2 overcards, one of which have connected with Martirosyan's 7 to leave him in front.
Decent flop for 2 6s as well as a defender. You can have the best hand, of course, against 2 big cards, but you know, you got the backdoor straight draw to give you extra ammo. I'd feel pretty okay calling one off and seeing what develops. $23,000. Just keeping control of the hand. No way sixes go anywhere.
Seven and the 8 don't rate to be in that 3-betting range for Martirosian, so as such, Forrest will call. And now the sixes pick up a gut shot straight draw.
So Archer kind of in a funny spot because, you know, when you 3-bet hands like this and you get action on the flop as well, you're not really sure if you've got the best hand against like a 10-9, Jack-9 suited, 10-Jack, or, you know, maybe your opponent's got like 8-9, pocket 9. It's tricky, but he won't be folding to a bet on the turn. With sixes, you got a lot of showdown value. Your main decision is, do I bet to protect myself against 2 overs? But if I bet, sometimes I risk, you know, folding clean outs to like a check raise all in. Right, because he can hit a 5. You don't want to fold clean outs when you can help it. He goes for the check.
So no betting on the turn and a clean river for ace-7.
I would think ace-7 might have more incentive to check call and try to pick off Jack-10 high type hands, 10-9s. I think it has more value that way than to value bet it itself.
Archer tends to agree with you, Randy, as he does knuckle.
2 sixes. You'd be happy to check this.
Yeah. Feels like Comporse will be happy to show it down.
I mean, if he's betting, he's value betting against, you know, ace king high. Trying to rep those straight draws I mentioned earlier. I guess people do 3-bet hands like ace-4 suited, ace-3 suited, so maybe those hands would try to pick off your sixes. Maybe he's thinking, well, if he had 2 sixes beat, wouldn't he just bet this river after it goes check on the turn? I can see that, so maybe betting sixes is not too crazy either. This is a game of thin value when you play these high stakes, and thin value is trying to come right now. I think he's going to get picked off, though, pretty quickly.
Well, it's the kind of value bet that if you are up against the ace highs of the world, could very well get paid off. But instead, that 104K gets gobbled up. As Martirosian did not hesitate one bit, always knew what he was going to do if he faced a bet. And his 7s are going to take down the pot and add to his massive stack. While Comporst, a self-inflicted wound on the river. Back over at our other feature table, we find Suvarna, an opener with an ace-8 offsuit. Has been piled on by Punsri with ace-4 suited. He is behind. I'll head to a flop in a 93K pot where aces and 8s leave Punsri hunting for a 10. Or a king. He needs to counterfeit the aces up, and he's done it. So Suvarna was
like you didn't look like you wanted to stand up at all.
Yeah,
you know, you were like so confident it was coming. You just sat there like, "Yep, I'm chopping this. I got this."
King made it valid.
Tang's got a point. Punsri didn't flinch whatsoever, and Suvarna didn't either when the 10 came off, as the 2 end up chopping this one up.
Like, we've seen this before. Just got to be confident. The second you give away, they're like, all right, we're not pairing that board. Let's throw a 3 out there or something.
keep it here. Tang will open with ace-10 offsuit. Seidel defends and flops a gut shot straight draw on the 5-5 trade board. 33K out there. Tang does not hesitate to fire the C-bet.
It's a min bet.
Yeah, 6K.
Min bets induce funny things sometimes. Seidel's got the inside straight draw, 2 overs. Check calls, turn card is king.
Yeah, Eric just took the cheap price and now checks again after having missed. Daniel with just the ace high, which certainly is going to be good some of the time here.
Yeah, when you bet min, it can definitely still be good. They have such a wide calling range on the flop versus the min bet. Ricardo.
Danny's check back brings actually a kind of dreamy river card for him in the king. The 10 no longer plays, but the texture doesn't complicate.
Yeah, Seidel just a 7 high. It's like, sure, maybe I could stab at it, but when you raise from early position, you're so likely to have ace high. You're not going to fold to me, given the action. I like that he's got the discipline where, oh, just because I've got a misdraw doesn't mean I need to bet it. I mean, I assume it looked like he checked already.
Chop, chop.
Yeah, chop.
Good. Happy to be here.
Right.
So much movement going on.
Right.
But at least we had some adventures the last week or so.
Yeah, it was fun. Really fun. One of my favorite cities in the world. Maybe my favorite.
I'm right. I'm not wrong.
Not New York.
I'm just halfway there.
No, not
Yeah.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, not London either.
Yeah, I did it.
What was that?
Stockholm.
Ollie.
How long were
Looking at the Triton Poker app, 117 entries.
How long were we there for that week?
2.
That's a lot.
Food was fantastic.
Yeah?
I mean, one of our favorite restaurants in the world is there, and then we had a bunch of other great places too.
I believe Seidel and Punsri discussing Bangkok as being one of Seidel's favorite cities in the world. Have you been?
I have been.
Okay, bro.
And?
I wouldn't have expected Seidel to tell me Bangkok is one of his favorite cities in the world.
You did or did not?
Did not.
Yeah. I enjoyed it quite a bit myself, although I would say my time in the beach cities in the south and then even in the north in Chiang Mai, Chiang Rai.
I like Koh Samui
was
more,
nice.
personally.
Yeah, Koh Samui is nice.
We're going to beat a new level with
Chill.
25K, 4,000, 8,000, 8,000, 488. The next unknown, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the last level for lay registration.
Muhlacher with the ace-5 suited opens to 12,000, and Seidel pounces all over it with an all-in from the small blind. To 130K, that is tremendous weight being applied.
Congrats on your result. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Boom.
Damn.
Unfortunate.
Every year.
If Eric Seidel would be a best, he would be Tim Duncan.
Tim Duncan? Just consistent?
People used to call me Duncan. There was a period.
I can see why.
Of like a year or so.
Solid, humble, crusher. I get it. If I was a basketball player, people would call me... Who would they call me? Well, Jason Williams is from my... from almost like where I was born, so maybe they call me White Chocolate.
Yes. But he's fancy.
Yeah.
Tim Duncan is maybe the greatest power forward of all time. Top 10 player of all time. They from Florida.
Where am I from? I'm from West Virginia. 64. The middle of nowhere.
So Puntry taking his final 43,000 and jamming it in there with Jack 10 off suits. And it would appear he's got a customer. And Matthias
You know he's my
Lip.
parent? You know, right?
Oh, you're a huge NBA fan, huh?
We're a team here,
Jason
man.
Williams. I'm talking about the white
I'm
guy.
coming. Let me sit
I
over
know.
here.
Yeah.
The
Tempo. Crazy handles. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh.
He got one sitting on the bench for the Heat.
Queen
Oh,
Jack
yeah?
3,
I didn't know
advantage
that.
Puntry, who staved off elimination with an inferior ace moments ago by chopping, but now backdoor clubs arrive for Lip. That'll add considerable outs to the equation. Right color, wrong suit on the river, though, and Puntry will double through his fellow
I have a
first-time
funny,
Triton
Jason
attendee.
Williams story. A kid I went to high school with was not a great basketball player, but did a lot of basketball camps. And he went to a camp where it was put on by Jason Williams. And at the end, one night, Jason Williams played some pickup with him, and he was blown away. And Jason Williams said, "Hey, you want to get a pizza?" The kid's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll have a pizza with you." And he asked him to pay for half of it when I was there. I don't know if it was like a lesson kind of thing or what, but he made the kid pay for half of the pizza. It was really funny. He was just like, okay, I guess.
Well, Randy, if I ever invite you to pizza, I'm not going to make you pay for half of it.
Okay.
I don't have Jason Williams.
Okay.
I was going to reject all pizza invitations from now on. I was like, oh, I think I'm getting free
You're
pizza.
getting trolled.
Yeah, I'm getting-
I hope you don't make me buy my pizza.
We'll chop a pizza.
Another Jack 10 for Puntry.
What's your
Deep
name?
enough to
Ryan.
open to
Ryan.
16,000.
Jason,
Nice to meet you. I know.
A deuce suited, unlikely to be enough for Lip to participate as he lays it down. Getting Shirzad Hizu vibes from Lip. You remember Shirzad from Madrid? He had
Like
the
a-
shirts that he was wearing that his mom got him.
Wearing or
And they were like lucky shirts. They all had like kind of cool prints on
I was
there.
in Amsterdam for 4 days.
Yeah, I haven't seen Lip before.
No, another first-timer to
Yeah.
Triton. As Muhlacher, the online qualifier, flops an open-ender up against Trip 10s. The Jack would be a disaster card for Muhlacher, of course.
120. We may.
He
You
does
never
have
know.
once recovered.
121.
It's
Kinda
awesome,
shallowish
huh?
stacks
So
too.
good, Amsterdam.
Whereas sometimes people get a little crazy. Let's see what Muhlacher wants to do. Does he want to check call, check raise against a tiny bet? I feel like maybe I can move this guy off of ace high if I make a play now. Or do I just call and keep it safe? And he's going to go for it. Put pressure on anything. It's a lot of hands that would fold here. It's not Jack 10.
No doubt, Jack 10's going absolutely nowhere. As Puntry loving the sight of this check raise. And with the board as wet as it is, do we not just look to pile it in?
I think I pile it in given how much I've got behind. If I had more, I might just call and try to induce some bets, but just, I mean, I can see just calling, but like, you got like 10 lines behind. Maybe the guy like, I think it seems like your opponent will commit a good amount. It's just like clicking it back. 55,000 click back.
Boy, that's annoying because it's not big enough to
Can I get
send the
Turkish
7-9
tea,
into
please?
the muck.
Thank you.
But it's more than it needed to spend to get to
Change
the
my
turn.
mind. Green tea, please. Green tea instead.
The green tea looks good. I haven't had it.
Yeah,
The little French press gets me. It's the best. It's the best?
Muhlacher should think
I'm fired up.
this looks pretty strong. I think he should just call and see if he just spikes his hand.
The lack of a heart on the board, the lack of clubs on the board, and obviously the pair out there are all issues for this 7-9.
Yeah, it's what, 25,000 more. Gosh, he's getting such crazy odds. He's actually going to go for it. Just thinking there's a chance Poonsri was bluffing.
And of course, we know that he wasn't, so Poonsri with the snap call. And this is bad news for Mulacher, who's just 13% from this point forward, needs a 6. And for Poonsri. Oh my God, the red 6 just comes right off the deck, no waiting to give Mulacher the straight. Of course, Poonsri not drawing dead. Needed to pair the board or hit a jack, and instead it is a 4 on the river. And what a disappointing turn of events for Punat Poonsri, who was looking so good after doubling up.
139. All right, my man.
And he is indeed covered as the accounting is done. And
these sapphires?
No mercy.
I'm
When
curious. You gone red?
When you click it back, asking for action, these things happen.
That's cool.
I'm just curious because you said
So you think if he would have jammed, the 7-9 finds them up?
It's because
I think so, because it
Bro,
would
I don't
still be
care.
like
not it's definitely not the stakes or anything. So, but you just randomly stack it red.
10 more blinds or something.
Huh?
Could be wrong, but
yeah, maybe.
I want as a
But
conversation.
you were not red the hand before that.
There you go. Well, it's very successful.
Now I got a conversation going with Jason Kuhn.
It's a dope choice. I'll give credit.
That's all my goal.
I'll tell you what absolutely made my trip is I was going through it's kind of a brag, but also awesome because it's the first time it's ever happened to me with a kid. I was walking through Istanbul Airport yesterday, and like
you're walking through where?
Istanbul Airport.
Okay.
And an 8-year-old, literally an 8-year-old, came up to me yesterday, up to my hip, and was like, "You're the poker player." And I was like, "No way, you're 8." It was so dope. It was like a little child.
What's he doing watching poker?
I don't. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, don't. I was almost like was like, "Don't gamble for another 12 years."
Man, the next generation crusher is gonna be like 14, you know?
Bro.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was unreal.
These kids.
Yeah, on the 20th or 21st. Yeah.
Did the parents know you?
20th. I don't know.
So the 8-year-old just rolled up by himself?
Yeah. I mean, the parents were like behind, like smiling,
okay.
but yeah.
Okay.
A
Yeah.
little
awesome.
moment of fame there for
I've had
Jason
an airport
Kuhn.
experience before, you know. Me, Rukau, and Tom on
Those
the way.
parents
to
are
the
Triton regulars, aren't they?
Someone just comes up to me and Rui like, "Oh, can you take a picture of me and Tom, please?"
Yeah.
And me and Rui like, "Sure, yeah, no worries, sure."
I'm used to that. I'm used to taking pictures for all my friends. I'm pretty sure I've taken a couple for Eric and people.
We're just Tom's like assistants, you know. Like
Mulacher off of a much deeper stack than it was moments ago after dispensing.
Got it.
if you have to
People
choose
love that
between
shot.
Poonsri.
Back in the day.
who do you think is the bigger between Ivy, Tom, Helmuth, and Negreanu?
Like most famous?
Yeah.
I mean,
Bayar
I think
Saran
Helmuth
moves
and
all
Negreanu
in
worked the
for
hardest at it, so they're
224,000
probably
plus.
the most
Another
famous.
Triton
I'd
first
say
timer.
There's more content
Snap
on them out there,
off.
and probably most people know
flip.
them. I'd say it's
Globally.
Yeah, I'd say
Under the
globally,
Mongolian
it's like
flag and is
Helmuth,
slightly
Negreanu-
ahead of
in
Ace
that
Jack
order, Helmuth,
until the Jack
Negreanu,
Jack 8
Ivy,
board.
Tom, probably.
Really?
Mulacher
Yeah.
is white hot.
Interesting.
That would
Saran
be my
needs a
guess.
5. Not there on the turn. And not there on the river as well as
GG.
Good luck, Tom.
He's got the coolest.
back-to-back
Yeah, if we're talking
eliminations
coolest ever, that's a different
by
story.
Mulacher. Granted, those players can still re-enter. But
Yeah.
again, another one of these sort of unexpected lines, atypical
Yeah.
plays.
He's like sneaky,
the
like
beneficiary.
master of one-liners and like really funny. Like he doesn't speak.
The qualifier.
The qualifier, yeah. Mulacher. As we transition back over to our other feature table, blinds are 4,000, 8,000. And Tony G appears to have joined the party.
I love me some Tony G.
If you're the viewing public, you certainly like having him at the table.
I just tries to rile everyone up into playing more hands.
Did I get your name already?
Can you bring the
last
bottle of
cash game
champagne,
was
please?
crazy.
Bottle of
Trying to
champagne.
up the stakes every
Did I say
other
that right?
hand.
Pavel? Pavel. Ah.
Ebony King, very polite to the dealers, asking their names.
Just a well-mannered gal in general.
Jack 6 off, so this is bad. But he's gonna play. It's Artur Martirosyan. Super deep stacks, by the way.
I was just thinking the same thing, Randy. You know, defending your big against one of the smaller stacks means the risk of ruin is limited, but against a big stack like Kenny's is a riskier proposition as Martirosyan outflops the ace-5 with middle pair and checks it.
Check, check.
Kenny checks back, does not improve on the turn.
Jack 6 is the type of spot you want to show it down. Once the overcard rolls off, ace-5 also probably trying to show down once it checks the flop, so straightforward to the river card. Blank. I suppose Martirosyan's going to think, maybe I can value bet this now. For you to check the flop and check the turn and have Jack 6 beat here is pretty slim.
Especially after a deuce rolls off.
I wouldn't mind a value bet. Yeah, this is nice.
These are those little spots, Randy, that make the difference. Looking to milk an extra 18,000. Kenny, not going to pay it off.
Artur Martirosyan is currently tournament chip leader.
A little glimpse at him navigating sub-premium waters. After defending his big. Ashkan Fatahi. To the big blind now. Nine seven suited up front for Wai Kin Yang, who has remained largely uninvolved here at this featured table. Obviously, we did spend some time away from it, so I'm not sure what happened during that hiatus, but in terms of hands we've seen him participate in, I can't think of more than one. It's folded around to Martirosyan with King 10 offsuit. Small.
See, he's been wanting to play a lot of pots. He's got this big stack, so, you know, small blind, King 10 offsuit against undergun, probably not standard, but Martirosyan with his big stack is like, you know what, I want to play some post flop.
I would also posit, Randy, that particularly early on in the tournament, when somebody runs a stack up like that, it is the product of playing more pots than the average player, because you've got to get involved. You've got to give yourself opportunities to win these chips. Not everybody subscribes to that school of thought, but here we are. Both players gut shot straight draws on the ace-jack-8 board.
Might. After I lost all in Luna.
You lost big?
I heard Ethereum might go. Well, nobody knows.
Huh? Yeah.
Nobody knows.
Might nobody. Maybe it's full price.
I would put it on Ethereum now if I put some.
Yeah, but it's a very crowded trade already. Shops are shops.
But I know nothing. I know only.
Yeah, your friend was big on that Israeli guy.
Yeah.
He must have made a fortune.
Billions. Billions.
Billions.
Yeah.
You just go in early and hold, that's the key.
Yeah.
So we got a multi-barrel here from Wai Kin Yang.
See Martirosyan now Slightly less comfortable than he was on the flop. Given the second barrel from Wykin, the ace is certainly within his range.
Now people actually short.
Small bet's basically designed to fold out these gut shots. The jack 10s, queen jack,
It
king
just
jack,
priced now
king
with
nines.
the stocks. Just following the
Wow.
Nasdaq. Look at the stocks, following, underperforming.
He used a time chip on this. Just king 10 high right now. Is he thinking about making a play?
World is going bananas.
Wykin opted for a smaller bet.
Nobody knows what's going to happen.
Seems
90. Only poker is going to go
Archer
good.
Martirosian.
Yeah, always. That's all what I believe, that poker is going to go really good from here.
King 10 offsuit.
And think about how strong this play looks, given Wykin is well aware of up front his raise, supposed to garner a little bit of respect, supposed to interact with that ace-high board in a strong way. Nevertheless, Artur willing to check raise it.
He's on another level. Like, okay, so I was saying flatting the small blind, not a standard play against undergun, but like, you want to play pots, and you're going to make moves like that, and you said, you know, in order to get a big stack, you probably want to play a bit more pots, right?
You have to play more pots.
And it's showing you why he's the chip leader.
Yeah, yeah. It isn't like the deck has just slapped him in the face. This man is making his own fate here.
Imagine if the deck slaps him in the face. Man, you'd have like double the amount of
danger.
chips.
Yeah.
It seems like they might really be searching for that bottle of champagne.
Yeah, it's not easy. There should be some. Yeah, it's not easy. But sometimes you do get a bottle. I mean, it's only for you because you love it.
Tony G hunting champagne, it would seem. A little bit premature. Not at the final table, it's just day one, but maybe a kickoff toast as Antonius with ace-9 suit.
Maybe we just go all in blind. A few hands to get a stack. Everyone ready? Just do one all-in hand?
He's always trying to drive the action.
Me and you.
Tony.
Yeah, we do it.
Really?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. This hand?
This hand is good?
Yeah. Do it without looking.
So.
But if the rest play, I mean, yeah. What do you have? You have
I have like 143.
143.
Yeah. You go all in now, blind. And I call blind.
Maybe I call.
They can join the party also.
I call. You go. Yeah. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, okay.
I just call blind.
But if I go all in and one of them call and you call.
No, I have to call. But we risk two of them.
You have to call.
I have to.
You have to promise me you call.
I promise you. Yeah.
It's all clear now, the rules? All clear? Everybody knows what's going on?
I limp in, right? I limp in now blind.
I don't want a hand here
You move
just
all
so I
in
can
blind,
see
yeah?
this.
But if one of them call?
I still call.
You still call, okay,
Yeah.
go.
So a remarkable negotiation is transpiring here, and I'm not even sure whether or not this is within the rules, but nevertheless, leave it to Tony G to spice things up on arrival.
Oh, just for you,
So
not looking.
he's done.
As negotiated, he limped blind under the gun, and now the blind all-in coming in from Fatahi. And
Please
neither
make
blind
TV.
wakes up with anything to call with, and Tony G has made the call
Oh my
blind.
God.
Both players share a 4, and Fatahi has the
Oh my
advantage
God.
with 10 high.
Couldn't even get
Let's play
like
a
spread.
300,000 chip pot, shall we?
Yeah, no.
Oh, come on.
Maybe?
Maybe I put them on. Good luck
What
for
a
you.
crazy hand.
Although you have the best hand, so I don't know. Oof.
It's going to be a split pot. All big
I
cards.
don't think so.
We've called a lot of Triton, Randy. I don't remember anything like this.
Yeah, Tony G's
Hey.
always getting people to
Tony.
gamble.
Ace, 9, 6, and Tony has hit the pair of sixes.
Looking good.
The champion.
The turn is
the
no
champion.
good for 10-4, and now
All in.
Fatahi has 3 outs once in this pure flip.
Hey,
That's
all
not
in.
one of
Didn't
them.
work.
Freed you up.
It's broken. I think I broke the glasses.
Who's ready next now? This was actually a good deal. All in. Who's ready for all in
You
blind?
covered me? Okay,
Yeah.
good luck. Perfect.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. At least it was good, right? Good for both.
Thank you is a bit of a peculiar thing to say.
now.
Yeah. Who's next?
Well.
We found a new strategy. This is what we should be teaching people to do. Not all this theory, GTO stuff. This is all you have to do.
I don't know why I waited so long to play a 25K.
Yeah, and everyone gets such a nice overlay. This is amateur hour. This is how we roll.
That looked fairly professional to me.
Oh.
He's done this before,
Who's ready?
hasn't he?
Sure feels that way, doesn't it?
Party's over and the light came.
Party's over, yeah.
Tony G ready to go again, by the way.
Let's all do it all in. We get a captain, a nice captain for the tournament.
Oh
and you can still
can you
rebuy.
imagine?
When do they close the rebound?
7 minutes.
After this
That's
level.
the good thing
After
about
this level.
Yeah. You want to do it?
I'm good. I'm good. I have confidence with this deck.
Okay. I'm good too now. I'm good. I'm happy now. I'm relieved. Average is fair. Yeah, don't worry. I'll put the blinds. 8. Don't worry. Go.
So he took 6-4 suited up against 10-4 offsuit, blind, managed to hit the 6 and hold and double, and is ready to do it again. Nobody
Nothing
wants
changed from
a
the other
piece.
tournament. I keep hitting the right cuts.
Did say we love seeing Tony G on the stream.
So humid in this room.
Sure to chat.
Yeah, hands get
People watching,
sticky.
like, what did I just witness?
Weird, humid.
16.
Guys are playing solid.
16,000 plus.
Min raise open from Comforst.
16,000.
I think have we settled down?
Apparently so, as Tony did not defend. I still can't believe what we just saw. This is a 25K Euro buy-in event.
Yeah, it's not the $10 home game.
Limp blind, everyone folds. All in blind as promised. Both blinds don't wake up with anything. Call as promised. Let's go. Oh, good night. 10-4 against 6-4. Good night.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, there's 2 blinds still, right? So they got to limp under the gun.
Yes.
It's like even more. It's
Everything had to work out perfectly there, right?
Yeah.
Because the other players are under no obligation to not play their hands as they
Correct.
would otherwise. So with a limp up front, somebody could have maybe taken advantage of the situation by raising. Just, wow.
I've only heard like, oh, maybe all in call like small blind versus big blind. You know, everyone folded.
Yeah.
My
But
feet don't touch the
it's like
ground.
several seats in
Several
between.
seats, like the suboptimal nut low like setup, and they just made it work.
I'm literally going like this.
Okay, well, Tony's got a stack now. Ace-9 suited.
He's got the diamond smothered here as Martirosian stepping out with the queen 8 as the opener.
Gonna bleed into a time bank. It's a pre-flop decision. So he's gonna lay down. Just normal poker stuff. It's not my style. I'm gonna just stay out of it. Pocket 4s, we'll see a flop.
Well, it looked painful for Tony G to fold that one, didn't it?
Suited, please. It's not disconnected enough, not offsuit enough, not blind enough.
Patrick with the pocket 4s is outflopped on the ace-queen deuce board as Martirosian hits middle pair.
Tony would have had the best hand, top pair.
Instead, Artur is able to follow through for 12K.
Antonius. It's a tiny bet, but 2 overs. Anthar unpaired, still have good equity against you. Just lays it down.
Yeah, not really a lot of places to go. Backdoor wheel for sure, but perfect is not what Patrick is interested in putting pressure on himself to achieve in order to take a pot down.
So far, I've been loving the way Archer's been playing. It's been pretty fun to watch.
It is one of those styles, though, Randy, to be fair, that when it works, it seems amazing and it goes great, and you've got this big stack spun up. But when it doesn't, you can find yourself at the exit pretty early or at the re-entry line. High variance.
High variance.
Some people just have an appetite for it. And obviously, for those that are rolled, that high variance approach, perhaps one they're more likely to deploy in a 25K than 50, a 75, 100K event.
17?
I know Archer is capable of playing some pretty big buy-ins. I've seen him. He plays at 250K, 100K, so. But he qualified in, yeah?
That's right.
He's like, you know what? I'm just going to win this qualifier.
Complete free roll in his mind.
Remember, I used to watch some of his final tables, whole cards up on GG, and the other commentator knew more about him and would joke that this guy plays literally every single buy-in he could. So he's playing the 10K, and he's playing like the $100 on the side.
Wow.
Like, no joke. So he's a grinder.
Well, the experience is on display here. Although he's going to have problems against Ebony Kenny's King 5 suited, which defended the big and has flopped second pair. And the nut flush draw.
Great spot.
Archer with the Broadway gutty.
And Archer's been blasting away, so it wouldn't surprise me if he just blasting in a lot of turn cards.
That turn doesn't rate to be of any assistance to the opposition.
We're playing deep stacks.
Kenny does pick up the wheel gutty to go with the flush draw and the best hand with kings.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Checks the second time.
It's early position against a big blind. So Archer can try and represent. Say his kings really well. These queens. Jack.
85.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like Archer's in this blasting mode, so it doesn't surprise me that he's over betting this turn.
Yeah.
He's like up against Kenny, whom he might think, oh, she doesn't normally play this.
Wait, you made
25Ks.
And she's got a really deep stack, and not everybody likes to be this deep. And Artur himself is deep and has her covered, so there's some real discomfort that you can put somebody in.
If you make enough bad ones, you can only do new ones. Can you take a, excuse me, take a nice photo for us.
Kenny is going to flat once more, 85,000 as this pot swells to 240K, and on the river she is totally unimproved.
You win a lot for someone who keeps calling himself a bunny. Too much. Yeah, sit down. Yeah. Bunny,
Backdoor diamonds showing up.
I feel like a bunny. I mean, you know how you feel.
Couldn't hit it. If it goes check,
Yeah,
she
but
can
can be
scoop
lucky.
it. Archer fires one more.
Artur's not going to shut it down here, is he?
Overbet the turn. He probably actually.
Oh, he did.
This is mine for now.
And he's instantly going to realize that with a big enough bet on the river here, he probably could have sent that king into the pot.
10,000.
Exactly.
Please now, late registration is
What
closed.
a big pickup there for Ebony Kenny here at this featured table.
Fortunate enough, they say.
And at the previous level, and you wish to re-enter, please inform a supervisor, and you can do so.
I got the photo, man. I got the photo. Just send me the text. I'll send you the photo.
Remind you also, players, that you will get 5 extra time banks.
Can I, Arta, can I swap for some small chips? Just one case.
And
thank you.
Courtesy of that pot, Ebony Kenny is now the chip leader.
Just post that photo,
at this
Warren. Just
feature
send me the
table,
text.
and second in chips overall behind Luke Shields, who's apparently been busy.
What do I do with this?
Off
I
the
can see
feature
it?
tables. We saw him earlier. Didn't look to be a threat, but
Good luck.
must have had some big collisions.
With that last pot, Ebony Kenny in second, Archer's in third.
Okay, time to run good.
Time to run good. How
I've
many bullets?
been running pretty well, so.
Yeah.
Or it can only be one. Well, actually,
I'm
there's
hoping
two.
you share some of that love that you.
What do you mean? You hit the 6.
I know that's normal. I mean, but I want to hit more. I need to hit more.
How
6
quickly
is like
we
early.
forget.
So
I need to hit
greedy.
this in the fight. I'm greedy.
Who's your partner for the 200, Patrick?
Santos. Santos,
Who's Santos?
my Indian friend.
Ah,
He's playing there.
I think I know who you're talking about.
Oh, he was playing at least.
I want to play this tournament.
Yeah, I want you to play too. So I'm gonna see.
I need a partner.
I want to find someone for you.
Yeah, you want to find someone. This Norwegian guy wants to find someone. Together, monkey strong. We find someone. How much is that?
Cale Burns rejoins the
Like, I will
fold.
play with you every day.
Why can't
But you've made commitments and you're a man of your word, so you can.
Yeah, because I'm
Uh-oh.
close to Laszlo, you know, and you haven't been
Bad
in my life,
timing
you've
for
been doing
Young
your own
as
thing.
Kenny wakes up with
Just been
2
chilling,
aces,
patting the
fresh
dog.
off of
Yeah,
inheriting
relaxing.
the chip lead from Martirosyan
Laszlo's
here
been-
at the feature.
PLO crushing.
He's been crushing on coin poker. Biggest
These
winner
deck
in the
sizes
world
are
ever.
getting a little bit smaller with the bigger blinds, so
Hmm.
easily these queens
poker
could
with the
be
biggest games
getting
ever.
a lot of chips.
Yeah,
in
we had the biggest game.
potentially at all, especially against a 110k 3-bet.
Wow, big ball player.
It's crazy, yeah. Crazy, but like not
bad.
studying the game or
He must have some
not
talent.
knowing the GTO. Yeah, just because it's just super short-handed and the opposition is super weak.
I told him I'd play him heads up PLO if we do mix of hold'em. 50-50.
I think it probably, I don't know, he's slow.
I said only
The
small stakes
opposition has
'cause I'm
been
a
very
fish.
weak.
Should have
The
no
That's
history.
the other thing. It's not like
I'm a fish at
Queens
PLO.
normally would be
when
getting
you're
this
playing
in.
2K, 4K, we even play 10K, 20K.
Well, why can read this?
Yeah,
10K,
if you run
20K.
good, you can win a lot.
Yeah, but it's not. It's also not. Yeah,
No.
it's running good, right? It's running good.
It's hard to just call with 40-something big blinds with
listen.
queens,
You can play
especially against
well
an
and lose
11
every day
big
in
blind
PLO
3-bet.
sometimes.
Under the gun versus small blind.
Yeah, and he does jam. Ebony
Especially-
Kenny
and then
will
he's playing, like, some
snap.
five, a lot of 5-card too.
And disaster
Wow,
for
this is
Wai
running
Kin
really
Young.
long, she
The
says.
only silver lining
This
is
is
that the
running good.
re-entry period is still
At
open.
least pre-
But we're playing in
how
almost
exciting
1
is
million
that?
chip pot.
Very.
You had a good rush. I saw the rush that you had. Oh my god, I love it.
My way always the rebuy desk. The rebuy desk aficionado.
That's a safe flop.
On
That
the
is very.
flop.
Pretty good.
It's over.
flop.
It's over to running queen.
990 to 1, and Wai Kin knows that
And you cover your.
the mic can come off as
She's a rich girl.
wildly
She
improbable
goes
that
too far.
he'd be able to win this
Keep
one.
going. I'll dance for it.
Yeah, you flopped an ace, right?
Not that long
No,
ago,
we didn't.
Randy,
Not
you and I
anyway.
were watching Ebony call off with pocket
I'd rather
eights
be
against two
lucky.
queens. Goes runner
When
to
you
make
get the
the
third
straight.
ace now, the third
Then
ace
she
is
manages
really
to
rich.
hang tough against the chip leader Martirosyan. Here she is aces against queens, and suddenly she's going to be the overall chip
They're breaking
leader
the
in
music
this
if I'm being
tournament. First stack over $1 million.
First time playing Triton.
That beginner's run good, something people talk about. Although she is far from a beginner in terms of poker.
Yeah, she's scheduled to play the Coin Rivet, invited by Phil Nagy.
Really?
Yeah. So on pace to have a lot of earnings by the time that tournament starts.
No kidding.
That's true laughing. Everyone's done it before.
Yes. Oh, I do it very often.
You must
It
be
is-
having a good time.
It is what it is.
1.25 million chips for Ebony Kenny.
How's the pool here,
Distant
Patrick?
second is Luke Shields with 900K.
Pool. Is there a pool here?
I don't know. I don't know about pools.
You knew about the pool in Barcelona, in the gym. You were relaxing.
Yeah. Here I don't know yet.
Hopefully, we don't get a chance to check it out too soon.
Yeah. Hopefully. I prefer ocean.
Yeah, ocean is good.
Yeah, I love the ocean. Pools, yeah.
I don't like pools in general, unless saltwater pool.
Yeah,
Feels
ocean's
better.
better. Healing. Heals your wounds.
Yeah, I don't like
More
that
calming.
chlorine.
Not
It
sure
doesn't
it
feel
heals
great.
wounds, though. It makes wounds worse.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because I sail. I don't know. When you have.
How does it make them worse? It make them scab?
No, it makes them worse. Doesn't close them up.
Oh, my ass is fucking
If you
sweating.
put it in the sea water when you have a
Yeah.
wound, when you have a cut,
Yeah.
it doesn't help to do.
How deep's the cut?
with the blinds at 5K, 10K.
If it's like, if you do damage...
Asking Zubov for all of it.
It's bad, yeah. It seems it should be good, the salt water. I mean, gargling is good to get rid of, like, sinus.
What about, like, a scratch?
Sniffing it into the nose.
Не натянул.
Makes it worse. Can make it worse.
Can't comply.
I've been misinformed.
Против меня можешь
Good to know. I've learned something today.
Yeah.
Ты же против меня выступил.
Такое нельзя.
Maybe it also depends which sea. I mean, the amount of salt, but like the one in
What
Dubai
about the
is
amount
very
of pollution?
salty.
What about no pollution
I
and a
think
bit of
it's just
salt?
the amount of salt that's in there.
I disagree. If you put oil in there, it's going to make it bad.
Yeah.
One part
I agree, of
two
course.
parts water.
Of
Yeah,
course.
everything in
That's a
moderation.
no-brainer, right? 5'10" now, right?
5'10". Nah, dust off my stack like such a pigeon. Plays so bad. That wasn't too bad. Alright, 5'10".
In Tahiti was fun, like, yeah. Sailing with Tahiti is amazing.
I haven't been to Tahiti.
I went to Seychelles, but didn't like it as much. Thailand, sailing is not good. Seychelles is okay. Tahiti is the nice.
Tahiti, that's what's up?
Go to Bora Bora, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard good things about
Bloody
Bora Bora.
Mary. I love poke.
Bloody Marys for breakfast?
No, there's a restaurant. Very fun restaurant.
Could have something developing here. Antonius. Pocket fives against queens and Martirosian.
So much chatter going on at the table, trying to lay out and capture it all, but now things giving way to this big pot developing. As Antonius is open, has been 3-bet predictably.
This is annoying. You're out of position. Also, funny stack size. But if your opponent does 3-bet bluff you, you can definitely consider continuing, whether it's jam, if you think they'll fold, maybe call sometimes. Folding is also reasonable. Everything is okay here. Just really depends on what you think of your opponent.
The jam would seem so reckless at this point, though, wouldn't it?
Against some people, 100%. Against some people who like to 3-bet bluff against people who open with these low 20 big blind stacks, you know, it is possible because people do have 3-bet folding ranges against the 22, 23 big blind opens. And that's why you see Antonius hasn't given up yet.
These guys do hog the time.
Conversely, he hasn't jammed, choosing to just flat a decent commitment off of his 21 big blind stack, being made here pre-flop and making 9 tray board these 2
I'd like a
fives.
10-second shot
looking
clock.
great.
I'm thinking to propose like
Yeah, Antonius is basically looking for like
15.
no
You don't need
ace, no
15.
king kind of
Yeah.
board,
Yeah.
committing.
10 seconds free.
Yeah.
15 after the flop, and that's it. Then you get a couple of time banks still.
Yeah, you can get. Yeah, it will make much better. More natural game, more flowing.
Yeah, I agree.
And these, you know, it's just
all the cash game guys play pretty fast. Do you think so?
Mainly, yeah. But I mean, yeah, these pure GTOs, yeah, they work it out. And then they're looking all the time on the situation. It's just so mathematical.
So they say.
Yeah, they think that. But the ones that are
Pretty
losing
hard
it,
for the human
still
to
hard.
do all of it.
Yeah.
So Martirosian
The ones that are
chose
still
to
losing,
check
they don't know
back
what's
on the flop. So
Everybody
Antonius
thinks
checks
it
it to him a second time.
Yeah, the standard
Two-tone
deviation's
board
pretty
now.
high.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people just want to remember everything. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
And now
Hard to
Archer's going to
remember
bet
everything.
50 into 135, Randy, and this is the kind of line that can actually potentially end up milking a little bit more out of these 2 fives.
Yeah. It is going to be hard for 2 5s to
Yeah,
I
natural
imagine.
spots.
I don't really think
Frutella?
but
I think he's a natural too.
He's playing a lot.
Isildur,
He's playing a lot on coin
I
flip.
mean, the guy 3-bets you.
Some people
Just
still does
king eye
natural, but
flop
he's
looks a
not-
little
he's not
suspicious to
active.
me.
He's not
Like if
active
I was
and
bluffing,
he does not like
king
bank
high
dominance.
flop comes out. I'd to see bet a lot, right? Because I'm repping
You gotta
ace
respect
king. I
him. He's
don't
got the
got
biggest
it.
But Archer's going to be balanced, right? He's not
yes.
the kind of guy that isn't going to mix it up,
I
and
remember
some
when
percentage of the time he
I
sees
first
it
started
bluffing, some
playing,
percentage he
totally
has
agree.
it,
First started
and
to
then the
play, I
delay
was
comes in
watching
with the
him
goods
play
sometimes,
everybody
and with
at
air
once.
sometimes.
The
So
6 best in the world, he played them all at once, the high stakes, and he was showering.
I guess like
But then they took him to
sure
PLO
Patrick
tables.
could occasionally have the best hand there, but it's how often are you actually behind? You need to think about.
And so a quick peek at the chip counts. We talked about that monster stack of Ebony Kenny that has been compiled, 1.25 million chips deep. Martirosian, a distant second. Then Tony G, who flipped to get himself up to over 300,000. Cale Burns and Patrick Antonius rounding things out before the drop-off to Alexander Zubov, who we have yet to see play a pot, Randy. Just 64,000. Good for a little north of 6
But
bigs.
when he was playing PLO now, he wasn't as good. I mean, as low.
He's got a big pair of balls on him.
Yeah.
Let us
Well,
just
playing
take
with
a
Ogden
moment to
himself.
acknowledge the splendor of the sky blue pants on the newcomer
Pretty close. Very close.
to our featured table. He is Jean-Noel Torel.
Yeah, it was very close. But at the end, he
Frenchman?
got busted.
Should have known he was French. They always have a certain flair.
So much variance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can play
And
for.
he
I
was
love-
ready to go up. You know,
Triton
if
always
he's
got the
winning,
people
you just tell him,
to-
"Okay, just double
the
it,
wardrobe
he's ready
is
to
always
go
very
double
flashy.
stakes.
Oh.
We just
Welcome
doubled
to the
again.
table,
So you have to win
Monsieur
everything. You got to
Torel.
win the side.
Two kings right away, no waiting, and Antonius opening it up
It's okay.
with the
It's no
min raise
problem.
off of ace queen in
Yeah,
front
that
of
wins
him.
the side, or
That's how he plays.
Hi.
You want to start in the
he's
casino,
playing
huh?
for the side.
Welcome.
He's going to think this is a setup.
But it's settled down now.
He hasn't even taken his seat yet, and he looks down at 2 kings.
Somewhere deep in Sweden, right? I mean,
It's like, oh,
taking it easy in life,
it's unexpected.
which is good. I hope he's a nice guy.
And by the way, it's so difficult for anybody at this table to have any sense of what's going on when the guy
What do you mean?
just
It's
sat
30 now.
down
30.
and is now 3-betting.
Unlucky.
Yeah. And wait,
And it's a click back to 30K.
yeah, he might not even know what chip size.
All in.
I don't think.
Oh, yeah, and
all
look,
in.
you can't blame Patrick for thinking all in over the top of a click back is a reasonable way to go about it. And of course, the snap from Torel with 2 kings.
Straight to the game, huh?
And it's a pretty rough back-to-back stretch here for Patrick, unless, of course, he can hit an ace or a 5 on the deuce 3-4 board. Torel looks paranoid, looking around like, guys, did you set this up? Just be honest. 9 is no help to Antonius, and he now has 7 outs. One time, and there it is, the 5 of diamonds as he makes the wheel and downs the kings for a big double through.
Setup confirmed.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
Sorry. I might have to move this, Tony, just because I'm liable to knock it
Yeah,
over.
yeah, yeah.
No, I don't want to knock it over, because to be prepared for maybe doing something stupid.
Torel came in with about 360,000 in chips, so it's a blow he can absorb,
Back
but
in business.
obviously one that he would prefer not to have received.
Alive. Breathing.
Yeah.
Like all of us.
Like always, that's right.
Like all of us.
At least I hope so.
And life is.
What do you got? Jeffy.
Nope. Hazelnut butter chocolate. That was amazing. I'll bring you the bar.
No, it's fine, man. You need your stash to last you.
That is fair.
Yeah.
Okay, so ace 7 of clubs here.
It's just
Got a wild combo draw. Ace king.
As we slide back out to our other feature table and pick up this action.
Are we gonna play some basketball?
It's the royal flush gutter for Lip that comes up empty as the board pairs on the river and Seidel's ace king hangs on.
Basketball shoe, running shoe.
Oh, yeah, wedding set.
Yeah, wedding. I get sent my wedding shoe back as well. Wedding.
Just buy some here, lah.
Got such thing, ah?
I mean, I managed to buy football, so I'm sure you.
Where do you go and buy?
I don't know. I just sent the butler.
Oh, you asked somebody to buy. I guess I should have brought, right? Fuck, surely we're gonna play, right?
Yeah. Webb brought his.
Yeah. Hey, Ben, my buddy Ben's a soccer player. He'll play with you guys.
Tolerant?
We're not good.
We're bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's out there trying to light each other up.
The German boys and not German boys, but Christoph and Tim and stuff are pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Andras and the Dutch boys. I like Ben. We went to Japan together.
That's right. Yeah, he's here.
And he fell sick, unfortunately for him.
Mm-hmm.
You don't play at all? Soccer? No?
Played 3 games in high school, and then I got put on probation. I had to quit.
Probation? Why?
I was in a high-speed pursuit.
Yeah, you told the story. It's fucking insane. Fucking sick. One of the sickest stories.
He was at what?
High-speed pursuit, bro. He was chased by the police. He ran away in a car. High-speed pursuit, like on TV, you know.
It wasn't my best decision.
What's that got to do with soccer?
So you got almost...
I got put on probation. I couldn't leave my house.
Yeah.
It was the middle of the season. I was coming home from the soccer game when I ran from the police in my car. It's all soccer's fault.
Well, not too many football careers have been thwarted by a high-speed pursuit, but Count Jason
next thing you know,
Kearns.
there's 10 police cars behind you. It happened.
Makes a good story.
Meanwhile, it looks as though Matthias Lip is jammed from the small with 8-9 offsuit. Mulacher with an ace-5. Looks curious.
17 blinds. We've got an ace. Weak kicker. This is annoying. You've got things like 6s. 6s, 7. Man, this is... I feel like he's going to make the call.
He's used a time bank.
The hands that are an ace-5 often have a lot of incentives to whether just raise or limp jam itself, trying to invite some plays. This open jam just...
It feels like the kind of hand that doesn't want the call more than one that does, doesn't it? And it appears that Mulacher would agree as he gets the sniff.
He called, yeah.
Calling with ace-5. And you see Lip a little bit surprised, perhaps, that shove didn't get a bit more respect, but the two Austrians are going to square off in a meaningful 360K pot. And Lip flops the open-ender up against a pair of 5s here. 6, 8, 9 jack would all work. And there is the 6 as he leaves ace-5 drawing dead. And if the 6 didn't roll off, the jack would. So Lip gets there both ways and takes a bite out of Mulacher, the online qualifier stack.
Yeah, that's a way to double up your stack. Pretty high variance, I would say, of the 8-9 offsuit. Not standard. Sometimes you're just like, you know, how often is really going to have the big blind? Like, oh, well, I can still get there. Because, you know, he wasn't that far behind against the ace-5 offsuit pre-flop.
Now, he's got himself 36 big blinds off of which to operate. Welcome boost. Especially after he lost against Seidel. An ace of clubs for the royal flush draw that didn't materialize.
Soiza.
Yeah, our first peek at him here at our featured table. Ace-3 suited.
How you liking those guitars?
Very nice. Haven't had enough time to play with them, but so far so good.
So he's a Triton veteran with 4.3 million plus in career Triton earnings. 9 cashes in total. His title coming way back at his very first ever Triton event in Jeju in 2019. And Randy nodding.
I remember that one, yeah. I believe he
was a big moment for him.
Sam Greenwood. Oh, he's flopped really strong here.
Sure has. As a man who was really mowing over the featured table earlier during today's coverage. Brezhnikov.
Yeah, he seemed to have maintained his stack ever since he won those quad 9s against Ibingers, Ace King.
Defended his big with the 4-5, comes up very empty on King Queen 10 2 clubs, and an easy check fold to Soiza, who barrels 45 dimes. Now this table has sort of rounded itself out with more of the familiar faces to Triton. Kuhn, Soiza, Seidel, Peters, Tang, all vets. Brezhnikov, Mühlacker, and Matthias Lipp, all newcomers. As we send it back over and look at yet another newcomer.
It's a nice table now.
Seated beside Ebony Kenny is Paul Newey.
Yeah, it's a lot of money to call on a big blind.
Playing under the British flag.
He finally made the table lucky and good. Full of value. Full of value.
Ebony Kenny picking up the ace queen. Dealer button.
It's 22,000.
Newey picks up pocket 9s in a small blind. Sitting on 43 big blinds, 44 big blinds.
This would be good for this.
He's gonna call, he's gonna 3-bet. I don't know much of his style.
All in.
Wow, just gonna rip it in.
Hey,
what to do here, base queen?
About 400.
That's meaty. 444,000. And for Ebony Kenny, she'd be wise to consider the fact that even though she has 1.2 million, this is still 44 bigs on request.
423.
The thing is, I'm thinking Newey is not jamming here. Ace King. I don't know. I don't know him though, so it's hard for me to say that. I would. Ace Queen could easily be a call here. This is tough. Makes the call. Here we go. Big coin flip.
My goodness, I am a little bit surprised to see her willing to take this really thin sort of spot. She could have been up against the ace king, and obviously here she is.
And you can't rebuy. Could be 2 hands.
Dog. She's looking to spin up a big one, and she's poised to do it. 2 7s and an ace. Leave her in good shape. Couple of diamonds on the board though, working for Newey. No longer as the king rolls off, and it's 2 outs 1 time. Not there. And Paul Newey's chips absorbed by the vacuum cleaner that is Ebony Kenny.
That was a lucky table. There's been a lot of first-timers to Triton. They've won a lot of titles. This could be Ebony Kenny right now. On pace. It's a massive chip lead right now.
Final table.
I don't know though. The 2-8 spot to me was weird. I wouldn't have 3-betted. I would have flatted. Once I 3-bet, I probably would have gotten away from it. Being honest, even though you should. I'm not sure I call with the ace queen there.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, what do I know? Ebony's the pro.
You need to splash if you want to be a chip leader, right? That's what you were telling me.
I'm a nit.
You can't. Yeah, you do these plays. You're gonna be in what? 50th place out of 68. Well, congratulations, you're still in, I guess.
I'm just the Alan Kessler of Triton. You know what I mean? I'm just in here trying to min cash.
You do well when you get 2 off the money bubble. Okay.
You never call me all in.
You do really well there.
Champagne.
Yeah. Would you like some champagne?
No, thank you. I'm completely fasted. If I had champagne, I would be.
That would not do.
No.
How long have you been fasting?
Since last night. Yeah.
I do it too.
Yeah, every day for me. Intermittent fasting.
Amazing.
Kale Burns actually down to 154,000. Did not see what happened to him on those outer table. Open it up. Patrick. 10-8 suited. Feels like playing it. Ultimate chip leader, 1.7 million.
Here she is on the button with ace-4 suited, and we'll see if all these chips are gonna create some increased aggression. Apparently the answer is no, as she's content to just flat on the button, and that allows the big blind of Torell with the ace-jack to check it back and leave her dominated, going to the flop. Four-way affair. Queen, Jack, Jack, a big one for Torell as he has trips up against Kale Burns, who's got backdoor spades and a queen. Got shot straight draw for Antonius.
Yeah, this is pretty annoying for Burns because he's only got 13 big blinds. I feel pretty committed to the board. We'll start with check.
After that round of checks, total break on the turn, as you pointed out, Randy. Frenchman will fire 30K, 1/3 pot. A little weird for Kale.
Yeah, you basically will start for call and see what develops.
Yeah.
I mean, you only got 10 big blinds remaining, but you know you might be able to maneuver to cheap showdown.
He'll be happy to see Patrick and Ebony both fold behind him, giving him position going into the river against Torell. Another brick on the end.
Smaller sizing.
Now 60K into 155.
I don't think I can fold. Let's drop something. Give me a second.
Just 60,000. Looks like you're getting milked.
I'm scared. I have a good hand.
He feels it.
I might as well just use one of these because I got so many. Wait a second. Cool. Cool. Have you done a jack? Yeah, king queen. I'm just destined to do my fucking balls. Alright, 60? 60. 165 in there. Full 60.
Getting about 2.5 to 1 there, Randy. King queen, just a little bit too much hand, especially against Torell, to get away from it.
And if there's a chance your opponent's like betting similar hand,
right?
If he's ever bluffing there sometimes, like, yeah, I don't fault him. No, he didn't lose all his chips.
No, not by a long shot, but he did lose some of them. He's now down to just 15 bigs. Well, meanwhile, back to a starting stack, which is now only worth 20 bigs as opposed to 200, like it was at the start. Structure's actually reasonably quick here, it would seem.
25K Mr. Shuffle, please complete the hand you're on, otherwise raise your blinds. Small blind 6,000, big blind 12,000, big blind onto you of 12,000. 6, 12, 12, next turn, please. I remind you players that at completion of this level, you're gonna have a 30 minute dinner break.
Oh, after this level, huh?
If I shove a buster, I can't win. Give me genius and fold.
Yeah. Easy win. Тебе так кажется из-за того, что ты короткий. Средний стек больше.
Почему в турнирах по 1000? Час перерыв на ужин, а в турнирах по 25 тысяч 30 минут перерыв на ужин.
Это
вот из-за...
Тритон так делает, из-за того, что здесь можно кушать. Ну, в целом,
почему?
Я согласен. Ну, типа, они сегодня хотят доиграть до финалки, из-за этого не хотят большие перерывы.
Хотя бы 45 минут бы сделали.
43, 44.
I agree with you.
Zubov getting a merciful walk
very
there.
Short.
Very short. Very, very short.
I remember the re-entry period was only
Need some
open,
luck sometimes.
I believe, up until the upcoming break, or is it already closed? Have to confirm that. So producer James actually stepping in to advise that once we went to 5,000, 10,000, that was the close of the re-entry period. So everybody that's left now does not have the option to rebuy.
It's like I stand up so I can cool my ass off.
Zubov trying to limp in from the small blind. Might we finally see him play a pot? The answer is yes, as Tony G checks back with Jack 8. And Ace Jack 9 will leave Tony G comfortably ahead of 7 high.
There's a limp pot from Zubov. Consider taking a stab here.
Wow.
Yeah, I think he's
Off
like
of a very short stack, mind you.
I believe he thinks that, well, if Tony had an ace, he would just jam into me pre-flop, so maybe I can rep that ace. And he can handle the heat. It's a snap call. Most likely a jack or 9.
Looks like the burn card was exposed there.
First of all,
or was it a boxed card?
We'd like to thank you so much for your support. We just broke the record.
The distinction here is that if a card is boxed, it simply doesn't exist, and the next card off the top of the deck would go into the burn. However, if it was inadvertently exposed, it is still the burn, and then turn is resting
And we
on
just
top
confirm
of the
your
deck.
prize pool. We're going to pay 17 spots with the winner of this record-breaking event taking home $125,000. The 17th place finish will receive $51,400. Best of luck, everyone.
So Zubov picks up the 4 on the turn. Bet the flop. I'm gonna start checking. Tony G is gonna fire 21K.
21.
Zubov, thinking about it, bets the flop. Checks the turn, sees a 2 big blind bet. He might be thinking, is Tony really value betting me with mid pair? Bottom pair?
Well, whatever it is, he knows that it has the 4 beat in all likelihood.
What tournament is on tomorrow? Do you know?
Played a hand.
30K.
30.
30.
We'd lay down. 30 and I'll hold him.
Normal hold'em, yeah. Then it's 50, and then it's 75.
No bluff.
Releases.
200 in with that.
Took his one shot.
There's no 100. There's 75 and 200.
I don't think there's 100, no.
Alright, so I'm the big blind, so I put in 12. Yep. And then, can you change that, Tony? Yeah. Just all greens is good. Yep.
KO Burns will be
I'll borrow some reds off you, please.
very committed into this next hand as he's the big blind with the big blind ante and with a blind increase.
Yeah, 6-12 with the 12K ante. 30K in orbit from this point forward.
I'm so behind. Not enough. Not enough.
It's 15% of a starting stack.
Could be me and you. But your simulation hard to live in. You might even walk me, who knows? It's bad enough. Raise it. How much? How much do I have? I just want to see if I fold anything.
Jack 10 offsuit for Tony G,
I feel like I
asking
was
for the rest of the
deserve one. I
Tailburns
feel
chips,
deserve
and
one.
he's
Doesn't
going to
mean you're
spin the
gonna
wheel.
win, but you deserve
It
one.
doesn't. Well, we'll see.
But it's still nice.
I got the 9 blocking the straight.
What have you got? 20?
More than that, more than that.
Yeah, 20 something. Yeah, I'm just asking.
30 something.
30?
Yeah, 32.
32.
I'll take the 5.
You got a 7 going, right?
Oh, you popped up there straight away. Bang, bang.
Burns does have the gut shot straight draw.
Got a
Now
flash
he's got
block
more
the 7.
outs.
You got the
The
9.
9 comes off, but unfortunately clubs is not among them. And the 7 is
Oh,
actually dead, but running 9s will give him trips. And
Congratulations, I just won the tournament.
second life.
Just
32. Yeah. It's a nice, that's a nice boost.
It's all square.
Good dealer.
That's the
So
start.
you win the big ones, yeah? We're on the final table.
It was kind of weird. He traded the 4 7s
Oh,
for
no,
2
it
9s and 3 5s. So he picked up 1 out.
Found it.
I don't know the exact amount because there's no fucking.
Okay, this is a big
denominations
pot. 242,000 middle.
like,
What do they got?
Yeah, back over to our other feature table where we pick up the action. Danny Tang against Matthias Lip.
40 HKD.
Lip's stack has ridden a roller coaster of sorts. Sits with just Jack high, ace high rather, against a pair of 8s.
2019 December.
The spring. Or no, it was.
Not certain the action to this point. My guess is that
Is that the one I broke my arm in?
blind versus blind.
It was the one before that.
Tang might have limp called a raise.
There was one like 8 months prior to that because I went
Check
back
call.
to back.
Flop.
I remember.
Perhaps second barrel on the turn. Maybe not, but whatever it is, here he is
game.
facing the all-in from Lip on the river, which is a request for all of Danny Tang's chips, Randy.
Sure, he was game that.
It's a huge pot, but he can make some big hero calls. I've seen him do it before.
Just the pair of 8s, second pair.
I've used one before already, right?
Like. And
It's the guy that jammed 17 big blinds and 9-8 offsuit into Mulacher.
Yeah.
Did it straight.
It really is.
This is mighty aggressive. Just pure bluffing it.
So 242 was in the middle before Lip moved all in, but the bet is 111 effective, given Tang has that much back.
Weren't they like playing heads up on the apps?
He's getting about 3 to 1 on the call, realistically.
That was, those games were
So no
insane.
obvious
I
draws
lost that
missed.
week. It
There's
wasn't
no
quite
flush
that big,
draw.
but yes, that was the spring
And
that
like
you're
6-7
talking about.
would have
That's
paired
when
up at some point.
the money and
Blind versus blind.
First
Ranges
horse.
should be a little bit wider.
Marius lost like I don't know.
Wasn't the what's the other dude's name? Dove had.
Yeah,
The
he
other guy.
had Vivek, Marius, and Gabe.
Gabe.
Makes the call, Danny Tang.
You talked about it. Finds his cape.
Ooh,
And takes down a big one. And the table is on notice.
This is the Crusher table. The online wizards.
Yeah, that was the thing. Those games were so sick. That trip, I played one of the longest sessions of my life, and it was like not like one of these Ivy Dur sessions. It was like 36 hours or something.
It's kind of ridiculous to me.
Yeah, so I played 36 hours, and I quit like up very small that day, and Shanghai Wong told me I wasn't allowed to come back because I didn't play long enough.
Oh my god.
I played 36 hours.
Not long enough, man.
Dude, it was the sickest thing ever. 36 fucking hours. They're like, no, yeah. They're like, no, you can't get up and leave like that. You're not welcome back.
Back over to our other feature table as it appears Kuhn and company are being racked up and relocated. What a call there by Danny Tang, Randy. That was for his tournament life.
Yeah, that was huge. And shows you why he's one of the best from the Hong Kong region.
No question about it. One of the best from beyond the Hong Kong region is probably a more fair way to put it, as we see Ebony Kenny is up to almost 1.7 million in chips far and away the leader, as no one else has broken the 1 million chip barrier in the field. Martin Modena is second with 955. At this table, it is Cale Burns who sits on the shorty, staved off elimination courtesy of running nines moments ago against Tony G, who still sits with over 20 blinds, as is the case for 5 of our 7 players at this feature table. Alexander Zubov, the only other stack in jeopardy with 11 bigs. Now here is Zubov with ace-3 suited.
Suited ace, 10 blinds.
Raise 1 million.
Yeah. Sixes.
Oh, Tony G just lets him go. Zubov gets through.
132?
124.
And even Martirosyan with the suited king. His diamonds were smothered. Ends up laying it down. So an important pickup for Zubov.
Oh, they closed the other stream.
Silly, huh? I don't know why they do this part. Production goes home for half. I don't understand this part.
So what happened?
They closed that other TV table, but I don't know why they do it. I can't figure it out. I was just wondering why they closed one TV table. I don't know the reason. It's not a problem. I just don't understand why they do it.
Nobody knows.
Maybe that's the plan. It's just the
Oh, he's moving him?
that's
Oh, they're breaking a
That's
table.
logical.
Ah.
And then you move another table over there. The last breaking table. Yeah.
There's no point moving in 17 minutes.
That makes sense.
So this table will break too, or what?
This table will...
Is he moving? He's moving, JT. Alright, see you, brother.
Hello.
Here's
Hello.
Hello. Sir, you play next time.
Jean-Noel
I've got a
Torel
Coin
is
Poker sponsor here.
Yeah.
being relocated.
Coin Poker supporter.
That's a fashionable man right there, Randy.
Took that beat champ on the first hand you got dealt.
25.
Some tells me he can afford to take a lot of beats.
He was laughing.
Tony G opens to 25K off of ace 10. Now Burns, ace 8. He is the shorty.
Yeah. Interesting. So he's going to go for it.
Yeah, and the timing is rough as he's dominated.
70, yeah?
70 so far.
How much is the race?
How much?
69.
Good number.
I must win.
Yeah.
Definitely gonna win.
You must win. Let's see.
Well, 3-bet clears the rest of the field as Tony G will give Cale Burns a spin.
He didn't raise. He put out 75.
What do you mean? You don't have... No, you got... It's all in.
I always do it this way.
It's
I
all
done
in.
it and I tell you what to do
Okay.
it.
Okay, up to you. I mean,
Look,
it's...
You called. I'm going to pay the extra 1K just
No,
make
it's
me pay
okay.
on
You
the
don't
flop.
have...
I'll tell you why I
fine,
do
it's
it.
fine. It's fine. No problem. No problem.
He called and
I didn't say anything. I put some...
Arsenal carry on with his cards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem.
It's okay. You're going to win.
I didn't see the chip. It's
I have 1K.
It's okay. No
I
problem.
always do it exactly the same.
I know you do.
tell
I have no problem.
So
I have no problem.
Yeah.
There's no problem. Zero problems.
You can just throw 1K in on the flop if you want to punish your maximum. You do whatever you want.
Very hard to see from here.
Yeah. An issue. I mean.
Cards so small.
So it appears that Cale Burns kept 1K back, whereas Tony G was
Behind so
understandably
far.
under the
You
impression
just need a
that the
date with an
3-bet
8
was
now.
for
You
the
needed
full
a 9.
amount.
Now you need an 8.
I mean, I'll take the chop.
1K goes in on the flop now, just a formality.
I would prefer a chop than losing too.
There we go.
Chop is
Chops
very
are
good.
now possible,
I play like this.
Very comfortable.
Oh, yeah. You win. This is not just 10.
but
Just
on the
not
river,
what?
it is the 10
everyone-
kicker that
how many
continues to
chips
play.
it is.
It's all the game. Always the same way.
Just
No, I know. I'm sorry. It's my fault.
Directly on the website.
Sit open.
I didn't.
no, it's a
So that's the end of the road for Australia's Cale Burns, Randy.
Should be looking.
A sigh of relief being breathed by the remainder of the field, obviously, as he is such a tough opponent.
Definitely a tough opponent. But you heard him talking to Tony G, like he wants to play the Triton Coin Rivet event. So he wants to play it. He just needs an invitation
he needs
to
a
get
businessman that can give him an invitation.
He needs to convince someone.
Is Tony G on the businessman side of the spectrum, and does he not already have somebody that he's invited?
He does already have someone. Laszlo Boytos.
Ah, yes. He was talking about Boytos being one of the biggest winners on Tony G's poker site, Coin Poker. And I did hear the words 20 million winner across his lips.
They
That is a
play
healthy sum.
Big.
Talk to me. 10,000, 20,000?
I don't know the numbers, but
2,000, 4,000?
every time I see Tony G talking about coin poker games, they seem to get bigger every time. And you can see, like, when he got to the table, he was just trying to get people to go all in blind.
Right.
He's splashy.
He'll be happy to get all in with 2 kings. Antonius, under the gun, has made it 25K to go.
Cool.
And Tony is going to slow play them.
Yeah. I kind of don't mind this because I think re-raising looks like what it is. So you can just, well, gosh.
1 ace is tricky enough to deal with, but the second one actually leaves your kings feeling slightly more comfortable, as Antonius with trips, c-bets, downsizing 5K to 20. Tony will flat.
Check.
Turn is inconsequential.
Backdoor flush draw, and Tony's gonna try to rep that. I mean, he doesn't put Tony G on 2 games right now. Let's see how Antonius sizes.
40K into 108. The milking continues. Tony G is the cow in this equation right now as Antonius continues to farm his chips. Backdoor hearts show up.
Yeah, that would worry Tony a bit in case he was up against a flush draw. Of course, he loses to those hands, even while holding the King of Hearts. He lost to an ace already.
Can you ask to turn on TV?
Tony's thinking about perfect sizing.
Yeah, no problem.
Could easily be up against an ace-X. And yeah, Tony should be sizing what he thinks the max ace-X would call, because that's the most likely hand. Would never put Tony with kings or jacks or tens, given how short they start the hand with.
What's your sense? He's only got 206 behind, slightly north of 1 SPR.
100 something, 75.
It's 100K apparently.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to go too much bigger because the backdoor hearts got there, and the big blind Tony G could convince himself to hero fold pretty well. Tony, I think, just can't believe, like, I finally got a hand, and I slow play it. Cost one, cost turn. It's gonna be hard to. I think it's hard to call with 2 kings here. It just seems like it's so likely the undergun has an ace, and you're supposed to have an ace here a lot to check call the flop and the turn.
Yeah, when you check call the flop and the turn on this board texture, then the hearts get there on the end. And you check a 3rd time, your opponent fires again. Fewer and further between, I feel like, are the 3-barrel bluffs in this spot.
Yeah, I think Tony G is thinking, like, It's really the one time I slow play these two kings. This happens to me. Like, he needs to get disconnected from the hand and really break it down. I think you realize you should be folding this. Nice play.
Well, he ultimately does get away from it. Better to burn time banks than chips.
Wow. Amazing. You had it?
I don't know what I had.
You don't know?
What you had? What's a big fold then?
Big fold. Huge fold.
2 pair big fold?
Yeah. Kings. I had kings. I played kings. 4 aces. King of hearts. It made me fold this good. King of hearts.
Small and big?
Yeah. Hard to call. You call? The way I played, I have to usually call.
I didn't see the hand.
Bravo. Hard to bluff. I mean, if you can do it 3 times. Could fold at the turn. Stay 40.
So nice pick up there from Patrick as Tony continues to fish for information unsuccessfully from the Finnish pro. Zubov just wants to crumple those cards and rifle them into the muck. He's just been so card dead.
Yeah, the one hand he played was a small blind, big blind limp.
Took one shot on the flop against Tony G, got called, got away from it on the turn. Meanwhile, round 2 between Tony and Patrick, blind versus blind, and both players have flopped a pair of 6s. Advantage Tony G with the 7 kick.
Antonio's here, he's got middle pair.
Gut shot straight draw picked up by Patrick on the turn after the bet call on the flop.
Snap check from Tony. And Tony probably thinks the 6 is good, actually.
Flicks 25K out there.
$25K is not enough to get 6-7 to fold. Let's see a river card.
Here's the queen. The 7 kicker still plays for Tony.
You're pretty happy checking down 6-3 with this kicker.
Just the 6.
Patrick checks back.
Put the pressure on again. Kicker good. Wow. Can't find the kicker. Pressure. We had the blocker 3, so no.
Good, I didn't bet more for value. I don't know, maybe you fold.
Yeah.
Again.
I can fold again, yeah?
Yeah.
Like kings. You washed me with the kings so good. So played it.
Attention players in a 25K. Once again, we're going to have a 30-minute dinner break at completion of this level.
I don't know.
We're going to chip raise the
You gotta wait. You gotta wait.
I'll see it.
Practice patience.
Tell me after the 5 minutes. We'll see it after.
Practice patience.
Huh?
Practice patience.
Yeah, I'm fine. Doesn't matter. Race.
26.
5-3 suited, a little weak. Jack of spades, these two been sparring a bit.
Tony's on the button here and attacking. And Patrick is yet again going to be his customer. let the boys lock horns once more as she folds to 9-4. And the flop is queen 8-5. So both players with a piece. Advantage Antonius with top pair against bottom pair. 2 quick checks. Now the board pairs on the turn.
Pretty good for both people. See, Antonius could potentially be worried about an 8, and an 8 would consider checking back to flop a lot. He is going to start by betting just because it is vulnerable to, you know, ace, king, other types of cards as well. I would think you'd want to call this 35k bet with the bottom pair. You could be up against a lot of draws. Let's see what Tony thinks. Well, this is really suspicious. So he's reaching for calling chips, trying to pick off straight draws and flush draws.
Well, the bet and the call. Tony hits the 3, but of course it's inconsequential. The backdoor diamonds do show up.
See, Antonius thinking about value betting this. Doesn't like to see that diamond, because Tony could have backdoor diamonds. He didn't see Tony G c-bet the flop, so he might not be worried about his kicker that much. Gonna go for it.
What do you got left?
Wants a 100k bet. Antonius, just like the same sizing he did when he had the ace jack against the 2 kings. Tony's got 3 pairs. Time bank, wondering if there's some history going on here.
Not at all an insignificant bet here by Antonius, but what sorts of hands is Tony thinking that he's beating here? As he has a 5 and a 3 in his hand.
Well, he beats
Unblocked
busted
diamonds.
hearts. He beats
Yeah.
6, 7, 10, 9, jack 9, these types of hands. But I just feel like he's getting picked on a little bit by Antonius, so really want to try to find a way
Nearly
to
moved all in.
fall down there.
He has folded correctly, however, both with the kings and the 5-3 on this occasion, so once word gets back to him, he can feel good about the choices he's made.
Then you don't swap the feature table.
Then you break.
Okay.
High chance you're going to break.
It's bike time.
When dinner break is over.
Oh, he's a good card.
Our table won't break.
Not yet. But I would say come back on time for dinner break. Because there's a high chance you'll break straight after.
And it's only a 30-minute dinner break, yeah?
Zubov.
Yeah, you're thinking the same
These
thing,
sixes
right?
look like aces
He's like,
right now.
He's like, I've been waiting for this. It's my moment. 2 sixes.
Raise 1 million.
Like, I was feeling bad for him.
Did he say raise 1 million?
He
I
said
feel
that
like I
last
did.
time too. Yeah, raise 1 million.
He's so frustrated, and you can really sympathize.
Ebony.
Not far removed from the break right now.
25k if you start a shuffle, please complete that on your own, otherwise you can send your players on a 30-minute dinner break.
Looks like Zubov will take the last
Once again,
pot
we're going to have a 30-minute dinner break.
just before the break.
And a chip raise of the 1,000 value chips. So one player should have bought all the red chips from another place to make a single transaction.
With that, we give you one last look at the chip counts from this feature table, which will be replaced. Brought to you by Merit Poker. Ebony Kenny, again, sitting very tall with 1.6 million plus in front of her. Marta Rosian, who was the overall chip leader for quite some time, is almost 2-1 behind her. Antonius rallying off of a short stack to sit in third. Tony G, 280K, a playable depth, but then it is Zubov and Matthias Lip who are going to have their work cut out for them on the back end of the break. 13 and 10 big blinds respectively. We welcome you back to the desk. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, we have official numbers with respect to total entries and first place prize money. 17 places are going to be paid courtesy of 131 entries. That is a record-breaking tally for Triton. First place is going to pay $825,000. So obviously we are setting the tone in a major way here in Cyprus. Any thoughts from that last stanza that we took in? Obviously we had a couple of feature tables we were going back and forth on. Maybe the Ebony Kenny story is one we need to start spinning.
Yeah, I think the Ebony Kenny story is the first Triton event she's played. She got those 2 8s and beat the 2 queens, right? And ever since then, she got the all-in of aces against queens of Wai Kin Yong. And she got another one, right? The ace-queen against Paul Newey's pocket nines. Big call, 45, and just has won every single all-in.
Yeah.
Clear tournament chip leader by far, 1.6 million. Second place only has 1 million chips. Like, this is amazing.
Do you think as we move forward into the next level, it would be wise for her to take advantage of just how sizable a chip lead she has over the entire field and look to spin up even further? Or would you maybe start to coast a little bit?
Look, I wouldn't change how I'm playing at all if I've been just running good and doing well. Should be putting pressure on as we get closer to the money bubble. Players are going to play a little bit tighter. When you got the big stack, people just, even though they know you're probably supposed to steal chips, they still let you get away with it because of how important it is to make the money. It's quite a big payout.
Yeah, to be fair, though, obviously a lot of people may be looking to test Ms. Kenny as she is a newcomer to the event, wondering, is this just the product of some run good and she's winning a lot of flips, or does she have the chops? Obviously, those of us that have seen her play in the past know that she does have some game. All right, that's all the time that Randy and I have for today's coverage. Day one will continue on the backside of the break. We will leave you in the hands of Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast as event number 1, day 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus will continue. 25K, 8 max. Don't go anywhere. Henry and Brian on the backside of the break.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site,
Why?
the most
So many
ambitious.
players. This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
a warm welcome back to the Merit Royal Diamond here for the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. And as Ali Najad mentioned before break, and may I add, a record-breaking Triton Super High Roller Series in the form of this 25K 8-Max, Henry Kilbane, alongside Brian Ross. And Brian, one of the first things that I really wanted to dive into was this record-breaking field. We saw huge numbers during the WSOP. We had big numbers during the Triton Series back in Madrid. Fast forward 3 months now here in Cyprus and records being broken. There seems to be a clear thirst for high-stakes poker and high-stakes tournaments in particular. And I want to ask you, someone who is obviously in the mix in a lot of these high-roller tournaments, what do you think that comes down to? Is it just players are getting better and they're moving up the stakes? Or how are things looking and why is it the way that it is right now?
Well, I think there was, COVID happened, right? And there were a number of people that were worried about playing live for various reasons. Live tournaments weren't going for various reasons. As we all know here at Triton was down for a little while. And I think it's kind of just been kind of process of building that back up again. I mean, this is really only the second major Triton stop. Triton was here, and I was here earlier this year for Cyprus, but it was kind of like a tester.
Yeah.
Right? There was only, 4 tournaments or so.
Something like that.
So I think it's kind of just been a process, and now people are getting, travel restrictions are going up. This was actually the first time, I didn't have to, do a COVID test before coming here and fill out a whole bunch of forms involved with all that. So I just think there's a number of things that are becoming easier and easier. It's becoming more normal, and people are just ready to come. And so there's just less and less sort of excuses, as you will, that some people will have not to come out and play. And I think we're seeing that, 25,000 today is worth a little bit less than it was 10 years ago for various reasons. So people are ready to come play high stakes poker. I mean, and for Triton, 25K isn't high stakes. It's the
true.
It's the warm-up.
The lower end of the buy-ins. But listen, 825K for first, 17 places getting paid, and still obviously a long way to go until we get down to crowning our first champion. But the money bubble being played through today, one of my favorite parts of the tournament, mainly because it's typically a time for pros to really take some of their biggest strides to set themselves up to win tournaments. And I wanted to speak to you in particular about what dynamics, what do you think some of these bigger stacks are going to change as we approach that money bubble?
Yeah, I agree. I think the money bubble is one of the most interesting times in the tournament because it's when you start to see some of the more extreme ICM effects and you see people changing their play in ways that are quite interesting. Obviously it looks like looking up at the screen, at 17th place is 51.4, so it's just over basically 2x buy-in. But there's a lot of money up top, like almost $1 million for first place at this point, like nearly 900,000. So, I think we're going to see a mixed responses, right?
Sure.
Some people will be paying close attention, but I mean, the thing is, this isn't an extreme bubble, right? Like once you break the bubble, it's a little bit flat for a while, but there's a lot of money up top, so there is incentive to win chips. So I think you're going to see people not play too extreme with ICM unless they're very short.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. One of the things that I'm really looking forward to is that we do have a lot of new faces here. So maybe not your typical kind of Triton in the sense that we have people that maybe aren't experienced with these types of bubbles leading into, 17 left, 825 for first, as you already mentioned, over 30 buy-ins in a 25K, pretty uncommon. So I'm kind of excited to see a mixture of players, first-timers and obviously experienced players as well. And just to take a quick look, I mean, I'm looking on the app now, none other than Ebony Kenny in her first 25K, top of the chip counts with 109 big blinds, closely followed, I say closely followed, a massive drop-off to second in chips, Eric Warre. And we are going to be jumping back into the action, you guys and girls at home who have been waiting patiently. We're about to dive in. Let's jump back into it. 25K 8-Max, event number 1 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus. And let's look at our table. So blinds 10K, 15K with a 15K big blind ante. And at this feature table, it's Martin Modena with the chip lead, 62 bigs. And going down through the counts, a recognizable name there, Jason Kuhn, full-time Triton champion in the middle of the pack. As we pick things back
Your
up
second stack
after
for
the
now.
dinner break.
I definitely recognize Santi
Don't do
Jiang
anything
from
too
previous
stupid.
Tritons
10,
this
15,
year.
right?
I think Modena might be new. I don't remember him.
I believe so. I've seen him in some of the higher buying cash
Yeah.
games here in the high stakes lounge. Not too familiar with his tournament experience. We'll obviously have a look as things progress. And it is Modena, the chip leader.
Yeah, I really think it'll matter from table to table what we're going to see on the bubble. You know, kind of going back to that discussion, right? Like you brought up a very good point, which is there might be players who have a lot of chips who aren't necessarily the most experienced tournament players, but that means that they're not going to adjust their play a lot on the bubble, even if they have a lot of chips, which, you know, will then in turn cause a cascade, kind of cause and effect, and cause other players to react to that discrepancy.
For sure. Yeah. So Mulaka just getting the rejam spot through there. The 110k. With someone experienced like Mulaka who is going to take the King Jack, the King Queens, the Queen 10s of the world, those types of rejam spots, are we looking up any ace there for sub 10? Late position versus big blind?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Late position open and he jammed
Can you
the big
expect
blind.
half the casino to come along and register the tournament?
Maybe.
Feels like ace 7 is performing pretty well against the rejamming game.
Like maybe you don't call like ace 6 off or like ace deuce maybe.
But now they did it the old-fashioned way.
But I think you should call most of them.
Rezai on the red feature table. That is something that we didn't have in Madrid.
Yeah, that's one of those interesting spots because obviously if everyone had 10 big blinds, right? You're basically, the button is jamming like all of its offsuit aces, right? Those are hands that it loves to, but you know, when the small blind is a lot deeper, then you just don't jam, so you open. So then like what hands are you open folding? But I think against 10 blinds, my guess is, I mean, you definitely call the majority of the range that you would jam, but not all of them. So I would probably take out the very weakest of some of the 10 big blind open jam and not raise call those off. But yeah, most of the offsuit aces, I think you should, right? Like, I agree, ace 7 plus. Once you get lower than that, it gets a little dicey. Like, probably ace 5 and ace 4, maybe not ace 6, 3 or deuce, or, you know, I don't know.
Now, jumping over to the red table, as mentioned, Reze with the open jam from the hijack for just 6.3 bigs. And getting looked up by Arseny Karmatsky, who has been on an absolute tear here in Cyprus, Brian. I remember mentioning to you earlier on in the day, he won the opener for 310k. This is the MPP festival that was held here. And then up 800. And you come into tournaments, you have that like trust in yourself to perform well, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how Arseny performs in these higher buy-in fields, because he's just been absolutely crushing it in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, confidence is key, and I think that's something pretty consistent you see is that, you know, sometimes I think it can help. You know, obviously a big part of it is how you're running. Right, you can't really fade that. You have to run pretty well, but you know, I think there's like confidence allows guys to maybe continue to kind of have the courage to make the plays, whether it's a big bluff, a big call, or a big fold, that you know, maybe their gut is telling them, or they feels the right play, that when they're not confident, they don't go with that. So I think that definitely helps and can help guys kind of stay on the tear as long as the cards also continue to roll their way.
That's a really good point you made about like pulling the trigger and having that confidence, knowing that it's something you've executed, you know, leading up to this upswing or whatever it may be. Because I too have found myself where I'm on a bit of a downswing, where I'm just like shying away from pulling the trigger in spots that I know are naturally good spots to bluff. And on the flip side of that, as you mentioned, you know, the confidence and whatnot. Jumping back into the action here, Brian, because we've got Arseny again with the open from the hijack after losing a small flip against Reze. Had Squiddy, Sam Grafton, flat the 8-7.
Crabs versus
Adrian Mateos.
Crabs versus Big Slick.
For 23 bigs in the small blind with the rejam. Standard spot all round?
Yeah, it feels pretty standard there.
And with the squiddy flat, you know, Mateos maybe incentivized even more so to maybe jam
that's
a
why
few
he
pips
jams,
wider.
I think, versus 3-bet. You know, I feel like versus just the hijack open, he probably ends up 3-betting to like 3.5, 4x or something, which he would do with a much wider range. But I think when it goes raise call and you're talking, you know, just over 20 big blind stacks, just a lot of jams now, right? Because now, I mean, there's a lot to pick up.
Yeah, with the extra dead money in
with
the form
the
of two bigs.
flat.
Not the greatest start to this feature table for said Arseniy Karamatsky. Came in with 40 bigs, now down to 12 after losing the 5s against the King 9 of Reza, and now 9's no good against the Kings of Adrian Mateos. I'm struggling to adjust to this, Brian, not going to lie. We have the 2 feature tables that we get to kind of cherry pick hands from. Sometimes we get caught up in conversation. They've already transitioned to a new table with an interesting hand.
Yeah, here's the other table, it looks like, because there's no Kuhn.
That's right, yeah.
Seth Davies, Mateos.
Yeah, Seth Davies, you're right. Seth Davies and Kuhn, they both look very similar. What I mean by that is they're both shredded. Out to all the viewers back home watching on Triton Poker on Twitch. Obviously, the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Over 4,000 of you collectively for event number 1, 25K 8 max this day 1. We have about 6 levels left on the day, so we've got to be here for at least another 3.5 hours. And as always, if you haven't already, do go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you're feeling really generous, give the video a thumbs up as well. Really helps us reach a much wider audience. A couple of people in the chat asking how many players remaining. 56 players left out of a field of 131, and I believe was Paul Poor's good friend Rob Young that jumped in as entry 131. It's good to have friends in high places, right? Say, hey pal, we're 1 away from breaking the record. Come down from your room, flick in the 25K and record broken. It's that easy, eh? Quick look at the table count over on table red. It's Eric Warre out in front, over 1 million in chips, good for 69 big blinds. And it is, as I mentioned, Arseniy Karamatsky down at the bottom of the pack now after a couple of tough hands for him. Still, he is very aware of plenty of time to spin things back up. 70 places paid, so a long old way to go before we can start discussing ICM implications and bubble playing and whatnot.
About midnight Cyprus time.
I was just taking a look at that hand that you were talking about. Button raise, big blind jam, 10 blinds. And it looks like probably call with all your offsuit aces is right, but obviously this is assuming a wide GTO jamming range, which you were implicating when you said, oh, he's going to jam with the offsuit broadways and whatever. So I do think some of those low offsuit aces against people who probably the majority of the poker population who aren't jamming that wide, you probably end up folding. But it looks like the GTO is to call them.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's always like.
At least based on what I'm looking at.
Because I don't do it.
Pretty interesting spot.
Or because I'm also probably because I'm being heavy stupidly without adding.
I mean, it's definitely a spot like, for example, in the WSOP against like
for sure,
like world-class pros. Like you definitely should be folding the low offsuit aces versus most people. But yeah.
You're running all over you, boys.
Yeah, definitely player dependent, field dependent.
Yeah.
And we're back.
Oh, here we are. Oh,
there we go.
Now this is a little different here. We got Ebony Kenny, the chip leader, 1.5, 100 bigs.
Love to see it. Top couple of chip counts in her first 25K.
It is nice to have the tournament chip leader at your table when you're doing the commentary and when you're following the action.
Yeah, I'd love to see her do well.
30.
Always got respect for people, you know, moving up the ranks. And look, there are softer 25Ks out there to choose from for your first 25K, so hats off for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this, but as somebody, like, I've been playing poker for a really long time, it's always nice to see, like, I'd love to see, like, more women do well. I mean, you watch, and poker's such, like, a male-dominated sport. So, frankly, yeah, I love, here we are, women playing a high roller, doing very well.
Yeah.
Love to see it, want to see more of it.
Confirmed for the 200K Coin River Invitational as well.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
And talking of said, Emily Kenny, bit of a spot here. Looking at this 15 effective against the +1 open of.
Yeah, I like it.
Ugliness.
I like it.
Little
dicey, but 210's not enough to really hurt her. Just over 10 blinds. And I mean, I think you definitely got to call you want to call either you're ahead of the 5 big blind reshove. And then, the only question is, okay, the under the gun +1 range, pretty tight. How worried am I about it? But at, 13 blinds or something, I think you just take your chances. So
sure.
I like this play.
Well, she has got it in good shape, as we already saw a couple of diamonds dead. Lip going to need some help. But that additional 30K sweetener in there, courtesy of the Kenny ISO jam. It's always nice when there's some extra dead money in there. 205 in the middle, king or 7 needed.
Ooh. Brick City, not even a diamond.
Quads?
I guess a deuce or a 3 chop here.
Ace 3 suited.
I had Ace 3 suited.
6 of diamonds on the river.
Or quads? Or
Seals, Matthias, Lips, bait.
Just trying to decide, I feel like ace queen off is just a hand you play there. Because let's say the UTG +1 is a lot deeper as 800K. You probably end up just making it like 180 with ace queen off there, and then just fold to a 5 bet from under the gun +1.
I'm a fan.
Yeah,
Every
so
chip matters.
just don't think you can get away from ace queen off regardless of the +1 stack depth.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. If the initial raise is 35, 40 deep.
I mean, if I'm going to win all the all-ins in my big blind, I don't mind.
Yeah, you still play, but then if they,
Gotta hold my breath now,
you
with
4 bet,
first
and then if they 5 bet or jam or whatever, you get away from it. But
makes a lot of sense.
Ace queen off shrivels up there when they turn their min raise open and do a 5 bet all in.
Ebony extending her lead here. 50 left. 131 runs.
Best swing in the poker world.
Move back over to the red.
He hasn't been at Barcelona for a few years.
Yeah, this is definitely getting down to the kind of fun part of the tournament. You've now cut it to where it's less than, more than half of the people still in the field will be making the money. 17 make the money, and we have. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
You're good.
Looking at
50
the wrong
left.
number there. 50 left, yeah. I was looking at the
I made
including
that mistake,
re-entries, which by the way is live anyway. We're on a delay, so like double mistake here. Look, guys, I'm sorry. It's my first day doing commentary in a long time. I've just played 6 weeks of the WSOP where I was looking up at the clock the whole time. So my bad.
There we go. Also, got in last night at 4 a.m. So there are several factors playing in. And look. Takes time to warm up the Brockus area.
In Dubai on some Lamborghini.
So 50 left. We're not quite at the place where you're starting to feel like you're close. Like this part of the tournament, there's still like a lot of play left, and I really don't think people should be giving much weight to ICM considerations. But maybe when you get down to 30, then I'll try to bring that up again in an hour or so.
There we go.
Oh, Rafael Nadal is probably the most famous Spanish person today.
Let's look at a blind v blind confrontation.
It's definitely not going to fold this.
Check Rizzle in the form of 18 bigs the Squiddy ISO'd from the big blind with the King, Queen, O. Snap call off to the races, 59-41. 7-5 deuce for diamonds that could potentially save Sam Grafton. The 5 of spades on the turn, now looking exclusively for a king or a queen.
Limp Jam's kind of an interesting line. A7 suited. I'm sure it's fine at 15 bigs, but probably wouldn't be the line I would take most of the time.
Just limp calling, seeing a flop. Just keeping your opponent's like trashy 3x from the big blind hands in, and some of them that we dominate, you know, 7-3 comes to mind. Some of these offsuit trashy 7s may want a 3x from the big.
I almost.
Second best number.
Yeah, I don't know. What about just like 3xing it yourself?
It's the number.
Curious.
Yeah, right.
1.5 hours later, and the joke still doesn't.
I'm sure it's mixed.
It does feel like
Feels like such a bigger pot than like 18 big blinds. You know what I mean?
I Limp Jam is probably. I'm sure it's fine as well for what it's worth. Yeah, I'm looking at my thing right here. It actually. It likes 3xing like 2/3 of the time. Oh baby, I nailed this one. And, but when you do limp, I bet it is Limp Jam.
You talk yourself out of it. Found out where I was. He told me where I was, right? I raised the king queen. And he said, that's not the best time. Should have just let it go. You know what I mean?
So Arseni, after losing a couple of key pots, manages to get the double.
Oh wow, it actually likes limp calling when you limp it. Interesting. The solver out solution I'm looking at, which is it's kind of random because it's the only ace that it doesn't limp jam. Only suited ace it doesn't limp jam when it limps. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to be one I remember.
Yeah, and also you know you can be off by a few pips.
Yeah, no, it's definitely fine. I mean, as long as you're not folding it for 14 or 15 bigs, that's when it gets dicey.
One more time.
Oh, here we go. What is +1 gonna do here? I mean, they're over 30 blinds deep, so yeah, he lets it go.
Especially out of position as well,
Yeah.
doesn't really seem to be the type of hand that plays well post-flop.
Have fun, Adrian.
Well, swingy 30 minutes or so.
Adios.
Feels like all I've been talking
We've
about
Spanish
is
Rafa
Arseni,
Nadal,
but
the
he's
most
been the
famous
man that's been
Spanish player
involved the
before
most.
The most famous Spanish person. Do you agree with that?
Now you've got me checking out
Living.
small blind versus big
Living,
blind after race.
What about of all time? I know some.
Put straight to full details.
One of the highlights
Depends
of
what you mean, like,
covering
what's the most famous?
these types of
Cristobal
events.
Colombo? He was Spanish, right?
The best players in the world showing up in force and really reverse engineer a lot of the spots, get the notepad and pen out.
Let's not talk about things that are going to make us look stupid on.
Oh, here we go. 10-9 suited.
He was Danish, I think.
The thing is,
Viking.
I mean, I think this is big enough. It's
Wow.
always
that 50 years
20
ago.
blinds.
What, the 19th century?
I like this open.
Discovered Canada.
I like this open. When you get stacks this short, you're supposed to start mucking a lot of the suited connectors, but I think this one is big enough that you should open it.
Named it.
So.
San Diego. Whale's vagina.
Of course, in German.
Actually, agreed to disagree. Actually, I don't think anyone knows what it's called.
Scholars claim the translation was lost many years ago.
Agreed to disagree.
Here we go.
All-time classic, that one.
7-5.
With just the right edge.
This is I think this is a nice hand to c-bet here. You got 2 overs, 7 and 5. Absolutely nothing. You get check raised. There's no sweat lost. Have a big range advantage here.
also feels like there's a lot of turns that we're going to pick up equity on that we can continue to barrel with.
This is an interesting call here by Martirose, and I do feel like it's a spot that a lot of people fold, but he decided not to. I think maybe just decided for 25K getting 4.5 to 1 or whatever it is, maybe ace highs. I have to imagine this is just about the weakest hand that he folds. That he calls here that doesn't have a draw. Probably folds king highs. Because of that, this is a card that should be way better for Wong.
Sure. And,
like the king is a great card for him, so I like this double barrel here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got an expedition match.
Yeah, one with it. Just realizing on the turn that the king of clubs
just like this is a
massive card for his range. Double barrel getting things done. Now, I see a few people in the chat asking Brian, are we going to see you in the mix in any of these upcoming high roller events? You know, there's 50K, 75K, 100K later on in this week.
I was just in full disclosure. I was asked just to do commentary this time, so because there's only 4 of us, so I've got to focus on my job. So
big money, big money.
You know, it'd be fun, and maybe at some point in the future that will come back, but not this time. This time Triton's asked me to just focus on doing my commentary. So that's what we're gonna see.
There was me. You know, when you were out there in the 100K main. I was talking about how you were repping the commentary team proudly. But hey, here you are. Here we are. Commentary 25K, 8 max, record-breaking field.
Yeah, I mean, if I was to play, this would be one I would have definitely tried to because, you know, 25K, big field. I haven't played poker for like 5 weeks since the WSOP, so good little warm-up, not just jumping like straight into 100K, not playing for a month. But yeah, no, we're just. I'm in the booth, guys. I'm here to learn with y'all.
Thank you.
So
we're here to learn from you, Brian. Someone that will also hopefully be looking to learn from you. Locker in future events, qualified into this tournament on GG Poker, I believe. If I'm not mistaken.
Where you traveled from?
Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
I flew from Vegas, and then I was in Amsterdam for 4 days, and then I came here.
Ah, but 4 days in Amsterdam.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if it's like less than 24 hours, never travel through Amsterdam.
Yeah.
It's like the worst airport now. We have no people, everything is mass, we lose everything.
That is true.
Yeah. I mean, it's only the connection, right? It's 4 days, of course.
From there over the last couple of months. Jason Kuhn, Vegas resident. He's kind enough to him and his wonderful wife, Bianca, to invite us over for tea. Watch the
Try it again.
Out here looking for title.
Oh, you mean the
5.
one that just happened?
Which one did we watch it is? No, it wasn't the Usman fight. This was about a month ago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
About a month ago.
And where do you live? Costa Rica?
No, I live in Texas, Austin. Yeah.
Heard it's a good place.
Yeah.
Haven't been.
No, I have.
Yeah,
I'm
it's great.
Yeah.
I've been like in Dallas.
Friend of Roma, right?
Times. One
Yeah.
recently.
Austin has been blowing up.
I think Austin's
really
the best city in Texas.
Yeah, I heard.
It's really great. Where are you from?
Lithuania.
Oh, okay. And you live there now? Yeah.
Yeah.
The blind confrontation.
I have a euro if you want just.
Yeah, I'm from Florida originally, but
Dangler.
now Texas.
I cannot take it.
With the
You
dominating
want cash
hand.
now? I will figure it out.
Was this limp raise
I
call
will figure it out.
or was it
I will figure it out.
probably
Okay,
limp
okay,
raise
okay,
call, right?
Okay.
I'm guessing
Euro, you
Jason
don't care.
took 10-3 off. And
Euro, you don't care. Euro. This is
was trying to
4.5
attack that small blind range. Is that what happened?
Place for business, right?
Because it looked like there was a raise based on how
Yeah.
much money's out there.
Yeah, they're saying it's
Don't
the
think
new
it went raise call.
tech hub. Yeah.
Just looking at their hands. Oh wow. Suck, resuck.
The old 3 stucco. Let's see what Jan comes with.
So now after
King of Spades.
Yeah,
River.
checking it all the way, he's value betting, which makes a lot of sense. And not the easiest spot for Jason. I guess here, though, based on the way this hand plays, he has to decide, like, does Jiang turn ace high into bluffs? If he does start turning ace highs into bluffs, then you start wanting to call. If he decides he doesn't bluff with ace high here, then I think, you know, maybe he doesn't have that many bluffs. Interesting spot. Let's see what he comes up with.
Peaks back down at fourth pair, merely a bluff catcher. It's blind v blind confrontation, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think at this sizing, it's probably mostly a bluff catcher. I mean, you can ask yourself, like, could Jiang have a hand like 3-5 suited? I mean, there's something, you know?
Does throw in the calling chips.
Yeah, kind of tough spot. Definitely can't blame Jason for calling there. He isn't beating much value, but you can probably come out with a couple weaker suited threes.
Hi, Rob. I'm doing
The problem
great.
is most 3x hands,
I do have all these chips.
Jiang's not limp calling all the offsuit ones.
So Santi limping in from the small blind. Jason made it 45 to go off of 21 bigs and tray.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good. Cool.
Nice to see you, man.
Yeah.
Long time no see.
Getting value
Yeah,
on
is that
the
a big
King
one?
Spades River in the form of 60% spot.
I mean, I would guess a solver would say to call Jason's hand, kind of from the fact that it's the way the hand played. The 10 of diamonds is probably a reasonable card to have, and you're high enough up in your value range that you shouldn't be folding. But I do think it's a spot that is worth consideration. I like that Jason took a time bank there and thought about it because I mean, it shows the kind of player he is.
Put both over.
And I think it is a spot that you can maybe find some folds.
Put them separate, are they?
First people.
Rob Young straight in the mix. King 10 and what a flop, Ryan. King 10, 6, 2 hearts. Then defending the big blind with the Jack 6 of hearts, flopping bottom pair with a flush draw.
Rob doesn't mess around with this size. Well over half pot. I kind of see what Modena does here.
50 into 85, and all of a sudden, his PR reduced to 2.
Yeah.
Maybe Rob going for
I think
half pot.
Modena, Modena, no, it was over half pot, right? I mean, he went 50 into 85. I mean, it's like 60-something%. And so I think when Modena, you know, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't check raise that versus a smaller size, but the bigger size he decides to just call. And Rob with I think this is an interesting check back. Top 2 pair is still a very good hand, but when you bet that big and you kind of reduce your opponent's, you know, you tighten up your opponent's defending range versus like a 60-65% c-bet on the flop, he's going to have a lot of flushes now, especially when you're blocking the king and the 10. So definitely don't mind Rob's check back here. And given the check back, I think he's planning on calling river, although again, it looked like he didn't like the fact that he bet big. But yeah.
Tizzle pizzle.
Hand makes a lot of sense.
Nice check on the turn.
Then just noting good check of Young on the turn. Saving him some chips. And great point being made that I want to jump into you about at least, you know, several times throughout this
I said the
festival.
word stroking. 5 of
Is
you
about how we
fell about
can
laughing. No,
condense
you didn't say the
our
word
opponent's
stroking. You said
continuing
lean
range, especially on
back
these wet
and
vortexes,
stroke your little
narrow it
white.
down. Rob
Yes.
blocking the top 2 pair, as you
know,
mentioned.
there's a whole set.
Yeah, but it's a function of the bet size, right? Like, I think King 10 there makes a lot more sense. It's just like betting the turn even when the flush comes. If, let's say, he bet, you know, 20% pot. Now your opponent's going to have tons of, like, no pair hands, any pair, maybe even some, like, ace highs, all gutters, like just a bunch of goofy hands. But when you bet nearly 2/3 pot, you know, a lot of that weak stuff is gone. But your opponent, you know, they're continuing with 100% of flush draws against 20%, and they're versus 60-65%, they're still continuing with probably 100% of their flush draws, right? So flushes become a much bigger part of their range there on the turn, you know, when you've bet 65% pot versus when Rob bet the 20%. So that's kind of the point. Yeah.
So, like similarly to that ace-3 hand from Martirosyan that we saw on the Jack-7-5, where he stuck around with the ace-5, basically, the ace-3.
Yeah, like he doesn't have ace-3 off there if the c-bet was half pot or whatever, but the c-bet was like 22%.
Yeah.
So, you know, now he has like ace-3 off.
No, I really love that. Really love that insight. Artur claiming a scalp. Ace tray of.
Just imagine Holly just like
no matchup
stretching
for the ace
all
10.
day. So
Is that what she does?
I imagine it's Holly, right? Just I imagine her just like stretching all day. Like what do like, stretch and.
Oh, and this is
Most limber
Eric
human
War.
being ever.
He's up there in the chip counts too.
Yeah.
Looking at it, he's basically tied for third right now. Has just under 1.2 million.
This is us. Yeah. This is okay. We do it again. We do it again. I think. That's how.
Oh, we have a new chip leader.
Yes. Actually, I'll
Yuri.
like, so maybe not.
Yuri, I'm a Brazilian.
Yeah.
He got heads up in the 50K Poker Players Championship, and I
did.
believe and lost to Jungle.
He did indeed. Big fan of Yuri.
Wow, there you go. I predicted it. Somehow I knew.
You gonna lose or you gonna win?
I just said it's gonna get a win. I don't know. I can't see the future. But
Party Poker
maybe
Ambassador.
I'll just get folded. You know?
One of those rare enigmas, Brian. Seems to crush all variants of the game. Looking at his recent results, first Triton series for him makes sense. Seems to have been playing a lot of the bigger buy-in stuff in the form of 10Ks, 25Ks, and 50Ks at the World Series and EPTs over the last couple of years. So why not come down to Triton? The testing ground for wannabe high rollers.
Oh, here we go. Some new players at the table.
You guys spend a lot of
Ivy
time
and
together. With each
Makita.
other. I know you guys know each other well. No?
Yeah, he fucking waves that thing around too.
Not exactly two people you're super happy to see unload their chips. And
Yeah. you see a table being broken in the background and you kind of...
Like, who are we getting?
Yeah. Oh, Makita and Ivy, sure.
Oh, there we go. Ivy had a nice World Series. Didn't win a bracelet, but a lot of cashes. Kind of basically the same thing I experienced.
Yeah, I was saying to you over dinner, every time I tuned into updates, you seem to be in contention at least. 3 final tables for yourself.
Yeah, it was fun.
I believe Ivy, as you mentioned, got heads up, if I'm not mistaken, in one of the earlier events.
I think that sounds right. Was it the 100K bounty even?
I think it was, yeah.
That was like the first tournament, basically.
Yeah, it was the 100K.
Oh, but not the bounty. But the 100K was still early. It was like a week into the series or something.
Yeah, lost to Alexis Ponakovs.
Yeah, that's right.
How much do you have?
Ben Heath coming third in that one. All Triton, I say Triton regulars. Madrid was Alexis' first Triton.
Yeah, when you play the series, it's kind of funny because you're playing a lot of like smaller events. So and there's not as many big. You know, there's some big ones, but if you play the full 6 weeks, it's like 10 or 15% of your tournaments are high rollers or something. Or it just depends on how many tournaments you play. So getting a nice cash in like 100 or a 50K in the WSOP pretty much does it for you.
Seth Davies
can win a 1500 and still have a losing series winning a bracelet.
Sounds pretty brutal, not gonna
Yeah.
lie. Yeah, sorry, jumping back into the action. Seth Davies with his king and maybe a nothing hand here. 3-bet squeeze somewhat incentivized.
It's going to be hard for these guys to continue here. I just don't see it.
Apologize. Just realized that blinds have gone up to 10K, 20K. Badzikowski came with the limp off of 13 from the cutoff. Grafton completed from the small. Davies bumping up to 4 big blinds from the big with the ace king.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry. Okay. Limp. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. So now Makita. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I was going with what you said, which was raise call 3-bet, and then I was looking at it, I'm like, wow, that's a interesting spot to only 3-bet versus shove. Their blinds, but yeah. Okay. Limp.
King high flop would be showers for Badzikowski.
Interesting spot for Badzikowski because, I mean, if he limps and nobody limps behind, right, I think he definitely plays that versus a raise. You know, it's a little bit tougher because when someone limps behind, it's not so much that he thinks the person on the buttons limp behind range is super strong, not as worried about that, but, you know, that you do have to ask yourself, you know, is Seth's range here a little bit stronger versus 2 limps as opposed to 1, which is not as good for King 10 off. So tough spot. He finds call, but he's definitely weighing his options.
Some backdoor potential for Nikita with the King 10 wrapped around that Jack of Hearts. And obviously, King of Clubs, as we can see, no good as Davies holds the Ace of Clubs.
Yeah, he's continuing here for sure. Just versus getting 6-1 versus a bet that small with the King of Clubs and the King 10 Jack working.
Brian, note the SPR 0.5 headed to the turn.
Ooh.
And well, there's surely.
There you go. That's quite a card for Seth in that. I mean, he was not going to lose this pot very likely, I think, but now he's just going to get it all in here versus Makita and be a huge favorite.
93% favorite to be precise, and Seth Davies, someone that's been on our radar for a long time now. And he got that monkey off of his back in Madrid here for event number 1 in Cyprus, looking to go deep. 1 card away from having over 50 bigs here. Well, even more if...
Yeah, I mean, I think he just jams here. They're only playing, as you said, half SPR, stack to pot ratio. He's going to have a lot of hands that want to jam. You know, flush draws, ace, queen, ace 10, queen 10. Yeah, and Makita now it's just such an easy call.
Good luck, gentlemen. Does eventually flick in the call and shown the ace king.
That was like very interesting. That's one of those things that it's like Makita kind of thought he maybe wasn't good when he was calling, which is I've definitely had that feeling before. Very interesting to see. You could see he didn't like it. I mean, he didn't snap call. He did take a couple seconds, but he was kind of wagging his head like, wow, obviously I'm calling this, but I feel like I'm beat. And he was right.
One of those hands where you just get dealt out of the tournament, if you will. Like, you kind of, you know, top of range, have to call kind of thing, and you just always get shown the bad news and then maybe get more annoyed that you didn't just trust your gut in a 0.5 SPR spot. But.
Well, I mean, the other thing he could have been thinking as well is, I think the spot, if he was going to get away from the hand, might have been on pre-flop. You know, maybe he's also thinking, man, I kind of wish I folded this versus Seth's open. You know, the 4x from the big blind.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Like,
oh, Seth Davies moving up to 4th in chips. 40 players left. So we head back over to the blue feature table. Rob Young turning the nut straight.
And going for the check raise.
All in.
Love it. Goes for the check. Rizzle squeezes out an additional 70,000 from Martin Modena.
I mean, Jack, a pair of jacks here, definitely just a bluff catcher. That said, he has a pretty, the 10 is
pretty relevant.
A pretty relevant side card. Sure. Queen 10, 10 8. The big blind has all those combos. I don't know if we saw the action. Did we? Maybe doesn't have 10 8 because if there was a flop C bet.
There was.
Yeah.
Rob,
okay.
Rob check called flop.
Okay, so no 10 8. Makes the 10 a little bit less good. Definitely has Queen 10.
Well, you didn't snap call me, so.
Yeah, so it's good news.
Verbal jousting.
So this is some of the spots, by the way, talking about confidence, like having the confidence to find the folds here too, right? These are dicey spots. You're getting great price. How often is my opponent bluffing?
How you been?
The confidence to find the fold or the call
I was happy
here.
to keep it nice and friendly. Check, check.
Yeah, I should check, yeah.
Give the value bet on the end.
Yeah, and?
Still with the verbal jousting. Saying I was happy to keep it
You always
friendly.
told me if someone puts a smaller bet in the end.
Put it in, baby. Just put it in, see what happens.
2-5-5 going in on the river.
Okay, Rob, you win.
Oh my God. You're an animal, Rob. 10-9, this guy. This guy's got 10-9, just puts it in. What a psychopath.
That was the only bluff that I could think of that kind of came to mind.
the card.
Feel like a very natural bluff candidate, but some people are sick enough to find it.
Just check on the end. Keep it friendly. You don't need to
8-9.
take the shirts off my back.
7-8. Hands like that are.
How's your face feel
I
after
should be not so starving.
Huh?
I've been too much starving.
Say again, darling?
How's your face feel after the slap challenge?
Face feels good, yeah. It does hurt a little bit. I'll be
Yeah.
honest.
Espen's face was so red here.
He was
Pulling
taking
his
it
neck
professionally
and-
though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Damn World Series champion.
Just talking of the
He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he seems like it.
I fell out with him about 3 years ago.
Today. As a satellite into this 25.
No,
Oh yeah.
You had it out with him?
I fell out with him on Twitter about 3 years ago.
Oh yeah?
Come on, this is not necessary.
Thorough
Want to
coming
steal
with
the
the
blind
raise
so
on the
much?
button.
Check. Ho fatto 30, ma in realtà devo cominciare a fare le più ciotte, però ce l'ha 2,50 di stack lui. 30 su
Rob
90.
not happy.
Yeah, he's actually a really nice guy now. Mate.
Joker.
Yeah.
Versus the min race here.
Can do some PR.
We're gonna see, Jiang
It's a
defend.
good role model, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Seems like an awesome guy.
A bit like you 10 years ago.
Except we're the same age.
Them clean-cut American type of. He's not American, is he?
Yeah.
You're not the same age.
Yeah, he's 33. I mean, I'm 37. It's not like he's like.
Not the same age.
Well, you know what I mean. He's not 27, and I'm 37.
No, 10 anni.
'Cause I thought he was like 25. He looks so young, and we were having dinner, and he's like, "Nah, man, I'm like 33." I was surprised.
I feel like if you're Jiang here, you go for two.
No,
streets of
definitely
value.
not.
For the bet,
To be fair, I
I mean,
turned
there's
37
probably some
like
rivers that
a
you
week ago.
that you don't go for the second, like another diamond.
He loves poker as well.
et
It's
cetera.
good to have a world champion that actually likes poker. A lot of them just
A really annoying spot for Thoro after checking back flop and kind of really opening the door for some
Yeah.
probes
he's the man.
in the form of
I'm a big fan.
semi-bluffs and just, complete air balls trying to
Yeah, I mean, I haven't
I
played
think
with
he
him, but
has
seems
to
like a
call
really good
there
player.
with Queen 9 after checking back, despite
From
that
what
being
I've
a
heard.
real
Hard to
gross
win that World
card.
Series, doesn't it?
Right, just tons of like
Yeah.
10, 8x, hands with
Impossible,
one diamond. I
basically.
mean, you just tons of straight draws. I mean,
I have no idea.
the
I haven't
river's the
played
spot
him
where
before.
now you
There's
have
no
to
way
make a
like this is
decision.
terrible.
I think.
Non è stupidissimo, però per non caparmi volevo fare 50 al tavolo. Per
I mean, this is a good tournament.
non caparmi volevo fare 50 al tavolo.
50 is a good tournament.
50
This He's winning. He's
I
winning.
mean,
a
I
good chunk of
75 on the
this
turn,
tournament, for
150
sure.
into.
Yeah, I don't think he's beating
He's
any
probably
value.
winning most of them, if not all.
You know, might not have been on the turn and definitely not here after betting turn and river. So now you're pure bluff catching. The Queen of Hearts is a below average side card, I would say,
minus 30% EV.
because you're only,
Yeah, like
you know,
to chip me
it's
up.
only really blocking bluffs.
He's
That
hilarious.
Queen of Hearts, right? Some hands like Queen 10, Queen 8.
One of the all-time greats.
Finds a fold. Nice little
He's
fold.
all right, Nikita.
Yeah, he's a great guy too. One of my favorite people in poker, really.
I won't go that far,
We
but
bet
he's
every
all right.
UFC fight. Every UFC fight, him and I bet against each other.
That's true.
We flip. We don't even pick
Oh, you
our.
flip favorites.
Yeah, we flip.
Take the line, yeah?
Yeah.
It's Jason just telling Rob that every UFC fight,
It's good for
give him
references on
Makita,
players as
flip
well.
a coin,
Yeah.
I've been asking
and then based
I
on
don't
the
know a
outcome of
player,
the
I'm
flip,
asking Makita, he's digging
5k
around
on
and
every UFC
He
fight.
does his research.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just even money. Whoever wins the flip gets to choose. So obviously there are some times where it's just a clear cut,
Do
you know,
regret
runaway
a few of your votes?
on who's gonna
I don't
win.
regret
I mean, probably most of
any
the
of my
time. Like,
I-
there's a
It's gonna
favorite.
be one of the
and,
best tournaments
Yeah.
ever.
you know, if somebody's more than like 140 or 150 in the books, you probably aren't picking against them.
Yeah.
For sure.
I mean, I think it's just going to happen when you
Yeah,
don't have the
I need
information.
to ask Jason who
You do the
who
best you
picked
can.
Usman
but-
in the most recent
Well,
fight.
whoever won the flip.
Yeah.
I mean, Leon was like a 3-1 dog.
For sure,
If you won the
yeah.
flip, you'd never pick him. I mean, if you, these guys are too rich to do it, but you know, you could pick Usman on your flip and then just like bet a little on Leon and you'd have a middle. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
You have 5K even money on Usman. Yeah, then you just bet like 2K at 3-1 on
Yeah,
Edwards.
you're just
and
loving
you
life at
win
5K
either way,
evens, yeah.
right? Like so. But I mean, these guys aren't hedging 5K
No,
bets.
definitely
Yeah.
not. No, that's it's more just a little sweat, you know, on a Saturday
I mean,
night.
if they were doing like 50 balls or something, maybe they would consider it because
keeping it friendly. Just a little, you know.
Dude, I watched that. I actually had Leon Edwards and over 4.5 rounds. So that was such an amazing finish to the fight for me.
No way.
Yes. I bet Leon
How-
Edwards.
how do
I
you
had
have
it at over 3-1. I had like 320 plus 320, and then I over 4.5. I forget what that was, but yeah, that was such. I just obviously thought my bet was just dead.
Just dead.
I thought, oh, okay, I'm going to win a little bit back here on the
Very
over.
sneaky.
But
He's
man,
GG's.
1-2 into the head shot,
You never took the
into
bait.
the head kick.
Yeah.
It was
Almost
like,
took the bait.
pound for pound, headshot, dead.
Yeah.
What a quote.
I like getting a good ace on the button.
That rematch is going to be good
Against you, 'cause it was
in
suspicious.
England. It's going to be sick,
I'm
man.
very suspicious.
It's
The
going to be a
most
better
I've ever
fight
met, to be
because
honest.
it's very clear that Leon gassed a little bit due to
That's
the
all the Chinese
elevation.
guys. They're all
And
like-
I think his
guys
cardio
are
should be
calm
better
stage.
fighting in England at sea level.
He never folds,
So-
ever. And they're not wrong, really. I like to
The
see it.
action here at the main stage.
Holding a big balance.
Yeah, Kamzat's just going to have to wait a little
Nah.
bit. He's going to have to wait.
Definitely fold that one.
I mean, assuming he beats Nate Diaz, which I think is a pretty good assumption. I mean,
Yeah, one would assume not to be overly presumptuous.
he's going to finish Nate. I'm just saying it right here.
Yeah.
Nate's not making it out of the fight. I mean, listen, Nate many years ago beat Connor, who was like, Connor was really only good at 145. Okay, Nate's bigger than him. Okay, Kamzat's a big 170er. Nate's not that good of a wrestler. Kamzat's like a world-class wrestler. Dude, he's gonna ragdoll Nate Diaz. I'm telling you, right here.
I'm
It's
looking
over
forward
for him.
to watching him over the next couple of years, to be honest with you.
I think that's fight's happening
Thing's
while
moving
we're here
fast,
at Triton.
man.
Yeah. Which one?
Yeah, I
It's
think so.
tournament,
In
like
like a week.
45% of the field makes the money already. Crazy.
This 30-minute clock's way better.
I mean,
The
it's relative,
payouts here.
right? Like it's way better.
17
if
paid.
You've got stuff to do.
39
Probably
left.
not way better.
He's saying
Like
45%
making
of
a
the
lot
field
of money.
thereabouts.
Oh, here we go.
Money.
Little
Still makes a
hijack
little bit of
dealer.
money, but-
Less than 3x.
I mean,
one and a half day tournament.
Yeah, no, it's and it definitely like levels the playing
Probably
field a
let
little
the
bit.
queen nine suited go here. A little too shallow, a little too disconnected, even though you're getting a pretty good price.
Yeah, it also feels like some of the 3-bet bluffs that Jang's potentially going to have from the button in the form of King, Queen O, Ace 9-0, those types of holdings have us in rough shape. I mean, it's dominating free.
But let's gamble. You know, let's.
I think everyone's worn out. If you
I've definitely been there as Thorell. I'm like, yeah, I probably should fold this. But
you and I.
You know what? let's gamble. This guy's gonna have to earn this pot.
Yeah. I mean, there are some cases, you know, you find yourself at 4 a.m., 500 deep against a VIP of the game, and you just flick in the call with the 6 deuce suited.
Not only do we have
you just know the guy has
we got blitz,
the goods.
blitz shot clock. I mean, this thing is.
You know, he's also a slot machine.
It's just
If you
20 seconds pre-flop, 25 flop. I mean, that's
Well, yeah,
very fast.
usually in the games you're talking about, though, you're not playing like 25 bigs deep.
Yeah.
I'm only joking.
Yeah, but I've definitely been there before. I mean, one of my rules when I used to play in Macau,
30-30.
playing just like deep stack, no limit, kind of a soft rule, not a hard one, but like just give
Yeah, but like
action to
maybe
the
you've like
VIPs.
checked your phone and now you got 2 seconds.
And also, it's interesting to hear someone like you say that, who has been around for a long time, and then speaking to some of the younger up-and-coming players who don't yet have that soft skill when it comes to live
You make it
poker.
19,
It's something that they really struggle with.
I'll see what we can do.
In the sense that they just can't deviate from what the computer tells them to do. It's
Yeah.
like, hey, listen.
Oh, well, that which is a
You get that
mistake
food
because I
luxury
mean,
moved, I'll do my best.
you
to
know,
get
the truth
get
is
this 10
VIPs are playing
seconds
so far.
free.
The reason why they're
Although
VIPs
everyone's
is they're
gonna be
playing so
irate.
far off
15 seconds
optimal
free.
poker that
Maybe.
like you earn the most by exploiting their mistakes, not by just not that there's
We need
anything
shot-
wrong with
we
doing
need like a
GTO. You
chess
still
clock.
beat them, but you make way
Yes,
more
that's
money
good.
if
These
you
on
can
GT
exploit them
Yeah.
effectively. So
More people should use that test.
once you figure out a lot of what
There's
they're doing,
definitely ways
like
it can be manipulated,
betting too much
though.
here, not betting enough
Somebody went on,
here,
like, a
bet
recent
sizing,
rant
whatever.
to me
I mean, post flop you
about
can win a bunch of money by
the
just
chess clock is
playing hands
terrible
versus the
for
VIPs.
Yeah, because like
But actually, I have a pretty funny
if you
story
have it, say, at a big final
also
table,
about the other reason, which is
you
like
can just
more
blow
like the
3
meta
minutes out
game,
pre-flop,
not even just earning
say
in the
if you
hand
have another
itself.
short stack to make
But
the
there was a
blinds
guy
go
in
up on their big
Macau
blind.
I played with
Now
this
you can do
VIP
stuff like
who
that.
I just was trailing him in pots like this. We played big pots. I had bad hands. I was
Yeah.
winning pots with him with bad hands. It was fun at at some 8-handed table, and this was in Macau years ago. And sure enough, he got invited to go play at Star World in Paul and Richard's game. And I guess he told them, like, hey, I played with this guy at the Wynn. You have to, like, get this guy in. He's like, I want to play with him. And then when Paul and Richard found out he was talking about me, I heard they're like, they thought it was hilarious. And then I did get to play, though. I got to play the next day in the Star World game because the VIP thought I was a fish or whatever. He wanted to play with me because I was good action.
Got the seat.
Yeah.
I got a seat, yeah.
As we move over to Phil Ivy's table. Phil Ivy joined by Faradin Mustafov.
That was a good VIP. I won again that day too at Star World. So there you go. Sometimes it pays off to give action.
Does indeed. Big advocate for giving action. People in the chat asking how many players left. 38 players left. If you're interested, obviously, in chip counts or keeping an eye on some of your favorite players in the outer field.
Oh, here we go.
Download the
I mean,
Poker Series Triton Poker Plus app, I should say.
Feels like Mustafov is going to just jam here, and I think Grafton pretty much has to call 8s, yeah.
8s into the pot.
8s again?
Wired pair.
Pretty standard hand.
You wired?
I'm
pretty
You
standard.
see my hand shake a little bit when it paired up?
Now it's at the whim of the poker gods.
Hot hand, bro. Well,
Who will win this?
Looking rough for Squiddy on the ace-5 tray, 2 clubs board. Drawing to an 8 and an 8 only. Mustafov playing the scalp as we head late into day one.
Just going to suck up some more chips here across the million mark, which it's not too bad considering that, you know, you win this tournament, you win 800,000 in profit, which is pretty damn nice for a 25K.
Not bad, and as Brian already mentioned, Stavov up to over $1 million, good for 54 big blinds. Finds himself 6th in chips, 37 left.
He's had half as many entries as the WSOP 25K, I think. I think the WSOP 25K, No Limit and PLO were basically both about 260, if I remember. So, I mean, this is a pretty healthy 25K. No joke. Like, playing for some tasty cash.
Looking at the clock in real time, we are on a delay, obviously, to protect the integrity of the game. But we have about 2 hours left before we wrap things up for event number 1 here. And we should be playing down to the money.
I feel like we have more than 2 hours. How long is the delay?
2 hours.
2 hour delay? No.
No, we have 2 hours left. For sure.
More.
We've been in the booth for over an hour.
Yeah.
And when we came into the booth, we had 3 hours. Start.
Well, I just, if we're playing down to the bubble breaking, I'm just saying I think it's going to take more than 2 hours.
Hey, listen, I don't mind being wrong on this one.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. Biggest 25K I've ever covered, so, you know, they want to...
Oh, there's not that much of a delay, though, it looks like.
No.
Okay, so maybe 2 hours isn't too bad. The delay is not that long. Probably only 20 minutes, but still, I still think I take the over on 2 hours. Maybe not by a lot, 2.5.
That 35 big blinds with a 30-minute clock.
2 Triton regulars here. All right, so this is interesting. What's Seth going to do? This isn't, I mean, obviously it's not a good flop for his hand, but it's, you know, even though the cards are big-ish, it's not the best flop for him in the sense that, you know, Ivan defending the big blind basically has 100% of suited hands to a min raise. So, I mean, he has more flushes than Seth, but the cards are pretty big. He decides to call. With the bottom pair. And now this is interesting because Seth makes the best hand. Probably doesn't bet here. And Ivan has a pretty good candidate to turn his hand into a bluff on the river. I mean, bottom pair. It's, I mean, pretty close to the worst hand he could possibly have. You know, you could say like maybe he calls queen 10, but on an ace here and a check back, I'm pretty sure a pair of sevens is good pretty close to 0% of the time.
And would be safe to assume that Davies with fewer offsuit combos from +1 than Liao in the big.
No, Davies has more offsuit combos as a percent of his range, I think, right? So Liao is defending all suited combos, but folding some offsuit combos. Yeah, it's close. I mean, but the problem is with Jack 7-9 interfere a lot with hands that Davies makes flushes with. Oh wow, they both check.
Do indeed. Ivan Liao, 2 titles, 13 cashes, over 6.5 million in Triton earnings, and looking to join the 3-time champion club here in Cyprus. Was a rough Madrid. Only cashed in the 30k short deck anti-turbo, came third for just shy of 150.
Yeah, I feel like he did better in the first Cyprus. I think he cashed like 2 out of the 4 or 5 tournaments or something, right?
Indeed, came second in the 75k for 700k, 7th in the other 75k for 194.
Well, the river came a 5th heart, so we didn't get to see if Ivan was going to bluff. I do like bluffing with his hand on blank rivers quite a bit, actually.
Someone in the chat asking why is now minus 5k when they chop the pot? Because of the big blind ante format, he has to then chop that with Seth Babies. So they chop the 20k, they chop the 10k, which equates to 15k a piece, and he had to put in 20, so it's minus 5k. Thank you for your question.
And thank you for your answer, Henry.
10,000, big blind 25,000, big blind 25,000.
Triton plus app getting a lot of love as well over here. Makes sense. I mean, I know we talk about it quite a lot, but so do the players. Players are big fans. Coming spoiled. To keep up with all the action on the outer tables makes things a lot easier, especially on the bubble. Kind of scan the room without having to get up out of your chair. Staff off opening on the button with the king 6. So it's table captain. I apologize, it's not Artur Martirosyan, it's table captain. But he is opening into 2 shorter stacks. And yeah, with a 3-bet out of the small, takes it down pre. Vadim Mustafov here for the first time. First Triton series for the Bulgarian. Quick look at the chip counts at this featured table. It's Artur Martirosyan, Triton regular leading the pack, 59 bigs, followed by Grigori, 44 big blinds, Mustafov 41, Ivan Liao 36, and Phil Ivey looking to join those ranks.
Yeah.
The blinds go up to 10k, 25k, 25k big blind ante.
All right, and here comes Mr. Ivey. Raising it up under the gun. Ooh. Ace Queen suited at the very next spot. What's he gonna do here?
150.
Oh, he's going with 3-bet. Once you 3-bet here, you definitely have to get the rest in versus the under the gun at least. Oh wow. Oh wow. It's gonna be a tough spot. After putting in that much though versus 500, I don't think he's gonna be able to find a fold versus a 20 big blind stack here. But never super happy getting it in, and the biggest reason being how early the positions are, right? Under the gun, you can 3-bet, under the gun +1. But I mean, he basically getting 350, he's getting over 2-1. Don't think you can fold ace queen suited. But he's not going to be happy about this.
See, I'm getting over 2-1. Paul needs around 33% equity, which he has, just south of 32.
Yeah, which, I mean, you know, if you have to call versus kings, right? Like,
yeah.
But
trying to not see the ace king, the aces of the world. Jack 5-4 rainbow, 1 diamond. Sending way out in front. 4-1 favorite to take down this million chip pot. And Artur drawing to an ace and an ace only. No dice, 3 of spades on the river, and Arseny Karamatski, who's been on an absolute heater here in Cyprus the last couple of weeks, finds the double to 1.1 million in chips, and puts him up in 5th place.
I mean, so that's a function of his decision to raise the 3-bet the ace queen suited there. I mean, I don't really love that decision, and I think part of the reason is you end up having to call off versus stacks in spots you don't really want to. And I also think it's like one of those hands where ace queen suited is one of those hands that's quite interesting, that when stacks get deeper, you
wanted
3-bet
the
it
7
more,
of the 4.
and when stacks
Yeah.
are
What a good
super
guy, like-
shallow,
Like you said, I get rid
and
of
you
it.
have a
Wanted to
decent
split
range,
it,
but like
one.
the other person range isn't too tight, which
not
20
easy
big
to
blinds
knock these
qualifies
super
for
pros
that,
out.
but more like
Always get
later
lucky,
position.
I
But
never
I
see
think in
businessmen
some
get
spots you'll
lucky.
find 20,
I
30,
draw
40,
that
you end
one.
up
I mean, the truth
flatting
is,
ace queen
always
suited,
get what
and
they
actually
deserve,
3-betting
and
like
those
ace queen off, like
professionals,
has
they
a
always
kind of
get
value
lucky.
bluff merge.
Always.
Right?
And I think
It's
this is,
unreal you
you know,
keep
I
calling me
also just
professional. It's amazing.
looked it up, and you know,
The amount of
the
times
solver
I
I'm
played
looking
for a
at
living
is
10
pure
years.
flatting ace queen
Yeah,
suited
I
there.
It's amazing the time
But
professionals ace king.
that's
and
that's
the poor
that's what
guy,
I thought when he was
businessman
doing
has
it. I'm like,
queens.
it kind
Never
of feels
stands.
like this is a flat. And you know,
I'll
part of the
count
reason why is
And investments
you
into
know, obviously
crypto
the
doesn't
solver's
count
looking
as
at a solution
businessmen
where
too.
everyone has 20 bigs, which isn't the case.
I'm an owner
but
of
you know,
Luxon Pay.
we could see that at least
Really?
So I'm a
Phil Ivey
businessman.
did have
I
20
think
bigs, and so
you can
actually
only
did
be
the other
investors
person
there,
for
not
jam.
owners.
So
Right,
you know, I
Rob?
think it's a spot where I probably would have gone with flat with ace queen
Because
suited.
he's an owner.
Doubt it's a big
Yeah.
deal.
I am.
Probably
Folding
only
is the real
investor.
error,
He's my
but
boss.
Can you make it
There you
a
pretty interesting, pretty interesting little spot.
Yeah,
As you
thank
learn.
you so much.
You can kind
Why
of
is
see
Boston
it's.
made
That's why you're relaxed.
I mean, if he flats, I guess
Yep.
kings ends up
And how is his
jamming
business
probably for 20
Great.
bigs.
You should ask the boss.
Great.
Ask to him.
I mean,
I've got the
yeah,
best
I
employee
was
you've
gonna
ever
say maybe
met.
there's
He's a
someone,
hardworking
but
guy.
Jam or
Yeah, I
3-bet.
can see.
Make like
Spending
5
his
and a
time
half,
at poker
6
table.
bigs, pretend you still got.
I enter so they break the record. 130 to 131.
I think with just a 3-bet or
Ronaldo.
jam and everyone else folding, probably ace queen suited doesn't fold.
Was the
But it does
record
give you the
130?
chance
It was
that, let's say
130
kings
and Paul
jammed
messaged me, I was
and
in a
under the
meeting
gun
working.
calls, you then get to fold in a spot
my
where
business
you're
partner, so I
almost
came and
clearly
entered last
not
second.
getting the right price, right? Against the jam and call by
I'm now
under the
giving
gun.
myself the night off.
So a rare 6-way flop. With
Put in.
Savannah and from +1.
Hand look nice free flop.
The ace-6 suited from the hijack.
King Jack of Hearts you had. Nope.
Look at this, Thorin just now.
Ace 5 of spades.
Effectively
Pretty free
double,
flop.
just ripping bottom pair
Pretty
backdoor
everywhere.
clubs into 3 players and
Ah, you
gets it
would
through.
3-bet my hand there, wouldn't you?
He had been doing some folding.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Had
Thank
enough
you.
of that. Had some
Good
queen
luck,
9 a
everyone.
couple different times. Was tired of letting it go.
I also fall into
See you
that
later.
trap. Guilty of that myself.
May you continue to get
Not
what you
everyone,
deserve.
but
And he's still out in front with 6 big blinds. Pretty significant chip lead over the rest of the
Do you
table.
have a lot of stuff?
yeah,
As we edge ever closer.
you can join also. I don't
Money
mind.
bowl. Still a long way to go. 36 left, 17 paid. Here, Triton Super High Roller Series in Cyprus.
She's in 3rd overall at the tournament now, it appears, with Yuri still in 1st, and a new person up at the top, Artem Vezhnikov. He's now in 2nd, just a
I don't blame you.
You can see all this
Are we leaving
on
now?
the Triton Poker app.
Why is it just
Chock full of
small blind?
great information.
So look, Ebony.
How are you?
After using this, and
It looks
especially
good, yeah.
as a player, it
He always
is
looks happy, always.
it is
It's good to. Yes, always.
Always happy.
when you don't have it playing tournaments, you're like, wow, okay. It's quite a big difference here in the
Right,
amount of
right.
information.
Great way to differentiate yourself from the rest of the commentators, us mere mortals in the booth. Well played.
I'm more just
I know.
I'm more just trying to talk up Triton here, just how kind of amazing it is to play with this app.
Am I big blind?
Because I mean, it's awesome following, but it's also quite nice, obviously, as a player, having access to this information.
Yeah, the players have been hyping it up significantly. Same as here in Cyprus. Same as here. Same here in Cyprus as we had in Madrid, the official timekeeper of the Triton Super High Roller Series. None other, Jacob and Co.
Do you know how much those watches are worth at the bottom? I'm not a watch guy, but
I believe You're looking around ballpark figure of $500,000.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, if you're looking for some of the
Lorman table
Those three at the bottom.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're looking for some of the, more exclusive ones here. Let me just put it to you this way. Drake has rapped about Jacob and Co. several times, several of his songs. So
It's on you.
I believe he knows Jacob personally.
Thank you.
Okay.
Everybody fold.
A lot of money.
Sorry.
But hey, winners of the main events.
They are some pretty sick looking watches. I mean, they look like little mini engineering marvels with all these like little interlocking kind of floating pieces.
Looking good. Look at that. Got some abs on you. Let's go.
Although, I mean, I would guess they don't cost
this
anywhere
guy.
near $500,000 to make.
Killing it. Got to come to the Merit more often. Poker and work out.
Trying to find like one of the most expensive ones.
Yep.
Sorry.
I just have a gym in my house, so it's just the nuts. Gym, cold plunge, infrared sauna, everything.
I like the gym in house.
Yeah.
I had a gym in my house.
I'm just really committed to it. I run 3 days a week.
Most expensive Jacob and Co. watch since its introduction in 2015. The Jacob and Co. billionaire has reached fame.
It's like a 10-minute drive.
By all the price
It's amazing.
passing 15 million.
Yeah.
Hello.
It's a hotel gym as well. So we've got
Ooh. That's awesome.
Okay. Hold my beer.
Hold.
If you want to win that watch, we got to bring back the $1 million buy-in tournaments.
Che filtri di timing, tirano tutto addosso, porco dio. C'ho i timing di merda. Ma poi fischia, cioè sto prendendo ATC, ho perso adesso Jack Trout da bottom, l'indiano di nuovo, Dio santo.
Come with the defend.
Ci sono due scene di dire non
Doesn't
ragazzi.
decide to just pass up on it. Not flashes.
7 of spades.
Spades. One would assume they will
I've had no alcohol for 4 weeks.
tighten here.
Wow.
Alcohol out for 3 months.
You're doing it, huh? That's why you've lost all the weight.
Yeah, a lot of different
Yeah.
theories on hands in the big blind there as they're starting to get that weak. You know, players definitely play that
And it's nice
differently.
whiskey he's trying to pour you too, for
not
sure.
A right answer, right? I mean, one of the issues is that you're definitely going to under-realize
Yeah,
equity.
for sure. Although whenever I play, I rarely drink.
I think breaking the habit though.
Huh?
For 3 months.
It's great.
So it's already
Yeah,
a
it takes
very
about
strong
5
range.
for your body to fully reset. Yeah, if you're like a somewhat heavy drinker, about 5. Yeah, 5 months or so is.
25.
According to this really sharp guy I listened to, it takes like 5 months.
Rob and Jason just talking about.
Yeah, I've never seen you like slam
And
a
what do you
ton
know?
of alcohol.
Rob won his first ever live tournament just a week ago, beating Espen Jorstad,
Speed limit.
WSOP main event champ, heads up in the MPP
Holy.
10K. Never won a tournament before. Quits alcohol 3 weeks later, bang.
Good luck, JNT. I love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Ace King.
Against Kuhn, million in the middle. One of the
Close.
chip lead pots.
You want to chop? Just take it back? I would like that.
Wow.
Jason alluding
Chop.
to
2
the
dimes.
fact that this is in fact not a flip, even though people refer to it. So Thorell with the 8s versus Ace King off at a solid advantage, which got a lot bigger.
All right, boys, where's the
After
Super
that
Pro
pop.
chat at? Come on, let's hear it. Let's hear these Super Pros what?
Every now and then get a bit.
Jason asking for the chat pros to comment on
hear
his
it.
20 big
Never see
blind
it.
get in with Ace King.
480?
Jace. I don't mind it, mate. For winning. Is it a fake flip?
Ah, t'es là, toi? Oui, ça
Yeah,
m'a aussi.
Nice hand.
Je me suis dit pas 2 fois dans la journée, mais si.
I mean, I know it's close-ish to 50-50, but, you know, if you're on the 8s versus ace-king offside, on the 8th side every time, you're going to be a wealthy person.
Là.
So what is that, 54-46?
Ah ouais.
You're talking about 8%.
Often you see
Casinos are built
throwing.
Ah ouais,
on
ouais.
edges like that.
They are indeed.
They're big and beautiful.
Ouais,
my friend.
bien des
Really
blancs.
a coin flip.
JNT
It's kind of
with
a
the full double
significant
up to
favorite there.
6th
Not
in
really
chips,
a
good for 45 big blinds
Ah,
here.
it's closer to 5.
Triton Super High Roller Series.
Yeah, ace
Ace
king
king
off
off
against
full.
eights is like with
Cyprus.
his suits being live. I think it's
To the
like
final 35.
yeah,
17.
54, 46.
Ace king suited.
Paid.
Kuhn just
Almost
agreed
a
with
good
me. He
flip,
said
yeah. I think ace king
54-46.
suited
There
might
we
even be
go.
a slight favorite.
I mean, casinos are built largely on odds better than 54-46. You can find some bets in the casino that are worse than that 8% edge, but you know, I mean, blackjack, even baccarat.
What are
a
the
lot
edges
of
in those games?
I mean, blackjack, it depends on how close you play to perfect strategy, but if you play close-ish to perfect strategy, it's like 1%. I mean, baccarat's like, I don't remember, but let's say it's like 3 or 4% or something. So 8% is big. It's better than casino edges. You know, unless you're just betting that crap in the middle and craps, then you're just really punting it up. You know,
I don't play, so I wouldn't know from experience. I can imagine.
Craps actually, if you bet full odds, 3, 4, 5x and pass or whatever, it's the best. It's like 0.4% or something like that. And don't pass full odds is even better, like 0.23%. But all that stuff in the middle of a craps table, I mean, we're talking like worse than 10%.
Yeah.
You know, 10, 15, some of
this
them
one as well.
worse than that. So.
Les verts, c'est 5000.
Yeah.
We share, I don't know.
10, 20.
With people in the chat clearly browsing through the app saying that Espen Jorstad is out, and he is indeed.
Oh, he's gone?
Kings against aces. It's one way to go. Espen against Patrick Antonius. 1.1 mil chip pot.
That's yours. I'll get the last one.
That's a pretty cool deck.
Poor guy, just can't catch any breaks.
Can't catch a break, man. You know, just quads against top boat in the main. Aces against ace king, 2 tables left. What else did he have? Yeah, set over set.
I didn't watch any of the coverage this year, like literal 0. I mean, it was happening and I had my deepest main run ever. I got like 1/30th or something like that.
Oh, this summer?
Yeah.
Wow, you were just dialed in this summer then, right? Like straight off the
Yeah.
bat with Madrid. You were just out there.
So, yeah, I didn't want to see. Man, 1/30th, it's the farthest I ever gotten by a decent
That's
amount.
rough.
I think I got like 500th like 10 years ago or something. So,
wow.
130, you're starting, there's like not that many tables left. You know, you're starting to think like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
wow, like maybe I can actually win this tournament. And it's so, the way they do the payouts, it's so flat. Like they pay 1,300 people and 15K is right. At 1/30th, actually up to it was a big chunk, all the way down to 99th. You get 62,000.
Right.
So you're close to 10 millions, hundreds of thousands, but
It's tough, man.
you're still pretty far away, you know? I mean, 130, that's basically I'm down to this tournament. And this tournament had, 131 people.
Yeah.
It's,
Dreams are made of, pal.
dude, I'll tell you what, like, I've played a lot of poker. There aren't that many people 40 years old who have played more poker than me. And there is something about the main event that's a little, like, I had a crazy run on I think I busted day 6, day 5. I got down to like a couple big blinds forget what it was, like 5 blinds or something, and I ran it up from whatever that is. Let's say it was like 100K. I ran it up and I ended the day with like 2 million or something. Dude, I was bouncing out of the casino. Like, let's effing go. Like, literally said that. It was fun, man.
That's a big day.
Yeah, it was a big spin up.
That's the type of day where you go back to the hotel room or wherever you're staying and you start, Googling what can I buy for 10 mil. And you start thinking about the next day.
Oh, I'll tell you what the one thing I knew I was going to buy, not with all 10 mil, but with probably about 2 million or whatever it is I was going to buy 100 Bitcoin. That one I was going to ship. It's going to be like, yep, how much is it? It's like sub 20K BTC. All right, we're going to ship another 100 of them.
That's Artur, Martiroshin.
Maybe some Ethereums as well.
Yeah, why not? Some F.
So, and then I don't know, the rest of it, pay some taxes.
Do good stuff.
Yeah. Play more pokers.
Honestly, I've been doing a lot of that myself recently. My love for the game reignited, courtesy of Triton High Roller Series in Madrid.
Yeah, no, doing this has a bit of the same effect
100%.
on me. I've been really enjoying doing the commentary and in the booth, learning, watching players. It's like one of the many reasons why I do this is it's a bit like study time for me. I view it as an opportunity to get paid to work on my game, basically, and share that work with everybody.
Yeah, it's always why I'm kind of pushing people, at home that are looking to improve their game. The Triton High Roller Series are truly some of the best tournaments in the world to just study. Get a notepad out, reverse engineer a lot of these spots, blind versus big blind, small blind versus big, just everything at different stack depths. You just have the ability to learn from some of the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, these tournaments definitely have, there's an eclectic mix of players.
For sure.
But
of course,
it has the highest concentration of world-class, like, no limit hold'em players or tournament players, what do you want to say? Like, a lot of the very best guys come out for this, and you due to this coverage, you get to see the decisions they make in the spots, and they're not trying to deceive. They're playing for big money. They're trying to win. They're not gonna, I would say almost all the time make some play for any reason other than the fact that they think this is the play they're going to win the most money at. Now, you might not be privy to the fact that there could be history, or it might not be the GTO play, it might be an exploitive play or whatever, and you may or may not be able to work that out for yourself. That's one of the things I try to talk about in the booth. But, these guys are definitely making the plays that they think are best for whatever reasons that is. Anyway, this hand, that was an interesting card in this hand. Card where Martirosyan's hand goes down a bit in value, and Karma's now has a hand he can try to win the pot with. So pre-flop this went raise call, right? Yeah, he just calls ace queen off. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see. It's a dicey spot. Ace queen has a little showdown here versus worse aces, but yeah, I like this decision. Not a ton of showdown versus UTG's range. Really, you're basically just hoping to beat maybe ace jack and like low suited aces at this point. And that's it. And you're blocking with an ace. So
the 120 on the turn.
Yeah, he goes for a big bet size, 120 into 170. I think the interesting, and the big bet size targets a hand like a 9 as a potential fold candidate. Like, I think if he goes smaller, all the pairs of 9s and better call, and then, it's like, do you double barrel? But I was curious there, if he got called because he chose a big size, like, would he double barrel that or just shut it down? I think it's a much closer question after betting big on the turn. Whereas,
feels like a really nice hand to double barrel with, though, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think if he had bet smaller on the turn, you see that hand double barreling a lot, But at the big size there, but this is one of the, again, we're talking about how the bet size changes the range of hands that continue. If you bet big there, and now your opponent, let's say he's continuing with a pair of 10s or better, now like double barreling is a lot dicier, because now you're asking much better hands to fold on the river, right? Whereas if you bet small, your opponent continues with more hands, like let's say the 9x, that you can more realistically get to fold on the river. So that was why I was asking that question. Like, we don't get to see because Martirosyan folded, but you know, I think you're gonna. I mean, and it makes sense. You're gonna see less double barrels after choosing that big of a size.
Yeah. Well, his turn continuing range is obviously going to be more condensed by the time we get to the river. As we head into another battle between the two Russians, Martirosyan against Kamatsky.
Interesting flop. I mean, generally going to see c-bets here. 6 and the 4 are a little bit better for Martirosyan. He's going to have more pairs there, and we can see he does, in fact, have it with the Jack 6 off.
Let's come with the check call. 210, 285 out there, sorry.
Oh, wow. And I mean, this card. So this is a card which, I mean, it's about as the biggest action card you can think of, because it gives Martirosyan 2 pair. But a Jack is a card that is generally going to be better for Karma's range. He's going to have been c-betting with a lot of hands, such as King Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack, etc., that hit the Jack, whereas Martirosyan has very few Jacks in his range. Really, he only has a Jack if it gives him 2 pair, which it did. And specifically, obviously, we can see Karma, this hand gives them an open-ended straight draw, and they're deep, right? I mean, they have a million chips behind with his just under 4-to-1 stack to pot ratio. So, I mean, this is a pot where, yeah, you're semi-bluffing, but, you know, if your opponent continues, you can win a huge pot if you hit an ace or a 9. And I think in these more closer to cash game type situations, you know, obviously they're still not really deep even for a cash game. But, you know, bet sizings and stuff are a bit smaller in tournaments as well. But, yeah, I like this double barrel here.
I'm curious, versus this big sizing, how does Martirosyan respond in your shoes?
Well, I mean, he's definitely not folding, right? So, I mean, 2 pairs too good. Does he call or does he go all in?
Yeah, it just comes to the check raise all in.
Yeah, which, I mean, versus King 10,
that one.
If he could see the hands, it's a nice play. You know, you just win the pot right there. You don't give your opponent the 8 outs. You know, if your opponent has hands like gutters there, now, again, cutting those outs in half down to 4 outs, you know, you're like a 90% favorite or something. It's a lot nicer to leave those hands in.
I think I'm
so,
button now.
I think you're going to actually find people play that spot differently.
Right.
You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
so.
I think some people will call and some people will jam there, and I think there's merits to both plays. I would say that Jack 6 not being the top 2 pair, being like less than top 2, is a hand that slightly favors jamming a bit due to it being more suck-outable by some hands that would be value betting there, such as aces, kings, or king, queen, ace, queen, right? Now those hands actually have quite a large number of outs, but I think you could kind of go either way, and it's not too big a deal. I mean, I would guess a solver's mix.
Oh, no.
You know?
You guys are too nice.
Damn it. Oh, we got
Rock Young getting a walk. A couple of bust outs from the outer tables. Tony G out.
Yeah.
Reigning world champ Espinyorstad also out. Sam Grafton, Stephen Chidwick, Nikita Batiakowski, Laszlo Boytash, David Peters, Eric Seidel. So a couple of big names. Nicky P. Soizer.
doing it.
Just to name a few.
I know.
To the final 33 players.
Yeah. I had an ace king to 8s for
largest
me, but
ever.
we're still here. We're being ourselves.
Breaking.
We get a chance.
Triton Super High Roller Series event, 131 runners in this 25k. Yuri Zibilevsky chip leading the pack with 63
I'm on the
bigs.
ropes, bro. It's likely. Gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, you can really go back and forth with pluses and minuses on that, the jam versus the call. Like, not having the Queen X 2 pair unblocks some of the ace queens and king queens that you would prefer your opponent to have, because those are hands that could theoretically call your check raise jam, etc., etc. So, I don't know. I'm sure you mix it. That would be my guess. And maybe, you know, think about your opponent.
We're going to lose one player on breaking table number 6, and then we're going to have a complete redraws at 24 players remaining, and 16 players remaining.
All right, here we go. Both the king 8s have a backdoor flush draw. Who's going to want to try to win this? Oh, I'm gonna go with king 8 of spades winning this pot now.
Already merit for a turn probe from Rob, decides not to.
I mean, he definitely could. I think this it's a pretty good board for the small blind defending range there, and I think with king 8 suited, you could definitely find some reasons to try to win that pot. With you know, after checking, you pretty much have to give up, you know, and your hand has a little bit of equity. So, oh wow.
Oh, go on then, Rob Young. Comes with the check raise. 250,000.
This is a creative little play here, and wow, Jiang. It's a dicey spot for him. I mean, he has a decent amount of equity here with the gutter and the flush draw, but there's only one to come.
Now we can play.
175.
All better.
And he's getting about
all better.
3 to 1.
Curious to see, given the opportunity, if Rob will follow through on Brick Rivers.
I think he probably calls here in position.
Yeah, it feels like
Getting 3 to 1. I mean, a spade and likely a 10 being good for him, kind of just enough, given the raise size, to almost just call, you know, a little bit of implied odds. And okay. Now the question is, which one of these guys going to bluff at it?
I feel like from a range perspective, Rob has more sets in his range on the turn, or on flop and turn. Small blind. Flat 7s, 9s.
Yeah, Dev, I mean, his check raising value range there, I mean, the 3's a pretty good card for him, I think. Rob definitely could have, but he decides to shut it down.
7-5 out there, Jiang at bottom of range.
Wow,
Knuckles it
neither
back and
of them
gonna
gonna
laugh
chop
at
it.
Queen 10 spades.
Guys are savages.
That was my old age.
Oh, fist bump exchange between the two as this one goes to showdown.
Wow.
7, my 7, 9's dead, innit? I'm repping.
I mean,
Repping like,
it's a pretty tight check.
Yeah.
I mean, if Jiang isn't bluffing the king 8 of spades when he gets checked to there, he's not bluffing very much. Because, I mean, here's the thing: is he realistically? Yeah, he could have queen high, but I don't think he calls the check raise with just like queen 10 off.
No,
you know,
I mean, queen 10 of spades.
Yeah,
I feel like queen 10 is the better bluff combo.
Yes, but I don't think he calls the check raise with queen 10.
Queen 10 spades.
Yes.
Nah.
Which is
Probably not, yeah.
better. Or maybe like
Anything
Because
else?
he doesn't call the check raise with
8-6,
king
8-6 of spades or 8-5 of spades, which he can have. And I mean, I think those definitely bluff. But I mean, realistically, we've basically given 3 combos of hands that are worse than the king 8 of spades. Like 8-6, 8-5, queen 10, and maybe queen 8 as well. So 4 combos.
All in on the turn, you don't fold it.
How much was it? Like
600.
It's interesting
a lot of
to
chips.
kind of break down. I feel like bluffing 8-6 and Queen 10 makes the most sense, right?
And 8-5.
Yeah. And 8-5.
Yeah.
8-5 is double gut shot.
Yeah.
Double gut. Yeah. And then we knuckle the King 10 of spades and the King 8 of spades type hands.
I probably, I mean, given this breakdown, I think you should bluff King 8 and more likely knuckle the King 10.
Okay.
All in.
I mean, now we're basically, if you include King 8, that's 5 combos.
Let's jump straight back into this because Rob Young is going to be 5 cards away from being one of the chip leaders in this tournament, and snap call as Jiang rejams.
Someone fold a 6, I hope.
Jams over the open of Young on the button. I mean, this pot is massive, right?
30 blinds. But, I mean, it's a very reasonable play versus the button open, but when you have it, you have it. Right?
Just gets the click call. So far, so good. Needs to fade the 2 outer. Drawn to a 6 and a 6 only, otherwise Rob Young's going to be our chip leader here.
Oh my God.
Dirty.
Good game, man.
This was savage.
Sick.
Dirty river. 6 of spades, corner pocket.
So gross.
Chip lead pot.
Miliardo.
The biggest
Don't let me hang.
Triton event ever.
GG, Rob.
15 away from the money.
Sorry,
It's not
save
pretty
it. Save the
brutal
run good
stuff.
for the big ones.
Yeah, that's what a river.
That's sick.
Dirty river.
At least I lost to a nice fella.
Raise 60, 900 Shova.
One of the beats of the day. Rob taking in his stride as always.
I thought you were saying sorry for dealing that 6 then.
So a nice guy.
What's the ID card? Sorry.
Well.
You can put,
Well,
you
variance,
can put
right?
on the corner.
You want it
Left
there?
to your
Yes,
left.
thank you.
1 out going to the river. Chip lead pot.
Yeah, that's a rough one right there that Rob just took. I mean, I guess the consolation being that it's the smallest Triton tournament probably for the next 2 weeks, but I mean, you know, still a lot of money.
That's true. That is very true. And Jason Kuhn saying, save the run good for the big ones. As we take a quick look at the chip count, Santi Jiang, top of the chip pack, courtesy of that 6 of spades on the river.
Holiday, yeah.
These are the little things you tell yourself in the moment to try to get over the annoyance of the bad beat, right? Little tricks, mental. All right, yeah, I'm going to save my run good for the bigger ones.
Most relaxing place.
And obviously they're independent events, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we went
but
there
you know,
all.
you just tell yourself that, so you can walk out of the room and not be a little bit less furious.
Yeah, those are the spots that
PA, what's up, man?
What's up?
I end up talking myself into
Not
all
much
that hard work that you put in, you know, to stay focused and mindset this, mindset
Chips
that.
are down.
No, as the people are pointing out in the chat, sometimes you just want to hit something.
There, like it's like
Well, he did. The
200
man hit a
meters
6.
from
Yeah, he hit 6. So Rob took it in his stride.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Out in this
Yeah,
one?
Rob just wanted no one to hit anything.
This other island next to Ibiza.
Okay.
We just jumped out of the boat and just were there.
Or something?
Gents over on YouTube and Twitch as we jump back into another hand here. Suvarna at risk.
Good luck, guys.
I got
wow.
the Rob Young.
I have good hands this time.
Waking up with
Oh, God, you and I both
kings
have kings.
behind as well, so 3-way all
Fade an
in.
ace.
It's actually not the worst spot for
what's
Ace
going
Jack. I mean, you can see he's actually against his double kings. He's actually 33%. So
I don't think I've ever
Solo
seen
io
this.
Project 5
yeah, this is bizarre. Ace Jack
Yeah,
off,
nobody had
getting
an
it in
ace.
versus kings, and
Oh, come on,
actually
Patrick. Don't do me
plus
like that.
EV for the money.
Spot to find yourself
This is
in.
what it takes.
Gonna count 3, 4, 5 flop.
You drill the ace and you know it's GG's for the most part.
All right.
Oh, hello.
All right.
Yeah,
Hello.
it's
How you
over.
guys feeling?
You guys have fun.
GG's, Jason Kuhn. As Savannah flops them both dead.
Quello che mi era
Courtesy
venuto
of the ace
tutto
of
aquí.
hearts in the window.
Santos. Always.
All right,
good
Kuhn,
run.
save that run good for the big ones.
Wow, it will be over a million. No, no, he was small.
Wow, he's...
People busting fast right now.
I don't think I've ever seen that, Brian.
Should
Ace
open on
Jack
three.
against Kings, Ace high flop. Everyone else, your opponent's both dead.
Yeah, on the flop.
Yeah.
They're dead.
Yeah.
It's pretty strong.
We have application for, and we have tool for poker rooms.
Why it's not like Finland
A couple of people asking how
This
come
is
there are
first land.
no
It's
live
gonna
chip
go
counts.
everywhere in the world.
The website
Every
like
poker
Madrid.
room will
Do
have
you mean
it
the
one day.
app?
And
Because on the
play.
app, you can sweat along in real time.
You're just giving money
The
away.
outer tables have live chip updates.
We're giving a good service for free. for
Does
players.
Triton give the actual real-time chip updates?
Connect players
I feel like
together.
they don't, right?
No, it's
only
on
the
delay
players.
with us. Yeah.
The only, yeah, they're all the app, everything that you
No
can
more
see is
waiting.
on the TV delay, stream delay with
That's
us,
what
right? Yeah, only the players have
It's
real-time
like,
chip
it's like
counts.
we have
That's how
the
it was in Madrid,
most
right?
Yeah,
advanced
I think so.
technology
Yeah.
For,
Like you,
for the
and
poker rooms.
I don't think there's.
to do everything.
The only way, I guess, theoretically, you would ever
can
get
play.
it wouldn't be the Triton app. It'd be if there was some reporting.
Killer for sure.
Like, but they don't have that,
Nothing
right?
like that.
Yeah,
I
there's
think we
nothing
flip with
like
him
that,
that go 1,700,000.
Triton themselves just give the chip
You
updates
can
through
join
the app
games, you can join
on the
interest,
delay
you can
with
create
us.
games, invite friends.
But why would you
Poker
want to
room
be
can
ahead of us?
Create games, invite players.
Yeah.
You can do everything.
Yeah.
That's not as fun.
We're just one big happy family, guys.
There we go.
All in.
29 players remain. I mean, now we really are getting down to, at least for me, my favorite parts of MTT poker. The bubble, 50k min cash. Say 50k, 51.4, going to 17. 12 of these final 29 going home empty-handed. Kurt saying, sorry Henry, called you Demps earlier, mate. No worries at all, pal. There are worse people be confused with. Shout out to all of you keeping us company in the chat over on YouTube and Twitch. We've also got your attention. Go ahead and smash the like button for this record-breaking 25k as we
I think I deserve it
off
more.
to
Right?
another fake
You knew it,
flip.
bro.
Fives against ace queen. King high flop. Patrick. I need some help.
Ce l'ho pure di fiori, tra l'altro. Ce l'ho pure di
The
fiori, tra l'altro.
ace comes off on
Ce l'ho
the
di fiori.
turn.
Thank you.
Ce l'ho di fiori, sì.
Patrick
Asso
claiming
quadri,
a
tre fiori.
scalp as he moves up to 1.4 million in chips. Going to be one of the tournament chip leaders.
I had ace 3.
Clash from Milan saying, how do they track the chip amounts? Great question. So on every table, there is an iPad which is connected to one big server. And there is a dedicated person on each table keeping track of everyone's chip counts. And obviously the feedback from not only the players but the viewers, the fans, keeping track at home has, for the most part, been incredibly, overwhelmingly positive, especially for the players, closing in on the money instead of having to stand up, scout around the room, try and see, the short stacks out there, where you are on the leaderboard, etc., etc. Just makes life a whole lot easier. Fill up the app, and there you go.
He understood the main thing.
Yeah.
The main thing.
Is Ebony still in? She is indeed. 5th in chips overall. As mentioned, if you are curious about the alpha tables, download Triton Poker Plus app, or you can just head over to the website. Don't want to download the app? There is the overall tournament chip leader, Faradin Mustafov, first ever Triton event. 64 big blinds. As we head into the 15k, 30k level. Last level before break. How's everyone been? Well, between now and Madrid. See a lot of regular names in both the Twitch and YouTube channels. Davies with the open jam on the button. King Jacko taking it down. Nothing to write home about. And also, whilst I've got you guys here, exclamation mark giveaway over on Twitch. Click on the link, visit our Linktree page to enter our first exclusive giveaway for this series. Coin Rivet Invitational giveaway, the Triton Poker Cyprus 2022 giveaway. So a couple of giveaways simply by clicking that link. Giving away 3 limited edition Triton Poker X Secret Lab Titan gaming chairs. Quite the mouthful, but can confirm the comfiest chairs I've ever sat in. Did commentary in them all series during Madrid, and same going to be done here. Could also be seeing the players that make it to Heads Up in the
about the same
Secret Lab
5
chairs.
something.
And checking back in with the top of the food chain, we have a few new faces up there. Another Brazilian, now number 2, Bruno Volkmann. I think he had a, maybe it was even the main event, I forget, but he had a nice cash. I think it was in the main event of Madrid. Yeah, I think he got like 4th.
I remember. Yeah, I think you're right.
And a new chip leader, Faridin Mustafov.
Yeah, he came 7th in the main for 440k.
Who did?
Bruno.
Bruno.
Volkmann.
Oh, okay, not 4th.
Came 6th in the 50k, so pretty solid.
Yeah.
Madrid for him, 900, just shy of 900k.
Fedor Holz, 5th place. I saw him. He made a tweet. I remember his tweet. As he bought in, it was like, "Hey guys, here I am. Look at this. I'm ready to go. Pudgy Penguins." And his seat, table and seat was 69. I don't know what that has to do with Pudgy Penguins, but yeah.
What, he was just jesting that he was seat 69. I haven't seen the tweet.
Yeah.
But, just he's
Stood out to me.
A born memer.
Starting the 25K at Triton Poker event in Cyprus, drew the lucky seat and will ride this to victory at Pudgy Penguins.
There we go.
69. So I guess he's going to win. Here he is. 5th. He's just been biding his time. He's called his shot. I don't think the seat has anything to do with Pudgy Penguins. That was something he added in.
He's been very bullish on Penguins.
唔止，最少有6寸。Thank you.
I think it's just for his community, if you will. Seems to be a thing of
Yeah,
NFT
he's a big
collectors.
Pudgy Penguin guy. I played Fader. We both final tabled the 50K this WSOPI. Played with him when there were 2 tables left, and up until he went out. He went out 6th or something, right before me. At the 50K final table.
Battle between Artur and Mustafov. Button, the big blind.
Neither one of them have anything.
Shot.
And this, it feels like this double barrel is going to get the job done. I mean, we'll see. It hasn't folded yet, but I mean, this is a spot where these percentages, they really don't matter. You know, 93 and 7%. Let's just forget about that, guys, because this is the pot where now it's getting into, you know, who's gonna be the last one to bluff type of situation. And yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that Queen 10 off went into the muck. Not going into the muck there is kind of like a super play. I mean, it's like it's a pretty easy fold, but you just, when you feel like your opponent doesn't have anything, sometimes you just don't fold your hand.
The old check call.
It's kind of a tough spot to check call, though. I'm trying to think, like deuce, deuce, 3, 9. I guess there is a flush draw. You check call, like what do you check call lead river with? I guess you could just like goofily play like something like ace 9 or like trip 2s. I guess it's like trip 2s that you haven't raised.
Do you never think back to the old days, Ryan, when you would just stare a man down and internally just be saying to yourself, I do not believe this gentleman whatsoever. I'm just going to call flop, call turn, and just put him in the bin on the river. Not a thing anymore. It feels like it's more of a thing of the past, but
yeah,
the good old days. Just stare someone down and don't believe him.
Oh, that used to be my MO. A lot of disbelief.
I can imagine.
It was not a big folder.
You've put many a player in the bin in your time.
Ottoman is good. Ottoman.
Appreciate the support over on YouTube. As always, 700 likes on our first event here in Cyprus, Triton Super High Roller Series.
And
the
Merit
Merit Royal Diamond.
And this place.
Where the tournament was before, right?
Yes.
From us and the team, as always.
Super nice, yeah. Turkish food.
Despite the tiny bet sizing here of literally the least you could bet, 9-5 off in the muck, and actually like the perfect bet size versus a hand like Ivan's. I mean, right there, you basically just want nothing to fold, but nothing with 2s always has 2 overcards to you. Not to mention the king, which also counterfeits your hand with pocket 2s. So min bet accomplishes quite a lot for pocket 2s in that spot in terms of protection versus hands that are getting the right price to call you, getting like 6 or 7 to 1, which is like basically everything.
First time you play tournaments? First time tournaments, right? Yeah.
Someone in the chat recalling a hand where you didn't want to fold. My time,
really?
2010, saying Russ that hero call ace high against Phil Lack will go down as one of the best calls of the ages. You're gonna have to show me that one over dinner tomorrow.
It's actually on YouTube, but yeah, I'll show. That's that was. Oh, you were talking about like things happen in certain hands with confidence. I can tell you, I was on a bit of a downswing, and I was there at whatever it was. This thing where you played all these heats, and then it goes to like the final table. I forget what that was called, but I was in like Montreal for it, whatever it was. I hadn't been running well, and basically I had this one and one more heat left, and I had to have a good finish in this heat, or I would have been mathematically out. And like, so this call was it. Like if I called and was wrong, I'm done.
Wow.
I lost, you know, and I just didn't fold. I'm just like, wow, this doesn't make sense. I just feel like he's bluffing. I called like 6x. Basically it was a pot where I think he accidentally limped under the gun, didn't realize the blinds had gone up or something. I don't even know. Phil does goofy stuff, and I ISO'd him with ace 7 suited. Everyone folds, he calls. Forget the run out. But it's basically like ran out like a
Just put the cape on, basically.
It went check, 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 and he just like put me all in on the river for like 7x. What was in there? And there was like the board had paired, and there was like a flush. So like I say, it was like queen 9, like 6, 6, 4, and I looked him up with ace 7 It was something weird like that.
Talking of looking people up, a lot easier when you hold top pair. The Jiang, King 7, 5, 2 spades.
But yeah, I got massive confidence after that hand. And sure enough, actually, I just started winning a bunch of money for like the next year.
Uptick.
Like,
one hand can change a year. For sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of the biggest calls I've ever made. It's kind of, I mean, definitely a ridiculous call.
Given the
GTO
the whole
folds, right?
situation, yeah.
I mean, 7x, river shove, ace. Don't have a diamond, even whatever in my hand. There's no reason to call. Other than that, I just didn't think he had anything. Just have nothing.
That's it.
I didn't think he'd be bluffing with a hand that could beat me.
You just stare down a man and know you're good. Jiang comes with the the river lead. Quite a healthy one at that. 270k.
He decided he liked your play. This is the check call, river lead. This is for value here. You know what? This is a spot where maybe you can't call, but what if you just turn 7-8 into a bluff? Just all in. The big blind can have 8-6, but I'm blocking that. I mean, it's kind of a heroic bluff. I'm not saying you should do it, but you know, it might be a thing some % of the time.
Okay. See Spicy gone with the river bluff there.
I mean, I think it would have worked. Just because I think Jonty looks across at like the old like 60-year-old guy just like jamming, and you're like, yeah, I have a big hand, but like, is he really turning something into a bluff here? Like one pair shrivels up, and it's like, sure enough.
J&T getting away from third pair.
That's one of those spots I'm pretty sure his image pays off huge.
Seem to have slowed down slightly here as we inch closer towards the money. 27 left.
And Suvarna on a little bit of a heater after tripling up with ace-jack. Finds ace-jack again. This time it's suited.
All in.
Ooh. The 20 big blind rejam here with king 10 suited, and wow, okay. +1. How many people at the table? Is it 6 or 7?
It's 7-handed.
7-handed, so he's 6 max under the gun. This is kind of a tough spot. I mean, I think I call, but it's close, and I wouldn't I don't like hate folding here, but I think it's a call.
Avrei vinto.
Brian leaning towards call as Savannah throws in a time extension. This is the thing, it's one of those spots that feels very player dependent, right?
No.
Yes, for sure.
People that are capable of finding the king 10s, the king queens, queen jacks.
Yeah.
Those types of rejam spots.
You know, maybe even like an ace-5 suited.
For sure.
And now all of a sudden, you know, those are hands that you're doing quite well against. But you know, there are people that don't play poker that way. Let's call that the modern solver-based poker, right? Because people didn't really do this like 5+ years ago before solver said you're supposed to. So people were pumping out these pre-flop solutions for 20 blinds, and all of a sudden, you know, a bit more aggro with some of these kind of hands, and hands that people used to fold in these spots are now getting called.
Does slide his ace-jack suited into the muck. And a smile on Origin's face. He's got one
I was
through.
thinking exactly. Huh? Yeah, ace clinical.
And not a fake. Not a fake smile.
No.
You can see. Happy not to get called there with king 10.
Oh, for sure. Especially when your opponent goes deep into the tank.
Ace 10?
you know you're cooked. You know you're cooked.
Good, not good.
Close in on.
Man, don't tell him you folded ace-jack suited. Jesus. Do you want people to come after you? I make big folds when I open to reshoves. Oh, okay, that's good to know. I'll make sure I shove on you a bunch. Oh, this is a close spot with pocket twos, all in. Yeah, just a word of advice to players out there. In those type of spots, I know sometimes you're looking for the table, maybe a little affirmation, you made a good play, what do you think, this, or hey guys, I was thinking about it, was a close decision, I was thinking about ace-jack suited, but you are giving up kind of a lot of information when you actually say what you have in a spot like that. So definitely something to be cognizant of, is that you're kind of telling your opponents, you know, basically where your cutoff is, folding for 20 big blinds in that spot with an open, which, I mean, I think to me says Suvarna's pretty tight.
Actually, I call. Let's see the fold. I fold big hand.
Last day, Jack, this time ace queen.
I fold king 7.
King 7, good for.
Absolutely.
Get a quick look at the setup here in Cyprus. I believe players are going on a 15-minute break, which means when we come back, Brian, we're going to be playing down to the money. It's the 25k 8 max, and if I'm not mistaken, we've got something special coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen at home, as one of our talent team members, Lulu, is going to have an interview with the World Series of Poker main event champion, Espen. I'm sorry, I apologize. It's not Espen. That is with Ebony Kenny, who's been at the top of the chip counts most of this tournament, still in eighth place. Going back to the final 27 players. And let's check it out. Down to Lulu.
Hey everyone, we're here with Ebony Kenny. So I know that you're pretty famous in America, but you're still a new face in here, Triton. So tell us more about you.
Yeah, I don't know that I would consider myself famous, but I'm definitely more well known than here in Triton. And yeah, I'm a professional poker player, and I'm freaking out because I'm here. This is wild because this is the biggest tournament I've ever played. And I'm following it up with an entire week of the biggest tournaments I've ever played, including the 200K.
What made you to come here?
So Phil Nagy is the CEO of ACR, which is the company I'm a team pro for.
Right.
And he randomly called me about 5.5 weeks ago and was like, "You're going to Triton, you're going to play the Coin Rivet Invitational." And I was like,
so here we go.
Yeah, so here I am.
Yeah, so what about the Coin Rivet Invitational? You pair up with Phil Nagy. What do you prepare for it?
Well, I mean, I immediately hired a mindset coach with Jason Su, and then I've been working with Chance Cornett, the chip leader coaching. And I just decided that I was going to lean into people that know more than me, which is pretty much anyone that's ever played any high roller. And I just got very lucky with Chance and Jason, and I've been very grateful and just trying to take it all in.
How do you feel this trip so far? Because you have been a trip leader for 2 levels, and like in this field, like most of the top players from the world, and you were the chip leader.
Yeah, that's wild to me because this is arguably the best field in the entire world when it comes to poker, and I know no one's expecting much from me, which is exciting because I get to just kind of have fun and let go. It helps that I ran well in some spots and that my hands held in other spots, and I'm just having fun and still absolutely mind blown.
No plans of taking one of those home?
Oh, I plan on taking several home.
Okay, right. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Lulu.
Let's get back to the boys. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
So Lulu Yang getting a quick word in with Vinny Kenny, who, well, 5 weeks ago got a phone call from Nagy, said, "Hey, we're going to Cyprus, going to play this 200k Coin Rivet Invitational." And I love the humility there shown by Emily, just kind of, having the self-realization and awareness that, hey, look, I need to reach out to some of my network. I need to speak to people who are going to be able to assist me in the form of Chance Kornuth, obviously one of the best to come out of the United States, and a mental game coach as well, and Jason Su, just to come here prepared, confident, and as she already kind of alluded to, sit down and battle with some of the best in the world.
Yeah, make the most out of an opportunity.
For
okay,
sure.
You got 5 weeks. All right, study time.
Yep.
Let's go.
Let's
you know,
go.
let's get as prepared as I can to come in and make the most out of this opportunity where, you know, according to her, this interview, it sounds like she's playing the biggest she's ever played. So, you know, congrats on the good start. She hasn't made the money yet. Don't want to jinx it, but you know, she's in a good situation right now. 8th in chips, very solid chance of cashing the first one, which will be a nice little confidence boost at the very least. If not, she does better than cashing, right? Could obviously do much better than a min cash, but
yeah, I mean, coming into your first 25K to go on to the last break of the day, you know, 27 left, 12 away from the money, and yeah, I mean, she's out here trying, as she already mentioned, you know, trying to. You know what I love the most is she didn't even say that she was trying to prove people wrong.
Yeah,
you know, the people that are like doubting her. She was more relieved that she could just enjoy it. There's no pressure because people don't have expectations. I love that kind of humility, especially in poker, because there's, you know, so many egos, this, that, and the other. But hey, here she is, 25K. As we head into the last break of the day, when we come back, we're playing back down through to the money, 17 getting paid, min cash of $51,400. But tomorrow, we'll be crowning our first champion here in Cyprus, $825,000 for first. And yeah, Brian.
Listen,
tea time.
Tomorrow might be the end of this one, but right now we have a very interesting part of the tournament. The money bubble's coming up, 27 left, 17 cash. So about 60% of the people still make it. It's one of the most exciting parts of the tournament.
Sure.
I think the part right playing up to the bubble, and then obviously the final table being better than the bubble. But yeah, so there's still a lot of interesting poker left. You get to see cool maybe ICM effects or not, and how people treat and think about those spots, and maybe some cool dynamics develop. And we're still in for a treat here the rest of this evening. So we're going to go on this break, but then when we come back, bubble time.
Bubble time. Looking forward to unpacking that with you, Brian Rustin. See you guys and girls at home in about 5 minutes' time.
GG Poker, the biggest poker site, best poker site.
Why?
The most
So many
ambitious.
players. This isn't crazy.
It's a doom.
For Davies.
0.3%. A 3 is like sort of fair because.
How about you put the 7 of hearts out there and we chop it
And
up?
the Jack of Diamonds leaves him drawing dead.
That's another level from Seth Davies.
So Razai will pull his chips back along with a big helping of Davies bucks, Randy.
Yeah, well.
And that's going to be good for a top 5 stack by the time the dust settles.
That's a cooler.
In one of the 4 events that he played, just shy of 60,000 in earnings.
You base it?
Well, there's the cold 4-bet, 51,000. It looks strong. What do you do here with 2 aces? Do you think he's good enough to just jam it in now, or is this a slow play because it looks too strong by jam? Let's see.
I'd say I'd base it. I'm not there all the time, but I'm there a lot in Melbourne.
Time bank. Make it look like you're thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Klein's 3-bet is from Under the Gun +1, so it does look extra strong for the small one to cold 4-bet. And if he was to go all in now, he would look really, really strong. He's going to go for it. Is the 2 queens going to just go? There's too much in there.
Well, what is the dead bottom of Klein's range in Worry's head? Because obviously a raise, a 3-bet, and then from the small bet to 4-bet, you're self-aware. You know how strong your range looks. And for somebody to play back at that range with an all-in, their range is even more narrow.
And it's also Under the Gun versus Under the Gun +1 for the first 2 raises. So it looks insanely strong. You need to ask yourself, well, if Klein had ace-king, would he still jam here, or would he just call the 4-bet? If he would still jam those ace-kings, then you're probably committed to calling. If you think so, if he thinks that he would jam those ace-kings still, aces up.
I don't know.
We should check that deck for like first 3s and deuces.
Well, this is not how Eric Worre wanted to start off his Triton experience. Early in day 1 of event 1, he has queens up against aces. Heading to the flop, 19% equity, and that is going to evaporate as the 6-3-3 2-club board leaves him with just 8%. Clubs are covered, so he is queen fishing. Morton Klein stands to take down an over 400K pot, unless, of course, a queen rolls off, and now Klein is the man with 2 outs.
Sorry, my friend.
All right,
I think you have me covered.
And apologies, of course, being issued by Eric, who recognizes just how ugly a beat that is.
It's been working for like 20 years. Just never runs out of juice.
I'm going to stand on my hands. Crab walking out of here.
Ace is good.
Along with a couple of clubs working as well for Tommy as he outflops Modena.
Your early position, you got 2 7s. It is reasonable continuation bet here. A lot of times you'll see people fire even more often from early position, more likely to represent that ace. Hope for a takedown. Potential backdoor draws with the 7 of clubs, pocket 7s, straight draws, flush draws. Ace 10. Play it cool, play casual, just call.
Change made. There's another 14,000 slides in. A little over 30K in the middle. And my goodness, the 7 of spades. No waiting for Modena. He makes a set of 7s and jumps into the lead. As Tommy Kim now has the gut shot straight draw.
Wow. You're just, you know, like when you bet those pocket pairs, like, I get called, well, I'm just going to check it down, hope I win. But then when you hit it, you're like, can you just please have some random 2-pair now or something huge? It's a type of texture too, where a lot of times the player in the big blind has a pair and a straight draw.
24.
So I like the bigger sizing here, right? Like, you know, you got ace nine, not going to go anywhere. They got 8-7, 6-7. You know, they're going to lose a lot of chips. Big sizing makes a lot of sense on this board texture against the big blind.
Hey. Look at it. Right there. Bill. So sorry, but unfortunately we don't allow airport.
Oh, okay.
Super sorry. I didn't ask you.
That's okay. No worries.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Tommy's worried. The thing is, he does have the inside straight draw, which is just enough to continue. 24,000.
Oh, and there is the 9 of clubs. Tommy now makes the straight and blocks the nut flush with his ace of clubs. As Modena popped into the lead briefly, but it was short-lived. And now in an almost 80,000 chip pot, how will Tommy proceed?
Take the lead.
Bet 33,000.
For the crying call. Cheeky little bet. Just one of those annoying spots. You know you're beat, but then you're like, man, that price is good. Realistically, it's really hard to think of it.
Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Cyprus, live from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Quick look at the chip counts. Bruno Volkmann on this feature table with the chip lead, form of 47 bigs, and it's Deer at the bottom of the pack with 5 big blinds. 27 players left, 17 paid with a min cash of $51,400. It's going to be Henry
The evolution of
alongside Brian
Imagine
Rask calling down
the
action
evolution
all
of
the
fashion.
way
Imagine having those
Netherlands
nails
evening
like
until we
20 years ago.
make the money, Brian.
People think you're an alien, right?
Yeah.
Cheers. It's bubble time.
Closing in on it, but certainly some fresh faces at the feature table for us.
Mateos brief.
Mateos, one of those fresh faces.
Excuse me. Mateos briefly ran up some chips earlier and it was among the chip leaders earlier in the tournament. Has been out of that pack for a while, but still alive with a 15 big blind stack now, so definitely a bit on life support, but
Well, Danny Tang,
he's actually
Danny
19th place, so there's quite a number of stacks that are shorter than him, despite the fact that he only has about 15 blinds.
average stack in the tournament, 24 bigs, 27 left. Deer this one over in the cut-off 5 big blinds, ace 10-0.
I mean, yeah, call would have been too loose. And I think Mateos, given the position that he opened, is going to be able to get away from this, which is quite good for him considering that he's up against the worst hand possible for him to be up against. Like, you know, if he had opened this, for example, on the button and one of the blinds jammed or something like that, it's a pretty easy call versus 11.5 bigs, but I think given the relative positions, hijack's range becomes tight enough that I think King Queen off finds its way to the muck.
Let's see if Mateos agrees with you on this one, Brian. See, mulls things over.
I mean, it's close, and you know,
throw in another time bank. Adrian, it's not a big sigh. I mean, clearly thinking this one through knows how important will affect future game. Does find the fold. Fold, my man.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one of those spots where, wow, like, you know, if I fold king queen off here, like, God, I'm just folding everything. I mean, you also have to remember you open under the gun, right? 7 people at the table, so your range is pretty solid, you know, which then means the range of hands that Danny's shoving, yeah, it's pretty solid, and you can definitely find some hands that you're doing fine against, but I think king queen off basically becomes one of the best hands that you end up folding in that spot. That's my feeling.
Round of kings, apparently. Big blind 40k. Kudanov under the gun. King of spades, king of clubs. Comes with min. Min off 10 under the gun. Haven't seen that one in a while. So if anyone...
Yeah, no, I don't think... I think under the gun, you don't just jam everything first in. This is under the gun 7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have an open range. Like, I think you basically take a lot of your best stuff and you min it.
Wow, sick spot again from Mateos. Back
along
to
with
back
a few
king
weaker
queens.
hands, and then you jam basically your weaker hands for the most part, but not your weakest hands, right? Like your min raise hand is kind of like a bit polarized, like probably like 10s plus, most of your suited ace hands, and then you know,
mix in some king 10 suited.
Yeah.
Those types of hands. Really grim spot for Mateos in the big, facing a min off of a 10 big blind stack from under the gun and a flat on the button from Tibuk. Wow, he does take the re-jam spot and he's going to run into the hand that he almost ran into.
Yeah.
Previous hand.
Yeah, now the 10-second put all in, Mateos is going to be sick because, as we said, like his range is slightly polarized. So the polarized version includes 0 hands that Mateos is a favorite against and many hands that dominate him. So
that all in from Mateos, maybe a byproduct of the Tibuk flat on the button, that extra 80k dead in there, incentivizing the squeeze. Still have chips behind, but he knows he'll be down to fumes. 170 back. And he is dead on the turn. Kudanov gets a double and then some.
Oh no, it's too much.
Move over to the red.
yeah, interesting spot for Mateos. I think, again, a spot I think different people play differently. But yeah, shove seems very reasonable. I mean, it's either shove or call. So, I mean, in that particular spot, actually, the person who flatted in late position, who had 1 million chips, they can definitely have a big hand, right? Because the person who opened under the gun had like 11 blinds or something.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the flat's actually a little scary there. You know, I think
Could have some
sixes.
traps for sure.
Yeah, definitely can. So, you know, it's I think it's a spot where you're going to see people play that hand in Mateos' spot a little bit differently based on who the players are and some other factors. Not always jam, not always call.
Dreamy squeeze spot for Kanapong as he increases his stack by more than 25%. Squeezing from the small after an open and a flat. Up to over 1 million now. Another sponsor here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Shambhala Jewels celebrating the winners with fine jewelry, crafted with diamonds, precious stone, 18 karat gold. I believe all of the winners of the events here, of the non-main events, I should say, be gifted with a Shambhala bracelet.
250. 250.
Oh wow, Yuri. Ooh, but 250K is that's not even 6 blinds. So spot is tough, not in the sense of if Yuri could call and that just ended the action, there weren't 3 players behind. I feel like he's definitely making this call. It's a little bit more uncomfortable because you put the 250 out and you basically have to fade 3 people behind you. So let's see what he so he folds. I'm guessing this is about guessing he plays king queen, so it's got to be his cutoff hand. Now, as we can see, Fedor has ace queen suited, so had he called, Fedor actually probably just jams himself for, you know, what is only 30 blinds, even though it's quite a big stack.
All in.
Yeah. So this is exactly the situation that makes it tough for Yuri, is you have 3 players behind you to fade that having big hands, and you know, had he played his hand, even though he would have been a favorite, he wouldn't have even got to see the flop because Fedor would have squeezed him out.
I believe as the 10 high flop, Dioglu outflopping Fedor, managed to find an ace, queen, or jack.
Yeah, the 8 giving him a few more outs, and it came in handy.
There it is, jack ball corner pocket. Fedor now on his way up among the ranks, 1.6 million.
Okay.
Puts him into 3rd in chips overall, 26
We
left.
play 5 players, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's all from Fedor.
We play 5
GG Ambassador.
Yeah, I guess.
Exclusive Triton satellites on GG Poker. Maybe more of those upcoming for future Triton events. I'd love to see just some,
My
you
bad.
know, Terry from the local pub who just flicked in the $25, spun it to the 250,
Geçmiş olsun Nuri abi.
into the
Neyle eğlendin?
2.5k, finds himself in the 25k.
Nereden? Nereden olursa olsun.
I know there are a lot of stone cold killers out there
Altından
grinding
yürü.
Did somebody do that?
No, the qualifiers that we had for this 25k were Thomas Mulocker, Crusher, Artur Martirosyan, Crusher, and Yuri Zivilevsky, also Crusher.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But next time, I want Terry 2-pair from my local in the $25, spinning it up to 25k seat here in, well, wherever our next stop is. No spoilers.
Terry 2-pair because only Terry can make 2-pair on a board like that?
Yeah, Terry 2-pair is more like, you know, the guy I was telling you about over dinner on the two-tone board. He's got 2-pair and 5-card Omaha. He just loves the game. Just loves the game.
The deuce 3, 7, 10 king board.
Yeah, something
and there's
like that.
Terry 2-pair
He's just
under
in
the gun.
He's
I
in
got
the-
aces, no good, 2-pair.
He's in there. He just has to fade the world of outs.
There's
on
the
turn.
7-3.
Just has to fade the wrap with 2 flush draws, you know, and his kick 7's good. Look at this. So Tibuk turning his 6s into a bluff. The being, oh, actually, I mean, comes with half pot, 300k to 620. Really applying pressure on Kenny's like ace kings of the world.
Chips, please. Thank you.
Ask for a count.
What was the action prior to this? We were busy time.
I believe we got shipped here during the hand. Looked like a multi-way affair as we headed to the 8-4 deuce. Kenny opening the 10s from +1.
Yeah, and he flat 6s. Maybe there was a c-bet on the flop call.
There was.
Oh, and she checks and he's betting.
Yeah, I believe she bet 160.
Okay. I mean, can't let this go. Okay, check call.
Is this check calling in the form of keeping all of Tibuk's bluffs in and never folding on like any non-ace, non-5 river?
Yeah, maybe a 5. Definitely fold. I think an ace is actually... I mean, a 5 is a very bad card, but ace is not as bad as a 5, and maybe you still fold. But like...
Well, this one already for the chip lead, by the way, Brian. 1.2 out there. And Tibuk does knuckle back. Kenny with a check mark to our name. 1.7 million in chips. Puts her up there alongside Bruno Volkmann and Santi Jiang, overtaking Fatal Pulse to move into third. Down to the final 26.
It does keep bluffs in, but I think, I mean, given that basically he bet 300 with only 400 behind, I think at that point I'm most interested in either just getting the rest versus hands I'm ahead of that call, or denying equity versus hands that fold, right? I think I like check jamming her hand.
I agree.
I think.
Yeah.
That's, but I mean, you can even see that on just blank runouts where you're good, you're gonna get a lot of checkbacks. You know, if it was a multi-way pot on the flop, I feel like after calling the c-bet, he doesn't have a ton of pure bluffs. So I think I like just check jam, and you know, you got these 10s beat, God bless you. Maybe I hit a 10. But either deny equity or
yeah, very good.
Full double bust Tibuk.
No, I mean, don't touch me anymore.
I never touch you.
Wait, your chips are growing with him touching you.
Yeah, nobody can touch me.
Danny, you can touch me, it's fine. Jeez.
You can touch me.
I mean, I think it's a spot where, you know, you never know. Like, did she realize that he was that short behind?
I did.
Like, he only had 400K. You know what I mean? Because, like, obviously, check calling there, let's say instead of 430 behind or whatever, let's say he has
Danny, you can just touch me.
700. Now it's a little bit more okay. Like, realistically, he could be bluff with a few more hands, and you're not as excited. Like, your check shove there, there's less hands that you're ahead of that call you, you know? So, I don't know. I just always know, I know from personally playing, sometimes in those spots, like, I don't think you can always assume that players miscount chips this, like, you know, and being off by a couple hundred there could affect the decision.
Oh, sure.
You know, like
Guilty
400
of that
versus
myself.
700, you know, definite difference.
Yeah, been there, done that. Made that mistake as Tibuk limping in the Queen Jack O from +1 off of 11. Just wants to see a flop. Volkmann, chip leader of the tournament at the start of this hand.
Interesting play.
2.5x from the hijack with the dominating jack, the suited variety. And snap mark. Bruno, up to 1.9 million.
Bonnie.
Leader of the tournament.
Bonnie.
Asking Mateos how much he's playing. I mean, his chips are right in front of you, pal. And if you don't know, download the app. Feels a bit needly before the hand's even started, but hey. Is there anything that really grinds your gears in like live poker where within, you know, the rules of the game, i.e. stacking your chips in 20 or making sure that everyone can see them, that where you kind of, I don't know, if it, I feel like sometimes I maybe am overly emotionally reactive if I feel like someone's just kind of, you know, taking the mick a little bit?
I do some non-standard chip stacking myself. like what happens is when I get short in a tournament, I like will put things down to like, you know, 4, a stack of 4, so like the 25s or like 100Ks, and
right.
And then if I don't bust and I start running it up, I like to like keep my formation, so I make little like 4-stack pyramids or whatever. That said, it's probably not as easy for people to count as a big one, but usually I do it in a way where it's actually not that hard to count it.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it's very hard to, if you've got it in 100K stacks, mate.
The thing, so it's I feel like I'll be a little hypocritical if I say too much bothers me. Not too much bothers me. The one thing that bothers me is when someone will just like have like a tower of like some kind of random height.
Yeah.
Because then you just have no idea.
So what you do?
You're like, is that a 30 stack? Or they're like, no. And you're like, okay. Well, then how many chips do you have? Because I have no idea. That's the only one. Is when the people do the tower and you really can't tell. If people have some sort of organization, it doesn't bother me. But if it's just like tower and you've got to like Rain Man count it or something.
That's the one that grinds my gears for sure. And it only grinds my gears when the response is, well, you can see how many chips I have. I'm like, no, mate. No, I can't. Not from across the table. Like, they're not in 20s. They're not in 10s.
They're not even in 30s.
Yeah, you just being obnoxious. Like, well, you can see all my big chips. Like, okay. Noted. And talking of noted, how about this? Ace-10-4, Club Heart. Tippett defending the big blind. Volkmann with middle pair, King of Clubs, and Tippett just jamming the 7 of diamonds.
What happened on the flop?
Check, one would assume 3 of 5 into 220.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I feel... I mean, Volkmann probably calls this after checking it back, right?
Feels like it.
I mean, there's a couple different straight draws, club draws. He is blocking the King of Clubs. He checked back. He has
the nut 10.
Pretty good hand to have checked back with.
Oh, nut 10, eh?
So
he does
make
he
finds
the
call. I like it. I'm a little confused by the jam. It's kind of a hand that I think doesn't make a lot of sense to 1.5x jam there, because really, like, all worst value. I mean, you're just simply saying, like, let me take this pot down when my opponent doesn't have anything. The problem is that if your opponent has better than your pair of 7s there, you're usually getting called, basically. And if they have worse, they're going to fold. So from, like, a poker theory standpoint, I just feel like it doesn't make a lot of sense. You're just kind of saying, well, I checked it back. I'm just going to win this pot right here.
Wow,
but you're kind of taking out the play. And, yeah, you know, good run. Is what it is.
Run indeed. Yuri Zivilevsky flopping a boat.
I feel like I see this like kind of often, where like guys who are a little older, they've been playing all day, they've been playing carefully, but now it's like the blinds are moving up, it's getting aggressive. I think they're a little tired. You know, maybe blood sugar's running low.
There we
you
go.
know, they're just don't quite want to wait the 2 hours or hour and a half left to go. You need to make something happen.
Oh, talking of making something happen, Brian, biggest pot of the tournament by a mile. 2.7 million out there. Fader with money behind. Betting river when checked to. We caught the action on the river. Yuri Zivilevsky flopping a boat. Fader going for value with the ace queen, 590.
Man,
check jammed on. And he has to call 440,000 to win 2.7 million.
A pretty brutal spot.
Yeah, he just throws all the time bank chips in. It's just like, hey, look, I'm going to take a while here.
Yeah, we just moved here during the hand, right? So do we know, was
got to
all
the
streets betted? We don't really know. Did he check back one street?
I mean, there must
I'm assuming it was raise and... oh,
given the
we
size
don't
of
even
the
know if he 3-bet or not pre. Because, I mean, it could have even been a 3-bet pre. Look, hijack open. So, it's hard to really say based on a lot of ways this hand could have gotten played. But it's a tough spot. I mean, this is one of those, it's a gross thing where you're very clearly value betting, but then when you get raised for what is at this point a very small amount, your hand, which is quite good, is not beating any value. And it's not a spot you expect to see many bluffs, but you are getting, you know, 7-1 from the pot.
Yeah, getting insane odds in on a call, I think.
More than that?
Fedor has sniffed this one out.
340, right? So it's more like 8-1. Is my opponent ever bluffing here? If he's bluffing, what is he bluffing? I mean, I guess the bluff would be hearts.
It'd have to be like...
Given the way this played.
Jack 10 of hearts?
You don't have a heart.
Although Jack 10 feels like... Oh, I don't know, man. This is a really grim spot for Fedor. We'll be going on the final 3-table redraw after this hand as well, so it's tough.
Again, one of those spots like oddly enough to me, we were talking about the confidence. Like, it takes a lot of confidence to fold here. All right, he finds the fold. Kind of takes a lot of confidence to fold there, you know?
It does take.
Very unfortunate.
Because it's just a little bit more. I mean, if you got me beat, I guess I'm out. You know, I have the ace queen.
With that pot, Brian, you now have two of Brazilian's finest leading the final 24 players here.
Bruno with a lot of chips. Fedor, though, still alive because he made that fold.
For sure.
You know,
yeah.
Will he be able to parlay that into at least a cash, if not more?
He'll leave himself with 15 bigs, but here's Yuri Zivalevsky leading the way. Final 3 tables here in Cyprus, 6-8 big blinds. And wow, average stack closing in on the money bubble line, 27 bigs. So still, you know, plenty of wiggle room, but that money bubble looming, those 27 bigs can quickly become, you know, sub 20, sub 15. Look at the chip counts. Fedor, bottom of the pack with 12 bigs, but as Brian already alluded to, you know, still plenty of time to spin into at least a cash and then go from there. Below the pack, Kanapong, first ever player from Thailand to play a Triton event, joined us in Madrid. Steve O'Dwyer, 25 bigs. Nikita Kutsinov, one of Russia's finest, on 38 bigs. Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Henry Kilbane alongside Brian. Brian, a lot to unpack from that short stint there. The main one that comes to mind is, you know, this hand that we jumped into on the river. Just quickly, could we try and reverse engineer, based on the river action that we saw, what Fedor can kind of, you know, deduce from the river action? You know, betting 590 into 1.2 and then facing the jam really doesn't have many bluffs, if any. Are there any bluffs that come to mind?
I mean, I think, you know, we didn't get to see the pre-flop action, which makes a really big difference there as to the range, as to was it a 3-bet pot or not, because it definitely could have been with the, you know, hand being ace-queen off. Maybe not, because maybe ace-6 suited folds there versus a 3-bet, although they're relatively late position. That said, I think if you're looking for bluffs, there's really only 2 hand classes. It would be, you know, a flop flush draw, so something like Jack 10 of hearts, Queen 10 of hearts, and maybe a pair like, I think it was 6, 6, 7, 9, so like 8s or 5s.
I can read the full hand history for you now on the app. So Yuri with the open to 80k, Fedor flatting the button
he flats.
of 1.5 million, so barely covering Yuri. Artem defending the big blind. Now it's staying here that the flop came 9-7-6, 2 clubs. I believe it came 9-6-6 on stream. So I'm going to go by what the stream said.
The stream had said 6-6 ace, I believe, was the flop.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 6-6 ace.
So 6-6 ace.
And then it ran out 7-9. Anyway, so the action.
So it came 6-6 ace. Check, check. Fedor 75. Call from Yuri. Then obviously Artem found the fold. Turn brought the 7 of clubs. Yuri check. Fedor 380 into Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with this here. So raise 80, cool. Bet 75, cool. On the turn,
into three people.
Into three people.
And Yuri calls. And the attorney bet 380.
That's correct.
Wow.
Yuri just calls. So 380 into 450.
That's a big bet.
Call, river, 9 of clubs. Fedor 590 into 1.2, so half pot. Yuri with a check jam on the river. I mean, pretty sick hand to unpack.
I mean, I kind of think the bluffs would be something like 7-8, 7-8, 8-9. So hearts, like looking at 7-8 of hearts, 7-9 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, 8-10 of hearts. So you need a hand good enough to check call the turn for a big bet. So if it's hearts, it can't be like queen 10 anymore.
Yeah.
It basically needs to be either the pair in the flush draw or like an open ender on a flush draw. And, you know, I mean, does he turn something like an ace, a like not so good ace into a bluff? I mean, that would be like the other class of hand. I don't think anymore something like a pair doesn't make sense, like pocket eights, because that's just folding turn.
For sure.
So, yeah. I mean, a couple of those flush draws that are more than just a flush draw, and then I don't even know, but like a hand like ace-4 suited, which got sticky, and on the river is like, well, I mean, I'm not good, but that doesn't make like a ton of sense either. So, I mean, that's not the worst hand to call. So, yeah, I'm going with like 8-9 of hearts.
8-9 of hearts, there you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, Fedor did find the fold, and Yuri now finds himself top of the chip counts, 24 left.
Feels like a spot where maybe that fold makes a bit of sense.
With the ace-queen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, like, here's the thing. Those spots are always hard to do, right? Because it's at this, you're short, you're getting a massive price, you feel like such a punter when you're wrong. It's like one of those things where, I mean, man, if I'm wrong here, it's terrible. And, like, I'm not losing that much by making this call because it's not even that many chips I have left.
Yeah.
Sometimes people just, like, put it in. But it takes a bit of discipline, presence of mind, and confidence to be like, okay, well, I can just save these 12 bigs, and it's still worth quite a bit right now.
Well, those are three things that Fedor most
probably
certainly has.
It's like 15-1 or something that he has it. So I am losing quite a bit on the call, theoretically, or something, if he has like 2 or 3 bluffs or something. But yeah, interesting.
Well, the final 3 tables have been set. We'll jump back down into the action. It's Yuri Zivalevsky from Brazil leading the way. The final 24 players at this table. Bruno Volkmann, fellow countryman, with 59 big blinds. Then a bit of a drop off to Patrick Antonis, Bossman, Paul Boer in the mix. 38 big blinds, very healthy stack. Artur Martirosyan, Eric Worre, Jean Nyo Thorel. Badir has obviously been on a bit of a spin as well.
I mean, if you look, Fedor is currently 20th in chips with those 12 big blinds. And there are 4 players who have less chips than him, 24 total in the tournament, with a 9-7-5 and Adrian Mateos with only 4 big blinds. So, you know, Fedor actually has a reasonable chance to cash off of 12 bigs right now.
He really does.
Maybe he's like
Ran pretty deep yesterday.
50% or 40% or something. Say 40%. So, I mean, you know, and then obviously he could always spin it up and do much better than that. But just, you know, his stack is worth a decent amount, like, at this point.
Well,
so,
I mean, one double up puts him into 11th in chips, 12th in chips. So, you know, like you said, leaving himself that lifeline, having the confidence to find the fold, regardless of what the direct odds he's getting on the call. Something that really separates people like him from, you know.
You also asked me like a question at dinner and our discussion about it, about, like play. And one of the things I told you is I thought that like in the early-ish to, you know, let's call this still early-ish part of the tournament. We're not even in the money yet.
Yeah.
Right? Like I thought like I played some of my best tournament poker this WSOP. And it's spots like that where I think there's times in the past where it's like you have a lot of chips, this hand goes really bad, you have a little bit left, you're getting 9-1. Sometimes it can be pretty easy in those spots to just like throw the chips in and you're like, whatever, on to the next one, or I'm going home, I'm going to go work out right now and come back tomorrow. As opposed to like, okay, no, let me really think about this, and is this a plus EV call? Okay, yes or no, you know, based on all the reasons, and you know, just like make the best play. Even though obviously, I mean, Fedor spots one that's pretty frustrating. You have a good hand, you're value betting it, and you get shoved on for like way less than a min raise. I mean, you know, it's. You see a lot of just like snap, like, let's kind of take out like the best players in the world. But when you're talking about not the best players in the world in that spot, you see tons of snap calls.
Oh, mate.
Right? People just, I'm out. Okay, wait, see you later.
Pot. Yeah,
like,
ace queen, let's go. You know,
they're just like, they don't even necessarily think their hand is good. They just like, whatever. I mean, you win. Okay, I'm done with this tournament.
Yeah.
I just put in like 90% of my chips, so God bless you.
That's actually a really good point, is where they don't even necessarily think it's just, I'm so committed to this, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
And I've seen that so many times in cash games, and I've done it myself as well, where, you know, I like bet river for pot with, you know, pennies back, whatever, and just like getting 101, you know, on a call, and I'm just like, I'm just never good here, but you know, here's my money, take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Fedor showing why he's one of the best.
When you're getting it 100 to 1, at that point, I mean, you know, okay, I mean. Well, here we are.
Here we are.
Getting down there. The Brazilian tag team up top.
Doesn't surprise
Yuri
me
and Bruno.
whatsoever. Two of the best in the world.
Poker's been growing down there, like steadily, I feel like.
People like Yuri, you know, great ambassador for the game.
I mean, it's a big country. Brazil is fifth. I've spent a lot of time in Brazil and I actually speak Portuguese. Brazil is the 5th largest country in the world, the 5th largest population. And for a while, like 10 years ago, it was really like a growing, emerging market. The last 10 years have not been quite as kind economically. It's slipped a little bit from its peak, but big country, a lot of potential, and just with over 200 million people, a lot of potential poker players.
Yeah.
And poker has been slowly and steadily growing there. And
well, it's currently the biggest market in the world.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For poker. So I remember reading some insane stats about how quickly it has been growing in the form of stables and whatnot. It's huge.
Yeah. Okay.
And the Latin American, you know, streams and coverage as well for a lot of events is no, the future looks bright for poker in general, and obviously poker in Brazil is booming. So excited to see.
I do feel like it's slowly, but just like every year, there's a few more like more frequent Brazilian guys doing well in just overall in tournaments and WSOP events that I notice now more and more in these high rollers. More guys are coming.
So Badir getting a couple of jams through, now up to 675k after being down to just 3 big blinds. He had to fold the ace-10.
Still unhappy about this small blind, big blind stuff?
No, I'm so happy. But I was right, yeah? From bottom to
Chama. That's
Chama.
like a Brazilian slang term for like, let's effing go.
Let's go.
Like, let's go. Like, let's go is like vamos.
Okay.
Well, you want to be like, let's go. Chama.
I'm gonna stick with the vamos. You guys take it away. I'm too young. I'll just get in trouble. I used to do that when I played tennis a lot. The Rafa Nadal used to have vamos on the side of his shoes. Big fan.
One of the best.
It really is. Oh, now look what you've done, Brian. All the Brazilians watching Bruno and Yuri.
What are they
in
saying?
The chat. I mean, they're all, you know, they're out here with the Chama.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
that's it.
They love it. They love the game. They love the game. They love seeing their fellow countrymen out here in Cyprus.
I am not a Brazilian citizen yet. I do have a permanent residency and own a couple places in Rio, including a place that's basically going to become a second home.
Nice.
So we're remodeling it, but I'll be spending probably a couple months of the year kind of splitting time. And my Brazil time will be more purely relaxing time. Although, listen, if any of you guys in Brazil, you know, want somebody to play poker with, just hit me up when I'm down there. Maybe I'll come play in some good games, let me know. But usually when I go down there, I basically just spend time with family. I play zero poker. But you know, with poker growing as it is, maybe it's some good opportunities, guys. Let me know.
Yeah, I've been offered a few times to venture out to Brazil. It's actually somewhere I was eyeing up as a place to move to with some German online rates. I can't remember why. We were in Costa Rica at the time. I decided to go and grind in Vegas for a bit. But no, many great poker players, have ventured down there and wound up taking residence and living.
Brazil's
there.
an awesome country, man. I mean, a lot of great weather, like amazing beaches. The Brazilian food is very good. Like a lot of beautiful people if you're single. You know, I met my wife going down there when I was single. People are, I feel like just in general, the culture is pretty like welcoming and friendly and genuine. So it's like easy to meet people if you're not from there. The one thing I would say that can make it a little tough is the English penetration isn't necessarily that good. Yeah. So if you don't know Portuguese, it can be more difficult to like meet people.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, other than that, it's just an amazing country to go spend some time in. Love Brazil.
Loves Brazil.
Also just like beautiful. I mean, Rio de Janeiro is one of the most, just from a visual standpoint, one of the most beautiful cities. The vistas are like incredible. The way the beach runs into the city, running into nature with like mountains and green and waterfalls and rocks, and it's awesome. Anyway, we have an all in here, and man, the rich are probably going to get richer 72% of the time at least.
Indeed. It's king for Volkmann, already second in chips. If he can hold here, we'll move into the chip lead. So far, so good.
What a flop.
On the Jack 8-4, 3 hearts board. Volkmann with a heart in hand.
Oh my goodness, he finds the non-heart queen. And still so many outs. Look at all those outs. Wow. Too many outs.
Teach me how to find it. Queen of spades on the turn.
Ömer nereden çıktık gördün mü?
The old
Nobet.
2-outer.
From Nobet.
Well.
What language were you speaking?
Just like
and
that.
Badir finds it from Turkey.
No Spain, no.
I actually went to Turkey for the first time last year. Had a great trip with my wife. Went to multiple cities. Very, very cool. This jacket I'm wearing right now actually is a leather jacket I bought in Turkey.
Very nice.
Yes, they have a lot of they make a lot of clothes there. You can find very good prices on like very high quality textiles, like amazing rugs. Obviously, Turkish rugs being very famous, and then you know, historically, Turkey it's one of the most interesting areas of the world. Just the location being between Europe and Asia, all the different kind of empires that at one point.
Yeah, a lot of history.
Yeah.
A lot of history.
Very, very cool country to go to. I mean, look at how diverse this table is. India, Turkey, Malaysia, USA.
Yeah, I've seen that the entire festival, the entire 2 weeks that I've been here, at least.
I mean, here's Steve, Irish. I mean, like, literally everyone, only 2 Russians, that's it. Everyone from a different country except 2 Russians. Wow, the blinds are up to 50,000 big blind. No joke. Price of poker is expensive. These He's got, what, 13 blinds? Versus UTG plus 2, 8-handed table. So that should be 6-handed under the gun. Dicey spot. Decides just to call. Seems quite reasonable to me.
Bezhenkov. And
see what Suvarna does. C-bet. Check back to try to realize. Yeah.
Bet 90 does something blocking Queen Jack suited. Okay, why not pick up equity on a few turns?
Very effective. Got a better hand to fold. Ace-high wins in showdown. So it reminds me of that hand previously where the king high bet flop and can't remember his name. Marty Rosen. He ended up calling ace-3 off, I think exactly. King hit turn. Guy had 10-9 suited and double barreled the gutter on the king, king was a great card for him. Not just because it gave him a gutter, but for his range. So Marty Rosen pretty much check calls almost no hands with kings in it, unless it makes him 2-pair. Really.
Now, I have to ask, off topic.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to learn the language, and did it have anything to do with your wife?
Had everything to do with my wife, and you know, it was a process, but I could already kind of talk and speak within like the first year. I mean, really what happened is we would talk on Skype and whatever, like the video chats, but typing, and it was all in Portuguese. So I was doing all the copy paste translating, and when I would go visit her, because the U.S. in its amazing wisdom just denied visas for a while till we got engaged, so I had to go there. As I said, with the English penetration, like none of her friends or family basically spoke English.
Wow,
so
really?
I was just like thrown in, like if I'm gotta learn Portuguese or won't really be able to talk to anybody. So I picked it up pretty fast. I mean, we also used to talk. Those online conversations go on for a long time. So my reading and writing is pretty good, actually. Not just speaking and listening. But never thought I would learn a foreign language, but sometimes love makes you do things you didn't expect. I had that lazy American attitude of, well, everywhere I go, people speak English, so why learn another language? Also, here we go. Danny has a hand that might get him into trouble here.
Yeah, Santos with the open, Danny defending.
Oh, wow. Or it might just get him a double. What a card. I mean, less than one SPR. I think you just check. You want to keep your opponent in with bluffs. Think maybe if you're deeper, leading makes more sense here. Okay, he's going to lead like tiny.
Does feel like
well,
I've seen a lot recently on the middling card pairing on the turn.
He's all in?
Yes. Well, he definitely has more tens, which is why it's a lead. It's an interesting decision. I mean, maybe it's... I wouldn't have done it in that spot only because if it goes check-check, you can still bet whatever you want on the river, and yeah, because you only have like 2/3 pot. I think usually you see those leads a lot more when it's like you have like a 2-to-1 or more SPR, and now you want to make sure maybe you win a really big pot by betting and then betting again.
In the form of like B25 on the turn or something.
Yeah, and then like pot river or whatever, and now you've just increased that river pot by like a decent amount, by like 50%, you know? So, but I mean, what he did in that spot didn't really matter because he was up against kings.
It's a nice hand, Danny. Let's double up. I always feel like I'm getting needled when tablemate tells me nice hand and I've kind of got there on the turn or river. Nice hand. I'm like, well, you know. I was behind on the flop and then...
I was behind the whole way, and I got there on the river. It was great. I love that. That was awesome.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's one of the things I love about playing in like games that you've played in or with familiar faces, people that you recognize. There's always a bit of verbal jousting back and forth. And,
yeah.
We are still live, 1 AM local time. The reason for that is this is a record-breaking Triton event. Event number 1 here in Cyprus, Triton Super High Roller Series, the 25K 8 max. A record 131 entries, beating the previous record of 130, which was set in London. We're down to the final 3 tables.
I forget exactly how long ago I said the over 2 hours, but I feel like I've won that.
You printed.
Yeah, printed.
How much do I?
I mean, just a handshake or a push up. I don't know. You didn't bet any.
Well, I believe you still owe me money from Madrid. Actually.
Oh man, I do.
Yeah, I think we're good for 50.
Okay.
Fairly sure. But then I remember losing 50 to Jeff, and just being like, okay, whatever. Like, so just push it in the booth.
Oh, I mean, if I owe you 50, I'll pay you 50. I don't remember, but I believe you.
Easy 50.
Danny, the top pair. Wow. It's an interesting card. It gives Ebony some ways to win this. Obviously, she could make the best hand with either a 7 or a spade, but it's very likely she's going to keep betting at this. And if a total blank comes on the river with 6 high, she might 3-barrel as a hand where that makes a lot of sense, kind of. I mean, Danny's not going anywhere on the turn, having flop top pair. Not thrilled about the jack, but pair of 10s is a pair of 10s.
Pair of 10s is a pair of 10s. You think if we do get a blank on the river in the form of like a king, deuce, ace, that Kenny...
It was limped pre-flop, right? So a king's not like too scary of a card, actually. But... Oh, okay, that's a scarier card now because like 9x got there.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think you got to pull the trigger on this bluff with 6-5 of spades here. It's a tough call. I mean, imagine you're in Danny's shoes and she bets like 400 right now.
Yeah, the sickest thing is you just look back down at your hand. You knuckle it back in the 10 tray. Gonna be good at showdown.
Takes the conservative route. She decides to conserve some chips. I do think that was a pretty good candidate to bluff, from the sense of literal 0 showdown value. And it's not actually that easy for her to get to the river with hands that bad. You know? It isn't. So I think it's a hand that should find its way into its bluffing range. And you can definitely find it, like any 9x is a value bet. And you can even do some hands like Queen Jack, top 2, whatever, can find value bets. So I think you gotta bluff the 6-5, but you know.
Now I have to ask you, right, do you think the fact that Ebony at the time of the hand found herself, you know, 4th in chips, 23 left, and there are a lot of short stacks out there. Ivan Liao, 4 bigs. Phil Ivey, 4 bigs. Fedor, 7. Jean Yol throw, 10. Savannah, 11. You know, there's hot stacks that are going to need to get in sooner rather than later in order to survive. 17 paid, 6 off the money, first 25K in her career.
I mean, she's, after not bluffing that river, she's 6th in chips with 1.555, right? I mean, to a certain extent, one of the things about having a big stack is trying to accumulate and taking plus chip EV spots. I do think bluffing that river's plus chip EV. You know, it is possible that's what she's thinking. It's another thing, it could be like, listen, this is the biggest tournament she's ever played, according to her own words. Here she is on the river.
To be chip leader, because you said you never win when you're the chip lead. So like, you know.
I'm not the chip leader. I'm
No. I'm trying to help you out.
No, don't do it.
Maybe she
just
lost a little bit of confidence
fly
on
under the radar, then
you know.
Usually
like,
when it's like 400-500.
We're in trouble when he starts complaining.
Yeah.
You know, with
I mean, last time it didn't work.
It's like, hey guys, you know, 5 weeks ago I got the call. Here I am. I'm here to battle. I respect it. I respect it. And if you guys want to qualify for future Trine events, make sure you get involved. $25 into this record-breaking 25K. That's what Thomas Mühlacker, Artur Martirosyan, and Yuri Zivolensky did in just a few weeks. $25 into 2.5K. And the final phase into a 25K live event. And also, out of curiosity, I'd always like to know, you know, GG would like to know, we would like to know, where should the next stop be? Where do you guys want to see us go to next? Obviously, been to Madrid already this year, been to Cyprus twice. Brian, what about you? Where would you like to see Trine go next?
I mean, I'm pretty excited about the rumblings about Vietnam.
Ooh.
I haven't been there, and it looks like a beautiful place according to some pictures of that resort. I mean, that sounds great to me. I mean, a place that's potentially interesting would be like Japan.
Poker seems to be booming in Japan right now.
No idea about poker, but I like Japan. I love Japanese
off.
food, so going to Japan would be great.
All in and a call on the bubble. Ivan Liao finding the ace queen O from +1. Couple of hearts though. Ivy defends with the king 5 of hearts.
I mean, Triton in Vegas could be cool.
Even more outs now. The 10 of diamonds rolls off on the turn.
Too many outs.
Too many outs indeed.
Crazy.
Gets the hole, doubles up to 9 bigs. Ivy down to 2 big blinds now. They'll be in the small very next hand. The Triton in Vegas, indeed. Brian, I feel like get the likes of Siva coming out of retirement. Some of the Vegas regulars, maybe even flying, you know, some people from Texas flying on up. LA, just a 55-minute flight away. I can get behind that.
It could do well.
I think it could
definitely could do well.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the questions is, would a lot of the Triton staples go, you know, for whatever reason, whether or not they would end up coming to America.
Right.
But assuming, like, it could be big if just all the regulars came, plus you get some Americans that tend not to fly out.
For sure.
You know, could be one of the bigger spots if things all broke the right way. All right, here we go. I mean, this is a pretty easy 8 big blind all in, and Suvarna finds it.
Takes the spot.
How much?
Oh, wow.
Big.
Oh. Queen Jack off. Steve O'Dwyer. Very accomplished, good poker player.
One of the best I've ever played the game.
Yeah.
Had dinner with him and Ike today. I say dinner, have a snack. Been out in Japan himself, grinding $100 buy-in tournaments. He's invited out there by a couple of good friends of his who are trying to grow the game in Japan. He told me he's, you know, Can't wait for the borders to be open again. He thinks poker's going to be the next big thing out there.
In Japan?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's been out there, you know, trying to grow the game. Savannah putting her Dwyer to the test. He does make the call. He's going to get the bad news. It's not what you want to see. Just 6 away from the money.
Yeah, Steve is one of those guys that's been playing for a long time and has never really quit.
No, that's true. That is very true.
He's gotten in and out of other things. I know he gets involved with some crypto stuff or whatever. But you know, like his buddy Mike McDonald, he's not like stone quit, but like basically quit high stakes poker. But Steve hasn't, you know. Steve is well, there it is.
Steve Dwyer.
Sometimes you win when you're dominated.
1.3 million in chips.
How much all in? 400, yeah?
430.
430.
Oh, jeez.
5 away from the money. GG's.
Discussing about
Looking at the outer tables.
I almost feel Steve's. It's almost like he's telling a joke right now, like one of those
really short though. So
like wry.
I think with that
sarcastic jokes, the way he like grabbed the chips and was like staring off into like the same place.
He's not jamming enough.
That's just Steve, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I've never played with him before, and
right?
Adrian Mates out in 24th. Savannah out in 23rd. So we're down to the final 22.
But does that lead to a
17 places paid.
But you, Steve, would write. I'm just Danny Tan.
And I knew if I was behind, I would just start
Santosh.
prepaying. And that would boost my equity a little bit.
But if you knew you win, you just snap corner and back. Yeah. Raise 125.
Raise 125.
No, that is not Timothy Kuznetsov. Is
True teller.
Did you take a
yes.
You took one?
Kuznetsov. First name Nikita.
Another one of these Russian end bosses.
Kuznetsov? What do you know about him? Because I
just
don't know
through
anything about
the rumor mill, talking to some of the young guys at the previous event, talking about playing him online. And although I never found out what his, I believe his real name on GG, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so he's been crushing online. You know how old he is?
I mean, even I'm real name on GG and I haven't been crushing online, so sometimes you just have friends in the right places. I do not. That's off. Up to 125. O'Dwyer with a small blind flat off of 25 bigs, and Ivan Liao in a pretty grim spot. 9 big blinds, putting in 2 of his remaining 9. Closing in on the money bubble. And if I'm not mistaken, I mean, Ivan looking to...
Ivan gambling it up here. It's a very dicey hand. Just kind of decides that he needs to win some chips if he's going to make it to the bubble. And actually, not a bad flop for him here.
Let's see what it comes with. 425 out there, 280 behind. Does he go for the stop and go jamming into the under the gun open?
He didn't. He didn't.
Cashes.
It's a play that would have made some sense with his hand. Oh, now he has the best hand. weird spot though, because like, do you really ever get called by worse? But he doesn't even have a full pot. Yeah. Realize your equity. Deny equity to other hands. I don't really see who can call him here. I mean, king, queen off. It's about as bad of a board as you could ask for at this point. And you're versus the big blind.
Ivan Liao, by the way, looking to separate himself from the likes of Wai Leong Chan, Richard Yong.
I think we said same hand.
And Daniel Forrest in the form of a 14th cash at a Triton event, only bested by Jason Kuhn, Paul Poir, and Ike Haxton. He can sneak his way into the money here.
Holy
short stack.
Holy moly, Batman! I just looked down at the chip counts, and there's been quite
the big dog,
quite the change. Seth Davies now in first with 3.4 million. He has, I mean, second place has 2, and third place has 1.7. So
do tell.
Smashing chip lead.
Do tell.
What happened?
Well, it looks like Canapong opened from the hijack to 100k off of 920k. Seth made the call on the button with 9s, and then it was one of the chip leaders, Yuri Zivalevsky, with the jam, putting them both at risk for about 30 effective. Davies made the call, 9s against 10s. Hello, 9-ball.
I mean, there you go.
There is balancing his way out.
Wow, and neither of the 2 Brazilians who are 1 and 2 are in the top 10. Yuri is 11th and Bruno is 13th. Things done changed.
Wow.
Oh, ace-5 suited here. What will he decide to do? Under the gun has about 11 or 12 blinds.
All in.
Wow, he's going for it.
Takes the spot.
And that's... I mean, King-Jack suited has to be pretty sick here.
Legend of the game. Another Russian end boss. And all the Sunday majors back in the day. I say Sunday majors back in the day, I mean, depends how old you are.
Yeah, tough spot to call, especially with the ICM pressure. There, King-Jack suited, one of his weaker hands. Ace-5 suited though, nice little find. Wow. Big call here with King-9. And he's blocking one of the 9s too, so only 7 outs, not 8.
King. Come on then, Paul. Hang on, how did this... What, did he just go for the stop and go with the Queen 10 versus the button?
He check jammed.
Yeah. Wow.
Check jammed.
Feels a bit... Oh, finds the hold. He finds himself up to over 2 million. A real change.
I mean, seems like
seems
like a reasonable play. I mean, the issue, I guess, like just being the ICM implications.
Nice call.
Getting called, but
Big boss up to 3rd in chips. 21 players left. Arthur, who was one of the early contenders, leaders, I should say. I'm short the money. 7's out in front in this blind v blind confrontation on the queen 6-5-6. Kuznetsov. Ace and an ace only, no dice. With that Paul Brewer actually up to 7 chips.
唔會啦，我覺得對住你嘅出得一個出得一個啦，仲又有佢一個喺度，嗰邊又有一兩個，其實都
money with 5-6-6 sub 15 big blind stacks. Phil Ivey shortest, 2 bigs. Fedor 6.
又出咗個，如果佢出埋咗一，如果佢啱啱出咗20
now getting the double. Up to 20.
試下 switch 波幾多嗰啲。你嘅籌碼暫時係正排緊第6場。
A couple of people asking where they can see the live chip counts.
Next one, right? Because we already
fill the players, chip stacks, table settings, and the structure can be found on the Triton Poker Plus website. You can also download the app.
We hadn't started the shuffle, right? Okay.
And on left, Mateos out as well. Already mentioned that. It's 24th.
But I thought we stopped at 18th.
No,
That's what they said, right?
19, end of level 19.
Oh, okay.
Some love in the chat for you, Brian. Been enjoying the Ross commentary more all the time.
Well, cheers, guys. Thank you.
How much?
I must say,
is this on? Nice. Is this on? What are you
on
looking
YouTube?
At?
YouTube and Twitter. It's Ivy.
All in.
It's up with the ace 10 for 1.6 bigs. Kuznetsov on the bottom of the 10s in an ISO jam. As Brian already alluded to, some of those ICM implications coming into effect here. 21 remain. It's just a 1.6 big blind jam. It's a huge pot, given the overall average for the tournament. And with that turn card, Ivy will be going home empty-handed in this record-breaking 25k in Cyprus. With that elimination, we're down to the final 20 now. 3 away from the money. See how this plays out. Seth Davies with a huge chip lead, by the way.
Yeah, massive. He's loving it.
Seth on. Be nice to see him take one of these down. Been trying for quite some time.
You know, actually, I think it's actually a typo. There's somebody in the chat wrote this, and I just looked it up. I think it is Nikita Kuznetsov. I think it's not COV. That's, I mean, on Google, it has him as Kuznetsov, an S. So, at some point, we should probably change that if anybody is listening back there.
Yeah, but a C in Russian and Bulgarian is an S in R.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. So it's probably been simplified on Google, because that's what they tend to do. Yeah. It's the same. It's the
basically
same with,
pronounced it the same way as Timofey's name, Kuznetsov. They're both the same.
It's an S. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kuznetsov.
Interesting.
Privet, one of our Russian fans.
Or yeah, like maybe it's a C with one of those like squiggles on top or something.
No, not in Russian.
No. Okay, they don't have that.
But yeah, it'd be really nice to see Seth Davies do well here. I mean, managed to get the monkey off his back in Madrid in the form of 3 cashes for 1.7 mil. Prior to that, rough stint at Triton. Jeju did not cash. London 2019 did not cash. Cyprus earlier this year did not cash. But things turning around for him here. Back in Madrid, now finds himself chip leader.
Wow, and at the bottom right now is Fedor and Yuri, 19th and 20th. Two guys who were looking so strong not that long ago, might not even cash.
Please.
Kuznetsov here off of 15 bigs. And the hijack opts to open as opposed to jam. It's an interesting decision. I guess he wants to preserve the option to fold if two people go all in, but I think versus one player, you're definitely, well, not definitely, but probably not folding. I mean, I guess it could matter who that player is, but trying to induce.
Get out of the way.
Danny with a pretty loose flat here in position versus a 15 big blind stack.
Yeah, feels a bit OOL, but on the button, going to be in position. Post flop.
Does have them out chipped. Ooh. And this is going to be a rough hand for Kuznetsov. 400K in the pot right now.
Yeah, these SPRs going to the flop are really dicey, and something I want to unpack with you as well when it comes to stack-off thresholds with the ICM implications being as heavy as they are at the moment. I mean, how do you feel about, continuing with 8s versus the 1-over and a covering stack on your left? The board texture that you could say Danny's going to have, a mixture of Queen Jack, Queen 10s, King Queens.
I mean, it makes it a tough spot. I guess one of the things he feels there is that a lot of the hands with like 2 over cards or whatever that he gets to fold, like a small bet size might not get them to fold. Like, an example would be like King Jack of Hearts, Jack 10 of Spades, etc. Like those hands with the Queen, backdoor flush draw, etc. might continue. He probably doesn't think Danny has a ton of offsuit combos. Probably doesn't think he has a hand like Queen Jack off. Well, obviously not that he would try to get him to fold that, but more in the terms of like King Jack or Jack 10 offsuit. So I think, and maybe he doesn't want to use a large bet size here for ICM reasons, leaning him to check the flop, kind of just mixing that all together. And now the question of like value versus check. I mean, I think if he bets here, it'll be a small size.
In the form of 1/3, just trying to fold out.
Probably less than a third.
Ace 10s.
I think he goes less than a third. Yeah, so 100 less than a third. Just over a quarter.
That's why we get Ryan in the booth. And with a very disguised hand, Danny Tang deciding to check back.
I mean, he's in position here, so calling makes a lot of sense because even if Kuznetsov, he can always raise river if Kuznetsov bets, and if Kuznetsov checks, he gets to bet. So
285.
He's still going to go with the raise. And at this point, I mean, there's a number of hands that he could be repping as bluffs. One of the things about calling in position also is, I mean, there's no flush draw. Realistically speaking, there's no straight draws, right? Kuznetsov off of 15 blinds, maybe literally the only straight draw he could have would be like ace deuce or ace 5 suited, I think, which is not that many combos, and they're both gutters. So, your opponent could be drawing dead. I think, I also think you're going to flat a lot of hands. So it's an interesting spot to have a raising and calling range, and I'm obviously not saying like raising is wrong, but on the button too.
Yeah, I was going to say before you started speaking that definitely would have been.
Getting to that time of day, Ryan. I'm reading YouTube comments. I'm reading Twitch chat comments. They're getting to me.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Asking which hotel it is.
Yeah,
rather, you know,
they probably would have said he has
YouTube chat being YouTube chat, rather than people just saying, "Hey, you know, it's the Merit Royal Diamond in Cyprus." Jao Matioski said, "It's the Ibis Hotel Curitiba," which is fake news. That is misinformation. We're live from the Merit Royal Diamond here in Cyprus, the Triton Super High Rollers Series. Record-breaking start to this festival.
This resort is not new. This resort, we were here earlier this year, but this building, the Diamond building, is new. It was not open when you know, I was here earlier this year.
Had you been here before April?
No, that was the first time I'd been to, not to Cyprus actually, I randomly kind of was here, but to the Merit. I was here like 21 years ago or something.
Oh, wow.
Whenever the Olympics were in Athens,
yeah, sure.
I came to Europe.
I remember that, mate.
For like two months.
I was there.
I was traveling around. I actually did go to the Olympics. I spent like 3 or 4 days in Cyprus. I flew over here. I had met a girl. I came with her to Cyprus.
As you did.
She was only here for like one night.
Yeah.
And then she left, and I stayed. I played some online poker at some place and hung out for a few more days before I left.
Nice.
But yeah.
I was here for the first time back in September, and none of this existed.
In fact, it's kind of surprising that this Diamond building was ready, because it's not like, you know, you could see through the building when we were here in April. And now we're in it. It's a finished, you know, pretty beautiful ballroom.
Oh, it's a pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
Like that bridge thing between the Royal and the Diamond.
Yeah.
Like September, again, just didn't exist. It was just a straight road. It was like nothing. So kind of come back a year later and they've managed to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite a venue for exactly this. I mean, huge ballroom, ton of hotel rooms. As you know, you had told me earlier, I guess there was like a 1,000-person 5K.
Yeah.
They managed to hold here, and you said 660 uniques. I mean, yeah. So I mean, this venue can really do it now.
Yeah, really looking forward, not just for this event, but in general. Live poker seems to be back, right? It seems to be booming everywhere. Triton breaking records 2022. Stateside, your side of the pond, fields just seem to be massive.
I mean,
satellites now into Triton events on GG Poker. I mean, that's pretty insane. You can qualify into this for $25,
yeah,
and there's 825K up top. I mean,
the number of people that really care about COVID anymore, let's just say they're becoming an endangered species. They still exist out there, but it's like they might not make it. So I think we're back. We're like, well, I mean, I could get the flu also, but I still go about my daily life. So I'm sure 10 years from now they'll be talking about like the COVID, like Zeta Gamma variation, and you know, maybe you'll get a shot, maybe you won't. I'm not going to open up that can of worms right here. Personal decisions, but you know, it's just going to be around like the flu, and like, you know, the cold, and people still live their lives and they still travel around and play poker. Why? Because it's a beautiful game. We all love this game. It's fun, it's challenging, it's competitive. There's a gambling element, and sometimes you can win a lot of money.
Sometimes you can win 825K beans.
And Fedor's out in 20th. Now Yuri. Once the chip leader has 7 big blinds. He's in 19th. And you can kind of see, by the way, like we noticed on the stream, Ebony was starting to play quite conservatively, and she has her chip stack, you can see, has had the bleeding effect. Once 1.5, now it's down to 1.26. She's in 10th. Very solid position to cash, but has lost back some of her chip position, but is in a great spot to lock up that 50K and have a chance to play for a lot more. So different strategies.
Wait, 120.
Wow, Paul here opens up the sixes off of 2.5 million. He's really chipped up, and I mean, this feels like a spot where he's probably going to double up Thorell. Hard to see. I mean, basically 11 blinds, anything other than all in, and it's Paul. It's going to be tough to find a fold. If he does fold, it is because that is a exploit, because he believes Thorell is only jamming here with a very tight range.
Thorell does eventually jam for shy of.
Let me actually say, like, let me give, like, I'll call it a live read, and it's much easier to make reads like this, obviously, with the confirmation of having seen his hand. Okay, do you notice that he used a time bank, but then made his decision, like, literally 2 seconds after using a time bank?
Oh, really?
That's, like, one of those, like, I'm just using the time bank, like, for show, right? Because if you actually have a decision and you use one of your time banks, you'll take, like, at least 10 seconds, right? Like, otherwise, make it before you use it. So I actually almost feel like that's a tell that he has a pretty strong hand. That he went all in, like, 2 seconds after he used the time bank. You know?
Any time bank reads?
I'd just, like, keep that one in mind. You know, I'm not saying everyone does that, but for this guy, you ever see him play poker again?
Oh, wow. It's been a theme of the six of spades sucking out on the overpairs so far today. Rob Young losing a chip lead pot.
Paul.
Courtesy of the six of spades, and now Boss Man.
Your glasses. Yeah.
He's in the chip lead now.
He is indeed.
The man is hot.
Man is hot.
Did open two.
He won his first Triton title in, like, one of the first tournaments in Madrid as well. So,
yeah, 5 no 6.
Well, 18 left. Direct money bubble here in Cyprus, $51,400 money bubble to be precise. And it is Bossman Paul Pua out in front.
On the stone bubble at the moment. 19th. Jean Thorell just went out in 19th, so 18 left. And Yuri, who is the last in 18th.
No bubble, I like.
He has 315K. 17th has 650K.
See,
so
I'm lucky for you. As soon as I sit down at your table, boom, you get all the chips.
Wide gap there between 18th and 17th.
I think we're both lucky in life.
Big old drop off, and I mean the only person relatively close to Paul Pua's chip stack is Seth Davies. Then after them two, huge drop off to Santi Jiang, who found that six of spades against Rob Young's
Okay, we have 18 players remaining, 17
against
will be
Kings
paid.
All Pre.
We're in the money bubble. Dealers, I kindly ask you to shuffle the deck and be ready to deal one hand and wait for my
There's Luca in the background just confirming. We are now hand for
Please dealers
hand.
announce if you have a lane on a call. And players, if there's a lane on a call, we kindly ask you to keep your cards face down until you're instructed to a showdown, and please do not discuss the content of your hand. Also, players, if you're going to lose 2 players from the same
We are now hand for hand.
the shortest time will be our bubble.
1,400 cash. One of these final 18 going home empty-handed. 3 tables of 6 for the time being. And tomorrow, see a couple of people asking in the chat. We will be playing down to the winner, crowning our first champion here. Triton Super High Roller Series Cyprus. This one not disappointing so far today, Brian.
No, not at all.
Well, imagine if Paul just comes in clutch, you know? after 19 cashes, gets his first title in Madrid. In the second event, winning the 30k No Limit Hold'em 7-handed, straight off the back of final tabling the 20k, which was the first event. So strong start to the series for him there as well. That's it. Blind versus blind. Covered by the big blind, Danny Tag. Just opting to fold the king 12.
Yeah, I think he is deciding that, I mean, it's a GTO shove, right, for that stack, but he's going to wait out Yuri. Yeah, Yuri has 5 blinds. Artem has 13, and he can wait a round or whatever for Yuri. Essentially, probably in the next like 10 hands, Yuri will almost certainly get all in, and you know, be at risk. So, you know, with 12, 13 blinds, your chances of winning the tournament, they exist. They're not that large, and you know, it's a pretty flat payout structure after you cash. You can, you know, they pay 17, but 10th place is still 67k only
in this position,
which isn't that much more than 50 or 51 or whatever, which is the min cash. So I think that play makes a lot of sense to pass up a small plus EV shove and small blind in order to increase your chances of cashing. I agree.
Alright, not getting pushed around by Seth Davies on the bubble there, coming back.
So here's what he was waiting for. Yuri's all in.
Good luck, gentlemen. $51,000 bubble. Yuri, online qualifier. GG Poker. So Yuri's clearly not dead.
I see a lot of black cards. Yuri has 2 black cards.
Is now Yuri bursting the bubble, Ryan, pretty quickly, out in 18th. Couldn't get there in the form of a flush draw, or his flush draw breaking out, I should say. And everyone's made the money. 51,400 locked up here in Cyprus.
Sick burn, Henry. Everyone did not make the money.
Wait, what? Did I say everyone made the money?
Yeah. Everyone still in the tournament made the money.
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. Had me for a second there. So 17 left, and I believe once we lose one more, we will be bagging and tagging for the evening. Or the end of the level, being told. And just to give you guys confirmation on that prior hand, so it was the Queen of Clubs, Jack of Spades of Yuri. Vyacheslav Boldigin called with the King 10. Flop came King 7-3, 3 clubs. So Yuri was drawing to a club.
There will be no redraw tomorrow.
Юра, кстати, стегал... ну ты же был со мной за столом, помнишь? Когда он там раздачу мощную играл.
I would have liked to see Fable sneak into the money there after that disciplined fold.
Либо кулернуло, либо...
Kenny with a very reasonable big blind defense here against O'Dwyer's Open. And it looks like an ace. An ace for Steve and nothing for Kenny. I feel like the only way she puts any chips in the pot here is if Steve checks back and something like a Queen 10 or Spade or King come.
165.
But with a bet, this hand should be over.
big fan of the verbal announcement whilst grabbing the chips. That's something that you employ, or have you always kind of just got it figured out? Reaching for chips, you know what your bet size is, don't want to give away any verbal tells. In the form of potential croaky voice.
I do know you're supposed to just always do the same thing theoretically, but sometimes I grab chips and put them in. Sometimes I do what Steve did and verbally announce while I'm grabbing them.
Took me so long to catch my first 25K. It only be one a year. Just do the Bellagio WPT.
Oh yeah.
And I'd make it to like day 3 every day or every year and never cash it.
Is it Jonik? What's your name again? Jonik?
Across the river, Steve.
Oh, Ebony. Nice to meet you, Jonik. Yeah, it's wild right now.
It's been a while since he's cashed a 25K apparently.
I mean, you know, you play some tournaments enough, there's always little patterns that stick out. For him, it's that. I'll tell you, for me, for a long time, it was a terrible record in the main, but after my run it made up for a lot of non-cashes. I mean, I probably played the main like 16 times or something, and I had only cashed once before this year, so it's pretty pathetic. But we're over that now. So you know what? Maybe, Steve, maybe this year in the 5 Diamond will be your year to make day 4.
Do you think that that just came down to variance, or do you recall just like blasting off like a couple of years where?
Oh, there were definitely a couple hands in there that were blasting off, but it was mostly variance. Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh, look at this wire.
I mean, it's tough for me, and the series is like only the last year or two has my focus been tournaments in the WSOP. Before that, it was cash. And the main is like right at the heart of the series when it's like all the cash games were going, and just being patient in a 10K tournament that lasted 2 weeks was usually not a priority for me. So it'd be someday I showed up, I'd show up to the Rio, and I'd play great day 2, then day 3 all of a sudden we're like 5-bet rejamming the small pair, and like, oh, guess what? They have kings like every time. Like, who would know? I remember I did that one year, actually. I 3-bet to 5-bet jam. The button opened and I was in the small blind. But this time I thought I had the like Bayesian analysis read. It was a young guy in a hoodie who showed up 20 minutes late. And this was his first open, and he 4-bet me. And I'm like, okay, dude, this guy has nothing. We're going for it. No, he had aces. And I had like such a beautiful table. I had all old people like for like the 4 seats to my left who I'd just ravage all day, and I just like gave that spot up by just going for it.
We can't all be like James Dempsey, you know, and just 4-bet jam the pocket 4s and then win the WPT 5 Diamonds.
Yeah.
Some people are just blessed like that.
I mean, dude, how do you just find aces like that?
I don't know, but Adwire's found himself a tough spot. King Jack against the cut-off effective jam of Bozhenkov. And I believe this tanking is due to
5 seconds.
It's a tough spot. I mean, what, 7, that's 12 blinds. I would guess at 12 blinds here versus the cutoff, it's a call at GTO, but then you have to ask yourself, oh, yeah, he calls. Sorry, the bubble broke.
Yeah. He's just waiting for the end of the level, I believe. Because it's end of the level or final 2 tables, so you're just making sure that there isn't another hand after this.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, that seems to make the most sense.
Yeah, there's no more ICM implications, obviously. Well, there are technically, but given how flat the payout structure is, there kind of isn't right now. Like, this is a mode of the tournament where you kind of just want to play chip EV, in my opinion, since like the payouts really don't start bumping up until like 8th.
Wow. That's why I tried getting him with the prepay, didn't work.
Fours just hold.
Just holding.
Nothing over a 9.
Teach me.
Wow, super simple Yori, huh?
Find the whole
he was a chip leader.
I know, chip leader to out the bubble.
late in the day.
It was like overwhelming.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But I had a similar day today in the 10K final table. I came back 1 in 6, and I busted 5th.
Участвовал интересно полную норму.
About the 10K that Tony G won here at the Merit Royal Diamond.
Один из майдов.
Вот что больше. Это много.
Ну, однойку должен быть. Не хуже. Я бы не понял.
Второй дамы.
打晒呢個 level 對吧？
I
mean, listen, at the end of the day, in these tournaments, you just have to win pots like that, you know? I mean, what is it? This is a 2-day tournament with a turbo-ish structure. You know, you're going to have to run good. It's the sample size of hands involved with even the player that wins. You know, first and second, it's not that many hands. There's a lot of luck.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know, which is actually, it's kind of one of the beautiful things about poker, is that it's a game of skill, but the skill shows up over a large sample. You know, now how large that sample is depends on how much better you are than the people you're playing with.
Well, look at Seth Davies, for example, you know. Speaking to Jason about it, spoke about it on stream in Madrid. You know, Jason was saying how he felt like a lot of his peers were sleeping on Seth because of the lack of results at the Triton events, and it's just, you know, you look at that and someone of his caliber just have to put it down to Barry. And to have that mindset to kind of be honest with yourself that, hey, I'm doing everything that I can, putting myself in the good spots, I'm staying focused, I'm bringing my A game. Deck's just not, you know, cooperating with me.
Well, certainly that definitely could be the case. I mean, playing devil's advocate, but not because I believe it. You could also say, well, like Jason, to my knowledge, like Jason's good friends with him.
True.
Sometimes you a little biased about people that you like, but sometimes not. So, you know, in fact, in the poker world, something that's pretty consistent is usually people tend to think people in their group tend to be a bit better than sometimes people out of their group. I've noticed that like quite a bit. So
I mean, I think Espen Jorstad is just shockingly bad.
I didn't watch the end. So I don't know. I'm just throwing out a devil's advocate argument because
I know what you mean.
To the annoyance of my wife, I like that kind of like debating way of discussing things, which my wife hates. But
to my annoyance.
So I'm not even saying I agree with that at all. I just am throwing it out there.
No,
but,
I 100% no. I'm the exact same. I'm guilty of that. You know, bigging up friends, if you will, for sure. And I appreciate you playing that role.
But yeah, I mean, listen, Seth has a chance to get it done right here. I mean, he's in second right now, and there's only 17 people left. So, you know, him and Paul kind of slight runaway, chip lead.
Indeed. So going to defend.
But yeah. Anyway, about the variance thing, it's just with the variance in poker, you know, it takes reasonable sample size to realize that now, if you're a lot better than the people you're playing with, you know, you can realize wins are being very probable to win over relatively small sample sizes. How much you'll win, again, that'll be variance. But it's why one of those things like, you know, something like winning the main event is like such a crazy, like outlier event. You know, you're a guy that plays like, you know, 5-10Ks a year and like otherwise like 1K tournaments and stuff, and you just like win the main. I mean, pretty much never, you could pretty much never break even the rest of your life in that type of situation.
That's of being in big trouble here, Brian. I think pair SPR just hit over 1 on the king-6 tray. They're defending the big with the jack-6. Saw some forward motion.
Yeah, it looks like he put a time bank chip in.
Indeed.
It's the end of the day here, and I think people are being a little more liberal with their chips. A little tired, you get extra ones tomorrow.
All in.
Does come with the check jam. Snap call from Danny Tang, top pair, top kicker. And in great shape. I mean, when you get the check jam, Brian, on the king-6 tray mono, you expect to be up against the flush draw of swords. Pair and flush draw.
Yeah, Danny has to be quite happy with how big a favorite he is, all things considered.
5 outs.
I mean, he could be up against a king as well, that he's even bigger favorite against. But yeah, all in all, 5 outs is pretty solid.
Pretty pure spot. Danny Tang joining the ranks up into third, 2.4 million as the last hand of the day, I believe, gets to...
Yeah, they're going to 2 tables now.
Yeah,
16
indeed.
left, 8 and 8. Paul Flaw up top, Seth Davies number 2, Patrick Antonius number 3.
Kanapang,
Kanapang.
our Thai
Then
local
Arat
resident.
Rahul,
Yeah.
4th.
The
Eric
button
War,
needs
5th.
to stay there, I think. Oh, no.
There we have it. Chip counts at this table. Obviously, there is going to be a final 2-table redraw, as Brian already alluded to. Then we'll come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. to battle this one out, Brian. Record-breaking 25k, 825,000 for first, with 51,400 locked up, and
Looked like a pretty good tournament. Kind of wish I was playing, but you know, we're having fun in the commentary booth as well.
we're in here. We're in here.
Getting it done.
We're doing our thing. Welcome back to the studio booth. Brian Rust alongside me, Henry Kilbane. And Brian, a few things to note. I mean, we didn't really get to lean into the bubble play as much as we would like to. Something like in the main event with a longer clock, because it was just thick and fast action. But coming back to tomorrow, just want to scan through things. You know, average stack 27, so it feels a little bit deeper than it was around the bubble. What can we expect? You know, Paul Pua, Seth Davies, Danny Tang, the only ones, you know, up there with more than 40 bigs.
Well, you know, what I like to do in these spots is kind of let the payout structure dictate what I'll predict would happen. And I think looking at the payouts for this tournament in particular, you can see just, in fact, if you guys can show it here, it's very flat, right? So 17th, 16th place are 51,400. And you can even see then 54, then 59 twice, you know, 67 twice. And it isn't even really till you get to the final table that, you know, the final 9, that it then starts bumping up, because, you know, 12th place is still only 59,000. It's not that much more. What does that mean? That means that, you know, going out in the next number of spots, 4 or 5 spots, which is that's a very significant amount of spots with only 16.
Now.
No, there's only 16 people left.
Yeah.
So it's like a quarter of the field or more will go out with almost no difference in what you get paid, especially compared to like 800,000 up top. You're talking different of a couple $1,000s. Like, who cares? So what that should mean is that right now people should play mostly for chip EV.
Right.
Maybe only if you got 2 really big stacks going against each other, then there'll be a little ICM of, but that can also always invert and turn into a game of chicken. But for like middle or short stacks, kind of doesn't really matter that much sticking around, at least for another 3 or 4 people that go out, because you don't have that many chips and it's not that big a deal. Oh, it's like, should I pass up this plus chip EV spot because I want to get 12th instead of getting 15th? No, it doesn't matter.
So you're saying that the ICM noose, so to speak, isn't as tight around the neck at the moment with 60
for
left.
The short stacks.
Right.
Really doesn't exist in my opinion. It exists more for like mid to large stacks, because, you know, you have a much better chance of making the final table and making more money. You have a lot of chips. Right. But now that's a pressure that they can both apply on each other. So it exists. You know, the flip side is that it can become a game of chicken. And sometimes, you know, you get people making plays. It just depends on what strategy they take.
For sure.
Well, final 2 tables, the final 16 players have bagged and tagged for the evening. And tomorrow we're going to be coming back at 2 p.m. local time. So that's 1 p.m. Central European time, 12 p.m. UK time. Trying to think what it is Vegas time, something like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. But we're going to be back. We're going to be crowning a winner here in the Merit Royal Diamond here in Cyprus. Record-breaking Triton series, or start to the Triton series, I should say. And Brian, man, it's been an absolute pleasure to jump back in the booth with you. So thank you so much, man. And,
yeah, likewise, Henry.
Let's jump into it tomorrow. 825K for first. We'll see you guys at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, thank you for being with us. Good night.